In an era where spiritual energy sweeps through the city and mystical realms abound, Lu Ran embarks on a legendary journey that defies all conventions, beginning with a stray dog that carries a sword. His violent Death King, Hazong, evolves into a Meteor Dragon, while the Dark Crow becomes the enigmatic overlord of the Star Moon Federation. He also commands a spirit that controls calamities and a floral pet that masters the six paths, each transcending the limits of their species. Encountering ancient beasts, he cooks dragon meat to forge divine armors. Facing scrutiny during assessments, he shatters mechs with a single sword stroke. Threatened by dragon gods and evil gods, he forms a team to vindicate himself with necromancy, expanding the universe beyond Blue Star. From a youth battling insects to becoming the king of beast-tamers, Lu Ran proclaims, "My pets are my brothers together. We shall shake the heavens." In this new age of beast taming, who will rightfully claim the title of Beast Tamer King? Chapter 1. The Insect Battler. In El City, a resort that melds sea, trees, and light rail, many elements of traditional culture remain intact. To the east lies, and to the south, the center of Hongyi Park, bustling with crowds and adorned with a long banner stretched between two trees. A young girl weaves through the throng, and, upon seeing the large characters on the banner reading Insect Battling Championship, the area erupts with exuberant cheers. Lu Ran has won again. Wasn't him last year, too? Indeed, and he won decisively. As the crowd buzzes, in the center of the venue, under the incredulous gaze of a bald elder, a youth of about 16 or 17 rises. "Thank you for the match," he smiles and speaks. Insect battling, one of the folk pastimes in Shigu, is also referred to as fighting crickets in the north. Just moments ago, at the Insect Battling Championship held in Hongyi Park, Lu Ran triumphed over a multitude of seasoned competitors, claiming the title of Insect King. This is not his first victory. "You little rascal." The elder scratches his sparse hair in agitation, vexed at Lu Ran's presence. Ever since Lu Ran started participating in the championship, he has never lost. How is that possible? How could this teenager possess more experience in insect battling than these oldtimers? Just luck, Lu Ran chuckles. Suddenly, he senses a piercing gaze from the crowd, causing him to shudder. Everyone, I must take my leave." Lu Ran's expression shifts as he hurriedly gathers his precious insect and pushes through the crowd, making his way to the exit. However, before he can go far, he is intercepted by someone approaching from shortcut. This person is not much older than him, tall and fair, with beautiful features and long, dark chestnut hair tied in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Yet her expression is decidedly unfriendly. So you took a day off just to attend this insect battling event? Why didn't you answer my calls? Fong Lan crosses her arms, awaiting Lu Ran's explanation. Focused on the competition, so I put my phone on silent. Lu Ran shrugs. "You're entering your senior year soon." Fong Lan massages her temples, clearly exasperated. "Fine, they'll return to catch up on lessons tomorrow." Lu Ran concedes. "Encouraging you is for your own good." Fong Lan glances at the jar in Lu Ran's hand. Another first place well done. El is known for its insect battling. Even the elderly in parks have decades of experience. "I heard you left them utterly defeated." Lu Ran smiles. "Sometimes it's not just about experience. Talent is paramount." "I'm not praising you." Fong Lan retorts. "I want you to focus on your studies first. After the college entrance exam, you can battle as much as you want." Got it. Lu Ran waves his hand dismissively, but I'm losing interest in insect battling. It's not challenging at all. How about I try hunting? My ancestors were hunters. Perhaps I have that gene." He ponders, as hunting involves developing national wildlife resources, controlling animal populations, and maintaining ecological balance. Yet, those objectives are not his concern. He simply has a combative pet that needs an appropriate outlet for its instincts. Currently, there's still many places in Shigu where legal hunting is permitted. With that in mind, Lu Ran opens the jar containing the valuable Insect King and releases it. As he stated, this game holds no challenge for him anymore. Hunting Fong Lan looks at Lu Ran in bewilderment. "You don't intend to use your Siberian Husky as a hunting dog, do you?" "It's nothing like a hunting dog. Aside from its looks," Lu Ran shrugs. "I can train it. It has a strong fighting spirit, and suppressing its combat instincts isn't ideal. But discussing this is pointless. Obtaining a hunting license is quite challenging." "I hope you're joking," Fong Lan responds, but soon her expression shifts as she focuses intently on Lu Ran. "Wait, you're not still fixated on that matter, are you? Are you preparing to go there?" "Not really. Even if I go, wouldn't it be better to hire a professional team? What's the point of all this fuss?" "But let's go. It looks like it's going to rain." Lu Ran interjects. eager to avoid further discussion on the topic. Fong Lan blinks in surprise, glancing up at the clear sky, devoid of clouds. The weather forecast said so. Lu Ran waves his hand and strides towards the park exit. Just kidding, it was actually the insects in the park that informed him. Before long, the skies over El Hai City darken with ominous clouds, and sensing a downpour imminent, Lu Ran and Fong Lan duck into a restaurant, seeking refuge from the rain while also addressing their hunger. We'll be going to MD to study the day after tomorrow. Why don't you come stay at my place? You're entering your senior year. Let my parents cook for you to save you from unhealthy takeout every day. Fong Lan sips her tea delicately as she speaks. My parents have mentioned it several times. I am fine on my own. Please thank your parents for me. Lu Ran replies, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Call them godparents. All right. Thank you to my godparents, Lu Ran responds. He and Fong Lan have known each other since childhood. Her parents are close friends of his. Following the confirmation of Lu Ran's parents' passing, he was taken in by the Fong family. However, once he was capable of managing his own life, Lu Ran moved out. His parents left behind a substantial sum of money, sufficient for him to live comfortably. I won't bother with you, let them persuade you themselves. Fong Lan realizes she cannot sway Lu Ran, fully aware of his temperament. To put it kindly, he has his own ideas. To put it bluntly, he is rebellious not just in trivial matters, but in all aspects of life. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Just wait for me in MD. They'll come find you next year, and then it'll count on you to look after me, senior. Let's see if you can get in first. Fong Lan crosses one leg over the other, leisurely scrolling through her phone. She has excellent grades and has been accepted into the prestigious Southern University, MD. Due to her parents' professions, she chose to study veterinary medicine. Though Lu Ran also performs well academically, getting an MD is no easy feat. The coming year will be crucial. Piece of cake. Lu Ran feels no sense of difficulty, though he hasn't decided on a major yet, but it should relate to animals, right? For instance, Beast-Tamer? Fong Lan suggests. What is a Beastmaster? Lu Ran exclaimed, taken aback as he turned his gaze towards the other person. Is there truly such a profession? Shouldn't it be referred to as animal science? Fong Lan suddenly spoke up, and Lu Ran initially assumed she was addressing him. However, he soon realized that she was merely talking to herself while looking at her phone. I just came across a post. I will send it to you, Fong Lan remarked. Before long, Lu Ran received a link sent by Fong Lan on his phone. Upon opening the link, he discovered that the title of the post read, "Help. Do you believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena?" Upon seeing this title, Lu Ran furrowed his brow. Chapter 2. The Supernatural. Under the title lies the body of the post as described by the author. Approximately a day ago, I unexpectedly acquired a mysterious black card. Accompanying this card was a sequence of text appearing before my eyes, along with an auditory prompt that urged me to enter into a contract to capture an animal as a pet beast, thus becoming a Beastmaster. Initially, I believed I had encountered some extraordinary fate akin to that of protagonists in anime. However, the reality proved far more complex. Following the guidance of the card to complete a novice task, I was transported to a perilous location teeming with wild beasts, where I narrowly escaped death. My pet beast sustained severe injuries while attempting to protect me, and the nearby veterinary clinic was utterly incapable of providing aid, with the doctor declaring it beyond salvation. What was I to do? I felt an unsettling sense of binding. If my pet beast were to perish, an ominous fate would surely befall me as well. In addition to the textual description, the author attached an image. It depicted a large cat, its body seemingly petrified, eyes gouged out, and a missing leg. Presenting a ghastly appearance, drenched in gray blood, its injuries peculiar. Fong Lan observed with a serious expression and remarked, "Have you finished reading?" "Yes," Lu Ran nodded. Fong Lan, visibly agitated, replied, "The injuries seem inconsistent. This image must have been manipulated. I suspect this person is an extreme animal abuser. Such a poorly constructed, third-rate tale is likely an attention-seeking gimmick, far too fabricated. Do they think of themselves as chosen ones?" Indeed, Lu Ran concurred with Fong Lan, acknowledging that such individuals are prevalent, although his gaze remained fixed on the screen of his phone. At first glance, this post indeed resembled a ploy devised by an extreme animal abuser to garner attention. However, Lu Ran was particularly sensitive to such seemingly false information. The supernatural phenomena immediately conjured vivid images in his mind of a city besieged by countless monsters. Was he recalling that dream again? Lu Ran sighed inwardly. In truth, he held a deep fascination for such supernatural information, and the reason was simple. He harbored a secret that few knew. He possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of non-human entities, akin to understanding the language of beasts and engaging in telepathic communication with animals. This superpower had manifested 2 years prior. Initially, He struggled to master it, but with practice, he could now discern the thoughts of many animals. This ability allowed him to predict the weather and dominate the insect fighting competition in LHI City. Accompanying this power was a recurring nightmare. He often dreamt of a city overrun by various monsters, meeting a tragic end within, only to awaken in terror. Initially, Lu Ran consulted a doctor, but no ailment was found. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he was no longer normal. Thus, due to his own abnormality, Lu Ran had long believed that there must be something else awry in this world. Yet, as time passed, he discovered that he was the only one who was different. Even on the internet, he frequently encountered extraordinary tales and bizarre rumors, yet ultimately none could be substantiated. They all seemed fabricated. Although Lu Ran initially approached this post with seriousness, he soon shook his head, having encountered such tales too many times to believe in these casually concocted anecdotes again. The world, after all, adhered to scientific principles. Let us eat first. At that moment, the waiter finally brought their meals, prompting Lu Ran to set aside his phone and address Fong Lan. Very well, she nodded. The image they had seen was indeed rather gruesome, but Fong Lan, after viewing it, exhibited no discomfort. It was evident that her background in veterinary medicine had conditioned her to such sights. As they enjoyed their meal, Lu Ran inquired, "Are you taking all those pets to MD?" "Of course," Fong Lan replied. "I must maintain a weekly update frequency, otherwise, my fans will miss me." Fong Lan was, in fact, a pet influencer, sharing her experiences with her pets online while keeping her own identity concealed, allowing only her pets to shine. However, Lu Ran had always taken issue with her self-proclaimed title of pet influencer, as all her pets were snakes, spiders, scorpions, and centipedes, which hardly aligned with the concept of adorable. "It seems you will need to rent your own place," Lu Ran shrugged, as bringing those so-called adorable pets would surely lead to his defeat if Fong Lan managed to sneak them into the dormitory. Even if the dorm supervisor turned a blind eye, her roommates would likely be inclined to eliminate her in the dead of night. "Can you tolerate a roommate keeping pets? Especially scorpions, centipedes, and snakes?" "I can manage living alone." Fong Lan dismissed the concern. "You should hurry and pass your exams, so we can share the rent." "Speaking as if I adore those pets just as much, I am rather frightened," Lu Ran retorted. He was not a timid person, but Fong Lan had terrified him with spiders and other creepy crawlies when they were children, leaving him with a lasting childhood trauma. This girl hardly resembled a typical young lady. Even now, she had not changed. Aren't cats and dogs adorable? Their banter continued, and soon the rain ceased, and they had nearly finished their meal. As Fong Lan had plans to meet her friends later that afternoon, she settled the bill and departed the restaurant, leaving Lu Ran to pack up the leftovers. Fong Lan's purpose for visiting Lu Ran was merely to check on him after learning he had taken a leave of absence from class. And Lu Ran was aware that her family genuinely cared for him. Sigh, how dull. After a moment, Lu Ran exited the restaurant. Feeling the damp air and gazing at the rainbow in the sky, his mood shifting. High school was indeed uninteresting, leaving little time for leisure. He stepped forward, eagerly anticipating his entrance into university. However, before he could take more than a few steps, an unexpected voice abruptly halted him in his tracks. He then raised his hand, staring intently at the black card that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. It was a black card, the size of a playing card, with a plastic texture. Not a membership card from the restaurant nor an unsolicited advertisement, but rather a card that had inexplicably manifested in his hand, utterly out of place. Furthermore, visions and sounds flooded his senses. He felt as if he were in a state of both tranquility and chaos, disconnected from the world around him. Text continuously refreshed, and sounds echoed persistently, leaving Lu Ran with an expression of disbelief. Detecting that you possess the qualifications of a Beastmaster. Contract card has materialized. Novice task. Please utilize the contract card to capture an animal as a pet beast, thereby becoming a Beastmaster. Prompt. Beastmaster, a profession that involves contracting, nurturing, and commanding pet beasts for work and combat. Prompt. Contract card, a tool that enhances the user's mental strength to capture pet beasts. The contract card contains a space suitable for the pet beast to rest. Prompt. The contract card cannot be used on humans. Prompt. The success rate of capturing with the contract card depends on the user's mental strength and the quality of the contract card. Avoid capturing creatures that you cannot control, as this may lead to the destruction of the contract card or a backlash from the pet beast. Prompt. What is this? Stopping at the roadside. Lu Ran held the contract black card, sensing the continuous flow of people around him, certain that this was not the voice of any animal. This sound was entirely different from the sensation he experienced while using his superpower. Lu Ran took a deep breath. Contract black card. Pet beast, Beastmaster? At this moment, a sudden recollection surged within his mind, recalling the post shared by Fong Lan and the vivid descriptions provided by the poster. It was astonishingly consistent. Could it be that everything that individual claimed was true? Chapter 3. The Contract. On the street, Lu ran, clutching the black card, felt his heart race. He gazed at the card, experiencing an initial numbness throughout his body, which then transformed into a warm surge. How could this be possible? No, perhaps it truly is possible. Lu Ran remembered the supernatural phenomena he had encountered. This world was indeed far from simple. Beast-Tamer? This profession sounded remarkably similar to that of a bug fighter. His interest piqued, for due to his parents' occupations, he held a profound fascination for dealings with animals, ranging from insect battles to paleontological studies. Was my awakened superpower linked to this black card? According to the poster's situation, it appeared that more than one person had received the black card. In this light, I am not some chosen one after all. Subsequently, Lu Ran thought of his strange dream, his expression stiffening. If the extraordinary truly existed, could it be a precognitive dream? If the events from the dream were destined to unfold, wouldn't the blue star face annihilation? Even if the sky were to fall, there would be tall individuals to bear it, but those with abilities could not possibly safeguard everyone, could they? Reflecting on his grim demise in the dream, Lu Ran fell silent, his affection for this world palpable. Perhaps I should explore further. Unable to ascertain anything definitively, Lu Ran resolved to continue investigating the black card. A prompt appeared. The novice contract card must not be used within 24 hours, or it will vanish, and the holder will lose the qualification to become a beast tamer. From the initial prompt, Lu Ran quickly grasped that this so-called contract card was optional. One merely needed to refrain from undertaking the novice task. However, giving up was out of the question. After a brief silence, Lu Ran secured the black card and glanced once more at the forum. Now, having memorized all the prompts, he wished to add the poster as a friend to inquire about further details. While these prompts were indeed crucial, they were insufficient. He yearned for more information. With eager anticipation, Lu Ran clicked the link anew. Yet, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Where had the post gone? He repeatedly tapped the screen. After merely refreshing, the post had vanished entirely. Who was the poster? What was their name? The administrator had deleted the post. Which imbecile removed such an important post? Surely Fong Lan did not report it casually. Standing on the street, Lu Ran felt an unusual chill in the air. He could not afford to squander time on this. Swiftly, he altered his course. With only 24 hours at his disposal, he needed to complete tasks promptly. However, he would also keep a vigilant eye on the forum to avoid missing out on vital information. Presently, the known information indicated that after contracting a pet beast, one would be transported to a perilous location. Fortunately, even after venturing to this dangerous place, there remained a chance of return. Having played various video games, Lu Ran quickly connected the mechanisms of novice tasks and trials. If one were to be sent to a hazardous location, it was imperative that the contracted animal possessed formidable combat capabilities. Only then could he avoid a fate as grim as that of the earlier poster. Regrettably, despite his desire to contract a fierce beast, finding one with combat prowess in a small city within a single day was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Even with telepathy, he did not resonate with every animal. Encounters with stray dogs that ended in peril were not infrequent. Lu Ran analyzed the situation and ultimately made a decision. To be prudent, he would select a familiar creature. After formulating his plan, Lu Ran decided to return home, as there lay his objective. His home was not far from here, situated in a nearby upscale community, reachable by a 10-minute bike ride. After much contemplation, Lu Ran resolved to contract an animal he was well acquainted with. At least that creature would obey his commands without fail, thereby mitigating the risk of his pet disobeying in a treacherous environment. Lu Ran quickened his pace. In no time, he arrived at his doorstep. With familiar ease, he unlocked the door using his fingerprint, and it swung open. To his surprise, sensing the commotion outside, a figure leaped forth from within, pouncing towards Lu Ran as he entered. A creature resembling a wolf lunged at him, eagerly panting as if anticipating something. This creature was graceful, with a thick coat, erect ears, a bushy tail, and striking blue eyes, adorned with 3 white streaks on its forehead reminiscent of flames. It was a Siberian husky, colloquially known as Erha, and it was Lu Ran's pet dog. Having been raised by Lu Ran since its puppyhood, Erha shared a strong bond with him, and following Lu Ran's training, it executed commands with an excellence surpassing that of police dogs. Go, Erha, stand in the corner for a moment. Woof. Erha looked utterly bewildered. Although confused, it turned away, begrudgingly accepting Lu Ran's command, but it would remember this slight. Meanwhile, Lu Ran sat across from Erha, his gaze fixed upon it with earnest intent. This particular Erha had been rescued by Lu Ran after he gained his superpowers. It was a mere puppy at the time. Lu Ran could not ascertain whether it had been abandoned or had escaped on its own. He chose to take it in because, by then, his superpowers had reached a level of proficiency, yet he still struggled to communicate with this creature. Theoretically, with his abilities, Communicating simply with animals like cats and dogs should not have posed much difficulty. However, this creature seemed rather simple-minded. To hone his powers, and out of concern for the puppy's survival, fearing it might become a meal at a dog meat restaurant, Lu Ran brought it home. Thus began Lu Ran's arduous journey of raising this dog, for its temperament was exceedingly unstable. Even with telepathy, it took considerable time to train it. Initially ferocious and combative, it transformed into its current state only after Lu Ran's efforts. In summary, it was quite peculiar, perfectly inheriting the intellectual flaws of a husky while retaining the fierce instincts of its wolf ancestry. Lu Ran felt its demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the legendary second son of the dragon, Yazi. Historical texts describe Yazi as bloodthirsty and combative, fiercely vengeful, and always bearing a sword, enhancing its own strength. Similar to Yazi, this creature relished conflict and harbored grudges, but unlike Yazi, it quickly forgot grievances, embodying a more carefree mindset. Of course, it had its virtues, such as a sense of gratitude. Once it realized Lu Ran had saved its life, it became utterly obedient to him, proving it was not an ungrateful creature. Erha. Lu Ran sat on the sofa, regarding the standing Erha, uncertain of where to begin. Erha was the nickname Lu Ran had given it, as it had displayed an overly domineering attitude in its youth, akin to a tyrannical canine CEO. Furthermore, Erha referred to Lu Ran as Lu Zong. The situation was indeed complex. According to the guidance of the Black Card, once a beast tamer establishes a contract with a pet beast, both parties will undergo varying degrees of evolution. The beast tamer will ascend to a superhuman state, while even the weakest contracted beast will gain the ferocity of a formidable creature. It is evident that this Black Card bestows upon its holder an extraordinary path of evolution. Lu Ran is uncertain whether choosing this path with Hazong will yield good or bad results. Hazong tilts its head, staring with blue eyes, perplexed by Lu Ran's indecisiveness. Forget it. There's no point in discussing it with you. Your intellect is unlikely to comprehend. Lu Ran chuckles, then adopts a serious expression, deciding to proceed with the contract first. Although it is merely a dog, Lu Ran has unwavering confidence in Hazong's combat prowess, as it has been trained by him, a superpowered individual. Moreover, Hazong is the animal with whom he shares the deepest bond, and trusting his life to another pet would not sit well with him. Most importantly, Hazong is a battle enthusiast, so there is no need to worry about its adaptability in combat, making it an optimal choice. Lu Ran retrieves the Black Card and, with a flick of his wrist, sends it soaring towards Hazong, enveloped in a radiant halo. As the Black Card approaches, the white glow intensifies, leaving Hazong stunned and frightened, prompting it to turn and flee. However, the dazzling light swiftly envelopes it. Chapter 4. Pet Beast Data. When an individual holds a contract card, a unique connection can be forged with it. In simpler terms, the cardholder possesses the ability to infuse their mental intention into the Black Card. This is the key to capturing a pet beast. The process of contracting a pet beast consists of 3 steps. First, hold the contract card. Second, identify the target for the contract, strengthen the impression of it, and inject the desire to contract it into the card. Third, bring the contract card close to the target creature. When the contract card nears the target, it carries the beast tamer's mental energy to capture the creature. Upon successful capture, the contract is completed. Presently, Lu Ran has successfully completed these 3 steps. Under the white halo, Hazong appears to sense Lu Ran's unique essence within the white light and does not resist. Amidst its bewildered bark, it is enveloped by the white glow and vanishes from sight, as if transformed into a beam of light, absorbed by the Black Card. At that moment, Lu Ran's mind reverberates, feeling a warm and pleasant sensation throughout his body, as the mental fatigue from earlier dissipates entirely. More remarkably, he senses a newfound, tighter connection with the contract card and Hazong. Astonishingly, as Lu Ran's thoughts shift, the fallen contract card instantly reappears in his hand, as if teleported. He had not possessed such ability until the contract was completed, binding him irrevocably to the card. Additionally, the appearance of the contract Black Card has undergone some alterations. The upper half now displays an image of Erha, replacing the previous solid black. Below the image, a series of white text emerges. Species, Shui Yuan Quan. Attribute, Unawakened. Species level, Intermediate Transcendent. Growth level, Level 1. Skills, None. Similar to a game card, Lu Ran gazes at the image and information manifesting on the Black Card, deepening his curiosity about its origins. Who could have crafted such an object, and to what end? However, more pressing than these questions is the fact that the series of prompts he previously encountered upon first obtaining the Black Card have vanished, replaced by a mysterious countdown shimmering before his retina. Newbie Trial Secret Realm Teleport Countdown, 59, 59. Lu Ran remains silent, unperturbed by the arrival of the 59, 59 countdown. The individual who posted that information must have faltered at this juncture, right? Completing the novice task leads inevitably to the newbie trial, aligning with his expectations. Hazong, come forth. With the black card in hand, Lu Ran summons Hazong once more. On the floor, a massive circular summoning array materializes. And as the glow of the array bursts forth and dissipates, a Hazong, now significantly larger, appears atop it. Throughout this entire process, Hazong remains in a state of astonishment, spinning in circles upon its emergence, scrutinizing its enlarged form, bewildered by the changes it has undergone. It can distinctly feel its increased strength, enhanced vision, and heightened sense of smell, not to mention its likely greater appetite. As it circles twice, its stomach growls, prompting it to cast a pitiful glance at Lu Ran. Let us eat first. We have plenty of time, Lu Ran remarks. As they are about to enter a perilous realm, it is indeed essential to ensure Hazong is well fed. Lu Ran immediately prepares food, concocting a simple meal of dog food, pig trotters, minced meat, chopped vegetables, and meat broth. Oh well, before the meal, Hazong lets out an excited bark and burrows its head into the food bowl. While Hazong devours its meal, Lu Ran observes it. Hazong, which previously could only be considered a medium-sized dog, now rivals the size of a large breed. No wonder the pet beasts he had seen earlier were so large. After their enhancements, their physiques visibly became more robust. Good. My strength has also increased, though I seem not to have grown taller. During Hazong's meal, Lu Ran first weighs himself and then measures his height. Finally, he retrieves a one-handed sword from his room, swinging it with ease. Lu Ran's family background is quite favorable. Both of his parents are renowned zoologists. This privileged upbringing has not only fostered Lu Ran's interest in various animals, but has also cultivated numerous other hobbies. Like many teenagers, he is fascinated by swords and firearms, and his parents have wholeheartedly supported his diverse interests. Consequently, Lu Ran attended a prestigious swordsmanship dojo in his youth, and even traveled to Hawaii with his father during vacations to learn shooting. These interests, seemingly trivial in the past, now appear to be of practical use as he prepares to be teleported to the trial's secret realm. Perhaps he can bring a weapon for self-defense. Although Hazong is fierce, Lu Ran is confident he could easily subdue it while wielding a weapon. However, he now senses that, following the contract enhancement, Hazong's combat strength has likely surpassed the ordinary canine realm, comparable to that of lions and tigers, categorizing it as a transcendent species. In contrast, while he too has received some enhancement, his improvements are not as pronounced as those of his pet beast. His newfound abilities primarily enhance his control over Hazong. Given this situation, possessing a reliable weapon for self-defense becomes exceedingly important, as one cannot entirely depend on their pet beast. Yet, he wonders whether his weapon can also be transported. I should take this as well. Lu Ran sets down his custom-made sword and opens a drawer, retrieving a pendant resembling a broken deer antler, strung on a thread and appearing somewhat antiquated. It is said to be a family heirloom amulet from the Lu family, passed down through generations. As an object left behind by his mother, Lu Ran evidently regards it as a spiritual anchor. Reflecting on his parents, a wave of melancholy washes over him. They met their demise while abroad, investigating a yet undiscovered rare beast. Their bodies never recovered, leaving only a haunting recording of their final cries. Lu Ran has persistently refused to believe that his parents perished in such a manner, harboring a desire to venture into the rainforest to seek them out. Initially, Fong Lan assumed that Lu Ran's expressed interest in hunting indicated a longing for the wilderness. But as Lu Ran pointed out, it would be sheer folly to rely solely on Hazong, such an untrustworthy canine, as a hunting companion in such a perilous environment. Why not employ a specialized team with the financial means at his disposal? Nevertheless, equipped with a deer antler pendant and the iron cutter sword, Lu Ran returned to the living room, where Hazong had already devoured a bowl of food and was now lazily sprawled on the floor. Upon noticing Lu Ran's presence, it cast a glance his way, then rose, panting with a goofy grin. Woof! Lu Ran felt a surge of irritation, for the creature seemed to suggest a desire for a repeat of the earlier meal. It appeared that Hazong was eager to grow even stronger. Such insatiable greed. There is nothing left, but fear not, for many battles await. If he can triumph over his foes and return safely, perhaps he will indeed become stronger. Hazong paused, displaying a keen expression, and after taking a few steps, donned a pair of sunglasses from beneath the coffee table, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 5. The novice trial realm. Lu Ran chose to ignore the exuberant Hazong in its sunglasses guise. In addition to weapons and the amulet, he prepared a supply of healing ointments, bottled water, snacks, and various survival tools. Although uncertain of their necessity, it was prudent to be prepared. Admittedly, his load was somewhat excessive, but that was a minor concern. If need be, he could always discard some items at a crucial moment. Thus, As Lu Ran continued his preparations and lectured Ha Zong, time gradually passed. Did you truly comprehend? The contract has fortified your physique, yet it seems your intellect remains unenhanced. During this time, Lu Ran, weary from observing Ha Zong's impatience, felt a headache brewing. He warned that the forthcoming adversaries might be creatures they had never encountered, requiring utmost caution. However, Ha Zong merely displayed a dismissive demeanor. What does this imply? A chill of foreboding gripped Lu Ran, but with only a few minutes left in the countdown, he could not dwell on it. Very well, let us proceed. You return for now. Lu Ran summoned the black card, which he could either absorb into his being or summon at will. As the moment of traversal approached, he stored Ha Zong back within the black card, ensuring that he would not be separated from his companion during the teleportation. Awu. After Ha Zong entered the black card, Lu Ran began to meditate, his eyes closed. Although his eyes were shut, the countdown remained vividly clear. Time continued to elapse. 3, 2, 1. As the final second approached, Lu Ran felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was merely a high school student. At that very moment, spatial ripples emerged, distorting the area around him like a whirlpool. In a swift twist, Lu Ran's form was consumed, vanishing from the room. However, while Lu Ran disappeared, the backpack he carried and the iron cutter sword he gripped tightly were not transported. Aside from the essential clothing and the amulet around his neck, all external items, including food and drink, were left behind. Lu Ran felt as though his body was undergoing constant fluctuations between weightlessness and heaviness, never anticipating that the teleportation process would be so disorienting. Once the sensation of the earth shifting beneath him subsided, Lu Ran discovered that he truly had arrived in a new realm. He opened his eyes to behold a dimly lit forest. Before he could scrutinize his surroundings, familiar words and sounds reappeared. Teleportation complete. Current location, Yao Mao Ji San, Novice Trial Realm. Difficulty, easy. Trial task, survive for 1 day. Realm description, Yao Mao Ji San is a natural labyrinth formed by a diverse array of trees, rich in resources, and once home to numerous extraordinary creatures. 20 years ago, a bizarre black storm caused mutations among the forest's inhabitants, unleashing a beast tide upon neighboring towns. The Empire's Beastmaster Corps quickly responded, suppressing the tide and eradicating the forest's formidable mutated beings. After 2 decades of recovery, only the Yao Mao clan and a few weaker extraordinary creatures remain active in this forest, which has since been renamed Yao Mao Ji Senator as a novice beastmaster. You have inadvertently wandered into this place. Your primary task is to survive until rescue arrives. Note, this realm is a projection of Yao Mao Ji San. Internal resources and creatures cannot be extracted, nor can contracts. Note, based on the trialist's combat performance within the realm, different levels of rewards can be obtained upon completing the task. Note, should the trialist fall into a near-death state, the task will be deemed a failure, resulting in forced return. Note, the trialist temporarily acquires the Eye of Data, enabling the reconnaissance of internal resources and creature information within the realm. Wishing you a pleasant adventure, the trial begins. So that is how it is. Upon reading the notice, Lu Ran felt that the creator of the black card possessed a semblance of humanity. However, the sentiment was fleeting. While it was considerate that a trialist in a near-death state would be forcibly transported away, there remained the concern that such an action might not guarantee medical assistance upon return, much like the individual who had posted about their ordeal. Moreover, there was a greater likelihood that a trialist would not even have the chance to enter a near-death state, being instantaneously eliminated. The human body is, after all, exceedingly fragile. Additionally, was this realm merely a projection of another world? The black storm and beast tide sounded far from a novice dungeon. Caution was paramount. A pleasant experience was unlikely. Ugh. Lu Ran summoned Ha Zong once more and lamented, the weapons and supplies did not make it through. He was disappointed, but had long anticipated the absence of those items. According to the notice, all enemies and resources in this place were illusory. He wondered if he could find something to eat here, given that nothing could be taken out. Woof. The re-emerged Ha Zong appeared dazed, not engaging in Lu Ran's analysis, but instead joyously running about. Lu Ran fell silent, exasperated. This was not a leisurely outing. As Lu Ran attempted to voice his thoughts, a rustling sound interrupted his reverie, causing his expression to stiffen as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Ugh. Ha Zong, circling around Lu Ran, became alert. As if sensing some lurking danger, something was approaching. It halted abruptly, its body tense, positioning itself protectively in front of Lu Ran. The surrounding darkness was profound, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the foliage, and the ominous rustling grew increasingly louder within the eerily silent forest. Standing on the somewhat damp ground, Lu Ran endeavored to discern the source of the sound, but ultimately failed. Meanwhile, Ha Zong remained fixated on a particular direction, its gaze serious and unwavering. There, Lu Ran glanced toward a thicket of black bushes, rising to the height of a person. The rustling sound continued, and finally, as the noise grew clearer, the thicket before Lu Ran and Ha Zong was forcefully parted. A creature suddenly emerged, emitting low growls, its crimson pupils fixated on Lu Ran and Ha Zong. The ferocity in its gaze unmistakable. Simultaneously, Ha Zong's fur bristled, and it let out a loud howl in response to the creature's appearance. Woof! How dare it threaten them? This grudge would not be forgotten. Lu Ran's heart thudded as he beheld a gaunt, dark red feline creature with elongated claws. Its head adorned with what appeared to be gray hair, an enchanting yet fearsome cat-like being. Yao Mao. Race, Yao Mao. Attribute, unawakened. Race level, intermediate transcendent. Growth level, level 2. Description, a bloody predator of the dense forest, reveling in tearing apart its prey to siphon their blood. The data Lu Ran had temporarily acquired activated, revealing the full details of the Yao Mao. The race level, as I interpret it, denotes the strength of the species. Tigers surpass dogs and cats, while dogs and cats are superior to rabbits and other small herbivores. This Yao Mao's race level matched that of Ha Zong, indicating no advantage for Ha Zong. The growth level likely correlates with developmental stages, such as juvenile or adolescent phases. The higher the level, the stronger the physical attributes. With Ha Zong at level 1 and the Yao Mao at level 2, the situation was dire. In an instant, Lu Ran deduced that this creature was formidable, entirely unlike the minor adversaries typically designated for novice combat experience. As the two parties faced off, the atmosphere thickened, prompting Lu Ran to hold his breath and scan the surroundings, striving to maintain his composure. If the novice task was merely to survive for a day, there was no need to engage in a head-on confrontation with such a beast, particularly upon entering the secret realm. To endure for a day, it was prudent to locate supplies and retreat to a safe area, avoiding unnecessary battles and conserving energy for unavoidable conflicts. At present, the best course of action was to intimidate the opponent. After careful contemplation, Lu Ran executed a surprising maneuver that left both Ha Zong and the Yao Mao astonished. He fixed his gaze on the Yao Mao, suddenly extending his arms wide to appear more imposing, and roared at the creature. "Ula!" Lu Ran shouted, attempting to frighten it away. His father, who frequently interacted with wildlife, had advised him that when encountering ferocious beasts in the wild, it was best not to turn and flee, but to confront them directly, demonstrating strength to maintain dignity in the face of danger. Furthermore, if fortune favored him, there was a slight chance the beast, unfamiliar with humans, might be deterred. However, after executing his intimidation tactics, Lu Ran sensed that the atmosphere had shifted unfavorably. Ha Zong displayed a bewildered expression. Following a moment of facial contortion, the Yao Mao let out a roar and lunged at Lu Ran. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Ran cursed under his breath, pondering where he had gone wrong. Additionally, it seemed that his mental resonance was ineffective against this phantom. The Yao Mao moved with remarkable agility, yet fortunately, Lu Ran had also received enhancements, allowing him to perceive its movements clearly. At this juncture, Lu Ran relinquished any other thoughts and resolved to confront the Yao Mao directly. A mere cat, he had dealt with countless in his past years. Even small tigers had been within his grasp. No, that was wrong. He was now a beast master and needed to familiarize himself with commanding his beast in battle rather than engaging personally. Ha Zong, save me, Lu Ran shouted, coming to realize his identity. First, restrain it. I'll find a weapon. Meanwhile, the bewildered Ha Zong, sensing the Yao Mao's approach, transformed its demeanor, lunging at the oncoming creature. Amidst the electric clash of their forms, Lu Ran, stepping back to search for sticks or stones as weapons, heard a piercing scream. Meow! The anguished cry, accompanied by low growls, echoed through the forest, prompting Lu Ran to glance over quickly. To his astonishment, he saw Ha Zong pinning the Yao Mao to the ground, sinking its teeth into its throat, roaring dominantly as blood spattered everywhere. The seemingly formidable Yao Mao had been vanquished in a single, lethal strike. Lu Ran stood frozen, feeling conflicted about the stone at his feet. Should he pick it up or leave it be? What had been the purpose of his earlier analysis? Engaging in a battle of wits with the Yao Mao? His assessment of the enhanced Ha Zong's combat prowess versus that of the Yao Mao appeared flawed. At that moment, Ha Zong turned its head to call out to Lu Ran, as if to say, that was easy, resembling a war god. Lu Ran pondered deeply. He had been deceived. Was it possible that there were disparities even among those deemed intermediate transcendent? And that the difference between levels 1 and 2 was not as significant as he had assumed? From a physical standpoint, the Yao Mao was indeed inferior to Ha Zong by more than one level. It seemed evident that, in the natural world, size significantly influenced combat capability. Alright then, impressive. Ha Zong truly lived up to his training. Lu Ran could only remark, astonished that the normally docile Ha Zong could exhibit such ferocity. Woof. In response, Zong displayed a knowing expression, as if to say, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chapter 6. Hope for Advancement. Thus, the Yao Mao was subdued, and Lu Ran gazed at the lifeless creature, its neck broken, feeling a sense of wonder. Although everything here was turned to projection, the bleeding Yao Mao undeniably resembled a true life form. "Oh dear, you met a tragic end. Yet, it was either you or me." Suddenly, before Lu Ran could indulge in his musings, the Yao Mao, still pinned, was enveloped in white light, and along with its blood, it completely shattered and vanished. Zong displayed a bewildered expression as it witnessed the spoils of battle inexplicably disappear before its eyes. What astonished it further was that, despite disappearing entirely, the Yao Mao left behind a tiny trace, ultimately condensing into a firefly-sized orb of light that flew into Zong's body. In that moment, Zong felt as if its physique had received a subtle enhancement, leveling up through battling. Upon witnessing the transformation after the Yao Mao's demise, Lu Ran's thoughts turned to Zong. However, upon noticing that Zong's growth level remained at level 1, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Surely, the previous encounter should have granted Zong some strength increase, albeit minor, indicating a boost. Was one defeat insufficient for an upgrade? How many would it take to reach level 2? Wait, perhaps this was the very purpose of the trial realm's existence. Lu Ran's thoughts spiraled. His original intention had been to complete the novice task normally, avoiding conflict and surviving the day, all while becoming more familiar with the happenings surrounding him before planning to attempt more challenging endeavors. However, upon discovering that defeating monsters could yield upgrades, and realizing Zong's combat strength surpassed his expectations, his resolve wavered. Could it be possible to suitably elevate Zong's level here? After all, the final rewards seemed to correlate with performance in the trial. Cautiously persevering until the end would surely yield a different reward compared to surviving through battles. In essence, this novice trial realm is not as terrifying as one might have imagined. Rather, it serves as an excellent opportunity for newcomers to hone their skills. The unfortunate circumstances of the previous poster likely stemmed from their inherent weakness. Of course, it is also plausible that more formidable foes linger within the realm. Nonetheless, should they encounter a creature akin to the previous, it seems that Zong could easily manage the situation. Lu Ran found himself in a quandary, yearning to seize opportunities. He sensed that this mysterious black card would undoubtedly influence the world's balance, yet he feared that his own greed might lead him into peril. At that moment, Zong was incessantly scratching the ground with its paws, seemingly trying to locate the vanished. "Stop," Lu Ran interjected. "That creature has completely disappeared. Let us remain here. You should rest and regain your strength." Zong tilted its head in confusion, but Lu Ran chose to ignore it. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with the functionality of the data eye. If only it could display Zong's experience bar from level 1 to level 2, at least indicating a percentage. Alas, no matter how he accessed Zong's data, whether through the data eye or the contract card, he could not ascertain how many needed to be defeated to advance from level 1 to level 2. However, Lu Ran did stumble upon an unexpected revelation. He noticed that the data eye could also reveal his own information. Race, human. Beastmaster level, apprentice. Beastmaster skills, none. The information remained exceedingly simple. Yet the aspect that piqued Lu Ran's interest was the so-called Beastmaster skills. Zong's attribute sheet also contained a skill section. Yet, both Zong and Lu Ran's skill sections displayed no skills. How could one acquire skills? Perhaps obtaining a skill would enhance their combat prowess. Earlier, they had engaged in a battle that generated considerable noise, potentially attracting new foes. They merely needed to wait patiently here. The area was spacious enough to maintain a degree of control should they encounter adversaries. Lu Ran explained to Zong that remaining at this spawn point was preferable to navigating through the complex underbrush. This was Lu Ran's final decision, a gamble of sorts. Zong nodded in compliance, perceiving its role as one of combat, while leaving the strategizing to Lu Ran. They remained on high alert. While waiting for prey to arrive, Lu Ran continued to utilize the data eye for observation. After all, according to the prompts, the data eye could not only reveal biological data but also resource information. What were resources? Upon exploration, Lu Ran made significant discoveries. Ordinary weeds and trees yielded no information through the data eye. However, he did encounter some peculiar plants nearby that proved useful. For instance, beneath a tree, he found a red mushroom. Name, hemostatic mushroom. Level, common. Description, a fungus that, when crushed and applied, can gradually heal wounds. Do not ingest, as it may induce hallucinations of little people dancing. Additionally, he discovered several green fruits on a slender tree that starkly contrasted with the surrounding giants. Name, Mu Lingua. Level, common. Description, a juicy fruit that provides a strong sense of satiety. Consuming it restores some stamina and is favored by fruit insects, which may yield additional protein nutrients. Fortuitously, they had not fled the area, as such resources were hidden nearby. Yet, Lu Ran felt a twinge of anxiety. Had they escaped initially, would they have found similar resources elsewhere? Setting aside the absurd descriptions, with just these two resources, staying put seemed entirely feasible as long as they did not encounter overly strong creatures. Surely, these items could be utilized, right? Given the sudden disappearance of the Lu Ran worried that the hemostatic mushroom and Mu Lin Gua might vanish upon harvesting. However, reality proved him mistaken. After carefully extracting a hemostatic mushroom, it did not disappear, indicating that items could not be taken out of the realm. Excellent. An epiphany struck Lu Ran. With these resources, he could better facilitate Ha Zong's leveling. Just then, as Lu Ran savored his good fortune, he sensed a wave of warmth approaching. He turned to see Ha Zong, having unknowingly dashed over, panting and drooling at the sight of the hemostatic mushroom, seemingly inquiring if it could be consumed. Didn't you just eat before we arrived? Woof, Ha Zong retorted. It was merely a skirmish. How could I be entirely depleted? This is an external remedy, not food, and you are not permitted to consume anything else without my consent. Woof. No means no. After their exchange, Ha Zong finally relinquished its desire for the hemostatic mushroom. In truth, Lu Ran's canine companion preferred vegetables and fruits over meat, earning it the nickname Veggie Dog. Subsequently, Lu Ran began the arduous task of harvesting Mu Lin Gua. Although both he and Ha Zong had eaten before, it could only sustain them for half a day at most. As hunger set in, their capabilities would undoubtedly decline. Thus, the importance of Mu Lin Gua, which could restore energy and quench thirst, became exceedingly apparent. After a considerable duration, Lu Ran had successfully gathered all the Mu Lin Gua and hemostatic mushrooms in the vicinity. Half an hour had passed since their arrival. To Lu Ran's dismay, while remaining stationary, they had not encountered any new foes. Was it necessary to take the initiative? His brow furrowed, but the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. Rustling sounds echoed around them, and Ha Zong, previously lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes, alert. The familiar sound had returned. Experience points were on the way. Woof woof. However, Lu Ran's excitement was short-lived, as the rustling came from multiple directions. His heart raced. There were many creatures approaching, not just one. Moments later, a bead of sweat trickled down Lu Ran's face. The black thicket was ripped apart, revealing 5 figures emerging from within. Ha Zong, Lu Ran, is this the novice realm at the basic level? Lu Ran was bewildered. He suspected that the creators of the realm were targeting him. He had not even cheated. As he counted, a chill ran down his spine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 had appeared. To his astonishment, it seemed that possessed a tendency to congregate. Among the 5, Lu Ran noticed a significant difference in one compared to the others. 4 of them resembled the previous, smaller than Ha Zong. However, the last one was considerably larger, its size comparable to Ha Zong, and its physique was muscular rather than emaciated. Race. Attribute, unawakened. Race level, intermediate extraordinary. Growth level, level 3. As LRN cast his gaze through the data eye, his lips tightened in a grimace upon spotting a level 3 demon cat. At this moment, he contemplated retreating, despite HZang's bravery. After all, 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. However, the 5 demon cats before them had evidently surrounded them, leaving no avenue for escape. What should be done? Should he allow HZang to enter that state? Previously, LRN had referred to HZang's state as the norm, which naturally implied the existence of an abnormal state as well. If one were to perceive LRN's supernatural ability, the bizarre dreams, as a malady, it became apparent that he was not the only one afflicted. HZang bore his own affliction, perhaps explaining their convergence. When HZang entered a frenzied state during battle, he would lose his rationality and sense of pain, akin to a rabid dog. In this state, HZang's latent potential seemed to be fully unleashed, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Presently, only LRN's telepathic abilities could awaken this state within HZang. HZang possessed hidden potential, which was why LRN believed in his fighting capability. Yet, deep down, LRN was reluctant to let HZang succumb to that state. It felt perilous, and each time HZang emerged from it, he would lapse into unconsciousness for a time. Well, one step at a time. There was no need to worry about him. Just swiftly reduce their numbers while keeping a close watch on the demon cat leader. Drawing from his previous combat experience, LRN adapted quickly and promptly issued commands to HZang. During the fruit-gathering phase, LRN had also discovered a new weapon, a sturdy wooden stick. The stick was sufficiently solid, and with his enhanced physical attributes, LRN felt confident that as long as he avoided the demon cat's claws on vulnerable areas such as his neck, he had a fair chance of taking down one of them, provided they were the lower-level demon cats. Confronting the massive level 3 demon cat, however, posed a challenge that would require HZang's assistance. Unexpectedly, The demon cat that appeared to be the leader showed no intention of initiating an attack. With a fierce roar, it sent the 4 level 1 to 2 demon cats charging forward. Sensing HZing as the greater threat, they all focused their assault on him, completely disregarding LRN. A stone flew forth and fortuitously struck its mark. In an instant, 3 demon cats closed in on HZing, while the 4th, momentarily halted, was struck on the head by a stone, momentarily dazed. Gripping his stick in one hand and tossing stones with the other, LRN fixed his gaze on the enraged demon cat that he had struck, tightening his grip on the wooden weapon. Meanwhile, HZing was already engaged in combat with 3 demon cats, showcasing formidable fighting prowess. In a single clash, he sank his teeth into one demon cat's neck, blood spraying forth in an instant kill. However, given his current condition, he could only incapacitate one. While the other 2 demon cats' attacks inevitably landed on HZing, their claws flashing. In the blink of an eye, HZing's side and back were torn open, blood gushing forth. HZing felt the agonizing pain, his blue eyes tinged with crimson. In a fit of rage, he charged at the nearest demon cat. Though LRN yearned to check on HZing's condition, he too found himself in a precarious situation, having attracted the attention of one demon cat. As HZing battled the 3 demon cats, LRN rushed forward with his stick, just as the struck demon cat leaped into the air, its claws aiming to shred his weapon. Observing the demon cat's intent to tear apart his stick, LRN realized the wooden weapon was at risk of being destroyed. However, armed with a long weapon, he was not inclined to engage in a head-on clash. Instead, he utilized the length of his weapon to alter the trajectory of his attack, evading the demon cat's claws and thrusting the stick into its body. The impact sent the demon cat flying several meters away. Perhaps he should sharpen the stick's tip. Seeing the demon cat propelled away, LRN followed closely. Grateful for his training, he had spent his youth dealing with various untamed animals, including unruly large dogs. Otherwise, a normal person would undoubtedly feel intimidated in such a scenario. One could say that HZing's obedience stemmed partly from LRN's rigorous training. After all, who had been suppressing his fighting instincts? The name LZing was a testament to HZing's acknowledgement of LRN. At this moment, LRN's goal was to swiftly deliver another blow to the demon cat's head. Regrettably, that last strike had proven non-fatal. The demon cat, upon landing, quickly regained its agility and charged at him with renewed ferocity. It was futile, LRN thought, planning to employ the same tactic again. However, just as he was concentrating intensely, a sudden roar caused the attacking demon cat to halt abruptly, as if abandoning its assault. The sound prompted LRN to glance at the demon cat leader, believing it was about to strike. However, to his astonishment, after the roar, the distant leader did not attack, but instead cast a deeply human-like gaze in his direction before turning to depart. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 demon cats, aside from the one whose neck HZing had bitten through, chose to retreat, seemingly intent on following their leader. Observing this, HZing appeared eager to pursue, but LRN immediately commanded, "Wait." His orders still held weight. Hearing them, HZing, though still poised in a fierce stance, began to temper his aggression. The sight of his own wounds and blood was one of the conditions that triggered HZing's frenzied state, and he had now met that condition. Yet, witnessing the demon cat group voluntarily retreating, LRN hesitated. In the blink of an eye, as they faced off against the 4 demon cats, they witnessed several retreating into the jungle. With the demon cats vanishing, LRN finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his body relaxing as he observed his trembling hands. Although he remained uncertain as to why the demon cat leader had commanded a retreat, it was clear that continuing the battle would have placed him and HZing at a disadvantage. Even if they emerged victorious, it would come at a heavy cost. He couldn't help but think, was this truly a novice trial? Meanwhile, HZing appeared quite discontent, dissatisfied with his inability to dispatch 5 adversaries in an instant. He did not perceive himself as someone who would falter in a 1 against 5 scenario. Apologies, HZing, the situation is too complex for you to engage fully. Perhaps next time? As he spoke, LRN noticed that HZing seemed to be undergoing some transformation. Race, Su-Yun Chu-En. Attribute, Unawakened. Race level, Intermediate Transcendent. Growth level, Level 2. Skills, None. Unbeknownst to him, having just dispatched another demon cat, HZing's growth level had unexpectedly risen to Level 2, with noticeable enhancements across various attributes. Consequently, despite having sustained 2 strikes, HZing was still able to launch nearby demon cats several meters away with astonishing force. This change filled LRN with joy. Perhaps it was the demon cat leader's awareness of HZing's heightened aura that prompted its decision to withdraw. To them, HZing and LRN must have been entirely unfamiliar. It was precisely for this reason that the higher-level demon cat leader had sent its subordinates to probe their strength. The outcome of the trial revealed that Ha Zong could effortlessly eliminate a low-level demon cat, seemingly growing bolder with each encounter, and his aura exhibited a gradual intensification. Despite their numerical superiority, the demon cat leader dared not gamble, unwilling to risk injury for merely two prey. In the natural world, should a predator sustain injuries during the hunt, it often faces a decline in its standing within its group, alongside mortal threats from its enemies. Although the creatures projected here exhibit fierce aggression, their hunting instincts still serve the purpose of sustenance rather than mindless aggression, retaining some innate biological instincts. This implies that my initial judgment was not erroneous. Some battles do not necessitate complete victory. Merely instilling fear in the opponent can ensure survival. In an instant, Lu Ran analyzed the previous situation. Although uncertain of its accuracy, this seemed to be one of the few plausible explanations. In any case, Ha Zong, please hasten to receive treatment. Confronted with Ha Zong's impressive feat, Lu Ran glanced at his wound, and then at the collected hemostatic mushroom. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he had no choice but to rely on it now. He hoped it would prove more effective than the ordinary bandages he had prepared. Woof! At Lu Ran's call, Ha Zong nodded. Woof! However, in the next moment, as he approached Lu Ran, seeking treatment, Ha Zong suddenly appeared bewildered, staring blankly at Lu Ran's neck. There, unbeknownst to him, a golden light emanated. It was the family heirloom, the deer antler amulet, which had begun to radiate a faint glow. This unexpected change halted Ha Zong's steps. The golden light, as it drew near, instilled in Ha Zong a sensation of suppressed vitality, akin to encountering a fierce tiger. Sharpening his gaze considerably, the radiance intensified. Initially dim, it now captured Lu Ran's attention, prompting a look of confusion as he observed the transformation of the amulet. For the first time, the Eye of Data acquired upon entering the secret realm managed to capture the information regarding the family heirloom he had brought from the outside. Name: Shenlu Duanjiao. Level: Epic. Description: the antler of the legendary divine deer, which, after absorbing the potent energies of the forest, harbors healing powers. Chapter 8 concludes. How could this be? Witnessing the amulet's transformation, Lu Ran's mind was engulfed in confusion. His family heirloom? Had he not noticed it was brought in as well? Yet, its current transformation was astonishing. Due to the presence of supernatural powers and the appearance of the black card, Lu Ran felt this world was already sufficiently strange, hinting at secrets yet to be unveiled. Now, discovering that even his family heirloom bore significant origins left him even more astonished. His expression was one of perplexity. He turned inward to the black contract card floating in his mental sea, his mind still muddled. Thus, these supernatural forces were not modern, nor had they only recently come into existence. They had existed since ancient times, countless years ago. His family's heirloom was undoubtedly intertwined with this series of supernatural powers. There were too many questions that remained unanswered. Or perhaps, someone in his ancestry had been chosen by the black card to become a beastmaster? This deer antler was retrieved from the secret realm. However, if the black card had existed since ancient times, why had no information regarding it ever surfaced? If not for that poster, if not for the black card manifesting in his possession, how many individuals had been selected by this enigmatic place to become beastmasters? Woo! While Lu Ran was lost in thought, Ha Zong, who had been staring at the amulet in stunned silence, regained his senses, feeling the pain from his wound anew. Yelping in distress. Pain, pain, pain. His cries roused Lu Ran from his contemplation, prompting a swift reaction. I will use this to heal you. The healing capabilities from the divine deer, an item of epic rarity, must surely exceed the common hemostatic mushrooms. This amulet had likely been dormant, stripped of its original power, and had gone undetected initially. Now, having arrived in this place and absorbed some supernatural energy, it had awakened, or so he believed. The healing force. Clutching the hemostatic mushroom, Lu Ran turned to Ha Zong, removing the amulet. In that instant, the familiar sensation of wielding the contract card returned. Lu Ran took a deep breath, focusing his intent on the desire to heal Ha Zong. In the next moment, the Shun Lu amulet radiated a brilliant golden light. Immediately, the golden brilliance enveloped Ha Zong's wound, and an astonishing scene unfolded before Lu Ran's eyes. The previously torn wound on Ha Zong's body began to heal rapidly. Within mere seconds, the gruesome injury was restored to its original state, leaving no trace of a scar. Aside from a few patches of missing fur, the healing was nearly perfect. Moreover, Ha Zong felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, as if nourished by the essence of nature. Oh, in an instant, Ha Zong was once again astounded, bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lu Ran's expression brimmed with joy. He quickly inspected Ha Zong's injury, remarking, "You've lost a bit of fur, yet you've grown stronger. and your flesh has become considerably firmer. Woof. Hazong paused, glancing down in concern at his own body, but soon turned his gaze, ablaze with enthusiasm, toward the deer antler in Lu Ran's hand. Though uncertain of what had transpired, it felt as if they had become invincible. Lu Ran smiled. Well, let's set aside the questions regarding the family heirloom until we return. Woof woof. Hazong's eyes sparkled like flashlights as he nodded vigorously, feeling emboldened. Without hesitation, he believed he could face not just 5 cats, but 50. This artifact was simply too powerful. With it, as long as he was not instantly killed, no injury was insurmountable. Let us not be overly optimistic, Lu Ran cautioned. We cannot place all our hopes on the protection of our ancestors. But this unexpected turn of events necessitates a change in our plans. He grasped the amulet tightly, inhaling deeply, conjuring memories of his mother's face. Though he remained uncertain about the nature of the Shun Lu amulet, Lu Ran understood that this object was undoubtedly their greatest asset at present. The feasibility of leveling up in the Trial Secret realm had significantly improved. Having acquired an epic item, Lu Ran felt that to linger would be a disservice to the family heirloom left behind by his ancestors. After defeating 2 demon cats, Hazong had advanced from level 1 to level 2. How about from level 2 to level 3? Lu Ran aspired for Hazong to maximize his level gain here, enhancing his combat prowess. Progress comes slowly, step by step. This principle holds true everywhere. Given the opportunity, Lu Ran intended to seize every chance to harvest resources. Should a crisis arise in the future, possessing sufficient strength would allow him to better protect himself and those he cherished. Why could he not be the one to stand atop the world? Someone must rise to the pinnacle. If he could reign supreme among insects, why could he not do the same with beasts? By growing stronger, even if that dream were to materialize into reality, he should be able to thwart the monsters that threaten to obliterate the cities beneath his feet. As Lu Ran contemplated the dream, he felt invigorated. For hours later, deep within the forest, foolish one, did I not mention before that although we possess tools capable of healing injuries, we should still endeavor to avoid harm? After Lu Ran and Hazong regained their strength, their ambitions swelled, prompting them to actively seek out prey. During this period, they encountered several new extraordinary creatures, most of which were of levels 1 to 3, predominantly comprised of lower-tier extraordinary beings. For instance, the Chi-Air 2, a rabbit with an exceptionally aggressive nature, is a harbinger of peril. The Ju-Shu Shou, appearing larger than a duck, is an exquisitely formed creature, yet lacking in tools, and coupled with its illusory nature. Lu Ran, with his inquisitive disposition, would have eagerly dissected and studied these unfamiliar beings. Without exception, even those creatures boasting a level or 2 higher than Hazong stood no chance before him. Comparatively, the Yao Mao were considerably more challenging to contend with. After all, the term Yao Mao forest implies that these creatures are likely mere sustenance for the Yao Mao. This led Lu Ran to perceive that facing these adversaries presented the true difficulty one would expect in a novice realm. However, aside from these, there were indeed some formidable foes. For instance, Hazong had just vanquished a green, mid-tier extraordinary species snake of level 3. Of course, Hazong himself had sustained considerable injuries. Perhaps, as they journeyed onward, the healing power of the Shun Lu's pendant gradually instilled a sense of security within Hazong, prompting him to adopt an increasingly brutal fighting style, engaging in fierce battles with a strategy of trading blows for victory. This approach is exceedingly extreme in the natural world, where most conflicts are driven by the instinct for survival and sustenance. Sustaining injuries typically signifies a departure from life. Yet, Hazong remained undeterred, swiftly devising a novel combat technique that left Lu Ran in awe of the dog's innate talent. However, such recklessness is fraught with peril. For instance, this snake possesses venom. Fortunately, they had gathered detoxifying herbs along the way. Woof. Holding the large snake, Hazong displayed an innocent expression. At this moment, he had ascended to level 3. This elevation sent both Hazong and Lu Ran into a state of exhilarating excitement. If they could maintain this rate of advancement, they could ensure a sustained state of high spirits throughout the day, as becoming stronger is undeniably exhilarating. Nevertheless, despite the thrill of leveling up, they chose to pause. Lu Ran discovered signs of human habitation, a dilapidated tent. The recent battle with the snake had been prompted by that creature's proximity to the tent. Cautiously approaching the tent revealed no further disturbances. Inside, aside from a weathered travel journal, there was nothing else. Lu Ran eagerly picked up the journal and began to peruse its contents. Although he could not comprehend the text, perhaps due to the eye of data, he unexpectedly grasped its meaning. This is the first stop of my journey, once the deep and mysterious forest, now the Yao Mao forest. I came full of confidence to investigate the true cause of the forest transformation, but I discovered I was mistaken. My father was right. I should not have come to this place. The journal abruptly concluded. Was that it? Lu Ran was taken aback. Riddler, begone from this realm. Seeing the scant information recorded in the journal ignited Lu Ran's anger. He had hoped to unlock some hidden quests beyond the trial tasks. Even without the journal, he was aware that the transformation of the forest was a key term in this realm. Woof. Beside him, Hazong urged Lu Ran to remain composed. Let us continue leveling up. Indeed, it is but one day. Lu Ran sighed, primarily due to the scarcity of information regarding the Yao Mao forest, compounded by their own weak strength. Even if there were any other secrets within this realm, exploration might prove cumbersome. However, upon closer analysis, the journal did not fail to divulge some information. The quest for the true cause of the transformation might hint that the well-known black storm causing the biological mutations is merely a superficial explanation. The writer's father forbidding him from coming here suggests that he possessed some insider knowledge, indicating that the author of the journal hailed from a notable background. Lu Ran committed these observations to memory and decided to focus on leveling up for the time being, as remembering these details was of little immediate utility. Gradually, Lu Ran and Hazong became engrossed in their leveling endeavors, traversing the Yao Mao forest. Along the way, they encountered few overly formidable adversaries. The most arduous situations arose when they faced multiple Yao Mao simultaneously. In such scenarios, injuries were inevitable, even if a typical Beastmaster combination could achieve victory. The injuries sustained would likely hinder their progress. Yet, for Lu Ran and Hazong, equipped with the Shun Lu's antlers, injuries became the easiest issue to resolve. Level 4. This was exceedingly challenging. As time passed, Lu Ran kept a vigilant eye on the countdown timer for the task. At this moment, they had been tirelessly on the move for nearly 24 hours, either searching for monsters or engaging in combat. Were it not for the sustaining fruits, he and Hazong would have long been utterly exhausted. Even a sled dog could not withstand such treatment. In the first 3 levels, Hazong's progress was relatively swift. But the transition from level 3 to 4 consumed nearly an entire day without completion. The absence of a progress bar for their growth left Lu Ran and Hazong with no choice but to fight as much as possible, as that was the only means they knew to advance. Fortunately, hard work bore fruit. With just 1 minute remaining on the task countdown, Hazong finally defeated a Yao Mao, elevating his growth level to 4. Following this, even more delightful news awaited Lu Ran. Congratulations on completing the novice trial. Rating level. Note, trial ratings are classified into 9 levels. Congratulations on receiving an identity card. Congratulations on receiving 10,000 crystal coins. Congratulations on obtaining high-tier resources, meteoric iron, Oregon. Congratulations on acquiring high-tier resources, attribute awakening fruit, herb. Congratulations on obtaining the Beastmaster skill, super beast mimicry. Congratulations on acquiring the Eye of Data, beginner. Please select your return location. 1. Initial teleportation point. 2. Infinite City. Note: Infinite City is a large safe zone active for Beastmasters who have passed the novice trial, containing various facilities catering to their needs. After a series of prompts concluded, Lu Ran felt a profound sense of relief, then unexpectedly glanced at the return prompt. Chapter 9, Infinite City. I choose Infinite City. Infinite City. Sacred and majestic, it appears as though it resides within a rift in the world, isolated from the rest. The sky, resembling deep blue silk, is adorned with radiant diamond-like stars. The fierce starlight cascades down, blanketing the ground. Across vast areas, the gray-white rooftops quietly exhibit their antiquity and mystery beneath the delicate starlight. At this moment, within a room standing in the southern part of Infinite City, a figure slowly materialized with a flicker of white light. This individual was none other than Lu Ran, who had recently completed the novice trial. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Lu Ran was astonished to find that the return had presented him with 2 options. Upon seeing the choices, he unhesitatingly opted for the gathering place of Beastmasters, Infinite City. Through this avenue, many of his questions should find resolution. However, at this moment, Lu Ran was most preoccupied with the rewards he had just acquired. Ultimately, this is the reward for the arduous day he spent with Hazong. A grade 9 rating. He was pleased to have received such an evaluation. Although it was not the highest tier, achieving it was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Only Lu Ran and Hazong were privy to the true nature of their endeavors within the secret realm. To liken their actions to weasels infiltrating a henhouse would not be an exaggeration. The vast majority of individuals would likely earn merely a grade rating for their efforts in avoiding danger for a day. In contrast, Lu Ran attributed his success to the Shenlu pendant. Without it, he and Hazong would not have progressed far. Regrettably, despite possessing formidable healing items, Hazong's racial level remained too low, as he was merely a Siberian husky before evolving, rendering his combat efficiency subpar. Had one contracted a ferocious tiger or a polar bear, disregarding injury factors, their ferocity in slaying creatures would be far greater. Nevertheless, there is hope. Ha-Zong should be capable of infinite evolution, and through their collective efforts, they could certainly transcend their racial limits, making it conceivable to rival or even surpass mythical creatures like dragons in the future. The wonders of the secret realm instilled confidence in Lu Ran. In any case, thanks to the Shenlu amulet, they had already reaped several commendable rewards from the outset. Lu Ran produced an identity card, one of the rewards he obtained within the secret realm. Its appearance and material were similar to that of the contract black card, except it was white, and it appeared that the resources were stored within this card. The identity card displayed: name, Lu Ran, renameable. Beastmaster ID, 9528. In addition to these two basic pieces of information, there were 4 options below: communication, team, backpack, teleport. Among them, the 10,000 crystal coins and 3 resources obtained from the secret realm were all stored in the backpack. One of these resources, the Beast Mastery skill, also took the form of a card, which could tentatively be referred to as a skill card. The crystal coins, however, were not physical. They were displayed as numbers, akin to online banking. Lu Ran surmised that these crystal coins were the universal currency of the Infinite City, presumably used for card transactions. He glanced around the room. Apart from the basic furniture, there were only a few items, with one pedestal drawing Lu Ran's attention. On it was a card reading slot. Approaching it, a moment later, an optical screen materialized before him, filled with an array of images and text. This was: name, Spider Cave, secret realm level, beginner. Difficulty, easy. Challenge crystal coins, 200. Name, Wild Boar Valley, secret realm level, beginner. Difficulty, normal. Challenge crystal coins, 500. Name, Behemoth Forest, secret realm level, beginner. Difficulty, hard. Challenge crystal coins, 700. The screen displayed basic information about various secret realms and the crystal coin costs for challenges. It seemed that entering other secret realms would require purchasing tickets. The first page contained 10 secret realms, and Lu Ran noted that he could browse through 5 pages, meaning there were over 40 beginner-level secret realms available to him. As he flipped through the pages, he stumbled upon a few particularly outrageous ones, such as the Lake of Death. Name, Lake of Death, secret realm level, beginner. Difficulty, abyss. Challenge crystal coins, 1,000. At that moment, Lu Ran was left speechless. The difficulty levels of the secret realms seemed to be classified as easy, normal, hard, and abyss, with challenge costs ranging from 100 to 1,000 crystal coins. With his 10,000 crystal coins, he could undertake numerous challenges. However, after reviewing the options, he felt no immediate interest. The previous easy-level beginner trial, the Demon Cat Forest, had left them exhausted and injured, even with the assistance of epic-grade items. It was prudent not to tempt fate with normal, hard, or abyss difficulties before fully understanding the circumstances. Earlier, when Lu Ran saw the options for communication and team on the identity card, he assumed that the higher difficulty secret realms likely required beastmasters to form teams for challenges. In addition to these secret realm dungeons, Lu Ran also discovered a singularly safe one, detailed separately. Name, Training Secret Realm, secret realm level, beginner. Activation crystal coins, 1 day. The price was exceedingly reasonable, presumably serving as a straightforward training ground. It was better to delve deeper into analyzing the materials he had acquired, as they should enhance both his and Ha-Zong's combat capabilities. Upon leaving the pedestal, Lu Ran noted that the optical screen vanished automatically. He then turned his attention to the resource rewards in his backpack. In the secret realm, he had gained temporary access to the Eye of Data. Having completed the secret realm, it appeared that he could now use the Eye of Data permanently, even outside. However, it was only in its rudimentary form, lacking the completeness of the one within the secret realm. The in-realm version could provide information about other beings, whereas the current basic Eye of Data could only reveal details about himself, his pet, and low-rarity resource items, significantly diminishing its strategic value. Name, Meteoric Iron Mine. Level, Advanced. Description, iron ore born from the influence of a celestial meteorite, possessing excellent energy conduction and amplification properties, suitable for weapon and equipment crafting. Name, Grass Attribute Awakening Fruit. Level, Advanced. Description, this fruit aids pets with grass attribute potential in awakening their inherent grass powers. Meteoric Iron and Grass Fruit. There was no need to elaborate on the meteoric iron. Lu Ran regretted not being able to bring weapons into the secret realm, suspecting that ordinary weapons and even firearms from the outside world were prohibited. Only items imbued with supernatural powers, like the Shenlu pendant, could be brought in. Given that meteoric iron is a special resource, weapons crafted from it should be permissible to carry. Lu Ran was quite pleased with this reward, though he was uncertain about what to forge with it and where to do so. The other grass fruit also filled Lu Ran with excitement. During this period, most of the extraordinary beings he encountered were in an unawakened state lacking attributes, which was undoubtedly peculiar. According to his understanding, attributes such as wind, thunder, water, and fire should exist. Why did these beings lack them? It appeared that for extraordinary beings to awaken their attributes, it was likely quite challenging and required external assistance. The awakening fruit was evidently one such external influence. Currently, he was unsure whether Hazong possessed grass attribute potential. Lu Ran believed that Hazong likely did not, as he found it hard to imagine a Siberian husky having an affinity with the grass attribute, despite its fondness for vegetables. However, this was of little concern. Since he had obtained the attribute fruit, if it proved unusable, he could always sell it or exchange it with others for the attributes he needed, provided he discerned Hazong's type. Understanding how to identify a pet's attributes was also something Lu Ran aimed to uncover during this endeavor. Of course, these two items were not what delighted Lu Ran the most. Rather, he was overjoyed to have received a beast mastery skill as a reward. In Lu Ran's perspective, the true value of a beastmaster lay in this very skill. He felt that the strength of a beastmaster was likely determined by their mastery of these skills. This object likely possesses the potential to enhance the combat prowess of both the pet and the beastmaster. The name of this ability is Chao Shou and I Tai. The description states that it is a beastmaster skill, allowing the beastmaster to simulate and learn the behavioral traits of their contracted pets, thereby acquiring the strength and techniques akin to ferocious beasts. Lu Ran, who had just experienced a fleeting moment of joy, erupted into a fit of anger within the confines of his room. What nonsense is this? How can it be so? Although he was unaware of the nature of other beastmaster skills, this particular one seemed to address his own shortcomings in combat power. However, the notion of learning the behavioral traits of his contracted pet? Was he serious? Lu Ran's complexion shifted between shades of blue and purple. Historically, there existed the 12 forms of boxing, where ancient practitioners emulated the movements of 12 different animals to create practical techniques. Thus, this beastmaster skill appeared somewhat reasonable. Had Lu Ran contracted a dragon, a tiger, or a bear, he would have eagerly pursued the opportunity to learn and gain the strength of a bear, the vision of an eagle, or the speed of a leopard. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that he had contracted a Siberian husky. Lu Ran envisioned the absurdity of attempting to emulate the behavioral traits of his husky. This skill was utterly ridiculous. Who had conceived it? Clenching his fists, he resolved that even if he were to perish in the secret realm, he would never stoop to imitating a husky, or so he hoped. He needed to devise a plan. After pondering for a while in his room, Lu Ran ventured outside. He realized that his sole beastmaster skill should not go to waste. He was determined to make it work, and it was certainly not a mere whim. He had devised a strategy for utilizing Chao Shou and I Tai effectively. His husky, although just over a year old, possessed considerable potential for development. While it was improbable for it to learn canine behaviors, he could certainly train it to transcend those limitations. However, he lacked certain tools to accomplish this. Upon returning to Liyuan City, he could further explore his ideas. At present, his purpose in the Infinite City was to gather more information. He needed to understand quickly and return promptly. The Shenlu pendant must be carefully concealed. It was fortunate that it could be stored within the identity card's backpack. Before leaving, Lu Ran made thorough preparations, as the Shenlu pendant represented his greatest secret, one that must remain undisclosed to prevent covetous eyes from seeking it out. While the epic-level resource's value compared to ordinary and advanced items was uncertain, it was undeniably a rare treasure. Most importantly, it was a keepsake from his mother. Upon exiting, Lu Ran discovered that he was situated in a residential area filled with grayish-white buildings, devoid of human presence, creating an eerie stillness. He had initially envisioned the Infinite City bustling with activity, teeming with fellow beastmasters, yet it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Observing his surroundings, he made his way towards the perimeter of the residential area, and upon reaching the entrance, he finally encountered another person. Dressed in a pristine white suit and sporting thick-framed glasses, this individual exuded an air of seriousness. However, seated on a bench with a book in one hand and frequently reaching for potato chips from a bag on the nearby table with the other, his demeanor appeared less stern. As Lu Ran approached, the individual noticed him and greeted him with apparent pleasure, saying, "Ah, a newcomer. Congratulations on passing the beginner's trial." Lu Ran inquired, "Who are you?" "No need to be anxious. Allow me to introduce myself. I am also a resident of this area, likely your senior, having passed the beginner's trial and become a beastmaster a little over half a month ago. We are all citizens of Xia country, so feel free to ask me anything." "You can consider me your guide in the Infinite City," replied the man in the suit with a cheerful smile. Lu Ran decided to ask, "What should I call you?" It was evident that the man had been waiting for newcomers, so he obliged. It seemed many had become beastmasters before him. "My name here is Lang Li Xiao Bai Long, said the man. Lu Ran responded, "And you? No need to reveal your real name, generally." Beastmasters entering the Infinite City changed the names on their identity cards, akin to online pseudonyms. Lu Ran replied, admitting that he too had altered his name. Initially, he had contemplated calling himself the Beastmaster King, but fearing it might come off as arrogant and attract trouble, he ultimately opted for a more modest title. The man in the suit paused in surprise. So ordinary. He had anticipated that young people would choose more extravagant names. Langley Xiao Bai Long shrugged and said, "Well, I understand you have many questions. How about I provide some answers?" "Thank you," Lu Ran replied. "First, I wish to know what has transpired to me." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Bai Long responded, "Well, regarding this matter, it likely began 3 years ago when numerous contract black cards suddenly appeared around the world. Conservatively estimated, there were hundreds that descended upon Xia country alone. That event marked the first occurrence of contract black cards, revealing to the world the existence of such supernatural powers. 3 years ago, Lu Ran exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, 3 years ago, contract black cards and beastmasters first came into the public eye in Xia country. But what of the Shenlu pendant? This heirloom should possess a history of several hundred years." And then, Lu Ran pressed on. 3 years ago, around several hundred individuals in Xia country were chosen to become beastmasters. Yet only a few passed the trials to enter the Infinite City. Lu Ran fell silent. Since then, the black cards have appeared annually. 2 years ago and 1 year ago. Each time, hundreds were selected in Xia country. As for abroad, due to population issues, many countries only had a few selected individuals. And our country had a relatively high number. However, even though we have more beastmasters than other nations, the chosen ones are merely a tiny fraction of our vast population. Which is why, under official suppression, this phenomenon has not caused significant upheaval. The external world remained relatively calm, albeit with undercurrents stirring. Yet, a month ago, new changes emerged. The annual arrival of the black cards occurred once more. Worldwide, a great many black cards reappeared, and this time, their numbers far exceeded those of previous years. With a prolonged duration of presence. As of now, black cards continue to descend frequently across the globe, selecting various individuals to become beastmasters. Have you seen the serial number on your identity card? It signifies which number you are in the order of passing the trial. The authorities predict that the scale of this event is so vast that it is likely impossible to conceal the information, and society will inevitably experience turbulence. Therefore, they are currently deliberating on how to announce this to the public without disrupting social stability and to implement systematic management of the beastmasters, Xiao Bai Long explained. Clearly, we are among this fortunate batch, and we are relatively capable, as the majority of individuals typically fail the beginner-esque trial. This is not solely due to the difficulty of ordinary people accessing combat-capable animals, but rather because they struggle to quickly shift their mindset. After all, the Infinite City possesses an autonomous consciousness that arranges beginner secret realms to some extent based on the contracts of newcomers. Certainly, possessing a powerful initial species for one's companion beast confers a significant advantage. The affluent individuals abroad seem to have access to everything, creating an overwhelming disparity. Lu Ran fell silent once more. Is it truly the case? Are you affiliated with the official organization? Lu Ran inquired. In a sense, yes. I represent the Summer Kingdom's Beastmaster Alliance, specifically within the Beastmaster Management Bureau, Recruitment Department, Second Group, known as Little White Dragon. The Beastmaster Alliance is our nation's official body for Beastmasters, established 3 years ago as a discrete department not open to the public. Globally, there are other newly established beast-related organizations that currently help maintain a balance among various factions. Little White Dragon chuckled, stating, in any case, I wouldn't be here recruiting without compensation. His honesty was refreshing. After passing through the novice secret realm, I joined the official organization of the Summer Kingdom. And my current role involves guiding newcomers who have just completed their trials. Do you understand now? Are you inviting me to join the official organization? Lu Ran asked. That would be correct. An occupation like Beastmaster, endowed with supernatural powers, cannot be allowed to operate freely in the civilian sphere. However, to be frank, Lu Ran felt some resistance, mainly because he preferred to avoid close interactions with others, such as teaming up for secret realm challenges, as it would hinder his ability to utilize the Shenlu pendant. You could say that, but ultimately, it depends on your own will, Little White Dragon replied. Thus far, not everyone is inclined to join the official ranks. Therefore, as long as you ensure that you do not misuse the powers of a Beastmaster for unlawful acts, even if you choose not to join the official organization, it will not have any adverse effects. Of course, regardless of your choice, every Beastmaster must be registered. Lu Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated this response. In an instant, he envisioned various scenarios, such as the initial heavy-handed management of Beastmasters by the authorities, which faced backlash and resulted in significant losses, leading to a gradual relaxation of regulations. Alternatively, it could be that over the past 3 years, those who became beast masters have grown powerful enough to elude the control of the mundane world, though that seemed improbable, or else chaos would have already ensued. Generally speaking, it is those in positions of greater power who can more easily acquire initially strong creatures as companions, and in the early stages, the strength of beast masters could not possibly rival that of technological weaponry. Chapter 11. The Game of Gods and Truth for ordinary individuals like us. Joining the official organization is the most promising pathway. The vast majority of beast masters who have survived these 3 years are now employed by the official body, possessing high-level companions and access to information, experience, and resources that newcomers like us find difficult to obtain. By joining the official organization, one can benefit from the collective resources. Naturally, this entails fulfilling certain obligations, does it not? Lu Ran was skeptical about the notion of easy rewards. Fortunately, for instance, should any rogue beast master emerge, the official beast masters are responsible for maintaining national stability and security. I recall that there are rarely any mandatory tasks, and one can entirely opt for a civil service role, like my own in recruitment, which is a personal choice that still offers a decent salary. Little White Dragon cheerfully remarked. So what do you think? Are you tempted? I think not. Lu Ran politely declined. I need to consider it further. That is perfectly fine. You can take your time to learn more. Do you have any other questions? Little White Dragon did not dwell excessively on the matter, granting Lu Ran ample autonomy, which left a favorable impression. However, in his heart, Little White Dragon shook his head repeatedly. It was evident that Lu Ran was a student, unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. Otherwise, he would comprehend just how rare such a secure job opportunity truly is. Yes, I have many questions, but I'm unsure where to begin. Could you share some essential information that I should know? Lu Ran queried. Certainly, Little White Dragon responded. As you may have noticed, after passing the novice trial, if you enter Infinite City, you will be teleported to the residential area, where the house provided will serve as your home here. Only you can enter it. Outsiders cannot force their way in. Upon exiting the residential area, Infinite City boasts numerous facilities and covers a vast expanse for you to explore at your leisure. However, to my knowledge, there are not just one but multiple Infinite Cities, such as the one in the Summer Kingdom and others abroad, which are separate entities. Even within our territory, there are as many as 7 Infinite Cities, divided by administrative regions. To travel to other Infinite Cities, you can only use the teleportation array within, which requires the expenditure of crystal coins to activate. The facilities in each Infinite City are largely similar, with only certain secret realms differing, so there is no pressing need to force your way to another city. Within Infinite City, you may encounter other beast masters and shops operated by them, where you can sell or exchange resources obtained from secret realms. You can also purchase essential resources for nurturing your companion beast with crystal coins. I recommend choosing shops with official backing to avoid being swindled. Furthermore, combat is strictly prohibited within Infinite City. Violations will be met with sanctions from the patrolling beasts. To resolve disputes, one may visit the arena. Now, regarding secret realms. The novice-type secret realm you recently traversed is the simplest of its kind, as it contains virtually no companion beasts above level 5. Subsequent secret realms will not be so lenient. If a beast master wishes to enhance their strength, unless they possess vast wealth and power in the real world to purchase various resources brought out by other beast masters, honing oneself through secret realms remains the fastest method. By the way, I must clarify that my point is not that one can level up by defeating monsters within the secret realms. You should have noticed that within the novice secret realm, defeating monsters grants experience points for your companion beast. However, this is merely a special reward mechanism of the novice trial realm, and such benefits are rare in future secret realms. What? Lu Ran was taken aback. So leveling up through combat is no longer an option? Does that mean it will be quite difficult to advance? Indeed, Little White Dragon chuckled. Nevertheless, the resources we can access in the secret realms, though still projections, can be brought out. Utilizing these resources is also a means to enhance your companion beast's strength and may not necessarily be slower than leveling through combat. Thus, the majority of beast masters entering secret realms do so primarily for resource gathering rather than focusing solely on clearing them. Whether or not they clear the realm is secondary. They exit once they have gathered sufficient resources. Of course, the rarer the resources, the more challenging they are to obtain, often guarded by formidable beasts or dropped by monsters. Here's a bit of good news. Unlike the novice trial secret realm, subsequent secret realms allow for teaming up with other beast masters of the same level. This highlights another advantage of joining the official ranks, as it enables systematic collaboration with adept beast masters in various aspects, thereby facilitating better training opportunities within secret realms. Teaming up? Lu Ran pondered. This was precisely why he was hesitant to join, Primarily, he harbored distrust towards strangers and wished to avoid situations where he had to team up with those he did not trust. While he believed that there are many good people, he did not trust that all individuals in the world were benevolent. He was not yet ready to expose the Shenlu pendant. Little White Dragon continued to promote, stating that the official Secret Realm Strategy Group is currently the most successful Beastmaster team in the country, boasting the highest number of cleared secret realms, and is undoubtedly filled with formidable talents. However, these refer to ordinary secret realms. The most crucial ones are the breakthrough secret realms. When your pet's level reaches a multiple of 10, corresponding breakthrough secret realms will manifest. It is through these realms that Beastmasters and their pets can continue to evolve and transcend their limitations. You will also receive new contract cards, granting you the opportunity to contract a second pet. Currently, breakthrough secret realms are the sole avenue for increasing the number of contracted pets, and contract cards are among the few non-tradable resources. Thus, it is clear that this secret realm is of utmost importance. Simultaneously, there are public secret realms that appear alongside breakthrough realms, but these are of little concern to you. Competing for ownership of public secret realms is the affair of large guilds. Do you have any questions? Yes. As Lu Ran absorbed the information, he inquired, are all secret realms merely projections? What exactly are these projections of? Do other worlds truly exist? Is this a game, or what? The little white dragon pondered briefly and replied, your question is somewhat beyond the scope of what I know, but as far as I am aware, the current secret realms appear to be projections. Whether the formidable Beastmasters have encountered worlds with genuine life, I cannot say. However, I can share a pattern. Ordinary secret realms do not connect to other civilized worlds. The novice secret realm we enter and the ordinary secret realms are essentially projections of wilderness areas from another world, devoid of any human presence. Only in breakthrough secret realms might we encounter humans from other worlds, and thus the possibility of interacting with human projections arises. Presently, breakthrough secret realms are our key to understanding Infinite City and the Beastmaster system. In summary, our knowledge of Infinite City is still scant. We must play according to its rules. Fully comprehending it remains a challenge. Let us consider this a divine game or a resurgence of a long-lost advanced civilization. If all goes well, a brand new era of Beastmasters will undoubtedly dawn upon Blue Star due to this game. To some extent, the world we know will inevitably transform because of it. Young man, your pressing task now is to seize the advantages of this new era and elevate yourself swiftly. This is far more lucrative than merely attending school and working for wages. My 1 million mortgage was nearly resolved by selling a few materials. Can you imagine? Of course, those materials were ones I had no need for. If they were beneficial to me, I would keep them to invest in myself. By the way, what is your secret realm rating? You seem somewhat beleaguered. Has it been difficult for you? He turned his gaze toward Lu Ran. Indeed, it has not been easy. Lu Ran replied, I would also like to know how to determine my pet's attributes. Oh, you are quite astute. Asking such pertinent questions, the little white dragon chuckled. In Infinite City, there are many attribute stones. Simply have your pet attack an attribute stone, and based on the stone's characteristics, you can discern your pet's attributes. However, awakening a pet's attributes requires external stimulation, usually through attribute awakening fruits, which is the most common method. Nonetheless, attribute fruits are high-level resources, making them difficult for newcomers to obtain. Chapter 12, Testing Attributes. What a pity. If this were the past, attribute fruits were not so expensive, and many had accumulated over time. However, due to a surge of Beastmasters entering Infinite City, attribute fruits have become exceedingly scarce, monopolized by various factions. In conclusion, while awakening a pet's attributes can significantly enhance its combat power, it is advisable to wait a while. There is no rush. Once the influx of newcomers subsides, the market should have stock available, and by then, you should also have accumulated enough currency to purchase them, said the little white dragon. Alternatively, you could choose to join the official channels, where you would receive the benefit of free attribute awakening. Free attribute fruits? Lu Ran finally heard about a decent benefit. How could that be? It is through other methods, which are more advantageous for pets. Indeed, the attribute awakening fruits that cost money are superior. The little white dragon's lips twitched. It was obvious. Free options are already a blessing. Why wish for more? Very well, Lu Ran conceded, knowing he would certainly opt for the method that best benefited his pet's awakening. After all, he was not unable to purchase attribute fruits. Everything was for laying a solid foundation for Ha Zong. Well, that should suffice for now. My Beastmaster ID is 7386. Let us add each other as friends. If you reconsider, feel free to contact me. The little white dragon perceived that Lu Ran was quite quick to grasp the essentials. Indeed, students are adept learners. Moreover, Lu Ran appeared to be quite vigilant, clearly not fully trusting him, which is commendable, as such individuals are less likely to perish prematurely in secret realms. Thank you. Lu Ran expressed. You're welcome. Oh, the little white dragon glanced at the time, surprised. It's getting late. Time to clock out. To be a good Samaritan, I shall take you to the nearest attribute stone. I can also grab a meal along the way. Some restaurants in Infinite City are truly exceptional. You should have the chance to experience them, though they are pricey. Come along, classmate Lu. Having finished speaking, he adjusted his attire before preparing to leave. Lu Ran hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed. Compared to the vast Infinite City, the number of Beastmasters currently is still relatively low, and combat-type Beastmasters seldom make appearances. They are primarily focused on enhancing their combat prowess. The ones frequently seen in Infinite City are predominantly lifestyle-type Beastmasters. This area is not yet the central zone. Thus the crowd is even sparser. Along the way, the little white dragon continued to explain various matters to Lu Ran, speaking with great familiarity. After absorbing this information, he must have shared it with many others before. Lu Ran listened quietly. He intended to inquire about the distinctions between combat-type and lifestyle-type Beastmasters, but soon found his attention captivated by two figures. Upon arriving in Infinite City, he finally encountered a third and fourth person. On the quiet street's edge, beneath a towering ancient tree, two figures stood before a massive stone nearly 2 meters high. The first, slightly older, was a mature woman, likely in her late 20s, dressed in professional attire, while the second was a young man around Lu Ran's age. However, judging by the youth's dark, rough skin and simple clothing, he appeared to be a country dweller. The little white dragon surmised this based on the young man's accompanying pet, a wild boar, taller than a person, with long tusks and a coat of earth-toned bristles. Such creatures are not found in the city for contracting. The little white dragon was slightly taken aback, uncertain whether this wild boar had mutated from a domesticated pig or if it was a wild boar prior to contracting. Some domesticated animals tend to revert to their wild ancestry post-contract, such as pigs to wild boars or dogs to wolves. In any case, the wild boar's combat capabilities far exceed those of the typical cats and dogs raised in the city. This young man has struck gold at the outset. Having passed through the novice trial secret realm, he should find it a breeze. Sister Hua, are you a newcomer? The little white dragon clearly recognized the mature woman, attired similarly to him, and upon seeing her with the youth, he understood the situation. She was likely guiding him through the process of testing attributes. Just as he was with Lu Ran, Little White, the woman in black professional attire greeted with a slight smile. Indeed, today I am fortunate to encounter a formidable newcomer with an impressive rating, bringing him to test his attributes. A rating? The little white dragon's expression twitched. What good fortune! If they could recruit such a promising newcomer into their organization, the rewards would be substantial. Regrettably, when asked about Lu Ran's rating earlier, he hesitated, speculating that it would not be particularly high. After all, his age and demeanor clearly indicated that he was a privileged child from a large city, appearing rather disheveled. Merely enduring a day here could be considered fortunate. You seem to have good luck, waiting for a newcomer, Hua Jie remarked with a cheerful smile. Indeed. Xiao Bailong introduced. This is Bai Xia Shenghua, my colleague, and this is Luran, our newcomer. Upon seeing Bai Xia Shenghua, Luran gradually confirmed that Xiao Bailong was indeed an official personnel. It seemed the authorities had dispatched several employees to scout for newcomers and provide guidance. Luran's introduction prompted a momentary pause from Hua Jie and the young man with the wild boar before they nodded in acknowledgement. This is the one who raises pigs. Yes, that's what he calls himself, Hua Jie commented, feeling that today's youth were quite eccentric. Ah, it actually fits well with pet beasts. So, is it of the rock type? Xiao Bailong observed the petrified attribute stone and then glanced at the panting wild boar. Not bad, a pig-type pet beast of the rock element, with proper training. Its combat abilities could be formidable. You should give it a try, Xiao Bailong suggested, pointing to the massive stone. The attribute stone was predominantly grayish-white, with a portion displaying a bulging, earthy texture indicative of petrification. The material of the attribute stone was unique. As long as a pet beast attacked it, it would exhibit various changes based on the beast's latent properties. Consequently, depending on the attributes displayed, one could choose different awakening methods. The basic attributes include elements such as wind, rock, thunder, grass, water, fire, and ice. Generally, when a pet beast strikes the attribute stone, the stone undergoes petrification, revealing the latent energy within the beast. Turning hot and red indicates fire, becoming wet signifies water, and frosting denotes ice. In essence, the manifestations vary according to the attributes, which should be understandable. Of course, besides the basic elemental attributes, some rare attributes such as light and dark are exceedingly elusive. I see, Luran nodded, finding it quite simple. Go ahead and try it, Hua Jie encouraged. Despite having already tested their attributes, both Hua Jie and the pig raiser remained, intending to observe Luran's progress. Eager to discover the attributes of his pet, Luran extended his hand, and summoned his contract black card. Pet beast, summon. As his thoughts shifted, a circular summoning array materialized on the ground. Simultaneously, the array burst forth with dazzling brilliance, and with a sound of "awoo," a massive husky appeared. A husky? The onlookers were not particularly surprised. Most selected beast tamers in urban areas begin with pet cats or dogs, compared to wild boars. Utilizing a pet cat or dog to navigate the novice trials was no small feat through the husky's lineage. By Xia Shenghua and Xiao Bailong deduced that Luran's novice rating would not be particularly high. Strike that stone, Luran commanded immediately after summoning the husky. "Awoo." In response, the husky nodded and gazed at the enormous attribute stone. After pausing momentarily, it enveloped itself in a dim white light before charging directly at the attribute stone. "Not bad," Hua Jie and Xiao Bailong nodded in unison, revealing expressions of surprise as they recognized that the husky had an initial understanding of how to utilize its inner energy. It appeared that this Luran had not merely scraped through the novice trials by luck, but had likely experienced several battles. The pig raiser and the wild boar cast sidelong glances at the husky as it collided with the attribute stone. Bang! A flash of white light erupted as the husky's head made intimate contact with the stone. In the next instant, the four onlookers heard a heart-wrenching howl. "Awoo." After striking the attribute stone, the husky was left bewildered and in pain. Its head was indeed quite hard, yet the stone was evidently harder. What on earth, Luran thought, feeling a surge of frustration. "I didn't ask you to go all out. Why are you charging so recklessly? Do you have a grudge against it?" "That's enough." He maintained a calm demeanor, pretending he was not well acquainted with the husky while ignoring the astonished gazes from the three others. Without a doubt, they too perceived that the husky seemed rather dim-witted. However, soon enough, the group's attention was drawn to the attribute stone. The stone, now infused with attribute energy, began to exhibit visible changes. The area where the husky had struck was rapidly marked with a dozen white scratches, akin to those made by a knife. Scratches? Is it wind type? Xiao Bailong speculated. Generally, huskies are classified as snow dogs, more commonly associated with ice attributes, making the wind type rather rare, yet evidently superior. Wind type? Luran inquired. "How valuable is this attribute?" "It's a commendable attribute," Hua Jie responded. "The wind type is renowned for its speed. It is said that some non-flying creatures can ultimately learn to fly by harnessing wind abilities." "A flying husky." Luran chuckled, observing the husky cradling its head, shaking his head in amusement. It was not a mere foolish dog, but rather a rather eccentric one, which was not entirely unexpected. Chapter 13. Cat-eared made CAF. By the way, which is more valuable, grass or wind fruits? After confirming the husky's attribute, Luran posed another question. Xiao Bailong was taken aback by Luran's sudden inquiry. While wind is indeed excellent, grass attributes offer more functionality. Beyond combat, they provide numerous auxiliary effects. And while most birds are wind-type, grass-type pet beasts are relatively scarce. Thus, grass fruits tend to be more expensive on the market. "Why do you ask?" Luran explained. "I have a grass fruit as a novice reward. Although these attribute fruits are currently scarce, I should be able to exchange it for a wind fruit, right? Where would be the best place to do so?" Xiao Bailong nodded, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Hua Jie, standing beside him, shared the same reaction, both staring at Luran in disbelief. "What? You said your novice trial reward includes a grass fruit?" Xiao Bailong exclaimed, astonished. "Yes," Luran replied. Having learned during his conversation with Xiao Bailong that high-level resources were actually quite rare for newcomers, but were not considered unusual in Infinite City. Thus, he had casually mentioned it without much concern. Among his 3 rewards for clearing the trial, it was likely that the beast mastery skill held the highest value. "Did you achieve a rating?" Xiao Bailong continued to inquire. As he spoke, the young man with the wild boar and the others turned their attention to Luran. They were somewhat surprised. How could one achieve a rating with just a husky? The rating does not come with resource rewards, only basic crystal coins. Only upon achieving a rating do higher-level resource rewards become available, by Xia Shenghua explained. "You actually reached a rating, and with such luck, received a grass fruit." Xiao Bailong was completely caught off guard by this revelation. Soon, a smile broke across his face, and he lost all interest in eating, grabbing Luran and saying, "Come with me. I know a place where you can definitely find a wind fruit." Faced with Xiao Bailong's suddenly heightened enthusiasm, Luran had no choice but to allow himself to be led away. Before departing, he concentrated, and the husky, still holding its head, transformed into a beam of white light. Returning to the contract card, "Hua Jie, I have something to attend to. I'm heading out." Xiao Bailong, brimming with enthusiasm, did not forget to bid farewell to his colleagues. Observing this, Bai Xia Shenghua adjusted his spectacles and, watching the departing Lu Ran and his companions, remarked with a smirk, "Look at how delighted the child is. Sister Hua, are grass-type fruits exceptionally rare?" inquired the young wild boar. They are considered a rather rare resource among high-tier assets. The probability of acquiring grass-type fruits at the level rating is quite low, and his rating may well have reached that level, she replied. Level? That's the same as mine, the young wild boar exclaimed in surprise. As someone who had achieved that rating himself, he understood the challenges of obtaining a level rating in the novice secret realm, even for them. It had been fraught with peril on several occasions. It is worth noting that his companion beast was a pig, which had transformed into a remarkable, extraordinary wild boar upon their contract. In the vast tapestry of nature, wild boars are formidable creatures, not to be compared with a husky. I too find it curious how he managed to attain a rating above level with a husky, Sister Hua pondered aloud. Perhaps they possess immense talent. I forgot to mention that some seemingly weak animals, such as chickens, ducks, or insects, can, if they resonate well with their beastmasters, awaken as high-tier extraordinary species upon initial contract, comparable to lions or tigers. Such occurrences are rare and fortuitous. Perhaps that is the case with him. There are individuals who are born as natural beastmasters. Regardless, that passerby is quite remarkable. If you encounter him again, you should engage in a deeper conversation and consider befriending him. After all, there are many secret realms that one cannot conquer alone, and having a formidable partner makes the endeavor significantly easier. Ha ha, that truly is impressive. The young wild boar chuckled, scratching his head. He noted Lu Ran and the charming Xiao Bailong with a hint of envy, contemplating the opportunity to seek advice and make their acquaintance in the future. Xiao Bailong sped along with Lu Ran. During their journey, Xiao Bailong even rented a shared motorcycle, whisking Lu Ran towards the central district. Where are you taking me? Lu Ran could not help but ask beneath his helmet. You won't find any wind-type fruits at the various shops directly, but I assure you, the place I'm taking you next will have no issues, he replied. The motorcycle roared down the road, and Lu Ran observed numerous people along the way, though they exchanged no words. Eventually, Xiao Bailong brought Lu Ran to a shop adorned in a distinctly anime style. As the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Ran turned to glance at the pastel-colored shop sign, lost in thought, his lips twitching. It boldly proclaimed, Cat-eared, made CAF. Is this where you're bringing me? Lu Ran queried, casting a doubtful glance at the licking lips Xiao Bailong. Indeed, the cat-eared maid CAF was established by a prominent information dealer among the second-generation beastmasters, with numerous branches in major infinite cities. While it may outwardly appear as a CAF, it functions as an intelligence center. If you desire any information in the future, patronizing this establishment is a wise choice. Rather than aimlessly searching various shops for wind-type fruits, delegating your inquiries here will yield greater efficiency. Welcome. As Xiao Bailong and Lu Ran conversed, the CAF door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a black and white maid outfit, adorned with cat ears and a tail. At her feet was an adorably dressed plush cat-like companion beast. Ah, it's Mr. Xiao Bailong, the cat-eared maid exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. Hee hee. Xiao Bailong grinned, resembling a refined gentleman in his suit. I've brought a newcomer to introduce. At that moment, Lu Ran was utterly speechless. Observing Xiao Bailong's undeniable mirth, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Initially, he had assumed Xiao Bailong was merely a serious wage worker, only to discover he was a concealed lecher. It made sense. Who would rename themselves Xiao Bailong if they were a proper person? Men, Lu Ran thought, noting the familiarity that suggested Xiao Bailong had frequented such establishments. A newcomer? Welcome, welcome. The cat-eared maid greeted Lu Ran with a slight smile. Hello, Lu Ran replied, removing his helmet. Allow me to introduce you. This is Feng Yu Piaoling, who became a beastmaster about a month ago. In general, we can consider ourselves fourth-generation beastmasters, though we have been at it for nearly a month longer than you. She currently works here, and if you ever seek special information, you can come here to acquire it. Do not underestimate this CAF. It is currently the second-largest intelligence agency in Xia country, second only to the official one. Xiaoling. This is our newcomer who just passed the trial today. He received a grass-type fruit as his novice reward, but his companion beast is wind-type. Is there any way for him to exchange for a wind-type fruit? Upon hearing this, the cat-eared maid named Xiaoling's eyes sparkled as she turned to Lu Ran, saying, It's not easy to find a wind-type fruit elsewhere right now, but you've come to the right place. Please, step inside. The interior of the maid CAF featured a classic decor style, with bookshelves lining the walls. It resembled more of a cat sanctuary than a CAF, as, aside from Xiaoling's companion cat, several other cats of different breeds lounged about. The centerpiece of the shop was a statue that appeared to be dedicated to a cat, exuding a noble aura, its gem-like eyes surveying its surroundings. It's quite late, and the shop is empty at the moment. Please, make yourselves comfortable. After ushering Lu Ran and the others inside, Xiaoling produced a menu and handed it to Lu Ran with a smile. What would you like to drink? Lu Ran expressed his gratitude once again as he glanced at the menu. Upon seeing the prices surpassing those of entering a secret realm, his fingers twitched slightly, reluctant to spend money just yet. He looked up and replied, "No, thank you. Don't let the high prices fool you. The ingredients for the drinks come from secret realms, and consuming them provides enhancement effects, which justifies the cost," Xiao Bailong chimed in, seemingly aware of Lu Ran's concerns. "Let us discuss business first." Lu Ran, unfamiliar with the pricing, was not inclined to indulge at the moment. At that point, Feng Yu Piaoling produced a tablet-like device and stood beside Lu Ran. "You're looking for a wind-type fruit, correct? Ideally, you'd prefer to exchange it." She was currently using the tablet to search for the required information. We have 3 pieces of intelligence regarding wind-type fruits. The most affordable and suitable for you is 50 crystal coins. So cheap? Lu Ran was taken aback. It was worth noting that his novice trial reward had granted him 10,000 crystal coins. And 50 crystal coins was even less than the change for those coffees and teas. Generally, inexpensive intelligence indicates that acquiring it poses little difficulty, and there is a high probability of obtaining it through other means. Do you wish to consider it? Feng Yu Piaoling inquired. Yes, Lu Ran replied. It's only 50 crystal coins. It's worth the convenience. Feng Yu Piaoling smiled slightly. There is a card reader on the table. Just place your hand on it. Lu Ran looked at the sensing screen on the table. He extended his hand, resting his palm upon it. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind, followed by a string of text appearing before him. The Cattiard made CAF requests to deduct 50 crystal coins. Do you agree? Agreed, Lu Ran affirmed. In an instant, the Cattiard made Xiao Ling tap the tablet, stating, "All right, the information has been unlocked and is now sent to your communication mailbox." The identity card's communication function allows for emails, calls, and video chats. Lu Ran checked his mailbox and immediately spotted a system email from the Cattiard made CAF. The Yusho Guild's pharmacy, stationed in the 6th Infinite City, is engaged in the unlimited procurement of plant-type fruits, facilitating transactions via crystal coins and barter. Currently, the publicly available resource exchange list from the pharmacy includes wind-type fruits. Upon receiving this information, Lu Ran did not hesitate to share it openly. Clearly, he required further clarification regarding this intelligence. The Cattiard maid pondered briefly before responding. We are situated in the 3rd Infinite City. While the 6th Infinite City lies in the southwestern region, accessible only through a teleportation array or by traveling to the corresponding area in reality. As for the pharmacy, it is a faction of Beast-Tamers. The Yusho Guild was originally established to collectively conquer the Abyss difficulty dungeons, primarily composed of unofficial Beast-Tamers. I have heard of the pharmacy. It was founded by a 2nd-generation Beast-Tamer and is known for its supportive and healing-type Beast-Tamers, many of whom are adept at creating medicinal concoctions, positioning it as a commercial guild akin to a pharmaceutical company. Thus, the intelligence you acquired indicates that they possess wind-type fruits and require plant-type fruits, correct? Yes, Lu Ran affirmed. Does this mean I must venture to the 6th Infinite City for the exchange? No, she replied. Your plant-type fruits are actually more valuable than wind-type fruits. As a new customer of the Cattiard made establishment, I shall extend a privilege to you. I will assist in contacting personnel from the pharmacy. They will come to you with wind-type fruits for the exchange. Given the higher value of your plant-type fruits, I will endeavor to secure additional resources for you. Do remember to leave me a 5-star review. Feng Yu Piaoling interjected cheerfully. Of course, it must be a 5-star review, Lu Ran chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the down-to-earth nature of the 2nd-largest intelligence organization. Do you require any additional information? For someone of your novice status, I highly recommend exchanging for some advanced cultivation intelligence, she suggested. The Cattiard maid's ears perked up, momentarily startling Lu Ran. What does advanced cultivation intelligence entail? Lu Ran inquired. Well, for example, it includes what cultivation resources are necessary for nurturing your pets, which dungeons contain these resources, and which dungeons provide optimal training with minimal risk. This constitutes advanced intelligence. Additionally, information regarding monsters in certain dungeons and exploration strategies also falls under advanced intelligence, making it ideal for newcomers like you. Of course, the most critical aspect is the best evolution route, though that pertains to even higher level intelligence. Lu Ran glanced at the little white dragon, who nodded thoughtfully and remarked, once you join the official ranks, basic intelligence can be obtained for free. However, advanced intelligence still requires some form of payment. After all, much of the intelligence is earned at the cost of the lives of predecessors, the Cattiard maid added. Lu Ran nodded in understanding, yet he stated, I need to contemplate this further. There's no rush. I will contact the pharmacy personnel first, the Cattiard maid assured him. All right, wait. I seem to need another piece of information, Lu Ran suddenly recalled, almost forgetting. Oh, what is it? The maid asked, intrigued. If I wish to purchase weapons, armor, or materials to customize and forge a weapon, where would be the best place to go? Lu Ran queried. This intelligence is rather straightforward, the maid smiled slightly. You could simply ask Mr. Little White Dragon beside you. Instead, allow me to recommend a well-regarded establishment in this infinite city without charge. Its coordinates are 8766, 1273. The owner of this forge is a top-tier blacksmith among the third-generation beast tamers, and the pricing is reasonable, whether purchasing equipment or forging weapons. This place is an excellent choice. Lu Ran noted the coordinates, but soon he inquired with curiosity, what exactly do you mean by lifestyle-type beast tamers? He had a vague idea, but needed clarification. Did I not mention this before? The little white dragon interjected, stroking his chin. Both myself and the maid here, Xiaoling, are considered lifestyle-type beast tamers. Lifestyle-type beast tamers do not primarily seek to challenge dungeons or enhance their beast strengths. The most straightforward method for a beast tamer to improve is to enter dungeons for training. However, as you have experienced in the novice dungeon, it is exceedingly perilous, and most individuals decide against re-entering after a single experience. Thus, they learn specialized skills such as cooking, forging, and alchemy to earn crystal coins from battle-type beast tamers. They then use these coins to purchase resources to elevate their levels, subsequently hiring battle-type beast tamers for protection while they venture into and conquer dungeons, thereby achieving stable progression. In essence, there are two distinct paths to choose from. Has Mr. Little White Dragon given up on becoming a battle-type beast tamer? Lu Ran asked. Indeed. The Little White Dragon replied. I have a wife and children, and upon careful reflection, I chose against engaging in such dangerous pursuits. This current situation is quite satisfactory. Even as an ordinary lifestyle-type beast tamer, the benefits I reap are beyond what those in the outside world can imagine. The Little White Dragon smiled. Originally, had you asked, I would have recommended you to become a lifestyle-type beast tamer, as they often enjoy the most comfortable lives. However, now considering that Lu Ran possesses a husky with at least a level rating, the Little White Dragon understood that Lu Ran would undoubtedly make his own informed decisions. Well, the fundamentals are as Mr. Little White Dragon has articulated. I, too, am here working because I prefer to avoid combat, the cat-eared maid, Xiaoling, added with a smile. I am quite satisfied with my job here. The seniors in the shop take great care of me, leaving many tasks and training opportunities for me. See, even as an intern, I can independently manage such a vast establishment. Xiaoling's eyes sparkled, given that this was a highly reputed intelligence center within the Infinite City. Lu Ran interjected, Are you certain they aren't just exploiting you for extra hours? This coffee shop owner seems rather unscrupulous in taking advantage of interns. The notion of lifestyle-type beast tamers lingered in Lu Ran's mind, as he perceived no inherent conflict with battle-type beast tamers. A beast tamer who can customize nutritious meals for their pets and craft equipment will undoubtedly nurture their beasts more effectively. Ultimately, however, it remains a matter of energy and talent. Xiao Lu, if you need to purchase weapons, I can accompany you. I am quite familiar with the routes in the Infinite City and can offer you some advice along the way, the Little White Dragon insisted. Increasingly invested in Lu Ran's potential, as he was a veritable treasure trove of opportunity. I'm not planning on going just yet. I'll manage to go by myself later, Lu Ran replied, not wanting to trouble him further. All right, the Little White Dragon acquiesced. You two continue your conversation. I will return shortly, the cat-eared maid, Xiaoling, declared. Before that, let us become friends. Lu Ran nodded again and added her to his contacts. Subsequently, Xiaoling indicated that Lu Ran and the Little White Dragon should take a moment to rest while she used the exclusive channels of the maid establishment to contact the pharmacy. Meanwhile, the Little White Dragon gazed intently at Lu Ran and inquired, Xiao Lu, what is your rating exactly? If your rating is substantial, whether joining an official organization or various guilds, you would receive generous cultivation support. If you have such aspirations, I can assist with recommendations. Lu Ran flashed a grin and replied, not particularly high. I'm not even as good as that pig farmer. I'm not considering joining any factions at the moment. I wish to gather more information first. The Little White Dragon was left speechless, exclaiming, You truly are impervious to persuasion. The current community of beast tamers can generally be categorized into 4 groups. The first generation beast tamers from 3 years ago, the second generation from 2 years ago, the third generation from 1 year ago, and finally, our current batch of 4th generation beast tamers. In the early days of Xiagua, only 13 first generation beast tamers remain active at the forefront, all holding esteemed positions within the alliance. Conversely, the second and third generations of beast tamers are more numerous. Be it the founder of the cat-eared maid CAF or the president of the Yaoga Guild, both belong to the second generation. These individuals serve as the backbone of the current beast tamers in Xiagua. Although organizations like the cat-eared maid CAF and Yaoga are independently established, they are, in essence, part of the Xiagua Beast Tamer Alliance, merely operating under supervision rather than direct command. This distinction can be understood as the difference between fully official beast tamers and semi-official ones. Xiao Bailong stated, "I am a fully official beast tamer," while those like Xiao Ling are semi-official. In the end, there are no completely free individuals. If one desires a stable job and a secure position, joining the official ranks is essential, whereas those seeking a bit more freedom may choose to join various guilds or business associations akin to employees in a corporation. These companies are also integral members of the Beast Tamer Alliance, which comprises official institutions and major guilds, forming the largest beast tamer organization in Xiaogua. While enticing Lu Ran to join his side would yield rewards, Xiao Bailong preferred to clarify the distinctions rather than deceive him. In his traditional view, most people still believe in the security of a stable position, for at the end of the universe lies the concept of formal employment. These are the two choices available. As future expeditions into secret realms will almost always require a team, wild teams are deemed unreliable. And finding a dependable group means turning to either official strategy teams or guilds. Is soloing not an option? Lu Ran inquired. Soloing makes Xiao Bailong's stomachache. The inexperienced are often fearless, he replied. Do you think the first-generation beast tamers have dwindled to such a small number for no reason? Aside from those who abandoned their identities to become lifestyle-oriented beast tamers, the vast majority perished in secret realms. Even among those who team up, very few can solo. One could say none exist. Lu Ran pondered, leaning towards the idea of soloing, particularly because he possessed the divine deer pendant and wished to keep it concealed. This hesitation in accepting Xiao Bailong's various invitations stemmed from the potential loss of autonomy. If he joined the official ranks or a guild, there was fear of unforeseen complications. Rather than face constant troubles later, it seemed wiser to begin as a solo player. Could he, using the divine deer pendant, achieve greater efficiency than by teaming up? If so, he could start as a lone wolf. When the advantages of the pendant diminished and the later secret realms became more challenging, he could consider joining an organization, by which time he would have developed a certain level of strength. Perhaps, at that point, he could even form his own small team or guild, seeking only those he could trust. What are you discussing? At that moment, Xiao Ling emerged, stating, I have already contacted the people from Yaoga. They will send someone over shortly. Lu Ran turned to Xiao Bailong and said, I need to think it over. Thank you. Please consider it seriously. Xiao Bailong nodded. What did Yaoga say? Lu Ran then asked Xiao Ling. They will offer wind-type fruits in exchange, and additionally, I have secured 700 crystal coins for you, Xiao Ling replied. Thank you, Lu Ran expressed. You're welcome, Xiao Ling smiled. Just make sure to frequent my CAF in the future. As an intern, she required numerous positive reviews to secure her position. All right, I'll have a cup of this. Lu Ran indicated the Ming Shin tea on the menu. A pot of tea costs 50 crystal coins, making it the most affordable beverage here, valued equally to the information he received. Ming Shin tea, sourced from the level 2 secret realm of Wangfeng Gorge, is inaccessible to apprentice beast tamers. Lu Ran primarily chose it for its restorative properties, capable of alleviating fatigue, sharpening the mind, and remedying minor ailments. Although his constitution had been enhanced, a day of traversing the secret realm without rest had left him weary. He hoped this cup of tea would allow him to endure a bit longer. Furthermore, the recent preparatory classes for the impending third-year examinations at school had been intense, and he had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in quite some time. All right, Xiao Ling responded, promptly preparing the tea. It's indulgent, but it's good for young people to enjoy themselves, Xiao Bailong remarked. I'll treat you. You should have a few cups, Lu Ran offered. I've been waiting for you to say that, Xiao Bailong laughed. I shrugged. This is to prepare for rejecting you later. Before long, a pot of tea was served, and Lu Ran poured a cup for Xiao Bailong as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. As for Xiao Ling, as an employee, she was prohibited from accepting such treats from customers. The two sipped their tea while awaiting the arrival of Yaoga's representatives. As Xiao Ling had indicated, they arrived swiftly, soon. A voice called out from outside, and a young man clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, riding a majestic eagle, arrived at the maid's AF. Chapter 15, Return. The visitor donned a pharmacist's robe and dismounted from the eagle, which stood a towering 3 to 4 meters, its back capable of easily carrying a person. The eagle's plumage was a striking golden brown, its gaze sharp and imposing. I am Jiang, an executive of the Yaoga Guild, he announced, retracting his eagle-type companion outside the CAF. At this moment, Xiao Ling, Lu Ran, and the others had already made their way outside upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Lu Ran, the Yaoga executive introduced himself. Impressive, Xiao Bailong remarked, having seen the golden eagle before it was summoned back. That raptor is truly magnificent. Indeed, Lu Ran agreed. Though he could not discern the eagle's level, he sensed it must exceed level 10, possibly even surpassing level 20. He wondered how it would compare to a war machine. This individual was likely not a 4th-generation beast tamer like Xiao Bailong and Xiao Ling, but rather a third-generation beast tamer who had been active for a year. After all, in Shagwa, it is somewhat challenging for ordinary people to interact with avian creatures. This eagle was likely not a starter pet, but one acquired later. He must possess a pet that ordinary people cannot obtain. Hello, this is the cat-eared maid CAF, Feng Yu Piaoling. Xiao Ling introduced herself. Both she and Zhang appeared to be of university age, leading Lu Ran to recall that since arriving in Infinite City, he had not encountered any older beast tamers. Most were young adults aged 18 to 40. Earlier, we made contact. This is my new friend, Lu Renjia. Feng Yu Piaoling introduced Lu Ran, omitting Xiao Bai Long from the introduction as he was not relevant to the discussion. Hello, brother, you've got quite the luck to have unearthed a grass-type fruit. Would you be interested in joining the Yabi Guild? Once you pass the entry assessment, we will directly allocate a commercial housing unit near our operational base. It's very convenient. Jiang, upon arriving, did not immediately discuss business, but instead warmly sought to recruit Lu Ran. The discovery of a high-level resource like the grass-type fruit indicated that Lu Ran's novice rating was at least level C. In fact, level B already represented a commendable performance. As both the official body and major guilds were aware that 90 of newcomers typically only managed to achieve a rating of D. Only those who were aware of Wuxianqing before obtaining the black card, guided throughout the process and meticulously planning their trials, possess any hope of achieving high scores. Furthermore, individuals endowed with extraordinary beast-taming talents or those frequently interacting with ferocious beasts in reality belong to a select few. Aside from these categories, the scores are already exceedingly high. Lu Ran paused in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Ling was not particularly taken aback, for talents were indeed scarce resources among the various factions in Wuxianqing. However, Xiao Bai Long widened his eyes, fearing that his Lu Ran might be snatched away. This ginger is rather unscrupulous. Fortunately, Lu Ran had not abandoned him, and his words relieved Xiao Bai Long. I am merely a high school student. This matter has arisen too abruptly, and I may need to discuss it with my parents. Lu Ran displayed a conflicted expression, firmly declining. This statement was merely a fabrication. Students, huh? The ginger shook his head, acknowledging that Lu Ran indeed appeared underage. Never mind. Bringing such a person along would only result in a plethora of troubles. He stated, in any case, if you have any ideas, feel free to contact me. Now, let us proceed with the transaction as previously discussed. Please provide me with your beast-taming serial number, and I will transfer the crystal coins to you. All right. My serial number is 9528. What a splendid name. The ginger remarked, genuinely impressed. It seems that Lu Ran, in the role of a supporting character, could last for several episodes. Regrettably, he lamented his own name, reflecting on how foolish he had been initially. Changing it now would cost 10,000 crystal coins. Who could afford that? Wuxianqing is truly merciless, he grumbled internally. Soon, Lu Ran received the transfer from the ginger. At that moment, Lu Ran was most preoccupied with the wind attribute fruit, having already retrieved the grass attribute fruit from his backpack, ready for the exchange. The grass attribute awakening fruit resembled a green pear, while the wind attribute awakening fruit presented by the ginger appeared akin to a white pineapple. After the mutual exchange, upon receiving the grass attribute fruit, the ginger smiled contentedly, expressing a pleasant collaboration. Thank you. With the wind attribute fruit in hand, Lu Ran felt a surge of anticipation to awaken Ha Zong's attributes. No need for formality, the ginger chuckled. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Xiao Ling, should you have similar business opportunities, feel free to reach out to us. We are always in need of grass attribute fruits. Also, Brother Lu Ran, if you have any rare resources you wish to sell in the future, do not hesitate to inquire with me. I work at the Apothecary Pavilion, specializing in such transactions, and I can also assist with any medicinal purchases you might require. Understood, Lu Ran and the others responded. With that, the ginger nodded in farewell, summoning an eagle-like pet and hastily departing, clearly not intent on probing further into Lu Ran's affairs. The Apothecary Pavilion, while labeled a guild, functioned more like a trading company. As a steward there, he must be quite busy. Xiao Ling chuckled. However, Lu Ran, you seemed quite fixated on that bird. No, eagle. Are you smitten? Coughing, Lu Ran, holding the pineapple-like white fruit, stored it in his backpack, and said, it does appear somewhat more impressive than my pet, and it seems convenient for travel as well. Does Wuxianqing permit such flying? As long as you have obtained a flying license, there is a dedicated testing area in Wuxianqing. Driving without a license may result in sanctions from patrolling beasts, Xiao Bai Long explained. Your Siberian Husky is a wind type. Once it gains its wings, it should also be capable of flight. You could ride it then. A Husky Knight? Lu Ran shook his head. No way. He would strive to contract a proper flying beast instead. Riding a Husky Knight is too ridiculous. By the way, if I wish to leave Wuxianqing, Can I simply use the teleportation function on my character card to return to Blue Star? Lu Ran inquired. Indeed. However, being newcomers, our permissions in Wuxianqing are limited. We must first return to our residence before we can teleport away, Xiaoling clarified. Are you planning to depart? Xiao Bailong asked. Although I consumed a bit of Mingxin tea, I still feel somewhat fatigued. I would like to return and take a nap. Additionally, having been absent for a day, I feel my family may be concerned about me. Indeed, after an entire day away, it is time to return and check in. You do not live alone, do you? Disappearing suddenly could easily cause your family to worry. I will send you my real-world phone number. If you encounter any difficulties in reality, such as with your parents or at school, you can reach out to me, and I should be able to assist you, Xiao Bailong stated. Furthermore, regardless of whether you decide to join the official faction, please contact me in reality promptly for identity registration. All right, Lu Ran nodded. If he wishes to assume the identity of a Beastmaster and frequently enter Wuxianqing, he must address the realities on that side to avoid numerous complications. Then, farewell. The cat-eared maid Xiao Ling also said. Wait, I should first purchase some basic beast-taming information. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ran decided. Since he did not intend to join any organization, he would have to procure basic information from here. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ran bid farewell to the two and approached the street, mimicking Xiao Bailong's earlier actions, and rented a shared motorcycle. The price was 1 crystal coin per hour. Lu Ran found it rather steep, considering that 1 crystal coin could last an entire day at the training ground. Nevertheless, having indulged in such expensive tea, he dismissed the concern, as he was quite unwilling to walk at that moment. He mused that he could eventually construct a tricycle, allowing Ha Zong to pull him, as their breed was originally a sled dog designed for such tasks, thus saving him some crystal coins. Wind-type beasts are known for their speed. It could serve as physical training. Leaving the maid CAF, Lu Ran did not head straight for the residential district, but took a detour to the forge mentioned by Xiao Ling. He had received 3 rewards from the novice secret realm. The beast-taming skill could be utilized by himself. The grass attribute fruit had been exchanged for the wind attribute fruit for Ha Zong, leaving only the value of the last meteorite or unutilized. Lu Ran intended to forge it into a weapon. In doing so, he would have fully utilized the rewards obtained from the novice trial secret realm, marking a perfect beginning. Wuxianqing and beast masters are indeed intriguing. Lu Ran licked his lips, savoring the delightful tea he had just consumed. It was splendid, and he looked forward to trying an even more expensive variety next time. Riding his beloved motorcycle, Lu Ran soon arrived at his destination. However, upon arrival, he regretted it. He gazed at the forge, which had already closed for business beyond operating hours, and after a few twitches of his mouth, he expressionlessly rode back to the residential district. I will come again next time, Lu Ran gritted his teeth. In truth, it took him less than an hour to return to the community from which he had exited, and he returned the shared motorcycle to the designated location. Subsequently, he made a beeline for his exclusive room, eagerly wishing to return, just as he had mentioned. Having been missing for 24 hours, he hoped it would not cause any trouble. Logically speaking, being an orphan and having taken an extended leave from school, along with having just seen Fong Lan, it should not cause too much of a stir. Arriving early in Wuxianqing, his goal had been achieved, yet not entirely fulfilled. He had gleaned a wealth of useful information that would enable him to strengthen himself further, but regrettably, he had failed to uncover any intel regarding that peculiar dream. It could be that the dream itself was a fabrication, or perhaps Xiao Bailong and the others lacked the requisite level to probe deeper. Nevertheless, Lu Ran harbored a suspicion. If the dream were indeed prophetic, could it be that Wuxianqing trains beast masters to combat certain calamities? Upon returning to the White Room, Lu Ran once again lamented the stinginess of Wuxianqing. For each teleportation between Wuxianqing and reality also required 5 crystal coins, 10 crystal coins for a round trip. Indeed, everywhere requires the expenditure of Jingbai. Fortunately, his high score in the novice trial grants him more Jingbai than the average newcomer. In his exclusive room, Lu Ran holds his identification card, and with a mere thought, a familiar voice resonates in his ear. Would you like to spend 5 Jingbai to return? Yes. Lu Ran thinks to himself. Teleport countdown, 109. After 10 seconds, a flash of white light engulfs Lu Ran's exclusive room, and his figure vanishes in an instant. The sensation of weightlessness returns, and moments later, Lu Ran opens his eyes anew. Back in the familiar space, he takes a deep breath and immediately surveys the disheveled living room, where the items he had prepared for Infinite City lie scattered across the floor. Subsequently, Lu Ran picks up his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, his heart sinks. There are over a dozen missed calls. This is bad. He quickly unlocks the phone to check who has called. To his astonishment, all the missed calls are from Fong Lan. Moreover, they occurred shortly after he entered the secret realm. In addition to the missed calls, it appears Fong Lan has sent numerous messages as well. Fong Lan, Lu Ran, why aren't you picking up? Angry face. Fong Lan. Something big has happened. Do you remember the post I shared with you during our meal? Fong Lan. You might not believe it, but I just suddenly obtained a black card. Surprised face. Chapter 16. Fong Lan's messages. Grass, a type of attribute. Upon seeing Fong Lan's messages, Lu Ran couldn't help but grip his phone tightly, instantly worrying about her situation. How could this happen? Were they both selected so closely together? Although Xiao Bailong mentioned that black cards are currently appearing in large numbers, this is too coincidental. Has she already contracted a pet beast? Lu Ran quickly scrolls down to read more of Fong Lan's messages. He is eager to discover whether she has followed the guidance of the black card to become a beast master. While he and Hazong are enjoying their time in the novice secret realm, even wishing to linger a bit longer, for the average person, it remains a perilous place. Fong Lan. Hey, this is actually real. Pick up the phone. Where have you disappeared to? Fong Lan. Should I follow its guidance to become a beast master? It feels a bit dangerous, but it also seems very interesting. What should I do if I don't want to miss this opportunity? The next message arrives after a brief intermission of several minutes. Fong Lan. Damn it. I've made up my mind. I'm going to give it a try. I can hardly hold back. Lu Ran. Please don't try. Testing everything will only lead to trouble. Can't you think about it a bit longer? There's no need to make a decision so hastily. Fong Lan. I'm back home. I'm planning to contract my precious darling. Although I think contracting a large dog would be even better. I still want to give this opportunity for evolution to her. Precious darling. Lu Ran recalls that this refers to a spider, Fong Lan's favorite one. The spider in question is a Xia Lang Zhu, commonly found throughout Xiagua, making it a fairly ubiquitous species. They are robust, agile, and fierce predators, regarded as significant natural enemies of various agricultural pests. However, Fong Lan's affection for her Xia Lang Zhu stems from its rare coloration, as it is a unique blue-purple, unlike the typical earthy gray. But is it truly safe to contract a spider? Although Xiao Bailong mentioned that Infinite City possesses self-awareness and will arrange appropriate trial realms based on the initial pet beast chosen by newcomers, Lu Ran remains apprehensive. How can she be so impetuous, much like himself? It seems they are indeed sibling-like, despite lacking any blood relation. He continues to peruse the subsequent messages. Fong Lan. Fong Lan. How incredible, astonished face. I completed the contract, and it looks so cool. It seems to be nearly the size of your Hazong. Fong Lan. Image. Lu Ran stares at the image of the blue-purple Xia Lang Zhu, which is comparable in size to a medium-sized dog, momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. Can such a small spider really grow to such dimensions upon awakening extraordinary powers? Fong Lan. It's so powerful. Its toxicity has increased significantly, and the strength of its silk has greatly improved. Even the silk it spins can be coated in poison. I tested it, and it should be able to incapacitate an adult in an instant. Lu Ran. Why does your pet beast come with a poison attribute? Oh, Xia Lang Zhu is inherently toxic? Then there's nothing to worry about. Goodness, does the person who contracts the electric eel also carry an electric attribute? Fong Lan. In 10 minutes, I'll be teleported away. I wonder if Xiao Lan and I can manage. It should be fine, right? She said she would protect me well. Fong Lan. Lu Ran. I haven't told my parents about this. I only sent them a text saying I'm staying at my friend's house. After they see the message, please don't say anything to them until I return. If I don't come back, then I'll leave it to you to explain to my parents. Me, Lu Ran, upon reading Fong Lan's message, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Fong Lan has always been braver than him, her personality even wilder. Since elementary school, she has dared to catch spiders and snakes with her bare hands, so encountering such an event is indeed likely to excite her. Lu Ran hastily calls Fong Lan. The call does not connect. It seems she is still within the secret realm or Infinite City, unable to return. She should be fine. Lu Ran had contemplated the possibility that if black cards were to appear in large numbers, someone he knew might one day be selected. However, he never expected it to happen so swiftly. Fong Lan has done one thing better than him. Before venturing into a dangerous place, she left a message for someone close. His previous preparations were inadequate. He must learn from this experience. If he enters Infinite City again, he should leave a message to avoid any mishaps. Once school starts, the time spent in Infinite City will undoubtedly decrease significantly. Taking a leave of absence for this is somewhat challenging. He cannot allow his studies to interfere with becoming a beast master. Currently, it's merely a holiday makeup class, so he can afford to skip it. But once school commences, he won't be able to take such liberties. Well, he'll take it a step at a time. Xiao Bailong mentioned he could assist with such matters, so he'll inquire with him later. Lu Ran calls Fong Lan again, but once more. The call does not connect. He sinks onto the sofa, feeling increasingly anxious. However, Lu Ran believes that Fong Lan will be fine. If she does not possess a telepathic talent, he considers himself, in terms of interacting with animals and sensitivity in the wild, to be inferior to Fong Lan. Worrying will not help. He must wait. Meanwhile, in Infinite City number 3, a tall figure emerges from her exclusive room, gazing excitedly into the mysterious starry sky. What is this? It's merely a novice trial. How simple. Yet, with our exceptional performance, what will our score be? Never mind. Let us first ascertain what this place is all about. Fong Lan looks around, and soon notices a figure emerging from a neighboring exclusive room nearby. Spotting this person, she hurries over. Hello, are you a newcomer? The figure before me was clad in a black shirt and brown shorts, draped over with a white research coat. Her long, elegant legs were encased in black stockings, and her cool demeanor abruptly caused Fong Lan to halt in her tracks. The stunning woman captivated Fong Lan's attention, leaving her in awe of both her beauty and her icy composure. Upon closer inspection, a sudden realization washed over Fong Lan. You must be Dr. Gu. She exclaimed joyfully. Do you recognize me? The woman in the research coat responded, taken aback. My name is Fong Lan, a freshman in the animal medicine program at MODA this year. I have seen your interviews, Dr. Gu. The woman, now even more surprised, had not anticipated that a casual encounter would lead her to a junior. Her frigid expression softened, and she smiled gently. I see, nice to meet you. I am indeed Gu Qingyi. Since you are my junior, you may call me Gu Shuejia. Observing Fong Lan's expression, it was clear she had many questions. I have some time. Allow me to provide you with some answers. Yes. Thank you, Gu Shuejia. Fong Lan instantly transformed into an adoring fan, fully aware of the remarkable academic prowess of the individual before her. A young dual doctorate holder in animal medicine and animal science. Had she also been selected to become a Beastmaster? In Liyuhai City, within the Xinguang community, while waiting for Fong Lan, Lu Ran initially intended to summon Ha Zong to awaken his attributes. However, he sensed that Ha Zong was likely asleep within the black card space. Oh, even you need to rest sometimes, my friend. He abandoned the thought of summoning Ha Zong for attribute awakening, realizing that both he and Ha Zong had endured a taxing day. Though injuries could heal, the fatigue of body, mind, and spirit could not be so easily restored. While he had indulged in Mingshin tea, Ha Zong had merely nibbled on some fruits before succumbing to slumber. Lu Ran seized the opportunity to peruse the foundational Beastmaster manual he had purchased from a cat-eared informant, aiming to impress once Fong Lan emerged. The manual was not particularly expensive, costing only 100 crystal coins, likely a common item. After all, according to Xiao Bailong, such basic information was typically offered free of charge by official sources and guilds. However, Xiao Ling emphasized that their foundational information contained unique insights and techniques not recorded elsewhere. Assuring Lu Ran that his purchase would not be in vain, Lu Ran manifested the small booklet and opened to the first page. It provided a brief introduction to Beastmasters. Beastmasters are professionals who contract, cultivate, and command companion beasts. The strength of a combat-oriented Beastmaster is generally composed of two elements: the combat power of the companion beast and the Beastmaster's own skills. The foundational combat power of a companion beast is determined by its growth level and species rank. Lu Ran diligently sought out critical information. The level of a companion beast is represented by a numerical rank visible to the eye of data, with level 1 being the lowest and the highest rank currently unknown. However, every 10 levels, a companion beast encounters a bottleneck, rendering further advancement impossible, much like what Xiao Bailong had mentioned. Similarly, Beastmasters are categorized into Apprentice, level 1, and level 2, corresponding to the companion beasts levels of 1 to 10, 11 to 20, and 21 to 30 respectively, to elevate their own rank. A Beastmaster must assist their companion beast in breaking through these bottlenecks, which can be achieved through corresponding breakthrough secret realms. Once a breakthrough is made at the relevant level, all companion beasts will benefit. It seems that overcoming the breakthrough realm is an unavoidable challenge, Lu Ran pondered. He continued to capture key information. A Beastmaster lacking skills cannot be deemed a competent practitioner. There exist various types of Beastmaster skills, broadly categorized into those consuming the Beastmaster's energy to enhance companion beasts' abilities and those that leverage the power of the companion beasts to empower the Beastmaster's own capabilities. Thus, two distinct schools of thought have emerged. The source of these skills derives from rewards in secret realms, with each having unique drops. Some special realms offer a mere one chance of rewarding a Beastmaster skill card, making acquisition exceedingly difficult. Wow! Lu Ran gasped upon reading this, internally thanking his good fortune. Although he had only received a rating from the novice secret realm, he had evidently hit the jackpot by obtaining a Beastmaster skill card. What a relief. Of course, this may also relate to the reward crit mechanism of novice secret realms, as Xiao Bailong had stated that the rewards are significantly more generous than those from ordinary realms of the same level, serving as a boon for newcomers, including experience gained from defeating monsters. The skill of Super Beast Metamorphosis likely belongs to the latter school, enhancing the Beastmaster through the power of their companion beasts. A Beastmaster can only learn one skill per level stage, so it is prudent to carefully consider skill selection. This means I can only acquire the next skill upon reaching level 1 as a Beastmaster. Lu Ran continued to read. Theoretically, there are no rare tiers of Beastmaster skills. Their effectiveness entirely depends on the Beastmaster's development of the skills. There are no worthless Beastmaster skills, only inept practitioners, a phrase that resonated with familiarity. This point was emphasized in bold within the manual, compelling Lu Ran to commit it to memory. Beastmaster skills possess more than just their surface effects. They can be further developed by the practitioner. Lu Ran's thoughts stirred, aligning with his previous considerations. Shortly after acquiring Super Beast Metamorphosis, he had contemplated improving this skill. He continued to scan for further key information, noting that companion beast species ranks are divided into extraordinary, ruling, and sovereign categories, each further classified into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Additionally, the manual outlined basic effects and elemental relationships among different attributes. However, the most crucial information, which Lu Ran prioritized, was the theoretical direction of cultivation, which merited a dedicated page within the manual. This page represented the manual's essence. The skills of companion beasts require guidance from their Beastmaster for independent development. Each beast can be unique based on the methods of cultivation. However, due to the limited energy and learning capacity of companion beasts, the development of their skills can generally be divided into 4 main categories. Chapter 17, The Theory of Evolution. The 4 directions of skill development for companion beasts are release, flow, shaping, and compression. The foundation of these 4 developmental directions is energy coverage. Every companion beast, through simple training, can cover the awakened energy within itself over its body, thereby enhancing its strength. This is the most fundamental application of energy by a companion beast. Depending on the attributes, the effects produced by energy coverage will vary. Covering Earth-type energy enhances defense, while Wind-type energy increases speed. Each attribute possesses unique effects. However, this simplest application of energy cannot decisively influence outcomes in battle. To achieve victory, one must master more advanced applications of energy. Lu Ran mused about Ha Zong, who could already cover his body with unassigned energy. He wondered if awakening the wind attribute would still allow him to do so. Energy coverage is indeed fundamental. After reaching level 3, Ha Zong had grasped this concept through experience, as many creatures within secret realms do as well. Since everyone can perform this, it naturally lacks decisive significance in determining victory or defeat. After mastering the fundamental principles of energy manipulation, 4 advanced applications emerge based on different choices. Firstly, the release of energy. Energy is an integral part of a pet's body, and it can only be easily controlled when it adheres to the pet. If the energy detaches, the pet loses control over it. However, some exceptionally gifted pets, through rigorous training, can not only release energy from their bodies to execute long-range attacks, but also manipulate the trajectory of the detached energy to exert pressure on their foes. The ability to release energy is essential for every pet aspiring to possess long-range attack capabilities. Lu Ran contemplated this and nodded. Indeed, having a means of long-range attack is quite significant in combat. Release-type skills are akin to long-range techniques, reminiscent of the ki blasts frequently depicted in animations and games. Secondly, there is flow. By skillfully manipulating energy, the energy enveloping one's body can be made to flow swiftly, akin to a rushing river or sea. In comparison to stagnant energy, flowing energy can exponentially amplify the various enhancement effects it has on the user. With adept application, one can achieve rapid skill succession and instantaneous activation. Lu Ran observed and quickly grasped the concept. He compared the mastery of energy flow to the distinction between a traditional bow and arrow and a submachine gun. One requires charging and can only shoot 1 arrow at a time, whereas the latter allows for continuous firing. In other words, if there exists a cooldown period between skills, mastering energy flow can significantly reduce the cooldown time, highlighting its importance. The third application is shaping. Energy is formless, and its basic form is as feeble as a breeze. However, through transformation, it can be materialized. Materialized energy can maximize its inherent properties. The manual provided numerous examples of this shaping technique. For instance, a pet can manipulate wind energy covering its body to shape it into a pair of wings, thus acquiring the ability to fly. Similarly, ice energy entwined around a pet's hand can be shaped into a formidable ice blade weapon, enhancing its lethality. Lu Ran pondered this and recognized it as an indispensable skill. Lastly, the fourth application is compression. Energy varies in quality, and a pet can unleash a vast amount of energy and then compress it to its limits, thereby enhancing its quality and acquiring greater strength. This technique demands exceptional control and a robust physique. as energy that is compressed to several times its original size becomes exceedingly volatile, imposing a significant burden on the body and proving to be perilous. Once unleashed, the destructive power can be astonishing, easily resulting in a scenario where one may harm 1,000 enemies while suffering considerable self-damage. Release, flow, shaping, and compression represent the 4 advanced applications of energy. These techniques are not mutually exclusive and can be paired in various combinations. For instance, by shaping and releasing, a pet can form ice energy into an ice spear and then release it for a long-range attack, thus creating the prototype of a skill. The responsibility of a Beastmaster is to select the appropriate energy manipulation techniques based on the pet's learning aptitude and assist the pet in combining them into skills. It appears that skills must indeed be self-developed. Lu Ran mused as he stroked his chin. Initially, he believed that a pet could automatically learn skills upon leveling up. However, considering that they have just begun to touch the extraordinary and lack any formidable lineage, starting from scratch seems entirely reasonable. The information he has acquired is undoubtedly immensely helpful. For the wind-type Hazong, he immediately recognized the necessity of mastering shaping, as it pertains to Hazong's flying ability. The ability to release energy is also invaluable. Lacking a long-range attack would be untenable. Rather than having Hazong engage in close combat, unleashing a wind ball akin to a tempest would be far more impressive. Energy compression is equally useful. The burden on the body may lead to injury. They fear not the strain on their bodies, as the Shenlu pendant demonstrates. The self-harming tactic has already been mastered by Hazong in the Novice Secret Realm. Flow is crucial for sustained combat capability, making it equally important. Thus, it is evident that each direction of energy manipulation holds significant importance and must be practiced diligently. However, these 4 categories remain relatively foundational. As Lu Ran squinted and continued reading, he soon discovered what constitutes the core elements determining a pet's combat strength. In essence, energy manipulation is something any pet can practice, entirely reliant on hard work and talent. Yet, the subsequent content pertains to evolution, the greatest opportunity for every creature, the chance to alter one's fate. Every 10 levels, a pet can awaken a new attribute or acquire a trait through special resources. By awakening new attributes, a pet can gain a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th attribute. Traits resemble special abilities. For example, the multiplication trait allows a pet to freely control its size, transforming into a colossal beast or a miniature pet. The solar trait can convert the fire energy of fire-type pets into solar flames, possessing a far more terrifying temperature. The vibration trait enables a pet's attacks to carry a shockwave effect, thereby enhancing their destructive capacity. The dragonkin trait grants a pet dragon-like characteristics. The array of traits is boundless, and the disparity in combat strength between pets bearing traits and those without is significant. Most importantly, attributes and traits dictate the evolution direction of a pet. Whenever a pet acquires a new trait or awakens a new attribute, it elevates its racial level. When the newly added attributes and traits reach 3, a pet will undergo a transformation, experiencing a substantial change in form and significantly enhancing its racial level, thereby gaining stronger attributes. In essence, a pet has 2 opportunities for evolution at levels 30 and 60. However, the resources needed to awaken new attributes and the trait crystals required to bestow traits are exceedingly rare, only dropping with a slight probability in high-difficulty abyss-level secret realms, which is the ultimate goal pursued by Beastmasters. Evolution, traits, and new attributes. Lu Ran could scarcely contain his excitement at the prospect of delving into the secret realm. Throughout the entire text, enabling Hazong to evolve is what captivates him the most, though it appears to be rather distant. The simple novice secret realm proves challenging enough, let alone descending into the abyss dungeon. Perhaps he should first focus on training Hazong in the 4 directions of energy manipulation. Lu Ran spent half an hour thoroughly perusing the foundational Beastmaster manual, which contained not only basic knowledge about Beastmasters and their pets, but also insights into secret realms, teamwork, and the lifestyle of Beastmasters. Having absorbed this information, he felt he had gained a preliminary understanding of Infinite City and the nature of Beastmasters. Suddenly, as Lu Ran contemplated revisiting the manual, a familiar voice reached his ears. He paused, retrieving his black card, confirming the sound originated from it. Had Hazong awakened from slumber? With a swift gesture, the well-rested Hazong was summoned, joyfully swirling around Lu Ran. Wait, you fought all day and only slept for a little over an hour, and you're already up? Woof. Hazong gazed at Lu Ran with its azure eyes, its tuft of fur bobbing eagerly. The primary concern was its hunger, as it was indeed famished. Lu Ran. Wait a moment, let's set aside the food. You have awakened at the perfect time. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled. He held a skill card for Chao Shou Ai Tai and pondered thoughtfully. As a Beastmaster, one could only learn a single beast skill at each level. Upon reflection, Chao Shou and I Tai seemed quite promising. Hziying was already capable of combat and could heal himself when injured. Thus, enhancing his own combat power was crucial. Consequently, Lu Ran did not perceive any disadvantage in learning Chao Shou and I Tai during the novice stage. On the contrary, he deemed this skill exceptionally suitable for his current beginner phase. After all, it was the decapitation of the Beast Master that was most distressing, a truly unreasonable gameplay mechanic. It was akin to his encounters with the elderly gentleman at the park, where his insect was on the verge of victory, only to be struck down by the gentleman's sudden intervention, leaving him dazed on the ground. Who could he turn to for justice? As for whether he would become increasingly akin to Hziying after learning this skill, Lu Ran already had a plan in mind. Name: LRNG, Lu Ran. Race: human level, novice, beast skill. Chao Shou and I Tai learning a beast skill was simple. Activating the skill card would cause it to vanish, and immediately, the information regarding Chao Shou and I Tai would materialize in Lu Ran's mind. Subsequently, Hziying sensed an ominous premonition. The next moment, indeed, under Hziying's bewildered expression, Lu Ran produced two swords, a wooden sword and a custom-made iron-cutting sword. Hziying looked at Lu Ran. Take this, he instructed, placing the wooden sword in Hziying's mouth, while he wielded the iron-cutting sword. The two locked eyes. One human and one dog. Lu Ran had previously remarked that Hziying's personality resembled that of YZ. Moreover, their ability to communicate deeply allowed Lu Ran to frequently engage Hziying in unconventional training. For instance, he encouraged Hziying to learn swordsmanship. After all, historical records depicted YZ as always clutching a sword in its mouth, glaring fiercely, with the hilt gripped in its maw to augment its own power. In essence, Lu Ran aimed for Hziying to embody that spirit. Hziying was already proficient in actions like slashing. Yet a dog mastering such skills held little practical value and could even lead to self-injury. However, times had changed. We now lived in an era of energy utilization. Initially, Lu Ran had intended to forge a sword for Meteorite or for his own protection. Now, he had altered his plans. The sword forged for Meteorite would be for Hziying. The Meteorite sword possessed excellent energy conduction and enhancement effects. It would be a waste for Lu Ran to use it himself, while it would be perfectly suited for Hziying. You strive towards becoming a sword-wielding canine, and I shall mimic your swordsmanship, acquiring the prowess of a beastly swordsman. How splendid! Lu Ran felt himself to be a genius. Hziying, gripping the sword, exhibited a look of disbelief. Although it did not fully comprehend, it sensed that it was returning to its old pursuits. Nonetheless, it had always thought that training a dog to wield a sword was beneath humanity, and it would remember this grievance. Anything is possible, Lu Ran declared with righteous fervor. We are all evolving. We must attempt to break the mold. Those who adhere strictly to convention ultimately become the most mediocre. Just think. Your wind attribute energy combined with the sword in your mouth. Wouldn't that produce sword chi? Who says a dog cannot wield a sword? Hziying gazed at him with newfound respect. Sword chi? What is that? It sounds impressive. Chapter 18. The Sword-Wielding Dog. Since childhood, I harbored a dream of becoming a wandering swordsman, upholding justice. However, upon growing up, I realized that dreams often remain just that, dreams. Observing Hziying with the sword in its mouth, Lu Ran felt a surge of emotion, akin to a father entrusting his dreams to his child. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I now entrust this dream to you. Hziying, you must take my place and become a righteous swordsman. The constraints of human society are numerous, but the world of dogs is far more liberated. Come now, take this sword, and let your brilliance and talent shine forth. Woof. Hziying, with the sword in its mouth, was uncertain whether it understood Lu Ran's motivational speech. Whatever Lu Ran said, it would follow. It turned its head, adeptly swinging the wooden sword with increasing finesse. Lu Ran watched with satisfaction. An admirable dog indeed. However, Lu Ran was uncertain whether this training direction would prove fruitful. The mythical imagery of YZ was merely a human fabrication. He pondered whether there existed a trait that could empower Hziying to better wield weapons. This was crucial to Hziying's ability to persist down the path of the sword-wielding dog. Currently, due to Chao Shou and I Tai and the meteorite ore, the advantages of this path were maximized. Hence, Lu Ran envisioned this training method. Yet, the future remained uncertain. However, beast training was generally about navigating darkness, creating miracles. I recall that the training manual stated that beast skills are not immutable. Beast masters can develop them through their own talents. Did I possess the capability to profoundly develop Chao Shou and I Tai? Lu Ran had contemplated this before. If Chao Shou and I Tai enabled a beast master to emulate their pet and gain its powers, could it be possible to inversely utilize Chao Shou and I Tai? allowing the pet to emulate the beast master and acquire certain human traits, such as the ability to use tools. The fundamental distinction between humans and animals lies in the use of tools and their creation. Swords, in theory, were meant for human use. However, if HZing could receive feedback from Lu Ran, it might enhance its swordsmanship. The essence of a beast master emulating a pet and a pet emulating a beast master was fundamentally the same. Achieving this would be a double victory. Pioneering a new path in an existing concept is undoubtedly challenging, yet merely reversing the approach presents a clearer route. This is indeed a developmental direction. Lu Ran felt that this approach to Chao Shou and Ai Tai was worth a try. As Fong Lan stated, Lu Ran was not one to follow the crowd or take the conventional path. Rather, he was invigorated by more challenging endeavors. It was rare for someone at the novice stage to begin exploring alternative applications of beast skills. As for how to develop it, Lu Ran first needed to delve into understanding the skill of Chao Shou and Ai Tai. After learning the skill, its fundamental applications began to surface in Lu Ran's mind, as though the skill card had imparted certain knowledge upon him. Now, follow my movements, Lu Ran instructed. Woof. HZing followed Lu Ran within the confines of the room. As Lu Ran executed sword strikes, HZing mirrored him, striving for synchronized actions. In the living room, Lu Ran engaged HZing in a preliminary practice for approximately 30 minutes. During this time, Lu Ran unexpectedly discovered that mimicking HZing's swordplay was entirely feasible, even if swordsmanship was not one of HZing's most proficient skills. However, after utilizing Chao Shou and Ai Tai to practice alongside HZing, Lu Ran sensed a subtle enhancement in his physicality. Though slight, it was indeed felt, not merely a psychological effect. Perhaps with more time, his strength would amplify, enabling him to engage in bare-handed combat against lions and tigers. After a brief moment, Lu Ran set down the Zhan Tai Jian, exhaling a warm breath, feeling somewhat fatigued. He cast a glance at the ever-energetic General Ha, who was still vigorously drawing his sword, scratching his head in contemplation. Indeed, as expected of General Ha, his vigor was boundless. While other beast tamers had to worry about their pets developing resistance due to fatigue during training, it seemed that General Ha might actually find Lu Ran's energy lacking. Upon noticing Lu Ran's pause, General Ha directed a puzzled look towards him, questioning his cessation of practice. I sensed your strength waning. Have you not eaten? Allow me to prepare some food for you, Lu Ran responded. With a bark, General Ha was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting his own hunger. Lu Ran, deep in thought, turned to prepare food for both himself and General Ha. At this juncture, he had already begun to contemplate the reverse application of super beast mimicry. Although uncertain of its success, the revelation would undoubtedly astonish other beast tamers. After all, developing beast skills was a formidable challenge, even for advanced beast tamers. During the food preparation, Lu Ran continuously refined his ideas. The essence of super beast mimicry was, in fact, quite straightforward. Upon mastering super beast mimicry, a unique visualization space would emerge within the beast tamer's mind. Super beast mimicry involved visualizing the behavioral characteristics of the contracted pet, allowing the body to naturally emulate these traits. As long as both parties exhibited similar actions, the beast tamer would gradually receive feedback. The spiritual force that formed the bridge between the beast tamer and the pet was the essence of the contract. This spiritual bridge enabled Lu Ran to receive feedback from General Ha. However, if he wished to reciprocate, he would need to establish another bridge. A continued reliance on the spiritual connection would lead to congestion, which explained why super beast mimicry could not typically be employed in both directions simultaneously. In comparison to other novice beast tamers, Lu Ran possessed a significant advantage: 2 years of honing his telepathic abilities. After General Ha succumbed to frenzy, Lu Ran was able to awaken him from chaos using telepathy, indicating that the mind could indeed serve as a bridge connecting him and General Ha. Perhaps he could leverage this mental link to simulate super beast mimicry and transmit his insights back to General Ha, allowing it to reap double the benefits from sword practice. The mind and the spiritual bridge could operate concurrently. Lu Ran felt compelled to explore this possibility. While lost in thought, he soon finished preparing the food. However, upon returning to the living room with dog food in hand, he was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth? He exclaimed, for he had suddenly observed the sword held in General Ha's mouth gleaming with a dazzling white light. At this moment, it seemed General Ha had enveloped the wooden sword with formless energy, transforming it to resemble a divine blade. How did you accomplish that? Lu Ran asked, slightly agape. According to the cultivation manual, it was already impressive for a pet to cover its body with energy at a basic level. Yet, to enshroud energy around external objects in contact with the body was an advanced application requiring extensive training. Woof. General Ha looked at Lu Ran in confusion, as it attempted to unleash its sword aura but could not. Don't mess around. We're still at home. If you truly release it, will I still have a house left? Lu Ran quickly intervened. Although the chances of a level 4 husky mastering advanced techniques, such as external energy entanglement, within half an hour were minuscule, witnessing General Ha's grasp of one such technique left Lu Ran reluctant to take any risks. In any case, Lu Ran was left in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to swiftly retrieve the cultivation manual. He flipped to the section on racial rank. The manual stated, "The racial rank of a pet determines its vitality, energy reserves, and physical attributes. The higher the racial rank, the stronger the pet's foundational attributes, enabling it to easily engage in combat against lower-ranked beasts. However, there is one attribute not encompassed by racial rank, learning ability. The pet's comprehension cannot be directly observed and must be discovered by the beast tamer during the teaching process. Thus, while a higher racial rank signifies innate advantages in basic attributes, a stronger learning ability facilitates quicker skill acquisition, representing a cultivated advantage. Racial rank does not dictate everything. Beast tamers must adeptly discern their pet's talents." Lu Ran set down the manual, staring in astonishment at General Ha. Thus, it appeared that the seemingly less intelligent, yet fiercely powerful General Ha held no substantial advantage in racial rank, but possessed remarkable talent and learning ability? How abstract. Woof. General Ha, sensing Lu Ran's doubtful gaze, felt a sense of disdain directed at it, vowing to remember this slight. Upon reflection, it recalled how quickly it had learned various skills from Lu Ran, who had instinctively attributed the success to telepathy, believing that it was the reason for General Ha's swift comprehension. In hindsight, General Ha possessed commendable learning capabilities of its own. Regardless, the stronger General Ha became, the better it was for Lu Ran. He had always known that General Ha was extraordinary. Hurry and eat. Once finished, we shall venture out. Lu Ran cheerfully set down the dog food, contemplating awakening General Ha's wind affinity. However, such an awakening could not occur indoors, should any misstep occur. The wind-empowered General Ha might dismantle the ceiling. Hence, Lu Ran resolved to take General Ha to his secret training ground for the attribute awakening. This location, situated behind the Red Leaf Park, was seldom visited throughout the year, providing a tranquil environment where he could train alongside General Ha while waiting for Fonglan. In Lhi City, a young man clad in special operations gear, accompanied by a colossal Rottweiler, traversed multiple layers of security to reach a designated area. The officers stationed there, upon seeing the exceptionally large police dog beside him, exhibited looks of astonishment. "Captain Luo, you've arrived." Within the secured area, at the Wildlife Park's predator zone, a woman in black was overseeing the crime scene. "Xiao Lu, please provide further details." The man referred to as Captain Luo observed the bloodstains on the ground, his heart sinking. The police dog beside him bared its teeth, exhibiting a fierce demeanor, yet hesitated as it picked up certain scents. This was no mere case of a beast attacking. It was a beast tamer who had acquired a black card, believing they could contract a ferocious beast, only to suffer a backlash. The individual had perished, yet the beast had undergone initial mutations, escaping from the zoo and currently remaining at large. The creature in question was a Siberian tiger, and the most probable escape route led through the back of Red Leaf Park. Although the area was sparsely populated, it connected Red Leaf Park with the Starlight Villa district, necessitating prompt action. Otherwise, any passerby might be in grave danger. Chapter 19, Awakening. After finishing his meal, Lu Ran took a shortcut from the Starlight Villa district, entering the secluded area behind Red Leaf Park. Every child yearns for a secret base in their youth, and Lu Ran was no exception. To him, this place was a treasure trove of fortune. It was here that he had discovered the Bug King, capable of dominating the bug fighting championship with ease. In this splendid location, there is no need to vie for resources with that group of old men at Qingming Mountain, the largest peak in Lhi City. Let us proceed. Upon arriving at the rear of Hongya Park, Lu Ran noticed the absence of others around and summoned Ha Zong using the black card. In high spirits, Lu Ran appreciated the convenience bestowed upon him by the contract card and the character card. The black card allowed him to carry Ha Zong with him wherever he went, while the character card's backpack space enabled him to transport many items that were previously cumbersome, such as the custom-made iron-slaying sword. In a sense, you and the sword are quite compatible, as there are numerous places where both are prohibited. Ha Zong appeared perplexed. Can this even be compared? Let us delve deeper, Lu Ran said, continuing on their path while reflecting on key information regarding attribute awakening. Through the basic Beastmaster Manual, Lu Ran learned about other methods of awakening attributes. The methods can be broadly categorized into 5 types. Firstly, innate awakening occurs in creatures of a rank above commander level. Such beings can awaken their attributes shortly after birth due to their natural talents. Clearly, Ha Zong does not fall into this category, as all his talent points are allocated to intelligence. Who would believe that? Secondly, awakening through impact. In nature, Low-level creatures lacking awakened attributes have a minuscule chance of awakening if attacked by corresponding attribute powers. However, this method is perilous, fraught with danger. Thirdly, advanced energy flow. Higher-level beings can master the flow of energy to the extent that they can infuse their energy into other creatures, nurturing their bodies and facilitating attribute awakening. Fourthly, nurturing in auspicious locations. If a creature remains in a place abundant in natural energy for an extended period, there is a chance of awakening attributes. Yet, such auspicious sites are typically found in secret realms, guarded either by formidable ferocious beasts or occupied by powerful factions. Lastly, attribute resources. Certain resources contain pure attribute power, and upon utilization, they can unlock a creature's latent potential, leading to attribute awakening. This is the method Lu Ran and his companions are about to employ. The little white dragon mentioned that joining an organization would provide opportunities for free attribute awakening. He surmised that it likely involved advanced energy flow techniques or auspicious locations rich in natural energy. Within large organizations, there are undoubtedly many powerful beast masters. And there exists a type of secret realm known as a public secret realm, which is certainly occupied by major organizations due to its auspicious resources. However, according to the little white dragon, utilizing attribute resources for awakening yields greater enhancements and better development for one's pet. Therefore, Lu Ran resolved to focus solely on this approach. At last, Lu Ran arrived at a spacious area adorned with a natural cave, surrounded by lush greenery. He retrieved the wind attribute awakening fruit from his backpack and glanced at Ha Zong, who was currently baring its teeth at a distant snake. The sparse population in this area is largely due to the abundance of insects and snakes. Few venture here unless they have a specific purpose. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. Lu Ran tossed the white-skinned, pineapple-shaped fruit, and in an instant, Ha Zong turned its head, eyes gleaming, and leaped up to bite into the attribute fruit. Woof! Ha Zong excitedly gnawed on the wind attribute fruit, saliva dripping from its mouth. It could sense the immense allure of the wind fruit. Go ahead, eat it, Lu Ran smiled, and upon receiving the command, Ha Zong opened its mouth wide, devouring the entire wind fruit in one go. The abyssal maw. However, it soon realized that the fruit was quite large and opted for a more measured approach. Ha Zong puffed its cheeks, vigorously working the fruit in its mouth, and under Lu Ran's bemused gaze, it finally managed to swallow it all. Puffing for breath after consuming the fruit, Ha Zong soon widened its eyes as a somewhat sky-blue energy began to emanate from its body. This was the power of the wind. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Ran felt invigorated and focused intently. Awoo! On the ground, after consuming the wind fruit, an astonishing surge of wind power erupted from Ha Zong. The sky-blue energy coiled around its body like a gentle breeze. The agitation of this energy caused its fur to sway in the wind, and it emanated a formidable aura, generating faint whirlwinds around it. The grass beneath and the nearby leaves danced in response to its roar. Species, Snowfield Hound. Attribute, Wind. Species level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Growth level, Level 4. Skills, None. It was a success. Feeling the gentle breeze against his face, Lu Ran was elated at the transformation in Ha Zong's attributes. He could confidently ascertain that Ha Zong's combat prowess had escalated significantly. This exemplified the stark contrast between pre- and post-attribute awakening. Woof! Following the awakening, Ha Zong appeared somewhat startled. Yet, it quickly mastered the newly unleashed wind power, allowing it to swirl and envelop its entire body. Observing Ha Zong, now cloaked in a faint sky-blue aura, Lu Ran felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. It resembled the majestic mythical beasts from ancient tales, exuding an air of dominance. Ha Zong, run a lap around the open area, Lu Ran commanded, gesturing towards a relatively flat expanse. A lap would likely measure about 200 meters, perfect for testing Ha Zong's current speed. As Lu Ran's words fell, Ha Zong responded with a yelp and, in the next instant, dashed off. It left behind a fleeting sky-blue afterimage in its wake. No, during its full-speed sprint, it appeared as a mere blur of sky-blue. Having witnessed the cheetah, renowned as the fastest land animal, Lu Ran could only conclude that Ha Zong's speed had utterly eclipsed that of the cheetah, without a doubt, a decisive victory. Lu Ran lost track of time, but in the blink of an eye, Ha Zong had completed a lap and returned. This was merely level 4. What would it be like at level 40? Lu Ran marveled. Woof! Watching Ha Zong panting as it returned, Lu Ran chuckled, pleased with the results. Next, it was time to test its attack power. Woof! Ha Zong maintained a calm demeanor, surveying the surrounding stones. It struck one of the stones with its paw, enveloped in wind energy. Crack! In an instant, the stone appeared to shatter, revealing a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks before breaking into several pieces. Indeed, a qualitative leap. Lu Ran crossed his arms, nodding in satisfaction. He then conjured a wooden sword in his hand. Hazong, catch! Lu Ran tossed the wooden sword, and Hazong leaped to seize it in its mouth. Now, envelop the wooden sword with wind energy and test your strength. Awu. Empowered by this newfound strength, Hazong eagerly sought to recapture the previous sensation. Before long, not only was Hazong's body suffused with energy, but the wooden sword it held also began to swirl with a white mist. The sword, akin to a conductor, naturally became entwined with the wind energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Swiftly, upon the brown sword's blade, as the wind energy entwined, a white to blue gradient sword glow emerged, resembling a storm swirling upward, continuously emitting the sound of turbulent air. Hazong's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes upon the sword, a fierce intensity that only Lu Ran could comprehend. It seemed to convey slash, 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 indiscriminate slaughter. With a reflexive shake of his head, Hazong instinctively assumed a sword-swinging posture. The wooden sword cleaved through the air, leaving a trail of wind in its wake, setting the surrounding currents into disarray. Unfortunately, Hazong had yet to master the technique of energy release. Otherwise, he might have truly unleashed sword energy. Observing the wooden sword, Lu Ran felt Hazong growing increasingly cool. How had he not noticed before how striking Ha was? Even if faced with a rhinoceros renowned for its defensive prowess, Lu Ran believed Hazong could cleave it in two. However, the moment of admiration was fleeting. Before Lu Ran and Hazong could revel in their triumph or seek new targets to test their power, a resounding explosion erupted. The wooden sword that Hazong had been clutching suddenly burst apart, scattering wood shavings everywhere. The tremendous noise startled Hazong, causing him to leap into the air quite high. This scene left Lu Ran dumbfounded. What had just transpired? Watching the wooden sword explode from Hazong's mouth, he felt utterly bewildered. Was it that the sword could not withstand the wind's force? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hazong gazed mournfully at the remnants of his sword. Where was his sword? He had not even made a move yet, and it had already succumbed. No worries. This just shows your strength. Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, for he had more. Lu Ran produced the Zhantai Jian, but as he beheld its sharp blade and glanced at the dazed Hazong, he fell into contemplation. Was it wise to give Hazong such a perilous weapon? Just then, a black crow soared from the sky, landing upon a tree and cawing at Lu Ran. My lord, there is a large cat with yellow fur and black stripes intruding upon our territory. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. This crow, like the insect king, was one of his subordinates. In fact, Lu Ran had already tamed the vast majority of the feral cats and dogs in El-Hai City, making the entire city his eyes and ears. If there were a king of the wild animal kingdom in El-Hai City, it would undoubtedly be Lu Ran. However, this crow's message was rather peculiar. Was it referring to a large stray cat? Please elaborate, Lu Ran inquired. The crow's intelligence was akin to that of a 5-year-old child, necessitating multiple inquiries to grasp its report. Lu Ran's mental communication became increasingly effortless with animals of higher intelligence. If he encountered a less intelligent creature, he could only interpret its thoughts through instinctive behavior, making communication with insects particularly challenging. Nevertheless, Lu Ran believed that this mental communication was far superior to spiritual connection. Every beast master could communicate simply with their contracted beasts through the spiritual bond provided by their contracts, but this communication was limited to the contracted entity. In contrast, Lu Ran's mental communication was unrestricted, allowing him to converse even without a contract, which was far more convenient. Furthermore, both spiritual communication and mental connection were initially quite challenging, requiring gradual practice. Lu Ran had mastered it 2 years in advance, enabling him to navigate the complexities of communicating with his beasts with greater ease. A cat even larger than it, the crow reiterated, glancing at Hazong. What? Hazong blinked in surprise. Nearby, Lu Ran's expression darkened. What was being referred to as a cat was larger than Hazong. Surely, it must be a tiger. While it was true that tigers belonged to the feline family, it was absurd to think there could be a tiger in such a place. That's nonsense. How could there be a tiger here? Lu Ran exclaimed. But in the next moment, Hazong seemed to contemplate something, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of a predator's scent. Given that dogs possess an acute sense of smell, and with Hazong having awakened wind powers, he found it even easier to detect certain aromas in the air. Awu. Hazong alerted Lu Ran. Could it be? Is there truly a tiger? Not only had the crow reported it, but even Hazong sensed a predator approaching, leaving Lu Ran astonished. This was no dangerous secret realm. Where could such a beast come from? El-Hai City had no wild tigers. The only place he recalled having tigers was the wildlife park, which housed a few. Surely, it couldn't be that a tiger from the wildlife park had escaped. You've worked hard. I'll bring you some treats another day, Lu Ran remarked as the black crow, satisfied, took its leave. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my king. Glutton. To Lu Ran, every animal was a glutton, easily tamed with a morsel of food. At this point, Lu Ran had lost all desire for Ha Zong to continue practicing swordplay. He furrowed his brow in thought. If a wild tiger had indeed escaped, he needed to contact the fire department immediately to prevent any harm to the public. There were often many elderly individuals and children active in nearby parks and neighborhoods. Ha Zong, let us move, Lu Ran instructed. He wasn't concerned for his own safety. Setting aside Ha Zong's remarkable combat prowess, even if faced with a mere tiger, he had his ultimate card to play. It was not the Shenlu pendant, but rather the infinite city teleportation. In just 10 seconds, he could transport himself from Blue Star to Infinite City. Even if a nuclear bomb were dropped nearby, as long as he received an early warning, he would have no fear. Sometimes, Lu Ran even imagined that if someone coveted his treasures, he could simply hide in Infinite City until reaching level 100. Unfortunately, villains do not wear their wickedness on their faces. One must always remain vigilant. A woo. At this moment, Ha Zong nodded, following Lu Ran as they proceeded in the direction of the scent he had detected. After traversing approximately a kilometer, Lu Ran held his breath as he and Ha Zong crouched behind a tree, gazing at a colossal beast standing upon the hillside. Hiss! Lu Ran widened his eyes, for it was unmistakably a northeast tiger, standing at least 15 meters tall and measuring over 3 meters in length. Such a massive creature. Compared to this behemoth, even Ha Zong, now resembling a large dog, appeared exceedingly diminutive. The northeast tiger had evidently noticed their approach, letting out a low growl towards the direction of the tree. This was no ordinary tiger. It was a tiger beast that had evolved to a transcendent level. Lu Ran observed closely and quickly deduced why this tiger was so enormous. It had undergone contract reinforcement, completing its preliminary evolution, much like Ha Zong had. This formidable northeast tiger was far more intimidating than that mischievous cat. What was the situation? Where was its beastmaster? Surely it couldn't be wild. Meanwhile, Lu Ran found himself somewhat helpless. Even faced with such a ferocious creature, Ha Zong was not only undeterred, but filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Do not disturb. The situation remains unclear. This fellow must possess a beastmaster, for if it is harmed, compensation will be required. Lu Ran felt utterly bewildered. Moreover, this creature is a first-level protected animal. Should we harm it, I, Lu, would undoubtedly face severe consequences. He then jested with General Ha. Woof. General Ha's eyes widened. Does the opponent have a beastmaster? Do not jest. He could sense the smell of human blood emanating from the creature. If such a master exists, they are likely already within the creature's belly. Lu Ran, perplexed, seemed to have an epiphany and swiftly retrieved his phone to dial a number. If this were merely a case of an ordinary beast escaping, he would have called the fire department. However, the circumstances have evidently changed. The call connected promptly. A familiar voice greeted him on the other end. Hello, who is this? Is this Lang Li Xiao Bai Long? Lu Ran inquired. Indeed, it is. Is that you? Lu Renjiao? The voice replied, surprised. Haha, you contacted me so quickly. I thought you would rest a while first. Were you looking to register your identity? Xiao Bai Long asked. This matter is urgent. Allow me to explain. I was walking my dog in the back hills of our community when I encountered a Siberian tiger. It appears to be evolved, and I have yet to see its beastmaster. Most importantly, it seems to have consumed a human, as my dog detected the scent of blood on it. Upon hearing this, the other end fell silent. After a moment, the voice exclaimed, What? Moments later, Xiao Bai Long could not contain himself and cursed. What is the current situation? Are you in danger? Where are you? It must be a contract backlash. Such occurrences are common abroad. Some individuals attempt to bind ferocious beasts with black cards, but cannot control them, leading to their demise at the jaws of the tiger. Lu, listen to me. First, find a safe location and inform me of your address. I will immediately send someone to handle it. Lu Ran nodded, surprised at the prospect of engaging with an official beastmaster so quickly. Initially, he thought he would have to wait until registration to meet one in real life. Just as Lu Ran was about to disclose his location to Xiao Bai Long, a thunderous roar resonated through the forest. The massive tiger ceased its standoff with General Ha and, seemingly enraged, lunged forward with a roar. The terrifying roar is something only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend. Even through the phone, Xiao Bai Long could hear the bone-chilling sound. On the other end, Xiao Bai Long's face turned pale. Once bound by a contract, tiger species are at least high-level extraordinary beings, even if they have not awakened their attributes. Even at level 1, they can effortlessly slaughter lower-tier beings. Lu Renjia, he called urgently, wanting to know what was happening. However, Lu Ran did not respond immediately. As the giant tiger charged, General Ha's eyes sparkled, as if the tiger's attack aligned perfectly with his intentions. An azure energy enveloped him. With a whoosh, dust erupted underfoot. With the aid of wind power, he dashed forward, moving like a fleeting shadow, far quicker than the massive tiger. Speed translates to power. In Lu Ran and General Ha's eyes, this tiger was merely a hulking mass. It appeared to be only level 1, lacking even the most rudimentary energy coverage. Faced with the awakened attributes of General Ha, it was merely a large cat. The Siberian tiger, initially stunned by General Ha's swiftness, soon reacted, colliding with Ha's body. However, despite being level 1, the tiger's immense power became evident, causing Ha to feel a painful impact, as if he had collided with a speeding vehicle. This collision made the tiger realize that General Ha was not to be trifled with and attempted to retreat, but the formidable opponent was not one to let it escape. With a fierce howl, General Ha seized a nearby branch, preparing to wield it as a sword, employing sword techniques. The wind power enveloped the branch, transforming it into a shining blade of wind. Clutching the wind blade, General Ha pursued relentlessly. The king of beasts indeed. Dog-headed sword strike. Witnessing this, the Siberian tiger was utterly dumbfounded, glancing back as it fled, nearly stumbling in the process, lacking the grace of a king of beasts. "Hey, Lu Renjia!" Xiao Bailong shouted. "I'm fine," Lu Ran replied, hiding behind a tree while observing the scene. He scratched his head and said, "The tiger attacked, and I helped resolve the situation. Fortunately, my husky has awakened its attributes and leveled up. Otherwise, we would have been in serious danger. What a pity. Such a magnificent tiger, if only it hadn't harmed anyone." Lu Ren expressed his regret. "I suppose this counts as an emergency evasion. Did you subdue it?" Xiao Bailong exclaimed in astonishment. However, recalling Lu Ran's impressive performance in the trial realm and considering General Ha's awakened attributes, he began to understand. Xiao Bailong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Ran was unharmed, that was paramount. Although he comprehended the situation, the courage displayed by Lu Ran and his companion was remarkable. After all, they were merely high school students. What kind of family does this individual come from? Please ensure your safety and provide me with your address. I will contact the relevant authorities to retrieve the tiger. Thanks to you. The consequences of a Siberian tiger entering the city would be unthinkable. I will assist you in applying for a reward. All right. As for the reward, I do not need money. Perhaps we could arrange for my admission to MODA. I no longer wish to take the college entrance examination, Lu Ran replied. In truth, Lu Ran had little desire for a diploma, but after so many years of study, he felt he would be at a loss if he did not obtain one. Ultimately, he decided to become a beastmaster with a qualification. Xiao Bailong. As Lu Ran spoke, he approached General Ha, who had cornered the Siberian tiger at the foot of the mountain, now displaying several wounds and bleeding profusely. The tiger trembled in terror, resembling a frightened bird, continuously roaring to intimidate its adversary. Lu Ran gazed in astonishment at the branch in General Ha's mouth. This fellow is progressing remarkably. Previously, the wind power had shattered the wooden sword, and now it can adeptly envelop the branch with energy. Is he a genius? You look somewhat unfamiliar. You must have recently joined us, Lu Ran remarked, glancing at the Siberian tiger. He had encountered several animals from the wildlife park, but this one was unfamiliar. Likely a newcomer. What a shame. It has already harmed someone. He wondered how it would be handled next. Shortly thereafter, several officers had entered the back hills of Hongya Park to capture the escaped Siberian tiger when a fourth-generation beastmaster paused and answered a call. Officer Luo Shang. This is the First Bureau. The Northeast Tiger escape incident previously reported by Levine City has been resolved by a local beastmaster who has successfully contained the tiger. I will send you the location shortly. What? Fully armed, wielding firearms, and accompanied by a remarkable police dog, Luo Shang displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't there only me as a beastmaster in Levine City? It is a rookie beastmaster. How could a novice possibly achieve that? I will bring my team over immediately." Taking a deep breath, Luo Shang found it hard to believe. Just a week ago, he had also become a rookie beastmaster, his ranking already quite high. Yet, even his professionally trained police dog trembled at the mere scent of the escaped Northeast tiger. What kind of rookie could subdue an extraordinary tiger without the aid of firearms? Could it be that the other party has contracted an even fiercer beast? Moments later, Luo Shang arrived at the location sent by Lu Ran, greeted by an astonishing scene. An unusually large Northeast tiger lay curled up at the mountain's foot, resembling an aggrieved house cat, while a Siberian husky, holding a branch, barked nearby. A youth, resembling a student, sat on a rock engrossed in his phone. Chapter 21. The Encounter of Siblings. At this moment, a group of officers gazed at this bizarre scene, utterly perplexed. What is happening? Luo Shang stood in a daze. His police dog, equally bewildered. He had assumed that a beast master capable of subduing an extraordinary tiger would have contracted a fierce beast, perhaps a bear. What did he see instead? A husky? Such a dog, known for its poor obedience and weak aggression, would struggle to be a police dog. How on earth did it manage to make a ferocious tiger behave like a mere cat? Uncle Police, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the crowd, Lu Ran suddenly realized that some special departments, like the military and police, might have become aware of the existence of the black card. With the small number of beast masters, it would be overly cumbersome if every matter required their direct involvement. The number of ordinary people in the Xia Country Beastmaster Alliance should not be insignificant. May I ask if there is anything further you need me to assist with? I suddenly have an urgent matter. Lu Ran spoke, feeling quite anxious. This was because Fong Lan had finally returned. The two had just spoken on the phone. But since Lu Ran could not leave, he had to continue waiting. At this moment, Lu Ran was more eager to see how Fong Lan was doing than to remain here. I am Luo Shang. Thank you for your assistance. You are Lu classmate, right? We can handle things here. You may attend to your matters first. We will personally express our gratitude at a later time when you are available, Luo Shang stated. He dared not treat a skilled individual like Lu Ran lightly. Although Lu Ran appeared merely as a student on the surface, Luo Shang understood that some formidable beast masters could easily hold significant positions within the alliance, possessing high status. If Lu Ran were also an official, his rank might even surpass Luo Shang's. Until he understood Lu Ran's true identity, Luo Shang could only follow him. No need for thanks, it is only right. Lu Ran replied, pleased to hear he could leave directly. He glanced at Ha Zong and said, then let us depart. The large cat's teeth and claws have been removed, and one of its legs is broken, so its danger level should be quite low. It is now in your hands. The northeast tiger growled in anger. You are the cat. Your whole family is a bunch of cats. The officers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Soon, Lu Ran and Ha Zong left the scene. Before departing, Ha Zong cast a majestic glance at the northeast golden shimmer and the enormous police dog, neither the tiger nor the dog daring to make a sound. Finally, seeing Lu Ran and the others leave, the curled-up northeast tiger breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted off its shoulders. These two demons had finally gone. However, as it glanced at the several black gun barrels aimed at it, it fell into contemplation. In a certain room within Jiang Community, Levying City, Fong Lan lay on the sofa in her pajamas, a facial mask applied to her face, doing her best to ease her tense spirit. Sigh, I am finally back. The most aggravating thing upon her return was that scoundrel Lu Ran. She picked up her phone again, gazing at the messages Lu Ran had sent her, nearly causing her mask to slip off in frustration. Lu Ran, you were selected too? Lu Ran, it's not that I ignored you. I was chosen 2 hours before you. When you sent the message, I was already in the secret realm. Lu Ran, are you back yet? I will give you a piece of my mind. She had intended to discuss this matter with Lu Ran as soon as possible, only to find that he had been selected even earlier without informing her, which infuriated her. She had already called Lu Ran, eager to confront him about this. Ding. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Lu Ran, cautiously awaiting at the door, was ready to make amends. This place was where Fong Lan cared for her pets, and also her residence. Fong Lan owned several properties, and due to the numerous reptiles she kept, living with her parents became inconvenient, prompting her to move out long ago. Thus, she currently resided separately from her family. Lu Ran. Upon opening the door, Fong Lan looked at Lu Ran, who had not even changed his clothes and appeared disheveled. She initially had a lot to say but found herself at a loss for words. Forget it. Come in. Lu Ran patted his chest, exhaling, and stepped into the room. In the living room, the two exchanged gazes, and Fong Lan broke the silence first, saying, I will not dwell on why you did not inform me about the incident. I can guess how you would respond. You were afraid I would worry, doubt you, or prevent you from trying, right? Haha, Lu Ran chuckled awkwardly. Regardless, in the future, if you encounter dangerous situations, you must inform your family. I mainly did not expect the black cards to emerge on such a large scale, Lu Ran replied. Who would have known we would be selected so closely together? I intended to inform you after I exited. Besides, did you not refrain from telling your parents as well? You were still talking back. Coughing, she continued. So you contracted your family's husky, right? Just as Fong Lan had settled down, she stood up, placing her hands on the table, looking earnestly at Lu Ran. What is your ranking? Perhaps due to the siblings' tacit understanding, both believed the other would easily clear the novice secret realm. Not bad, level. Now Ha Zong is quite strong. We may have the opportunity to team up and conquer the secret realm. Lu Ran did not conceal his ranking from Fong Lan. However, sometimes, the more one tells the truth, the less others believe. As expected, Fong Lan was taken aback, expressing disbelief. What did you say? Level? How is that possible? Your Ha Zong is a leading breed? No, just a mid-level extraordinary. Then how could you possibly be level? My Xiaolan is a high extraordinary breed, and I am only level. Fong Lan appeared somewhat puzzled, for Gu Xuejia had informed her that she was a rare talent, her spider pet having an extraordinarily high compatibility with her, making its initial breed comparable to lions or tigers. If Lu Ran's Ha Zong were also a high breed, she could understand his high ranking, but how could a mid-level extraordinary yield such a score? Breed level does not represent everything. There is one aspect not included in breed ranking, and that is learning ability. Lu Ran sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, poured a glass of water, and spoke while drinking. My family's Hazong possesses an exceptionally high level of intelligence. After engaging in just a few battles, he effortlessly grasped the concept of energy coverage. Through the refinement of combat experience, he has achieved a skill level that allows him to easily envelop external objects with energy. In terms of mastery over energy, he utterly overwhelms those wild creatures. It is no surprise that we obtained a high score after battling all day. Did I not mention early on how remarkable Hazong's combat abilities are? Now you are convinced, I see. It seems your understanding of Wu Xiancheng and beast tamers is rather limited. If you have any questions, I am here to clarify them for you. Lu Ran chuckled, applying what he learned. Fong Lan, witnessing Lu Ran's ostentation, expressed her dissatisfaction directly. No need. I simply did not adapt to the secret realm at first. Once I have time, let us engage in a friendly duel at the arena in Wu Xiancheng, pitting your Hazong against my Shaolon. Sure. Lu Ran agreed instantly, eager to witness the prowess of the high-class extraordinary species, the Dexiao wolf spider. It was quite astonishing that Fong Lan's pet was of a high extraordinary lineage. To be frank, Lu Ran was both surprised and unsurprised. It was only natural that Fong Lan, having interacted with these reptiles since childhood, would have a high compatibility with them. The foundational beast tamer manual states that those selected by the Heika typically have extensive experience with animals, whether through animal-related professions or by having pets at home. Moreover, the greater the compatibility between the beast tamer and their pet, the more potential the pet can unleash after the initial contract. Do I have something on my face? Lu Ran, having agreed to the duel, noticed Fong Lan still glaring at him with her teeth clenched, feeling a bit guilty. I thought my score was quite high. But apparently you were still holding a grudge over that matter. She had always overshadowed Lu Ran in various aspects since childhood, and now that he had surpassed her, her feelings must be quite complex. Hee, Lu Ran remarked, it's all right. The initial score does not determine much. If there were to be a supreme ruler among beast tamers, you would undoubtedly become the beast king, sister. At least you know how to speak nicely. Fong Lan retorted. By the way, have you encountered any officials inviting you? Lu Ran suddenly inquired. I have. Did you agree? Of course, Fong Lan replied. Why would I refuse? Did you not? Not yet, Lu Ran admitted. Upon mentioning this, Fong Lan became animated, exclaiming, guess who I ran into in Wu Xiancheng? Gu Bo Shi. Gu Qing. It turns out she was also selected to become a beast tamer. You surely know more than I do. She shared a lot with me. I accepted her invitation, but she said we would discuss specifics later in reality. Gu Qing? Who is that? Lu Ran thought the name sounded familiar, but could not recall who it was. A young and beautiful PhD from Moda University. Forget it. You seem only interested in your air ha and bugs, and beauties are of no concern to you, Fong Lan scoffed. Several of her female classmates had secretly inquired about Lu Ran, yet he showed no interest in any of them. Perhaps that's for the best, she thought, as she felt many girls were merely eyeing Lu Ran's family fortune. Nonsense. I also have a fondness for beauties. Lu Ran was unwilling to accept that. At his age, he should have been exploring romance, but with family upheavals and the acquisition of supernatural abilities, he had not developed in that direction, which was understandable. Is that Gu Bo Shi reliable? Lu Ran asked again, worried that Fong Lan might be used as cannon fodder. Of course. She is a first-generation beast tamer who entered Wu Xiancheng 3 years ago. She is quite formidable. Her novice secret realm score seems to surpass yours. Lu Ran could hardly believe it. A first-generation beast tamer, really? It should be so, as she mentioned. Lu Ran's mouth slightly dropped open. The first-generation beast tamers. With novice scores? Did not Xiao Bailong mention that only 13 of them are currently active on the front lines? Could this Gu Bo Shi be one of those 13? Lu Ran gazed at Fong Lan incredulously, and she returned his gaze with wide eyes. What's wrong? I was just a bit wistful. Why is it that you enter Wu Xiancheng and encounter a first-generation big shot, while I only meet someone, well, a pretty decent person? I can introduce you to Gu Bo Shi. I have a high score, and she said I am a rare genius. Your score will surely be valued even more. We could become 2 super generals under her command, a perfect duo. As far as I know, the Alliance seems to be placing great emphasis on cultivating 4th-generation beast tamers. We a duo? Lu Ran scoffed. Fong Lan puffed up her cheeks, stating, shut up. Do you believe I could lock you in a small dark room for a night with the reptiles? Chapter 22. Purity of Identity. In the Summer Kingdom. At the Modu branch of the Beast Tamer Alliance. The first bureau of Modu branch. A young man clad in a white suit passed through multiple security checks, entering the high-rise building and taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, where he knocked on the door of a particular room. Come in. Xiao Bailong entered the room. Shortly after his involvement in the extraordinary beast escape incident in El-Hai City, he was summoned by the First Bureau to report on the situation. The First Bureau, formerly known as the Public Security Guardian Bureau, is responsible for preventing, stopping, and and investigating malevolent activities concerning beast tamers and extraordinary beings. The extraordinary Northeast Tiger Escape incident in El City falls under the jurisdiction of the First Bureau. Is Group Leader Li and Group Leader Zhao also here? However, Xiao Bailong was surprised to find not only a group leader from the First Bureau waiting for him, but also his direct superior. The group leader of the Second Bureau's new recruitment section. Xiao Bai, upon entering, his superior glanced at him and said with a smile, "There are no outsiders here. Please have a seat." "Thank you, Group Leader." Xiao Bailong expressed his gratitude but did not sit down. Bai Junjie, regarding the El City incident. You were the one who contacted the First Bureau, correct? Thank you for that. Group Leader Li from the First Bureau replied with a smile. It was part of my duties. I was merely relaying information. The one who really solved the issue was that newcomer named Lu Run, Xiao Bailong clarified. How much do you know about this newcomer? Group Leader Zhao inquired. Just a little, Xiao Bailong replied, glancing nervously at his superior. Lu Ran indeed showed considerable potential, but Xiao Bailong had not recruited him. He hoped this would not displease his superior. He certainly did not want his bonus deducted. Xiao Bai, this Lu Ran is a talent, a genius. You must persuade him to join the official ranks. Group Leader Zhao stated with gravity. Take a look at this information. Xiao Bailong puzzledly accepted the document from his superior. It was evident that, although little time had passed, Lu Ran's information had already been thoroughly investigated. Name, Lu Ran. Gender, male. Age, 17. The preceding details were all rather simple. Xiao Bailong was not surprised by Lu Ran's status as a student. The only unexpected detail was that this Lu Ran was actually an exemplary student, capable both academically and in martial prowess. Soon, Xiao Bailong came across a crucial point, causing his expression to change. Lu, is he an orphan? Yes. His parents passed away 5 years ago. Take a look at his family information. Xiao Bailong continued reading. Father, Lu Qiancheng, zoologist, former professor at Jinling University. Later hired as a biological consultant for the Natural Life Company, having traveled abroad for wildlife ecological research 22 times, authoring numerous works. Mother, Lu Yunxiu, biologist. Former professor at the Imperial Capital University, later hired as a biological consultant for the Natural Life Company, holding multiple patents for biological drugs. Grandfather, Lu Hai. Village chief of Lu Jia Village, hunter. Grandmother, Lu Ying, the veterinarian of Lu Jia Village. Lu Jia Village, a village of hunters, where the village chief is elected based on hunting skills. Upon seeing the astonishing array of family information, Xiao Bailong was left utterly speechless. He had always known that this classmate, Lu Ran, was extraordinary, but his lineage was remarkably pure. If he cannot become an exceptional beastmaster, who else could? It is as if the very essence of being a beastmaster is inscribed in his blood, while other beastmasters share a deep bond with their animals. Lu Ran's lineage spans generations, each ancestor seemingly connected to the realm of animals. Truly formidable. No wonder he could achieve commendable scores in the novice secret realm with just a husky and even subdue a formidable tiger. Yet, it is unfortunate that his elders passed away early, leaving him all alone. You see, as the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes to phoenixes. And you have witnessed his talents firsthand. The upbringing he received is certainly not something ordinary individuals can compare to. Such a talent, if lost to the common Beastmaster Guild, would indeed be a pity. Zhao Zhu expressed regret. Old Zhao, I entrust this person to your second team. Be sure to bring him over. There will be generous rewards. The first team leader, Li, watched Zhao and Xiao Bailong with keen interest. At this moment, Xiao Bailong felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Perhaps even Lu Ran himself did not realize that it was due to his background that he had attracted the attention of the authorities. After Xiao Bailong departed, team leaders Li and Zhao set aside their documents and resumed their tea and casual conversation. The number of individuals becoming Beastmasters is increasing, and a significant restructuring within the alliance is imminent. I wonder where we will be assigned. I hope we can remain in MO do its challenging. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our tea. In El City, Lu Ran and Fong Lan were discussing the details of their experiences in the novice secret realm. Lu Ran had entered the forest of demon cats, while Fong Lan had ventured into a different map, specifically the spider cave that Lu Ran had previously encountered. Lu Ran could only conclude that Fong Lan's entrance into the spider cave was akin to returning home. I am now suspecting that perhaps we need to unlock some hidden plot to achieve a score of 3. No. Didn't you pay close attention to the prompts when entering the novice secret realm? Scores are based on combat performance. Fong Lan replied. You must eliminate all the wild creatures in the novice secret realm to achieve a score of 3. How is that even possible? Why not? The novice trial realm only encompasses a small portion of the simpler novice realm, with no creatures above level 5. If someone has a commanding level initial pet, there should still be hope. As Fong Lan and Lu Ran engaged in a heated discussion, Fong Lan's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, Fong Lan anxiously hushed. "It's Dr. Gu. Don't say a word." After that, she answered the call. "Gu Xuejia, is that you, Fong Lan?" A voice on the other end chuckled. "You previously mentioned an interest in the Secret Realm strategy group, but upon further reflection, I believe you are not suited for that. Entering frontline combat would be too perilous for someone like you. What about the research department?" Fong Lan inquired. "Currently, there are no seasoned individuals available to mentor newcomers in the research department either." "Oh, actually, I still recommend that you continue your studies," Gu Qingyi suggested. "However, it won't be at MOD University. Rather, it will be a new institution specifically dedicated to serving the profession of Beastmasters. If all goes well, it should begin enrolling students in 2 months. The rapid increase in the number of 4th-generation Beastmasters has made it possible to establish a school. There will be former combat and lifestyle Beastmasters from official channels and major guilds teaching there, alongside renowned professors specializing in extraordinary creatures from the past 3 years. The curriculum will focus solely on knowledge and personal development, with no aim to strategize secret realms during school hours, ensuring a high level of safety. After graduation, students can freely choose their paths, whether in official institutions or Beastmaster guilds, serving as a transitional station since most young individuals cannot quickly adapt to the profession of Beastmaster. My suggestion is for you to pursue advanced studies here. From what I understand, this university allows for graduation applications at any time. Once you have a clearer understanding of what suits you, you can make a choice. What do you think? A Beastmaster university? I will heed your advice, Gu Xuejia." Fong Lan was surprised. She hadn't anticipated the existence of a specialized university for Beastmasters, indicating that the number of 4th-generation Beastmasters would indeed be substantial. However, did this mean her 9th place score in the provincial college entrance examination was in vain? Aye. Lu Ran, with keen hearing, grasped the conversation despite Fong Lan's low volume. As they reached a pivotal moment in the discussion, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. There's a Beastmaster school. It sounds far more intriguing than Emoda. He decided he would not attend Emoda any longer. He didn't want to repeat his senior year. Could I be directly recommended there? The school indeed offered more freedom than joining an official institution or a guild. Eventually, he could access vital knowledge through the school while privately practicing in secret realms, making it the most suitable choice for him. Most importantly, at just 17 years old, immersing himself solely in secret realms could lead to mental strain. He felt that interaction with peers was essential. Sister Fong Lan noticed Lu Ran's hint and said, "I have a younger brother. He has also been chosen to become a Beastmaster and pass the novice trial. However, he is only a junior in high school. Can he also go directly to this Beastmaster University?" After Fong Lan spoke, Gu Qingyi pondered briefly. "It should be fine. But the university seems to have multiple campuses based on the talents of the Beastmasters, so you may not end up in the same place. Your strength should easily qualify you for the key campus. But as for him, I cannot say." Although Gu Qingyi had confidence in Fong Lan, she did not intend to offer her too many privileges. "Thank you, Gu Xuejia. We will handle the assessment ourselves." Fong Lan expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks. I look forward to seeing you grow quickly. The progress of various countries regarding Infinite City has stagnated for too long, and we urgently need 4th-generation Beastmasters to step in." Gu Qingyi smiled slightly. "By the way, if you have time, tune into the television at 8 p.m. tonight. If all goes as expected, the authorities should announce the existence of Infinite City and the Black Cards. The surge in Black Cards is not just in Xia country, but globally has exceeded control. The era of universal Beastmasters is upon us." In Chapter 23, titled The Second Pet, after Fong Lan concluded her call with Gu Qingyi, Lu Ran and she exchanged glances. Universal Beastmasters. That was swift. Lu Ran had not anticipated that the existence of Beastmasters would be announced so soon. Initially, he thought it would take longer. After all, he was essentially a beta player, albeit in the 4th test. Once announced, it would be akin to the public launch of a game. The competition would inevitably intensify. They simultaneously checked the time, 6:42 p.m. There was less than an hour and a half remaining until the time Gu Qingyi had mentioned. After all, the issuance of the black card shows no signs of ceasing. Fong Lan remarked that an early announcement could enable Xiagua to cultivate more Beastmasters. As for whether such supernatural events would have a significant impact on the stability of the existing society, it has become somewhat irrelevant. After 3 years of exploration, various nations surely recognize the importance of the Beastmaster profession. Indeed, Lu Ran chuckled. Now, graduating often leads to unemployment, making it challenging to find a job. Becoming a Beastmaster and venturing into the secret realms to gather resources appears to be a viable path. Besides, the pet-related industries are set to flourish. You should encourage your parents to resign from their current jobs and dive into entrepreneurship in Infinite City. There must be ample opportunities, Lu Ran mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Come on, They're quite old. How could they possibly be selected for the black card? Fong Lan responded. Starting a business in reality isn't a bad idea either. Whether it's selling initial pets or opening a hospital specifically catering to Beastmasters. Lu Ran shrugged and said, forget it. You don't lack for money. That's not true. I am in need of crystal coins. Fong Lan retorted. At that moment, Lu Ran's phone rang. He shushed Fong Lan, signaling her to remain silent. The caller was Xiao Bailong. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ran answered the call, having discerned Xiao Bailong's intentions. Hey, Lu classmate, have you eaten? I heard from Officer Luo that after you transferred the tiger to them, you went straight home. Tiger? What tiger? Fong Lan looked at Lu Ran eagerly. Oh, so you are hiding things from me. I haven't eaten yet. What will happen to that tiger? After a pause, Xiao Bailong replied. If it were a regular tiger that attacked people, it would surely be shot dead. However, extraordinary beasts are exceedingly rare. So they would likely be sent to a special department for rehabilitation and taming, exploring any chance for redemption. I gathered some information. The caretaker is quite experienced and specifically chose the strongest contract, believing he could tame it. Yet, after enhancement, the beast is currently in a state of ravenous wild awakening. And given their lack of emotional connection, it is bound to end in tragedy. Lu Ran sighed, relieved he hadn't recklessly ventured into the wildlife park in search of his first pet. Though Hazong may be a bit foolish, he is obedient. What a pity. Lu Ran lamented. By the way, Lu classmate, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I believe I can assist you. I can use my special connections to help resolve your academic concerns. When would you be free to come over and register so we can discuss in detail? On the other end of the line, Xiao Bailong rubbed his hands nervously, having gathered some understanding of why Lu Ran was hesitant to join any organization. Likely due to the sensitivity stemming from being an orphan. No worries. I will help Lu Ran open up. I don't want to go to Modo again. Lu Ran said. What? The Imperial Capital University is also an option. Any university in the country, you can choose. Xiao Bailong winced, perplexed by the fickleness of youth. Lu Ran was surprised. Although Xiao Bailong was merely a member of the recruitment team, he seemed to possess significant connections. I'm not going. Someone just recommended that I attend Beastmaster University, claiming it will begin accepting applications in the next couple of months. Beastmaster University? Xiao Bailong was taken aback. He had never heard of such a place. Are you being deceived? How come I have no knowledge of Beastmaster University? Who mentioned it? Gu Qingyi, Dr. Gu. Do you know her? Xiao Bailong fell into deep thought. After a moment, his eyes widened. Is it the Dr. Gu I know? The original Beastmaster? You know her? Xiao Bailong was astonished. He had heard of Gu Qingyi, the first generation of Beastmasters in Xiaogua, now one of the 13 most powerful active Beastmasters in the country. One could say that Dr. Gu's status in the realm of Beastmasters in Xiaogua surpassed that of even his superior. Lu Ran knows such a figure? Suddenly, Xiao Bailong recalled Lu Ran's background. Both of Lu Ran's parents were renowned zoologists, and given their age, they could very well be Dr. Gu's predecessors, making it entirely plausible for them to be acquainted. Xiao Bailong was stunned, initially assuming Lu Ran was a wild card, only to discover he had hidden connections. Ahem. Someone in my family knows her. Lu Ran glanced at Fong Lan, speaking nothing but the truth. Yet, he sensed that Xiao Bailong might have misunderstood something. Nonetheless, he could tell that Dr. Gu was indeed a significant individual. I understand now. By the way, where do I need to go to register? I hope it won't require leaving the province, Lu Ran inquired. Wait a moment. Let me consult my superior, Xiao Bailong said, sweating profusely, feeling that the hope of recruiting Lu Ran was dwindling. Soon, both Lu Ran and Xiao Bailong ended their calls. Once the conversation concluded, Fong Lan immediately turned to Lu Ran. What tiger? What happened? I was just taking Hazong out for a stroll when I encountered a northeast golden tabby that had escaped from the zoo. So I assisted the police in resolving the situation. It was a minor affair, Lu Ran replied nonchalantly. Forget about that for now. I just discovered that there is now a plethora of information about the black card circulating online. You should take a look. Oh, they didn't delete it this time? Lu Ran remarked. That makes sense. Since it's about to be announced, there's no need to delete it. I initially intended to add the person who posted about the cat pet to inquire further, but the official deleted the post rather quickly. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Fong Lan felt a bit embarrassed and admitted, that post was actually reported by me, and I asked the administrator to delete it. Really? It was you. At that moment, Lu Ran pulled out his phone. Although there was now an abundance of information regarding the black card online, it was still somewhat limited. The information primarily circulated on forums related to supernatural events and pets. For instance, when Lu Ran entered an animal forum, he discovered a post titled Brothers, I Need Help. The content read, if every animal on Blue Star has the opportunity for extraordinary evolution, which animal would be the strongest? My mom bought a bag of mantis shrimp for dinner this afternoon, and I heard they can throw out 100 punches in a second, feeling quite formidable. The replies below included, stop testing the waters. Are you also in possession of a black card? I advise you to remain calm and find a reliable pet. Don't be too clever. If you end up contracting a weak one, it could spell disaster. Check out the pinned post. A big shot has posted a guide. Read it 100 times. Lu Ran then switched to another forum. Damn it. The post read, why is there information about contract cards everywhere online? Wasn't I supposed to have protagonist treatment? I thought I was the only one. By the way, is there a big shot willing to guide me? What pet should I contract? I only have a turtle at home. Can that be contracted? I am quite agile. Light on my feet, skilled at serving tea and pouring water. Is there a big shot willing to send me a dragon egg? The replies included, a dragon egg? Dream on. Having a turtle is already impressive. It could evolve into a Xuan Wu in the future. I have a border collie that I just took to get neutered. Do I dare to contract it? Its gaze could kill. Lu Ran was amused. It seemed that due to the increasing online information, those who had received the black card were not concealing their experiences, but were instead actively seeking advice. Lu Ran noted that the posts had all suddenly appeared today, indicating that the number of individuals selected today had significantly surged compared to yesterday. Some tutorial posts exude a distinct official aura. Have you decided on your second pet? Lu Ran inquired of Fong Lan, who was similarly engrossed in her phone. Fong Lan nodded, gazing at Lu Ran with excitement. I think I will choose a snake. Since it can evolve infinitely, I want to raise a dragon. Lu Ran chuckled, pressing his forehead with amusement. Great minds think alike. To be honest, with extraordinary beings already in existence, it stands to reason that mythical creatures like dragons could also be real. Not contracting one would indeed be a missed opportunity. Oh, do you want one too? Fong Lan asked in surprise. Lu Ran shrugged, replying, however, I dislike snakes, and fish seem rather inconvenient. Perhaps I should see if I can evolve a western dragon instead, but I will need to acquire a second contract card first. By the way, the birthday gift you gave me is still lying around at home. A lizard and a dragon do seem quite similar. They might even belong to the same evolutionary chain. Ah, hasn't he, that red-eyed eagle lizard, perished under your care? Lu Ran responded with a hint of exasperation. What are you joking about? I am a pet expert. However, that one does have some personality issues. It is overly timid. Whenever I glance at it, it pretends to be dead, making communication impossible. Perhaps I should just replace it. In Modu, Xiao Bailong promptly contacted his superior, Team Leader Zhao. By Junjie? What is it? Zhao inquired. Team Leader Zhao? It appears that the student Lu Ran has caught the attention of others ahead of time. Are you aware of the establishment of Yusho University? He seems to have been recommended there. What? Zhao was taken aback. I know about Yusho University. The Alliance is in the process of establishing it. Isn't he an orphan? Aren't you the first to have interacted with him? Xiao Bailong replied. I am unaware, but he knows Gu Qingyi, who seems to have familial ties to the esteemed Dr. Gu from the official strategy team. Initially displeased, upon hearing the name Gu Qingyi, Zhao fell silent. Well, that's quite something, a top-tier beast master in the making. In that case, it seems that Dr. Gu intends to cultivate his own team, so we need not concern ourselves with Lu Ran any further. Zhao shook his head on the other end of the line. By the way, Xiaobai, they are requesting several individuals to establish an admissions office at Yusho University. This is a rare opportunity. Would you like to go? Huh. Xiao Bailong was taken aback. Is this a promotion? Don't hesitate. It's a good thing. According to internal news, both the first and second departments are set to disband in a few days, leading to significant adjustments in current positions. I suspect I will be reassigned elsewhere. And compared to other positions, Yusho University indeed offers better prospects for development. Thank you, Zhao. I am incredibly grateful. Xiao Bailong exclaimed joyfully, but then realized, doesn't this mean I will have to deal with Lu Ran again? Chapter 24. The Era of Universal Beast Mastery. After a while, Lu Ran received another call from Xiao Bailong. Lu, I have confirmed that the Alliance is indeed in the process of establishing Yusho University. Is that so? Lu Ran smiled. It seems your updates are not as swift as mine, you broad-eyed little dragon. Considering this, Yusho University is indeed more suitable for young beast masters like you. Additionally, my position may change soon as I will be working in admissions at this university. Should you have any questions then, feel free to reach out to me. Lu Ran was surprised but replied, no problem. By the way, about the registration. Oh, for that, please provide me with your email. I will send you an electronic form shortly. Just fill it out and send me a photo of your ID, front and back. No need for you to step out. All right, thank you for your help. Lu Ran felt relieved at the prospect of not having to make a trip in person. On the other end, after hanging up, Xiao Bailong adjusted his tie. As a seasoned professional, he understood Zhao's intentions. Lu Ran's background was not ordinary. He was acquainted with top-tier figures like Dr. Gu Qingyi. Upon learning that Lu Ran would be attending Yusho University, the senior leader, seizing the opportunity while he still had some influence, decided to send Xiao Bailong to the university's office. This move served a dual purpose, to promote him and to maintain a favorable relationship with Lu Ran. Thus, even if the senior leader were reassigned elsewhere, he would still have connections with a promising talent like Lu Ran, creating a valuable pathway. In contrast, the regret of not having personally recruited such a potential individual would seem trivial. Experience speaks volumes, Xiao Bailong pondered. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lu Ran smiled. What are you laughing about? Fong Lan inquired. I find it amusing that Dr. Gu seems to be quite influential. Xiao Bailong had initially sought to involve me with the official channels, but once I mentioned Dr. Gu's name, he immediately lost interest in that matter, likely believing I am closely connected to her. This way, Dr. Gu doesn't know me, and the officials think I am affiliated with her, so they will not pursue me further. I can enjoy a bit of freedom for now. Fong Lan rolled her eyes, saying, I knew you were being overly cautious. Constantly mentioning Dr. Gu, you are quite the schemer. I simply dislike being controlled by others. School feels relatively free, and besides, I spoke nothing but the truth. They probably filled in the blanks themselves. Lu Ran declared, now, we wait for news about that Yusho University to be announced. I need to level up quickly. Perhaps by then, I could even become a teacher, and I'll make you the class monitor. Lu Ran joked. Why not just become the principal? Fong Lan retorted. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the vast majority of people had set aside work and study to indulge in rest and entertainment. In this internet age, rather than unwinding with television, weary individuals preferred to scroll through various short videos and light novels on their phones for brief moments of joy. However, that night, everyone's phones unexpectedly buzzed with a notification. Videos, news, and nearly every type of content popped up in unison. The news was particularly captivating. Live broadcast. The lost super ancient civilization. Did another super civilization exist in the ancient era of Blue Star? The format of the broadcast featured expert interviews with a host and 2 specialists. In the living room, Lu Ran and Fong Lan enjoyed takeout while watching. Initially, Lu Ran was curious about how the officials would explain the existence of Infinite City, but he soon found amusement in the approach taken. It turned out that this method was indeed more palatable for the public than discussions of alien civilizations or unexplained events, especially since Xia country itself is rich in mythological history. The broadcast detailed that 3 years prior, various international research teams discovered a mysterious relic in Antarctica, which recorded information about a lost super-ancient civilization. In ancient times, Blue Star was imbued with spiritual energy, and under its nurturing, every being possessed terrifying powers capable of moving mountains and seas. Humanity existed even then, and to survive better, humans invented the art of beast mastery, leveraging the power of beasts to enhance themselves. The civilization of beast mastery flourished over a lengthy period, but suddenly faced an inexplicable decline as the spiritual energy of Blue Star vanished, leading to the loss of extraordinary abilities. Divine beasts transformed into ordinary animals, and humanity gradually regressed, no longer adapted to the environment of Blue Star. To preserve their legacy, this civilization of beast mastery exerted its final strength to establish a city in an alternate space, Infinite City, linking to the projections of history, aiming to pass down the system of beast mastery. The relic discovered by the research teams served as the key to unlocking this legacy. Currently, the inheritance system of the ancient beast master civilization has been activated, initiating a large-scale selection of inheritors in the modern era. Astonishingly, many individuals lounging at home, engrossed in the live broadcast, were left dumbfounded by the content of the interview. They instinctively believed it to be a prank, yet upon seeing the official media certification, a wave of confusion washed over them. Professor Nyo, it appears that the development of this beast master civilization far surpasses our own. How should we approach it? During the live stream, the female host posed this question to an elderly gentleman with an air of wisdom. This is an opportunity. We have always considered ourselves at the forefront of life in this world. Who could have imagined that an ancient era flourished so abundantly? We should actively engage with and explore the Infinite City, unearthing the lost histories. Based on the information available, the supernatural powers derived from this ancient civilization could bring about profound transformations in various fields such as medicine, transportation, and military affairs. Professor Ma remarked. There are already numerous reports online of young individuals being selected by the black cards distributed by the Infinite City. However, according to current intelligence, accepting the inheritance of ancient civilization comes with certain risks. What advice do you have for those chosen? Professor Ma contemplated for a moment, responding. The most crucial aspect is to refrain from haphazardly selecting an initial pet. If one lacks substantial confidence, it would be prudent to contact the authorities promptly. Conversely, the officials should swiftly disclose known information regarding the trial realms to enhance the success rate of those chosen. While this presents an opportunity, it is fraught with danger. I hope that those selected will approach it with caution. As for those who were not chosen, do not be disheartened. Attempting to raise pets can effectively increase the likelihood of being selected. Furthermore, It is imperative to treat your pets with kindness and care. That sounds reasonable, Fong Lan remarked, slurping her luocefen. There's nothing wrong with that, but it still feels more complex than it appears, Lu Ran added, enjoying grilled durian. As the two contemplated, they wondered whether the official information was genuine. Following the broadcast, major media outlets began disseminating various reports, including previously undisclosed incidents such as the Beast-Master trials leading to fatalities, which surfaced like mushrooms after rain. Simultaneously, experienced Beast-Masters, who had been selected long ago, began offering advice to newcomers. This phenomenon was not confined to Xia country. It was occurring across every nation on Blue Star. The world was in an uproar. In less than an hour, it was as if a veil of mist had been lifted from the world, ushering in a new era that felt dreamlike. Older individuals struggled to accept this new paradigm, as their worldviews had already been firmly established. In contrast, the younger generation, steeped in the influence of the internet, were ecstatic, as if they had waited their entire lives for this moment. What youth has not harbored dreams of grandeur? The transformations occurring in the world only heightened their anticipation, revealing what seemed to be the true visage of reality. Once the information regarding the Infinite City and the Beastmaster civilization was disclosed, supernatural occurrences began circulating beyond a few forums. Lu Ran's gaming group, resource group, and class group instantly buzzed with activity. He first checked his class group, where a lively discussion ensued. Yang Shishuai. Haha, no way. Am I the only one in class to receive a black card? Yang Shishuai. Image. Yang Shishuai. Don't be sad, everyone. Once I become a big shot, I'll take you all with me. By the way, what initial pet should I contract? In the group chat, a fortunate individual who had been selected exuded confidence, while others expressed envy and jealousy, feeling sour as if they had bitten into a lemon. Some even eagerly offered suggestions, but at that moment, Yang Shishuai's focus was solely on Lu Ran. Yang Shishuai. Lu Ran, just you wait. I will avenge my grandfather. Lu Ran. What does this have to do with me? Who is your grandfather? Yang Shishuai. You took a leave to participate in the bug fighting tournament and defeated my grandfather. He hasn't slept well since. But no worries, I'm here. How about contracting an insect-type initial pet? I feel like the insect race is the strongest with infinite evolution. Lu Ran. What? Why does your name sound so strange? So, Yang Shishuai raises crickets? Damn, I hope I didn't just defeat your grandfather, the runner-up. Lu Ran quickly closed the chat, but reconsidered and opened it again to reply. Lu Ran, contracting insects involves risks. I suggest consulting the authorities. He thought it was ridiculous to compete with an extraordinary insect race. With that, he closed the chat again. Ha ha ha. Besides Lu Ran, Fong Lan was also peeking into various groups. She laughed, holding her stomach. One of my fans was chosen too. When he received the contract card, he was so confused that when a giant cockroach flew by, he instinctively used the black card to chase it away and accidentally contracted it. Now he has an hour before the trial, and he is panicking. This, Lu Ran replied, based on common theory, the resilience of cockroaches is impressive. I feel they should manage to pass. Cough. Fong Lan regained her composure, saying, my fans are all pet enthusiasts. The chances of being selected with a black card seem quite substantial. I need to gather and compile relevant information to share with them. Lu Ran nodded, yawning slightly. Feeling a bit tired. You handle it. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll just crash at your place tonight. Please keep an eye on those pets. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night with spiders or centipedes crawling on me. Thank you. The next day, Lu Ran awoke and glanced at the time. The sun was already shining brightly. He had slept for 12 hours straight. At last, his weary body had received the rest it needed. Since entering the novice trial realm, he hadn't had a proper break. Moreover, he was fortunate not to have experienced that bizarre dream, allowing him to sleep soundly. Stretching on the soft bed, Lu Ran felt a lingering sense of unreality. The previous experiences felt almost dreamlike. However, upon summoning the black card, he understood that everything was indeed real. After tidying up a bit, he noticed the living room was empty, indicating that Fong Lan had yet to awaken. He decided against waking her. Do girls really have such endurance for staying up late? Fong Lan had also experienced the novice realm, but it seemed she had stayed up late engaging in group chats. She likely would sleep until the afternoon or even the evening. After leaving a message for Fong Lan, Lu Ran quietly departed. He then took a taxi and spent half an hour returning home. He first sent the necessary information to Xiao Bailong and then prepared a simple meal. After getting the meal ready, Lu Ran summoned Ha Zong, who had been confined to the black card for quite a while and was clearly restless. Had Lu Ran not reminded him beforehand, he might have mistaken the black card for a chew toy. The following day, local news would report on the extraordinary incident involving Ha Zong demolishing the card. As Ha Zong emerged and saw food, his eyes lit up, and he restrained his excitement. Diving headfirst into the bowl, eat quickly. We're heading to the Infinite City soon. Lu Ran was prepared to return to the Infinite City once more. It is not the case that he is hastily preparing to enter the secret realm again. Rather, he intends to ascertain whether the blacksmith shop is open today. His meteorite ore awaits transformation into a sword. Even with a mere twig in its mouth, Hazong possesses formidable strength, dispatching tigers as easily as one would a domestic cat. If it were to wield a divine sword forged from meteorite ore, would it not be capable of wreaking havoc? Even when confronted with awakened attribute tigers of the same rank, it should possess the strength to contend, should it not? Hazong nodded, hastening to finish its meal. Speaking of shaping, flowing, compressing, and releasing several advanced energy manipulation techniques, which would you like to practice first? Lu Ren observed Hazong as it dined, pondering slightly. Hazong's racial level remains low, yet its learning ability is exceptional. To engage in combat across various races, this advantage must be harnessed to expedite skill development. With a cheerful sound, Hazong expressed its desire for all. It believes in its own talents. Thus, let us train concurrently. We shall set a modest objective, to develop one skill from each of the 4 major categories. Hazong's mouth curled into a smile, nodding vigorously, signaling its agreement. However, I feel that merely practicing these 4 skills will not allow you to fully realize your potential. I have decided that we should incorporate some cultural lessons into future training. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ran clapped his hands and declared. Upon hearing this, the smile that had just graced Hazong's face began to fade. Cultural lessons refer to the tedious tasks of writing diligently under the lamp, does it not? Food tumbled from Hazong's mouth as it took a step back in trepidation. Its eyes wide with fear. It could endure any amount of training that would unleash its energy and fortify its strength, but cultural lessons? Lu Ran took a seat. It feels quite necessary. In truth, his greatest concern is not Hazong's combat prowess, but rather its intelligence. Not the intelligence for battle, but everyday intelligence. After all, this dog, throughout their year of companionship, has proven to be rather dim-witted. Everyday intelligence is indeed quite significant. Just like the time in the Yao Mao forest, when this foolish creature drooled over a poisonous mushroom. Is that reasonable? If Lu Ran were not present, he dares say this creature would not survive 3 chapters. A student with even a modicum of intelligence could easily mislead this dog to oblivion. As a beastmaster, Lu Ran is evidently quite anxious about this creature's mental state. Being a well-rounded student, he resolved to ensure that Hazong also becomes well-versed in both culture and combat, in order to avoid future pitfalls. He decided that during Hazong's rest periods, he would assign it some logical reasoning exercises and cultural studies. As long as it learns quickly, there will always be more to study, Lu Ran stated. Hazong's expression turned sorrowful as it gazed down at its bowl, feeling as though its meal had lost its flavor. Allowing a dog to practice swordplay is one thing, but to make it study? This grudge will not be forgotten. When you awaken, remember to inform our parents that we have become beastmasters. I will be heading to Wuxian City shortly, and do not know when I shall return. Should you need me urgently, you may find me in Wuxian City. Do you recall my name? Lu Rinjia, 9528, simply add me as a friend. After finishing its meal in a gloomy mood, Hazong was drawn back into the card, contemplating the life of a dog. After glancing at the message for Fong Lan once more and confirming there were no issues, Lu Ran retrieved his identity card and activated the teleportation function. Will you spend 5 crystal coins to teleport to Wuxian City? Yes. As soon as Lu Ran's thoughts settled, the crystal coins were deducted. 10 seconds later, after a day's absence, he arrived once more in Wuxian City, re-entering his exclusive room. Lu Ran had no intention of lingering here. Although he planned to have Hazong learn skills, that was not for the present moment. Before stepping out, he checked his crystal coin balance. Pleased to see he still had plenty left. He wondered how much it would cost to forge a decent weapon. Pushing the door open, he headed straight out of the residential area. This time, he did not see the little white dragon at the entrance. Besides the registration as a beastmaster, he also needed the little white dragon's assistance with his high school enrollment. However, with the vacation tutoring already arranged, and the school year still some time away, it was not an urgent matter. Let us embark. This time, fueled by abundant energy, Lu Ran opted for no mode of transportation, choosing instead to stroll towards his destination, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery of Wuxian City. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals, most of whom, like him, appeared as rural folk venturing into the city, ambling about as if they were visiting a tourist attraction. Lu Ran estimated that these were newcomers who had recently arrived in Wuxian City, still brimming with curiosity about their surroundings. Merely a day had passed, and the city felt much livelier than before. Moreover, Lu Ran began to discern the differences between seasoned veterans and newcomers. Most newcomers donned ordinary clothing, while many veterans, some affiliated with official capacities, wore formal uniforms that appeared to be custom-made. The unofficial veterans sported a variety of attire: armor, mage robes, animal skin garments, and Taoist robes. Leaving Lu Ran somewhat bewildered, as the styles varied greatly. The ordinary clothing likely belonged to those who had come from reality, while the more distinctive outfits were probably specially crafted, akin to the Shun Lu pendant, which possessed unique attributes and special functions. As he continued along, Lu Ran soon reached the blacksmith shop. He looked up at the establishment named Forging House and sighed in relief that it was indeed open for business that day. With a creak, the door swung open before he could enter, revealing a young man dressed as a hunter stepping out. A six-pointed star insignia adorned his chest, likely a guild badge, and he was followed by a middle-aged man wearing only a sleeveless white tank top and brown shorts, with a rather protruding belly. The man addressed the young hunter, wishing you success. Remember to bring back a fine bottle of wine after you clear the quest. Certainly. Lao Lin, you take care. It seems there are new guests, so I shall take my leave. The young hunter glanced at Lu Ran outside before bidding farewell to the man. Ah, a newcomer. Here to forge something? Who referred you? Lao Lin inquired, fixing his gaze on Lu Ran at the doorway. The cat-eared maid. Is Master Lin here? Lu Ran asked. That bunch of information merchants, huh? All right, come in, Master Lin replied. But I must warn you, my forging prices are not cheap. Newcomers might find them hard to bear. I bring my own materials. Following the man inside, Lu Ran noted the simple layout of the forging shop, which featured a counter, several small round tables, and chairs. The walls, however, were quite impressive, adorned with various tools, shields, long swords, bows, arrows, and battle armor, all appearing to be of high quality. Behind the counter, there seemed to be another room separated by a cloth, and even from outside, Lu Ran could feel the intense heat emanating from within. What materials did you bring? And what do you wish to forge? Master Lin returned to the counter, gesturing for Lu Ran to take a seat. I possess a piece of meteorite ore and wish to forge a sword. A top-tier material among high-quality resources, quite impressive, Master Lin replied, momentarily taken aback. Is it for your personal use? Generally, meteorite ore is more suitable for crafting armor for beast companions. It is for my beast companion, Lu Ran stated. For a beast companion? A sword? Master Lin fell into contemplation, asking, what kind of beast companion do you have? A monkey, perhaps, or an orangutan? Even for those capable of wielding weapons, providing them with a sword seems impractical. With such exquisite materials at hand, would it not be splendid to forge an armor? At the very least, a gauntlet would suffice. However, my cherished companion is a Siberian husky, necessitating a custom fit. Is that feasible? Lu Ran inquired. Master Lin, taken aback, displayed a momentary look of astonishment. You wish to forge a sword for a husky? What a peculiar request. In my extensive career, I have never encountered such an eccentric client. Chapter 26. I cannot teach you if you wish to learn. To forge a sword for a pet, specifically a husky. Each word was comprehensible to Master Lin, yet the combination rendered him perplexed. Was it he who had lost his sanity, or was it this newcomer who had? The meaning was quite literal. Lu Ran was aware that providing a sword for a husky defied conventional wisdom, and he could not envision a future where it made sense. Nevertheless, he possessed the ability of Chao Shou and Ai Tai. Once he successfully reverse-engineered it and completed the 20th version, he and the husky could achieve a dual cultivation. At that point, their swordsmanship would flourish rapidly, and the concept of a sword-wielding dog would become reality. This was a business proposition unlike any other he had encountered. After a moment of silence, Master Lin regarded Lu Ran earnestly, confirming that he was indeed serious. I do not endorse such reckless endeavors. While it may seem entertaining and unique, from my forging experience, this weapon bears no compatibility with a creature like a dog, unless you can evolve your pet into a humanoid form, akin to a Western werewolf, but that is still far from your reach. Thank you. However, I have made my decision. Can you forge it? Lu Ran replied. This old man appeared rather amiable. After a brief pause, Master Lin mused, this is intriguing. It seems you have your own ideas. I shall only be responsible for the forging, not the aftercare. If your dog injures itself, do not seek me out. If you can accept this, please bring forth your materials. If you only have meteorite ore, the price is 2,000 crystal coins. Lu Ran exclaimed. Is it truly that expensive? He had anticipated the cost to be only a few hundred crystal coins, especially since he was providing the materials. Master Lin responded. You possess merely one piece of meteorite ore. How could a single material suffice to forge a weapon? Release your pet. I will incorporate other advanced materials based on its attributes. The final product may not rival rare quality weapons, yet it will undoubtedly stand out among high-quality ones. Even a dog wielding it could slice through iron effortlessly, providing a significant advantage in lower-level dungeons. Very well. Since the information broker claimed this place has an excellent reputation, I shall trust Master Lin's words. After all, 2,000 crystal coins is an amount I can afford. For the sake of my husky. Lu Ran resolved and proceeded to make the payment. Master Lin rapped on the table and gestured towards a spot designated for a thumbprint. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran transferred the 2,000 crystal coins and retrieved the silvery meteorite ore from his backpack, placing it on the counter. Thus, he utilized all the rewards he had obtained from the novice secret realm, aside from the few thousand crystal coins he had yet to spend. He planned to save part of the remaining coins for dungeon runs and use the other portion to purchase food beneficial for enhancing the growth levels of his husky. According to the wind-type pet recommended recipes detailed in the basic Beastmaster manual. Master Lin, how long will the forging take? He inquired as he summoned his husky. Inside the forging room, a circular summoning array materialized. A woo with a flash of light, the husky surveyed its surroundings with vibrant energy. One must admit, the husky was indeed handsome, a paragon of beauty in the canine realm. Master Lin observed the husky, lost in thought. Initially, he had speculated if Lu Ran's pet would possess some unique trait, but it appeared to be just an ordinary husky. Woof. The husky gazed at Master Lin, questioning his scrutiny. It is merely a high-grade weapon. Find a seat. It will be completed within an hour. By the way, this one is of the wind element, correct? Yes, Lu Ran affirmed. Master Lin merely cast a glance at the husky and, upon identifying its characteristics, confirmed its elemental nature. Very well, wait here. He hefted the weighty meteorite stone in his hands and called into the inner room. Old partner, prepare for work. Oh, within the heated confines of the forge, a massive furnace loomed, and a turtle-like life form, its shell a deep crimson, its limbs and head composed entirely of fiery red flames, bellowed in response. In that instant, Lu Ran felt the temperature in the forging room rise several degrees. He longed to glimpse the creature within, but alas, visibility was obscured. As he awaited the hour, Lu Ran could not merely sit idle. He stroked the fur of his husky resting beside him while his gaze wandered to the wall. There hung various weapons, equipment, and items devoid of price tags. Possessing the primary data eye, he could discern the information of these non-biological low-tier items. The primary data eye was a reward obtainable only after scoring at a level above the novice trial secret realm, serving as one of his advantages. Name, Hong Yi Dao. Level, high grade. Description, a short blade imbued with flame attributes. Activation requires the extraction of the user's physical energy. Name, Hei Gang Dun. Level, high grade. Description, a shield capable of absorbing elemental damage to a certain extent. Name, Shangguan Yushi. Level, high grade. Description, upon activation, forms an energy shield lasting 1 hour. The shield dissipates after absorbing a single attack. The wall displayed a plethora of equipment and items. Upon seeing several swords, Lu Ran fell into contemplation. If he were to forge a sword from meteorite or for his husky, should he not also possess a sword? After all, he could not bring his iron-cutting sword into the Infinite City. Additionally, he found the Shangguan Yushi, a disposable defensive item, quite appealing. As a beastmaster, he was undoubtedly the greatest weakness in battle. Until he cultivated a robust physique through Chao Shou and Ai Tai, such a defensive item would greatly enhance his safety. Regrettably, his backpack was lacking, and he could scarcely afford much. Well, the Shen Lu pendant will suffice, he mused, continuing to survey the equipment and items on the wall. At this moment, he had already grasped the hierarchy of resources: ordinary, high-grade, rare, precious, epic, and legendary. His Shen Lu pendant was classified in the 5th tier, making it quite precious, thus deepening his curiosity about its origins. Perhaps he could return to Lujia village to investigate when time permits. It had been ages since he last visited. After the passing of his grandparents, his parents had seldom maintained contact with that place. 45 minutes later, Master Lin emerged from the forging chamber, holding a medium-length, silvery sword in hand. Client, your weapon has been forged. Please take a look. Lu Ran stood, gazing at the sword placed on the counter. Name, Feng Yunjian. Level, high grade. Description, a weapon that conduces and enhances wind energy effects. Your pet should be capable of energy enveloping and know how to entwine energy around its own body, Master Lin inquired. This sword possesses energy conduction and enhancement effects. Even if your pet has not mastered the technique of external energy wrapping, it can still channel energy into this sword. Should it grasp the technique, the wrapping will become even easier and more efficient. Once energy is entwined with this sword, it will amplify the effects of that attribute, thus inflicting greater damage. The meteorite iron ore is a premium resource among high-tier materials, theoretically capable of conducting and enhancing any attribute. However, since your pet is of the wind element, I have enhanced its wind attribute conduction and amplification with some additional materials. Of course, it still retains the ability to conduct other attributes, which can be utilized once your pet awakens its second attribute. With this sword in hand, even if your pet is below level 6, it stands a chance to seriously wound a level 10 extraordinary creature. For newcomers such as yourselves, this is a significant enhancement, provided it is wielded adeptly. Let us hope it doesn't end up backfiring and injuring itself. Master Lin regarded the excited Era with suspicion. Such a fine sword, Lu Ran exclaimed joyfully. While the efficacy of the sword remained to be seen, he was thoroughly satisfied with its appearance. Gleaming silver white, the sword radiated brilliance, its patterns reminiscent of a tempest, perfectly matching the hues of his beloved Hazong. Here, Lu Ran said as he picked up the Fengyun sword laid down by Master Lin, slightly bowing. In the next moment, Hazong clamped onto the hilt of the sword and took a few steps back. Observing this, Master Lin displayed an expression of intrigue. Woof! Suddenly, Hazong's gaze sharpened, an impressive wave of energy emanating from its form, followed by streams of white gradually transitioning to sky blue, rapidly spiraling from the hilt to the blade. Boom! In an instant, the Fengyun sword emitted an astonishing radiance. The previously faint energy surged beneath the humming of the sword, as if about to swell into a terrifying hurricane. Like a tempest, it danced upon the blade. Stop! At that moment, Master Lin's eyelids twitched, recalling the humorous antics of Era, halting Hazong's attempt to unleash further energy. Indeed, the results were impressive. It had merely injected a small fraction of energy, yet it could be enhanced to such an extent. Lu Ran remarked, "This 2,000 crystal coins feels well spent. It seems your pet has indeed mastered the technique of external energy wrapping," Master Lin noted, astonished by Hazong's command of energy. While the Fengyun sword possessed excellent energy conduction properties, he could discern that this Era's own level was also quite remarkable. Is this Era not yet level 10? Generally, few pets below level 10 can master such advanced techniques as external energy wrapping. It appears it has a commendable aptitude, Lu Ran chuckled. We are very satisfied with this sword. That is good to hear, Master Lin nodded, observing Hazong's mastery over energy with ease. The way this dog held the sword looked practiced. It must have trained for quite some time. Surely it wouldn't actually wield the sword in battle, would it? Let us not jest. He glanced at Lu Ran, sensing that this newcomer might not be as simple as he first appeared. A typical newcomer would not be able to train an Era to such a degree, nor would they possess meteorite iron or 2,000 crystal coins. Well, regardless of who you are, it is none of my concern. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Master Lin yawned. Wait, Master Lin. May I inquire about the price of this? Lu Ran pointed to the wall. Name, Zhanfeng sword. Level, high grade. Description, a sword imbued with wind energy. Activating the wind blade requires the user to expend stamina. Oh, so this is for you to use? Master Lin asked. Weapons like the Hongya knife and Zhanfeng sword, inherently enchanted, are primarily for the defense of beast tamers or for specific secret realms. In certain secret realms where ice-type creatures abound, a beast tamer wielding a fire-imbued Hongya knife can still inflict significant damage on lower-level creatures, even without much strength. In the novice stage, they are indeed quite useful. The Zhanfeng sword costs 1,500 crystal coins, Master Lin stated casually. I'll take it, Lu Ran replied, gritting his teeth. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction, Master Lin said. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ran completed the transaction, casually remarking, Master Lin, where did you learn your forging skills? Nearby, Hazong looked up at Lu Ran. Was he planning to forge swords for it himself in the future? Love it, love it. What do you wish to learn? Master Lin glanced at Lu Ran. And considering Lu Ran's considerable expenditure that day, he elaborated a bit. My situation is rather unique, not suitable for you. I learned my forging skills in a breakthrough secret realm. Whether it was luck or misfortune, 90 of breakthrough secret realms test the battle prowess of beast tamers. However, I encountered an unusual breakthrough task that required the entering beast tamers to personally forge equipment suitable for their pets, with quality requirements. Who among the life-type beast tamers would study such a thing? Master Lin grumbled. Fortunately, I am quite talented. I managed to encounter a master forger in the realm, who taught me a few techniques. Among the many beast tamers who entered, I was the only one to succeed. If you wish to learn, isn't the Alliance preparing a beast tamer university? Surely someone will teach there. Chapter 27, Version Update. Lu Ran felt as though he had asked a futile question. Nevertheless, he genuinely harbored an interest in pursuing secondary professions. In Infinite City, the three most popular life professions are nutritionists, alchemists, and forgers. To level up a pet, aside from combat training and daily exercises, nutrition plays a significant role. 7 parts nutrition, 3 parts training. Selecting different ingredients and appropriately combining a pet's diet can significantly accelerate its growth rate. As for how to combine them, that is the domain of the nutritionist. Similarly, alchemists, like nutritionists, are the lifeline for combat-oriented beast tamers. In Infinite City, healing-type pets are quite rare, and healing-type beast tamers are equally scarce. If a beast tamer and their pet suffer severe injuries or poisoning in a secret realm, they often rely on the potions crafted by alchemists to save their lives. Generally, beast tamers embarking on secret realm challenges prepare a substantial supply of healing potions in their bags for emergencies. though such potions cannot compare to the healing capabilities of healing-type pets. Lastly, forgers focus more on serving beast tamers rather than pets, as few pets require equipment or items to wear. However, it is quite necessary for beast tamers themselves, who are relatively weak, to be fully equipped. These three professions are the most mainstream secondary occupations in Infinite City, while other life professions tend to be more niche. To be honest, Lu Ran was quite eager to learn all three professions, as they all seemed quite useful. However, finding a systematic way to learn them appeared challenging. He would have to wait for the establishment of the Beast Tamer University. By then, he could choose not to enroll in the combat department and instead delve into some secondary professions. Having acquired 2 swords, Lu Ran bid farewell to Master Lin. With these 2 items, he could return and practice swordsmanship with Ha Zong. He hoped that the training efficiency with extraordinary weapons would far surpass that of wooden swords and iron-cutting swords. Ha Zong, let us go. This time, Lu Ran did not retract Ha Zong, but allowed it to accompany him as they strolled outside. Man and dog walked together down the street. Woof, I haven't forgotten. Let us go get you some food. Lu Ran shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging the difficulty in customizing a specialized nutritional meal for Ha Zong at present. He decided to prepare a meal based on the recommended general recipes for wind-type pets from the basic Beastmaster manual. The pig trotters, canned food, chicken, and beef at home were not inherently bad, but they were certainly not suitable for the extraordinary Ha Zong at this moment. To facilitate a swift upgrade, it was imperative to follow the path of other Beastmasters and utilize ingredients dropped from the secret realms to craft meals. Certain secret realms yielded extraordinary poultry and beast meats, which possessed nutritional value surpassing that of conventional meats. Furthermore, the variety of fruits, vegetables, and seasonings available was far richer than in reality. As Lu Ran walked, he pondered what provisions to purchase for Ha Zong for the upcoming days. Should he consider the prices? Initially, he believed that 10,000 crystal coins was a substantial amount, yet now it seemed rather insufficient. How would those newcomers without ratings manage to survive? What is up? Lu Ran was brought back to reality by Ha Zong's persistent reminders that there were acquaintances ahead. Acquaintances? Who could they be? The streets of Infinite City were lined with towering trees of indeterminate species, their deep green leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Lu Ran looked up to see a young man running alongside a wild boar, seemingly engaged in physical training. Puffing and panting, the duo appeared to have been running for some time. As Lu Ran approached, he recognized this young man as the one he had encountered during the attribute testing yesterday. It was indeed him. Ha Zong had a remarkable memory. It's you. The young man, raising his voice in surprise upon spotting Lu Ran, halted along with his pet. They had not anticipated meeting again so soon, despite having shared the same testing location and their spawn points being relatively close. I remember you. You're called Lu Rinjiao, right? The young man exclaimed with delight. Are you training? Lu Ran inquired. Indeed, just a simple workout to build stamina. Training in the secret realms costs money, so these basic exercises are sufficient for now, the young man replied. Hearing this, Lu Ran felt a slight cough rise in his throat. Compared to his own spending habits, the other seemed to be quite frugal. However, it appeared that the young man's pet had some dissatisfaction with his master's thriftiness, likely feeling shortchanged in terms of food. Could we add each other as friends? The young man suddenly brightened at the thought and proposed to Lu Ran. We could tackle the secret realms together. He recalled that Hua Jia had mentioned Lu Ran's initial rating would not be low and that he, too, had considerable potential. Being in an unfamiliar place, it was always advantageous to make a new friend. Sure, but I might not challenge the secret realms in the near future. Lu Ran agreed to the friend request. As they exchanged their Beast Master identification numbers, Lu Ran asked, have you joined the official guild with Hua Jia? The young man shook his head. No, I merely contacted her in reality to register my identity. I chose to join a guild instead. A guild? Lu Ran expressed surprise. The young man awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. I urgently need a substantial sum of money, and this guild offers better compensation. What kind of compensation? Lu Ran inquired with curiosity. Upon becoming a formal member, there's an immediate growth fund of 2 million. That much. Lu Ran gasped. Joining a guild for 2 million would undoubtedly entice most people. However, considering that the Yaoga Guild had mentioned that they would provide housing for formal members, it was clear they were investing heavily to recruit individuals. It comes with conditions and assessments. Currently, I am merely an intern member. If I fail the evaluation in a month, I cannot become a formal member, the young man explained. I heard it's quite challenging. This guild is the elite guild of Infinite City number 3, only accepting the best. My level rating is not impressive, and Hua Jia is aware of my situation. She suggested I try this guild first. If I cannot pass, I can always consider joining the official guild later. Good luck, Lu Ran encouraged. The young man seemed to come from a rural background, much like Lu Ran's grandparents, who were also from the countryside. Lu Ran's grandfather made a living through hunting, and he understood that compared to urban areas, many regions remained impoverished. It was entirely reasonable for the young man to aspire for a substantial amount of money to improve his living conditions. For him, Infinite City might represent a singular opportunity to alter his life circumstances and transcend social classes. Are you heading to the Beastmaster Square? The young man asked. Yes, I need to buy some food for him, Lu Ran replied, glancing at Ha Zong, who displayed a fighting spirit towards the wild boar. The wild boar merely regarded Ha Zong with disdain. Ha Zong. Ha ha, what a coincidence. I, too, need to buy some food for him. Why not go together? The young man suggested. However, before Lu Ran could respond, both he and the young man were taken aback, gazing at the sky. No, it was the entirety of Infinite City number 3, or rather, all the Beastmasters in every Infinite City, who were momentarily stunned. The familiar notification sound unexpectedly echoed in their ears once more. Detected that 100,000 Beastmasters have passed the novice trial. Updating Infinite City facilities now. New Infinite City building, Divine Pet Rankings. The Divine Pet Rankings are located at the center of each Infinite City South Beastmaster Square. Divided into 4 leaderboards: Extraordinary Species, Commander Species, Monarch Species, and Overlord Species, each containing 10 positions. The leaderboard resets monthly. Those ranked will receive substantial crystal coin rewards upon settlement. Ranking conditions. Each leaderboard only includes corresponding species pets and has specific ranking restrictions, assessing the pet's potential based on their combat highlights in secret realms and arenas. All Beastmasters are encouraged to actively challenge secret realms and engage in battles with their pets. Next update node. The number of Beastmasters reaches 1 million. The sound arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once the sound faded completely, the previously quiet Infinite City erupted into a cacophony. Regardless of whether they were seasoned veterans or novices, everyone was captivated by the update. In every Infinite City South Beastmaster Square, nearby Beastmasters could see a colossal 4-sided stone tablet, suddenly illuminated with astonishing radiance. The grayish-white tablet gleamed with black and gold lettering. Extraordinary rankings. First place, none. Second place, none. Third place, none. Commander rankings, none. Monarch rankings, none. Overlord rankings, none. Each face of the tablet displayed a leaderboard. But the rankings were all blank for the time being. Wait, has the world really reached 100,000 Beastmasters? What has happened in the last couple of days? One Beastmaster exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, the stingy Infinite City is finally willing to reward crystal coins. This place is finally offering facilities for benefits. Divine Pet Rankings? With only 10 slots, I'm destined to be that man who can't get a spot. Enough said, I'm heading straight to challenge the secret realms. While no one is on the leaderboard yet, perhaps I can secure a few minutes on it and screenshot it to boast for a lifetime. On a woodland path some distance from the Beastmaster Square, 2 novice Beastmasters wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Crystal coins, the young man murmured incessantly, his expression shifting between excitement and doubt, seemingly questioning his own abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Ran appeared somewhat dazed. It's over, it's over, it's over. How infuriating. Can the facilities really be updated? This recent update caught him completely off guard. He felt as though he had been backstabbed by Wuxian City. With the release of this leaderboard, how could he maintain a low profile while developing? It would be one thing to not make the list. But should he find himself on it, it would be tantamount to a server-wide announcement. El Zong and Ha Zong are formidable. Beside him, Ha Zong nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with wisdom and sharpness. The pig farmer and the pig looked at them, perplexed. This duo, a man and a dog, appeared to be in a more extravagant state than they were. Chapter 28, The Divine Pet Ranking. Let us head over to the Beastmaster Plaza. El Ran did not dwell on it for too long. He was solely interested in understanding the presentation of this Divine Pet Ranking and whether it would significantly impact him. The pig farmer nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by the Divine Pet Ranking as well. Thus, the 2 men, along with a pig and a dog, made their way toward the Beastmaster Plaza. In the 3rd Wuxian city of Xia Country, the Beastmaster Plaza was already bustling with hundreds of people. Some seasoned Beastmasters felt an immense sense of nostalgia, for it was the first time they had witnessed so many Beastmasters congregating. At that moment, everyone gathered near the Divine Pet Ranking, discussing and observing the leaderboard. It seemed to be regional, with each Wuxian city calculated separately. A friend from the 7th Wuxian city messaged El Ran, stating that someone had already made the list there. Is that true? If each Wuxian city is calculated separately, then there is hope. I just wonder how many crystal coins will be awarded upon settlement. Yet it remained challenging, as the number of Beastmasters was likely to increase, making the competition fierce. Crystal coins were the universal currency of Wuxian City, necessary for transactions everywhere. The addition of a facility that rewarded crystal coins naturally delighted the Beastmasters. El Ran and the pig farmer seemed to arrive just in time. Upon reaching the Beastmaster Plaza, they witnessed a change in one of the Divine Pet ranking displays. Regional announcement. Divine Pet ranking, extraordinary species ranking updated. Rank Divine Pet, species, black bear. Attribute, dark. Species level, high extraordinary. Growth level, level 8. Beastmaster, Yihei Feng. Reason for ranking. Evolved mutation of the black bear, possessing immense strength, awakened dark powers, and in the beginner's secret realm of the Meow Cat Forest. Defeated a level 10 medium extraordinary species Meow Cat with a single strike. The first position on the Divine Pet extraordinary species ranking was immediately occupied by the information of this black bear. The crowd at the Beastmaster Plaza heard the so-called regional announcement. Upon seeing the leaderboard change, many newcomers who had just entered in the past few days were astonished. A dark-type black bear? What does this fellow do in real life? Who is Yihei Feng, starting with a black bear as his initial pet? The crowd buzzed with excitement. As for an 8th-level dark-type black bear defeating a 10th-level Meow Cat, it was not unexpected. With a higher species level and a rarer, more powerful attribute, such a feat was not surprising. Before anyone could delve deeper into the origins of Yihei Feng, the leaderboard updated once more. Regional announcement. Divine Pet ranking, extraordinary species ranking updated. Rank Divine Pet, species, tiger. Attribute, rock. Species level, high extraordinary. Growth level, level 7. Beastmaster, Long Hudo. Reason for ranking. Evolved mutation of the Siberian tiger, a powerful species, awakened the power of the mountain rock. Successfully hunting a level 8 extraordinary species rock boar in the normal level beginner's secret realm of the Wild Boar Valley. This update pushed Yihei Feng, who had just claimed the first spot seconds ago, down to second place. This ferocious contracted tiger, Long Hudo, had ascended to the top, suggesting that Wuxian City deemed the performance of the rock tiger to be superior to that of the dark-type black bear. Impressive. At this moment, just seeing two individuals on the leaderboard left the pig farmer bewildered. He felt entirely out of place on this list, with bears and tigers dominating, while his wild boar, though strong, seemed to pale in comparison. It appeared that the extraordinary ranking was primarily tailored for newcomers of the 4th generation. At this moment, someone spoke up. Below the extraordinary ranking, besides the countdown for settlement, there were a few lines of explanatory text. Note: the extraordinary species ranking only includes newcomer pets belonging to beast masters who have been active for less than a year. Note: equipment, items, one-time resources, teammate assistance, and other external forces that enhance pet combat will reduce the weight of their ranking eligibility to some extent. It seemed designed to prevent veterans from cultivating new pets to seize resources from newcomers. However, considering that the 2nd and 3rd generation beast masters who engage in frontline battles likely had pets evolved to the commander species by now, those rankings should be even more competitive. People turned their attention toward the commander species ranking, the monarch species ranking, and the overlord species pets, which had yet to appear on a global scale. At that moment, the leaderboard updated again, and due to the recent emergence of the divine pet ranking, the frequency of updates seemed exceptionally quick. This time, many were exhilarated, for it was no longer an update for the extraordinary ranking, but rather, regional announcement, divine pet ranking. Monarch species ranking updated. Rank divine pet, species, 9-star light tail sparrow. Attribute, light, space. Species level, low monarch. Growth level, level 43. Beastmaster, Xing Chun. Reason for ranking, perfect evolution, a monarch species, possessing both light and space attributes, using a self-created ultimate technique, Star Flash, to continuously overpower a low monarch species, the level 41 Lin Kong Great Serpent, in the difficult level 4 secret realm of Sky Island. Is that Xing Chun? Compared to those two obscure newcomers, this beast master Xing Chun seemed quite renowned in the 3rd Wuxian City. Upon seeing him ascend to the monarch ranking's top position, the plaza erupted in excitement once more, as a group of veterans patiently introduced this individual to the newcomers. Xing Chun, do you know him? El Ran asked the pig farmer beside him, who was murmuring. Of course. The guild I joined is called Chuanxing, and this Xing Chun is the president of my guild. Sister Hua said he is a formidable figure among the 2nd generation beast masters, hailing from a family in real estate. Oh, no wonder the guild is so affluent. El Ran's expression momentarily shifted, as he recalled that the community in his neighborhood was called Xingguang. Could it possibly be a property of this person? Never mind. I won't look further. At this point, El Ran had a general understanding of the divine pet ranking. He sighed in relief, realizing that while the divine pet ranking would have some impact on him, it would not be overly significant. Thankfully, only certain achievements would be exposed to the public eye, and it was not a completion ranking. It merely showcased a particular highlight of combat performance. As such, the risk of revealing his epic items was considerably reduced. Considering the textual descriptions, most would undoubtedly focus on the individual performance of the pets. Although the snowfield dog was common and not particularly powerful, it was not surprising for a strong individual to suddenly emerge, especially with the existence of high-ranking species bugs. Attention was inevitable, but similarly, it would yield substantial crystal coin rewards. Thus, it was a case of gains and losses. However, Elran felt that overthinking this was futile, as the divine pets listed on the leaderboard were so formidable. Whether he and Hazone would even make it onto the list remained uncertain. Currently, it was quite challenging for Hazone to compete against those high-ranking species pets. The only hope lay in its learning capabilities and the possibility of mastering some powerful techniques ahead of those high-ranking species through Super Beast Mimicry level 20. LRN felt that the SHNL Xiying Zhu could indeed assist HZing in honing formidable skills, particularly the energy compression technique, which primarily emphasizes a substantial burden that is challenging to control. However, if one can heal from counterattacks, wouldn't their skill experience rise swiftly? I am going shopping now. Will you continue to stay here? LRN inquired of the pig farmer. Are you not watching anymore? The pig farmer gazed longingly at the leaderboard, seemingly wishing to continue observing. What use is there in this? It doesn't help us get on the leaderboard. It would be better to focus on nurturing our pets. That would increase our chances of ranking. LRN chuckled. The youthful exuberance of W11NCH-ing is truly intoxicating. With such facilities emerging, how many guilds and beast masters will vie for the honor of a divine pet? Is this not simply a tactic to compete for rankings in online games? Wait, could the official information really be true? Is it possible that W11NCH-ing was created by a civilization aiming to cultivate beast masters to preserve the flame of heritage? Meanwhile, in LHISH, F-ing LN, after waking up, contemplated and decided to inform her parents about being selected as a beast master, just as LRN had suggested. This is a rare opportunity, especially since Dr. G has high hopes for me. You wouldn't want to disappoint someone of her caliber, would you? If you don't support me, I might just shed tears. F-ing B and F-ing M furrowed their brows, their expressions solemn. They had, of course, seen the overwhelming news coverage. However, what was this? Their daughter being chosen should have been a source of joy, as it indicated her talent. Yet, the news also mentioned that the secret realms of W11NCH-ing were exceedingly perilous. What parent wishes for their child to frequent such dangerous places? Although their daughter was no stranger to mischief. No, it's too dangerous. I cannot allow you to go into the secret realm. A simple, ordinary life is perfectly fine. How about pursuing a career as a beast doctor? F-ing M suggested. That is out of the question. That would squander my high-level extraordinary lineage. I can't heal. All I can do is inflict poison. F-ing B strained to maintain a stern expression, suggesting, why not follow Dr. G's advice? Go to the Beastmaster University. Study diligently and train. After graduation, you can make a decision. At your age, education should be your priority. And absolutely no early dating. That is even more unacceptable. On LRN's side, you need to find him quickly and keep an eye on him. Don't let him engage in any dangerous activities. Neither of you is particularly reassuring. If something happens to him, how will we explain it to his parents when we descend? F-ing LN felt speechless and chaotic. She was already an adult. What nonsense about early dating? That insufferable LRN. He only called me here to pressure me into persuading my parents first. This guy has so many schemes. Can't he learn something from HCing? After F-ing LN confronted her parents, she stormed off in anger. F-ing B and F-ing M exchanged glances, their silence speaking volumes. Their daughter had indeed become increasingly difficult to manage as she matured, though she had always been a challenge. What do we do? Though we've expressed our concerns, it seems difficult to rein her in, F-ing B said solemnly. Should we have another child? How can you even think that? F-ing M retorted angrily. What nonsense. If we truly cannot control her, then I will also become a beast master, personally guiding her and safeguarding her. Do not underestimate my age. I was once the champion of insect battles in LHISH and possessed that talent. By the way, how does one obtain a black card? Do I still have hope? A man remains youthful at heart until death. In W11NCH-ing, at the Beastmaster Square, LRN and the pig farmer entered a food shop. By this time, both had recalled their pets, as this was a common regulation in most smaller establishments. It was not due to a restriction against pets or fear of them becoming uncontrollable upon seeing food, but rather a concern that encounters in confined spaces could lead to unexpected conflicts, resulting in unintended injuries. After all, the array of contracted pets varied vastly, and some bore ancestral grudges. Until the Beastmasters achieved a certain level of control, it was not uncommon for two pets to suddenly engage in combat. Hence the presence of patrol beasts in W11NCH-ing. Upon entering, LRN and the pig farmer were astonished to find that the shop contained no physical items, only a series of self-service ordering machines. The pig farmer seemed bewildered, having never encountered such technology. Self-service ordering? Ridiculous. LRN had not anticipated W11NCH to be so advanced, boasting self-ordering machines and shared motorcycles. Who told him this was established by an ancient civilization? The various facilities exuded a distinctly modern vibe. He mused that perhaps the shop's style was merely the proprietor's own design, or perhaps W11NCH's consciousness was capable of monitoring the outside world, continuously absorbing modern knowledge and transforming itself. LRN activated the machine in front of the pig farmer, whereupon a list of categories appeared on the screen: wind ingredient zone, rock ingredient zone, general ingredient zone, seasoning zone. Upon further selection, icons of food resources were displayed, complete with levels, uses, and pricing details. After making his selections, one could simply swipe a card on the machine. Once the crystal coins were deducted, the materials would automatically appear in one's backpack. It was remarkably intelligent, yet LRN was not entirely convinced by the absence of online shopping. How convenient, the pig farmer exclaimed. But these ingredients are so expensive. 2 crystal coins for a potato and 2 for a cabbage? Why not just steal them? LRN paused before responding. Isn't it against the rules of W11NCH to engage in fighting? Otherwise, there would have been a riot long ago. The pig farmer replied, the crystal coin potatoes and cabbages are surely not ordinary. They are merely similar varieties, possessing certain special nutritional effects, akin to the bleeding mushrooms and wood scales I have encountered. Most Beastmaster teams that enter secret realms gather such resources, collecting them within the realms and selling them outside. As long as the selling price exceeds the cost of entry, there is profit to be made. I will also choose some. At that moment, the shop was empty, likely due to everyone being captivated by the divine pet leaderboard. LRN approached a self-service machine and began selecting items rapidly, following the basic recipes recommended in the Beastmaster handbook. He chose items such as GG pigeon eggs, wild wind chicken meat, windfall fruits, and tornado vegetables. He purchased supplies sufficient for half a month, 2 meals a day, approximately 20 crystal coins per meal, totaling 600 crystal coins for half a month, just for food. It was not that LRN found the prices exorbitant for just 2 meals. Rather, these extraordinary nutritional meals were not easily absorbed, so 2 meals a day sufficed. He acquired top-tier meals for HZing, ensuring he purchased all the recommended items. Some enhanced physical strength, others increased energy intensity, leaving nothing overlooked. Upon reflection, if he were to provide HZing with top-tier meals daily, his crystal coins would deplete alarmingly fast. LRN felt a pang of frustration, suddenly grasping why Beastmasters were so exhilarated after the leaderboard for divine pets was released. Nurturing pets was indeed a financial drain. Raising just 1 pet was taxing enough, but maintaining several high-demand ones would surely lead to bankruptcy. He gazed out the window at the divine pet leaderboard towering in the center of the square. Realizing he needed to utilize the secret realms to earn some crystal coins swiftly, he continued his shopping. After completing the purchase of basic sustenance, Lu Ran did not rush to depart, but instead delved into the advanced resource section. Basic food is indispensable. As living beings, they require nourishment. The disparity among pet beasts in this regard is not exceedingly vast. To attain strength at a swifter pace, one must utilize more expensive and specialized resources. Name: Lingmi. Level: Advanced. Description: prolonged consumption enhances control over energy. Price: 1 crystal coin particle. What a bargain, yet 1 particle? How deceiving, far too costly, it is unnecessary. Ha Zong possesses ample control over energy already. Lu Ran sought resources of a different nature. He continued to turn pages until, at last, he was captivated by a particular row of descriptions. He had found it. This was precisely what he desired. I knew such a resource must exist. Name: Lu Yinghua. Level: Advanced. Description: upon consumption, the energy within lower-tier organisms swells slightly and flows at an unmanageable speed, significantly enhancing combat ability for a brief period. However, once the effect wears off, the organism's body suffers tremendous damage due to the strain of the rapid energy flow. Price: 50 crystal coins. Without hesitation, Lu Ran purchased 5 units, despite the exorbitant price. To him, this fruit was tailored for them. Lu Yinghua offered an effect that could be deemed somewhat impractical, serving as a means to propel pet beasts into an enhanced state of energy flow, thereby augmenting their combat prowess. In the mystical realm, should he encounter dire straits, consuming one could trigger a burst of power, potentially allowing him to navigate through crises. However, if the situation could not be reversed, it would plunge him into a more precarious predicament. For veteran Beastmasters, their pets had typically mastered energy flow, rendering this item less significant. Yet for those still grappling with or yet to grasp energy flow, the benefits were substantial, potentially elevating their combat capability by several tiers. Nonetheless, for novices lacking efficient healing methods, it could lead to self-inflicted distress. Lu Ran acquired several for emergencies, to be used should danger arise in the mystical realm. As for the risk of sustaining injuries, the Shenlu pendant could address that. While others might approach this resource with trepidation, fearing side effects, he felt no such apprehension. The backlash from a high-tier resource was unlikely to be beyond the healing capabilities of an epic resource. Moreover, he could consume one daily to experience the frenzied state of energy flow in advance. With Ha Zhong's acuity, he would likely soon glean insights from such experiences. This was Lu Ran's devised method to maximize the advantages of the Shenlu pendant in daily training, essentially granting him a legal means to accelerate his cultivation without the risk of account suspension. Have you made your purchase? After acquiring his items, Lu Ran glanced over, noticing the pig farmer still mulling over his choices. I still need to think it through. If you're done, feel free to leave without waiting for me. The pig farmer lamented. Lu Ran shrugged. Indeed, lacking funds was a significant hindrance, causing one to deliberate endlessly over purchases. He initially intended to wait for the other. But at that moment, a friend request suddenly diverted his attention. Saintess of the Five Poisons sect requests to add you as a friend. Lu Ran reflected quietly. Fong Lan. He accepted Fong Lan's friend request, and she promptly bombarded him with messages. Fong Lan, dog. You tricked me. My parents won't let me challenge the mystical realm anymore. What should I do? Lu Ran. If I were your father, I wouldn't allow you to challenge it either. It's far too dangerous. Fong Lan. Lu Ran. Did you know that the facilities in Infinite City have been updated? There's a new divine beast leaderboard in the Beastmaster Square. Lu Ran's attempt to shift the conversation faltered as Fong Lan replied. Don't play that game with me. Before I entered, my phone had already pushed notifications about the divine beast leaderboard. It was precisely why I came in. Lu Ran, it's good that you know. Challenging the mystical realm is indeed perilous, but you could stay in the arena. There are combat highlights that can also place you on the leaderboard, providing both training benefits and crystal coin rewards. Most importantly, the danger level is considerably lower. Surely your parents wouldn't forbid you from that. Fong Lan, oh? Fong Lan paused, realizing it was a decent option. Once she became the champion of the arena and displayed her absolute prowess, her parents would likely not restrict her challenges in the mystical realm. Well done, Lu Ran. Fong Lan exclaimed excitedly. That is a great idea. Starting today, I'll reside in the arena. To celebrate, I've decided to dye my hair purple. Do you think purple hair looks good? Lu Ran felt a pang in his stomach. Was she trying to make it obvious that she was a poison user? He hoped the newcomers heading to the arena wouldn't meet an untimely end. Chapter 30, the first skill. The sword was forged, the food purchased, and the next half-month would be devoted to diligently aiding Ha Zhong in skill development within their dedicated training sanctuary. Techniques such as sword chi, sword blade storm, and sword mastery would all be meticulously studied. After parting ways with the pig farmer, Lu Ran returned to his exclusive room in a pleasant mood, while Fong Lan ventured to the arena, claiming she wanted to observe for a while and familiarize herself with the rules. Lu Ran chose not to accompany her, as he held no interest in battles between beast masters. Even in gaming, he was merely a loyal player. Fong Lan had mentioned letting Ha Zhong spar with that wolf spider, but he decided not to bring it up to avoid dampening her spirits. In his room, Lu Ran released Ha Zhong. As soon as he emerged, Ha Zhong was eager to engage in battle with the Windfall sword, evidently having been unable to fully unleash its potential in the forge. With what was there to fight? They needed to train for half a month first. Their levels were still too low. After all, attempting to solo even the simplest beginner mystical realm would likely be insurmountable. Ha Zhong grew impatient, expressing itself fervently. Essentially, it suggested, is there still energy in the Shenlu pendant? Why not seek out a forest mystical realm to replenish energy? This way, we could better prepare for special training. If injuries occurred during training without sufficient healing power, it would be troublesome. Lu Ran what? Lu Ran stared in shock at Ha Zhong, questioning if it had been possessed by someone. Could it truly navigate such complex logical connections? For the sake of battle, why had its intelligence suddenly soared? You needn't worry. I feel the energy in the Shenlu pendant is quite ample, Lu Ran reassured. The Shenlu pendant was a rechargeable resource, reliant on absorbing the natural energy of forests to convert into healing power. Although it seemed he hadn't charged it much in the Yaocat forest, it was still sufficient for healing Ha Zhong's daily training injuries. Ha Zhong responded glumly. However, Lu Ran glanced at Ha Zhong, realizing he had yet to mention Lu Yinghua to it. That item was akin to a self-harming training method, and he wondered if Ha Zhong would accept it. Healing the backlash from Lu Yinghua would indeed require ample healing power. He was uncertain if the remaining energy would suffice. A trip to a simple-level beginner forest mystical realm to replenish energy was acceptable, provided they avoided provoking those level 10 creatures, as there would essentially be minimal danger. Then, they could find a couple of low-level monsters along the way, allowing Ha Zong to test the Windfall Sword, satisfying its cravings for battle. All right, to indulge you. Let us find a mystical realm where you can let loose. But upon return, we must diligently practice swordsmanship and endure rigorous training, Lu Ran declared. Ah, Ha Zong cheered. Lu Ran, you're the best. Its tail immediately perked up high. Then I'll choose a mystical realm. Lu Ran smiled as he approached the Mijing Zhutai, carefully selecting an appropriate secret realm. Since the goal was to replenish the energy of the Shenlu Xiangjue, a forest environment was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. After surveying the options, Lu Ran's gaze ultimately settled on a specific realm. Name, Yao Mao Ji Sun. Realm level, beginner. Difficulty, easy. Challenge crystal coins, 200. The beginner trial realm was indeed Yao Mao Ji Sun, though it only encompassed a small portion of the larger area, devoid of formidable creatures. Should he choose to re-enter, Lu Ran might encounter some level 5 or even awakened attribute Yao Mao. Perhaps this was the best choice. Lu Ran mused, primarily because they were quite familiar with this environment, and the Mu Lingua found within was an excellent resource for replenishing stamina, making it a wise choice for their upcoming 2-week training. What do you think about Yao Mao Ji Sun? Don't you have quite a few grudges here? Lu Ran inquired. Haha, really? I don't recall, Ha Zong replied, bewildered. Woof. Whatever, let's just assume so. It's time for revenge. Ha Zong exclaimed, eager and carefree. Then it settled. Lu Ran shrugged. Will you spend 200 crystal coins to challenge the Yao Mao Ji Sun realm? Yes, Lu Ran thought. Teleportation countdown, 109. 10 seconds later. Lu Ran and Ha Zong opened their eyes to the familiar surroundings and sounds. Teleportation complete. Current location, Yao Mao Ji Sun, beginner realm. Difficulty, easy. Challenge task, defeat the Yao Mao Ji Sun leader. Realm introduction. Tip, the maximum duration for a beginner realm is 8 hours, during which the trialist may choose to return at will, with a teleportation time of 10 seconds. Tip, upon receiving the blessing of the beginner realm, the trialist temporarily gains the Eye of Data, allowing them to scout internal resources and creature information. Upon returning to Yao Mao Ji Sun, Lu Ran noticed significant changes, such as the designation of the beginner trial realm transforming to simply beginner realm, and the survival task evolving into the challenge task of defeating the Yao Mao Ji Sun leader. The leader was a level 10 Yao Mao awakened with grass attributes, possessing considerable battle experience and proving to be quite formidable. The level 10 Yao Mao that the Divine Pet leaderboard had previously showcased was likely not the realm's leader. With Ha Zong currently at level 4 and undertaking a solo endeavor, it was unwise to provoke such a creature. Although teleportation was merely 10 seconds away, who knew how many minions might come to disrupt them? Woof. Sword incoming. Ha Zong looked at Lu Ran within the realm. Here you go, Lu Ran sighed. Retrieving the Feng Yun Jian and Zhan Feng Jian from his backpack, he handed the former to Ha Zong, while he retained the latter. Now armed, Lu Ran felt confident that should he encounter a Yao Mao again, he could dispatch it with a single strike. We'll stay put for now, replenishing the Xiangjue's energy for a few hours before considering whether to delve deeper for resources, Lu Ran stated. If any enemies approach, you handle them. Observing the surroundings, Lu Ran noted that this starting point still had some Mu Lingua, intending to gather them first. Wu Ha Zong obediently complied, excited by the new toy. After acquiring the Feng Yun Jian, it eagerly began to practice. It was still troubled by its inability to release sword energy. Meanwhile, Lu Ran took to chopping trees with the Zhan Feng Jian, embodying a strong persona. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to their ill fortune, mere minutes after entering the realm, the bushes began to rustle ominously. That familiar sound. Indeed, as Lu Ran picked fruit from the trees and Ha Zong scoured the ground, a Yao Mao emerged from the thicket. Species, Yao Mao. Attribute, unawakened. Species level, intermediate extraordinary. Growth level, level 8. Meow. Awo. The Yao Mao strutted forth, considerably more robust than any they had encountered in the beginner trial realm. Although it was 4 levels above Ha Zong, both Lu Ran and Ha Zong felt no fear. After all, it was merely an unawakened Yao Mao, and its combat prowess was likely not superior to that of the Northeast Jin Jianzi. Even if it were, it wouldn't be excessively stronger. With Ha Zong's upgraded equipment, defeating it should be a straightforward task. Ha Zong, dispatch it directly, Lu Ran commanded while continuing to gather fruit. In the underbrush, Ha Zong, gripping the Feng Yun Jian, focused intently. At last, the enemy had arrived. It was determined to surprise Lu Ran. With a firm bite on the Feng Yun Jian, the power of wind coursed through it, enhancing and concentrating entirely within the sword. Boom. Ha Zong swung the sword, unleashing an astonishing tempest from the blade, akin to a wind blade. Whoosh. The wind blade, infused with the might of a tempest, caught the Yao Mao off guard, as it had never witnessed such a projectile attack before. Before the Yao Mao could react, the wind blade struck, instantly cleaving its body in two, erupting upon impact with the ground. The sword energy, having decapitated the Yao Mao, continued its trajectory, slicing through a massive tree behind it with a resounding crash before finally dissipating. After reflecting on the moment, Ha Zong had successfully released sword energy. Woof! Ha Zong turned to Lu Ran, feeling triumphant. Is this the technique of energy projection? Have I achieved sword energy? It had accomplished the feat. At that moment, while Lu Ran remained astounded, the tree he was perched in to gather fruit left him utterly speechless. He was left pondering the extraordinary capabilities of this dog. He found it hard to believe that a mere husky could be so powerful, even if it possessed the requisite talent. Such skills typically required weeks or even months to master, yet it had grasped it in a day or two. What sort of dog had he picked up? Lu Ran marveled at Ha Zong's learning abilities, finding its victory over the Yao Mao unsurprising. As the Master Lin had mentioned that with the Feng Yun Jian enhancing wind-based power, even a level 10 creature would suffer grievous injury if struck. Simultaneously, Ha Zong's contract card underwent a transformation. Species, Shui Yuan Quan. Attribute, Wind. Species level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Growth level, 4. Skill, Sword Energy, a fundamental technique formed by the external projection of wind energy through sword-like extraordinary weapons. At that moment, the most vibrant activity was occurring at the Beast Tamer Square. Within a short span, numerous Beast Tamers had ascended the Divine Pet Leaderboard. The top 10 positions in the Commander Leaderboard were filled, with 9 Extraordinary Pets on the Extraordinary Leaderboard, while the Monarch Leaderboard had the least entries. Many were eagerly observing the final slot on the Extraordinary Divine Pet Leaderboard. Until finally, Area Announcement. Divine Pet Leaderboard. Extraordinary Species Leaderboard updated. Rank Divine Pet. Species, Shui Yuan Quan. Attribute, Wind. Species level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Growth level, 4. Beast Tamer, Lu Rinjia. Reason for ranking. Evolved and mutated from the Shui Yuan Quan species, demonstrating exceptional comprehension, awakening the power of the storm, and releasing sword energy in the easy-level beginner realm Yao Mao Ji San, instantly defeating an intermediate extraordinary species, level 8 Yao Mao. Once the extraordinary leaderboard was updated, the entire Beast Tamer Square erupted in astonishment, leaving countless newcomers bewildered. Sword energy? What on earth? Chapter 31, The Ascendance of Ha Zong. In the Third Infinite City. At the Beast Master Plaza, the top 10 positions on the Extraordinary Beast rankings have all been claimed. Among them, 8 beasts have been evaluated as possessing formidable racial strength, while 2 have been recognized for their astonishing perceptiveness. The former signifies that the beasts boast undeniable advantages in physical attributes, whereas the latter indicates exceptional prowess in skill acquisition. Ha Zong, it is evident, belongs to the latter category. However, no matter how extraordinary one's perceptiveness may be, the majority of people initially struggled to comprehend the combination of the Shuyan dog's ability to unleash sword chi from a distance. Is this not an abstraction? What a peculiar pairing it is. Is the Shuyan dog a husky, an Alaskan Malamute, or a Samoyed? Remarkably, it is of the wind element. What of the wind element? Is it not good? Some inquired. It is not that it is unfavorable. The Shuyan dog, in frigid regions, becomes more feral and potent, typically aligned with the ice element. If its primary attribute is not ice, then selecting ice as a secondary attribute may well awaken latent racial potential, enhancing its strength. This is fortuitous, as the path to advancement is now clear. Discussions ensued among the crowd, many casting glances toward the owner of this Shuyan dog, one known as Lurinjia. What an intriguing name. It almost seems a taunt directed at those who failed to make the rankings. Among the throng, there were indeed familiar faces. A professional woman in her 30s, dressed in formal attire with black stockings, appeared momentarily startled. She was none other than Sister Hua, the newcomer from the recruitment department who had previously brought a pig-raising test attribute. As she observed the constantly shifting extraordinary beast rankings, which could also be deemed the newcomer rankings, she pondered which colleague had managed to lure away these exceptionally talented newcomers. To her astonishment, she soon spotted a name she recognized. Was Lurin Jia not the newcomer previously mentored by the small white dragon? Contracting a second-rate dog, awakening the wind element, Lurin Jia. He actually made the rankings? That seemingly clumsy dog was surprisingly powerful? Sister Hua could hardly believe it. She hastily reached out to the small white dragon. At that moment, the small white dragon was indeed at the Beastmaster Plaza and did not require Sister Hua's communication. He had already seen the news. Oh wow, Lurin. Sister Hua. What are you doing? I just saw Lurin Jia made the rankings. No, he hasn't officially joined, but it's almost the same. He has caught the attention of a powerful member of the official strategy team, who intends to send him to Beastmaster University for further study. After graduation, he might directly join the strategy team. In any case, this fellow is favored by the higher-ups. please do not disseminate his information indiscriminately, lest it complicate matters for him. The small white dragon lamented in communication with Sister Hua, lamenting that it was not fair Luren had captured Dr. Gu's attention. Evidently, the beast master genes in his blood were not in vain, as he was one of the 2 individuals of medium extraordinary species to ascend the rankings. Moreover, the reason for his ascendance was the second-rate dog unleashing sword chi. Is this not outrageous? Within the Beastmaster Plaza, those familiar with Luren Jia extended beyond just the 2. The pig-raising individual, inevitably drawn by the allure of the beast rankings, lingered for a considerable time, and upon Luren Jia's ascendance, wore a perplexed expression. What is going on? Why are there fewer people? Did they all head to the Beastmaster Plaza to check the beast rankings? At this moment, within the Infinite City Arena, Fong Lan, the Holy Maiden of the 5 Poisoned Sect, had initially intended to observe the battles, familiarizing herself with beast combat. However, after waiting for an extended period without witnessing a single newcomer duel, her frustration mounted. The arena only displayed exits, not entries. This prompted Fong Lan to reconsider her plans, contemplating whether to postpone her observation for another day and instead visit the Beastmaster Plaza. Just then, she overheard a conversation between 2 departing spectators. My friend just messaged me, saying the 10th name has emerged. This is outrageous. The reason for entry? The Shuiyuan dog unleashing sword chi and instantaneously defeating a demon cat? Who is this Luren Jia? Do you know what is happening? It must be equipped with an extraordinary weapon, right? That's the only explanation. But didn't they say that relying on external forces would diminish the selection weight? A dog using a sword to unleash sword chi? I cannot accept this explanation. One companion rebutted. Fong Lan, eavesdropping on the spectator's discourse, suddenly froze in place. Luren Jiao? Shuiyuan dog? Damn, that dog Luren. He wouldn't let me challenge the secret realm. Yet he secretly went and challenged it himself, and now he has ascended the beast rankings. Simultaneously, within the demon cat forest secret realm, Luren remained oblivious to the fact that Ha Zong had propelled them onto the rankings. After all, in his understanding, if a beast wielded a weapon to enhance its combat power, the selection weight would be reduced. The sword chi he had just unleashed had at least doubled the energy's potency, showcasing the remarkable advantages of energy-enhancing weapons. If Ha Zong had cast aside the windfall sword, defeating an 8th-level demon cat would undoubtedly not have been so effortless. A fierce sword chi struck the demon cat, invigorating Ha Zong, who was utterly enamored with this new skill. In the future, it could even demolish ceilings. No, it could catch birds. However, a wave of weakness washed over him, causing Ha Zong to tremble. Was the consumption so immense? Luren leapt down from the tree, stating, "Woof. Unleashing a sword chi likely consumed a quarter of my stamina. This means I can release at most 4 before exhausting my energy." Luren, perceiving Ha Zong's condition, felt a headache coming on. This essentially meant that his trump card could not be recklessly unleashed. However, this was also related to Ha Zong's low level, currently at level 4. Its attributes were too feeble, making it normal for it to lack stamina and be unable to unleash many formidable skills. Once it reached level 40, perhaps it would be capable of sword chi in abundance. At this stage, unleashing such skills was excessively extravagant, consuming too much energy and being prone to misses. Upon returning, Luren resolved to explore other categories of skills. It would be wise to reserve sword chi for impressing others and dealing with flying adversaries. In practical combat, unless encountering a fool like the demon cat, who could be startled by sword chi, Luren found it challenging to strike opponents. Wasting stamina to unleash a skill only to miss would be detrimental. In contrast, if energy merely coiled around the sword, pursuing and striking enemies, energy consumption would be considerably lower. Among the 4 skill categories, flowing should consume the least energy, while shaping, unleashing, and compressing would consume progressively more. If the second beast could master control skills, it could assist Ha Zong in executing powerful moves. Ha Zong drooled, indicating agreement. His gaze fixated intently on the wooden scale fruit recently harvested by Luren. After replenishing Ha Zong's stamina and allowing it to rest briefly, Luren intended to delve deeper into the secret realm. The primary objective was to gather more wooden scale fruit, as entering the demon cat's secret realm required 200 crystal coins. If not for recouping costs, at least half should be recovered. This time, Luren gripped the windfall sword tightly, with Ha Zong forging ahead, while he mimicked Ha Zong's movements from behind. Ahead, a wild 6th-level demon cat appeared. Ha Zong, grasping the windfall sword in his mouth, enveloped in wind element energy, transformed into a whirlwind dog racing forward. In a flicker of sword light, Ha Zong brushed past the demon cat, and the windfall sword made intimate contact with the demon cat. Swish! A decisive strike. Meow! In the demon cat's anguished cry, it was instantaneously obliterated by Ha Zong. vanishing in a burst of light. In the subsequent battle, Hazong refrained from unleashing his sword aura due to the excessive strain on his stamina, which could not be sufficiently replenished by the Mu Lin Gua. The Mu Lin Gua does not provide instantaneous recovery. Instead, it gradually restores energy over time, and its total recovery capacity is limited, rendering it unsuitable as a resource for executing powerful moves. Most importantly, at this stage, Lu Ran finds it challenging to emulate the sword aura. Bang! During the skirmish, Lu Ran emulated Hazong, employing the Super Beast mimicry technique, engaging in combat with the air alongside Hazong's movements. It must be said that compared to his previous practice in the room, training in battle has significantly enhanced his efficiency. With each monster Hazong dispatched, Lu Ran felt a warm current coursing through his body, akin to an influx of experience points. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The Super Beast mimicry skill was subtly enhancing his physical capabilities. Oh, did materials drop? The drop rate is quite low. After defeating the demon cat, Lu Ran and Hazong unexpectedly paused to observe the ground. Upon the demon cat's demise, a glowing orb descended, and moments later, the radiance dissipated, revealing something resembling a nail. Lu Ran cast a grand appraisal spell, akin to the Eye of Data, upon it. Name: Demon Cat Claw. Level: Common. Description: an item that appears to be of little use, and is indeed not very useful. Lu Ran. Aside from being sold in the system store, what else can this serve? What a waste. Lu Ran was speechless. Could they not drop something of value? It seems the demon cat truly bore no worthy materials. This secret realm is certainly not worth revisiting. Woof. Hazong nodded in agreement, feeling quite the same. That night, after putting in great effort to defeat the demon cat, it dropped nothing but a worthless claw, a grievance he would remember. However, since this demon cat had fallen, it could be counted towards the tally for the demon cat forest leader. Chapter 32, Grass Demon Cat. Now Lu Ran understood why slaying monsters for experience was merely a reward mechanism for novice trial secret realms. If this mechanism persisted, he could transform into a grinding deity, slaying 10,000 demon cats in a single day. Even if he found it enjoyable, the consciousness responsible for projecting the infinite city would likely grow weary, given the multitude of beastmasters to serve. Swish. Meow. Swish. Meow. Hazong mercilessly dispatched the demon cats with increasing ease, almost achieving a one-sword kill. Primarily because the demon cats that appeared subsequently were only level 7, lacking strength. Behold, Storm Slash. During this time, Lu Ran also attempted to harness the extraordinary power of the Zhanfeng Jian, extracting his stamina to activate the wind power concealed within the sword. As the wind power enveloped the Zhanfeng Jian, it instantly became comparable to Hazong's sword, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Lu Ran swept the sword across, effortlessly severing a giant tree. The wind blades were exceptionally sharp. However, akin to Hazong's sword aura, drawing from the Zhanfeng Jian left Lu Ran feeling somewhat fatigued. Though the weapon was splendid, it could not withstand the fact that he was merely an apprentice novice. Yet to cultivate a physique akin to a fierce beast, and thus should not overuse it. It was best utilized as an ordinary weapon. The wind power should not be activated unnecessarily. Breathing in, it had been over 4 hours. After plucking some tree fruits from the fallen tree, Lu Ran glanced at the time. In those 4 hours, the number of monsters they had slain was greater than what they had accomplished in the 24 hours of the novice trial secret realm. Thanks to the spatial backpack, he had also gathered a considerable amount of materials. 21 hemostatic mushrooms, 14 mu lingua, 3 detoxifying herbs, 16 demon cat claws, 1 snake gallbladder, for rabbit meat. Despite the seemingly abundant resources, their total value was still low. Previously, Lu Ran had noted at the resource shop that the most expensive item was the snake gallbladder, priced at merely 5 crystal coins each. The cumulative worth of this collection still fell far short of even half the ticket price. How did those beastmasters who entered the secret realm to farm materials break even? Was it perhaps due to improper techniques? Or was it indeed because the Demon Cat Forest secret realm was not the optimal grinding dungeon? Presently, the only method Lu Ran could conceive to recoup his ticket cost was by completing challenge tasks and defeating them. A woof. However, the desire to recoup his ticket expenses was not particularly strong for Lu Ran, as he was merely here to recharge the Shun Lu pendant, not to farm for money. Yet, this dog, Hazong, had been invincible thus far and seemed to have grown a bit arrogant, accumulating quite a bit of hatred towards the Demon Cat leader. Although he had yet to see the Demon Cat leader, this fellow already harbored deep resentment. A woo. Hazong gazed at the Demon Cat claw on the ground, howling to the heavens, declaring that it was time to settle the score with the Demon Cat leader. Should the day come when the Demon Cat leader fell to Hazong's hand, it might be due to the stinginess of the Demon Cat clan's minions, who failed to drop valuable items. Settle the score? No, It was time to continue gathering resources, recharging, and confronting that would be a matter for another day. Lu Ran sliced through the thicket with his sword, which had become his primary task, clearing obstacles. Although Ha Zong was quite buoyant, Lu Ran dared not be complacent, for he understood that even the simplest level leader in a novice secret realm was extraordinarily powerful. Firstly, they would certainly be level 10. Secondly, they would have awakened attributes, capable of wielding attribute energy with ease. At the very least, they would have proficiently mastered one skill. Moreover, they typically had several to a dozen minions accompanying them. This was also why individual beastmasters found it exceedingly difficult to solo them. In such circumstances, even if Ha Zong had weapon enhancements, he could only unleash 4 sword auras at most, relying on sheer force. Woof. Ha Zong sighed. His beastmaster was simply too cautious. A woof. Just as Ha Zong was about to lament, his expression suddenly shifted in alarm. Almost instinctively, he quickly concentrated sword aura and swung it in a particular direction. The white sword aura shot forth with a thunderous roar, startling Lu Ran, but he soon understood the situation. Ha Zong had detected an enemy. Moreover, this enemy possessed exceptional stealth abilities and had drawn alarmingly close without their notice. Had it not been for Ha Zong's acute perception of air currents and his keen sense of smell, they might have failed to detect the enemy's ambush. Indeed, the enemy had launched an attack before Ha Zong could respond. Perched atop a tree was a demon cat, not particularly large but with greenish fur. Its yellow-green eyes glaring menacingly at Ha Zong and Lu Ran. It struck with a claw, unleashing 5 streaks of flashing green light aimed at Lu Ran and Ha Zong. This was evidently a release-type skill. Luckily, Ha Zong reacted swiftly, immediately releasing his sword aura to collide with the attack, successfully blocking it. Boom. However, the clash of the 2 release skills still resulted in a significant reaction, whipping up a gust of wind that nearly toppled Lu Ran. Grass, the demon cat leader. How did it come here? Peering through the haze, Lu Ran quickly locked onto the enemy, his heart racing. Race, demon cat. Attribute, grass. Race level, intermediate extraordinary. Growth level, level 10. Upon seeing this creature's information, Lu Ran did not hesitate. He shouted, "Exit the secret realm. Ha Zong, hold it off for 10 seconds. Just from a single exchange with the enemy, Lu Ran realized that this foe was indeed beyond their current capabilities. Firstly, the grass attribute demon cat leader seemed to merge with its natural surroundings in the forest. Had it not been for its aggressive attack and the overwhelming energy fluctuations, Ha Zong would likely have remained oblivious. Secondly, although Ha Zong's sword energy and the opponent's flying leaf claws appeared to possess comparable power, neutralizing one another, it is important to note that Ha Zong's caliber of attack is limited to a maximum of 4 strikes, whereas the demon cat leader, being at level 10, can likely unleash its skills far more frequently. Furthermore, after the demon cat leader initiated its assault, Lu Ran heard sounds of movement from all directions, sensing that at least a dozen demon cats were hastily approaching. To his dismay, they had not intended to seek out the demon cat leader, yet it had come to confront them directly. Indeed, after eliminating so many of its subordinates, both he and Ha Zong must now be regarded as a significant threat. At this moment, Ha Zong, realizing the gravity of the situation, became serious. With the wind-fallen sword clenched in his mouth, he launched another wave of sword energy towards the demon cat leader. The white wind blade soared through the air. Yet this time the demon cat leader opted not to engage, instead leaping with remarkable agility to another tree, evading the attack effortlessly. The sword energy missed its mark, only leaving the targeted tree in disarray without inflicting any harm on the demon cat leader. Rather than continuing its offensive, the demon cat leader seemed intent on conserving its stamina, while Ha Zong's attacks flowed unceasingly. In the next moment, following the trajectory of the demon cat leader, he exerted himself to release a third wave of sword energy towards it. The demon cat displayed a mocking expression, nimbly evading once more. Its combat prowess far superior to that of the lesser demon cats. With a sharp cry, it summoned a gathering of over a dozen demon cats, encircling Lu Ran and Ha Zong, causing their hearts to momentarily stop. Although these demon cats had not awakened their attributes, they were nonetheless elite beings at levels 9 to 10. Lu Ran internally lamented that this would be his final utterance, as the white light flickered and 10 seconds elapsed. The moment the demon cat leader commanded the attack, Lu Ran and Ha Zong were whisked away through teleportation. In their exclusive room, they collapsed onto the ground, relieved. Lu Ran was apprehensive, thankful that the dozen demon cats had not appeared alongside their leader. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Conversely, it was only the demon cat leader that possessed superior stealth capabilities. Had they arrived together, Ha Zong would surely have detected them in advance. So, do you still wish to engage in combat? Lu Ran glanced at Ha Zong. Woof. Ha Zong sheepishly set down the sword he had been holding in his mouth, revealing a clear gaze. indicating his willingness to heed Lu Ran's directive to focus on specialized training for the time being, postponing any reckoning for later. Revenge for the Snowfield Hound may be delayed, but it is never too late. Lu Ran felt a pang of regret, having only charged for a little over 4 hours. Is it truly this challenging, even in a novice dungeon? He pondered, recalling how Xiao Bailong had remarked on the difficulties of solo play. In such a scenario, if they were unable to disengage from battle, aside from having Ha Zong consume a Lu Ying fruit in conjunction with the spirit deer pendant to attempt a burst of strength, Lu Ran could envision no superior alternative. As for the prospect of soloing the dungeon, it seemed they would have to wait until Ha Zong's level increased and he mastered the technique of energy flow. The demon cat's agility rendered it difficult to hit with sword energy, yet once the energy flow technique is mastered, rapid successive strikes would catch the opponent off guard. Alternatively, learning the Wing of Wind to gain aerial superiority could also be a winning strategy. Regrettably, Ha Zong had yet to acquire these skills. Lu Ran produced 2 wooden scale fruits, biting into one while tossing the other to Ha Zong. At that moment, he noticed an influx of missed communications. Who could it be? Opening the communication interface of his character card, he found several messages. Yang Zhu, how did you manage to make the leaderboard? Xiao Bailong, impressive. Congratulations. Saintess of the 5 Poisons. Saintess of the 5 Poisons, where are you? You're not still in the dungeon, are you? Actually, communication is possible within the dungeon, but only among beast tamers in a team who are present in the same dungeon. Lu Ran, being in the dungeon while others were outside, could not establish contact. Similarly, when Lu Ran was in Infinite City, those in Blue Star were also unable to communicate with him. Staring at the barrage of messages, Lu Ran felt somewhat bewildered. Woof. Ha Zong cast a puzzled glance at him. They had performed so poorly, relying on weaponry, yet somehow managed to break onto the Divine Pet leaderboard? What a joke. How weak must the others be? Ha Zong immediately stood up, the gloomy feeling from being toyed with by the demon cat dissipating. What? I made the list. What rank? They hadn't specified, so Lu Ran decided to inquire. He replied to Fong Lan. I'm in the exclusive room, just exited the dungeon. By the way, did Ha Zong make the list? Why is everyone messaging me? We were in dire straits in the dungeon, almost taken out. Fong Lan responded instantly. I want to hit you. No bragging. But indeed, Ha Zong ranked 10th. Out of 10 positions, only 2 are from intermediate extraordinary races. By the way, what is this sword energy nonsense? Compared to you, those who survived difficult challenges without a scratch and controlled the situation for 10 seconds seem utterly insignificant. Lu Ran, only 10th. Initially, Lu Ran had thought Ha Zong wouldn't make the leaderboard, but since he did, being 10th seemed rather low. Had others already reached the difficult level novice dungeon? Likely in a team, and they must have been newcomers from a month ago, otherwise their progress could not have been so swift. Fong Lan, and you think that's low? You both made the leaderboard at the lowest level. Lu Ran chuckled. Is that so? Upon reflection, it's not too high. We relied on extraordinary weapons to fight beyond our level, which is essentially leveraging external power. This must have deducted points significantly. I remember the Divine Pet leaderboard is judged based on achievements and the potential of the pets, right? Ha Zong's ranking must be due to mastering the energy release technique in just 2 days. That is the key. Fong Lan, so you indeed used sword-type weapons? People here at the Beast Tamer Plaza are saying the same thing, huh? They claim you took a crooked path and are flashy. Lu Ran, don't mind it. Have you forgotten what I told you about the Beast Tamer skill, Super Beast Mimicry? I don't want to learn from Air Ha. So I can only let Ha Zong learn from me. You forgot, my swordsmanship was praised as that of a super genius by my teacher at the dojo. Unfortunately, I later took a liking to shooting and discontinued my sword training after 2.5 years. Fong Lan, if you don't want to learn from Ha Zong, why do I feel you've mastered it more than anyone? Teaching a dog swordsmanship is just too ridiculous. Lu Ran. He chose to ignore Fong Lan for the moment. Speaking of which, where was Ha Zong? Lu Ran realized he hadn't sensed any movement from him for a while. Turning his head, he found Ha Zong sulking in the corner, drawing circles with his paw and muttering about being 10th, lamenting the bottom ranking of the Divine Pet leaderboard. Noting that he would remember this grievance, Lu Ran was sweating. Did he intend to dismantle the Divine Pet leaderboard one day? Chapter 33, Devilish Special Training. The Grass Demon Cat serves as an excellent opponent. Using it as a target for specialized training is perfectly suited for Ha Zong, given the existing animosity and motivation. Before concluding his communication with Fong Lan, Lu Ran mentioned that he might be in Infinite City for an extended period of specialized training with Ha Zong and would not be returning to Levi City, as the teleportation incurs crystalline costs. Implicitly, he was asking Fong Lan to help alleviate the pressure from his parents once again. After conveying the information, Lu Ran reclined on the bed in his exclusive chamber, intending to rest for a while. He gently massaged his temples, earnestly contemplating the enhancement training for Ha Zong. Firstly, The 5 major applications of energy: covering, external projection, flow, compression, and shaping. Zong had already mastered the first 2, and had even grasped a more advanced technique of covering known as external wrapping. Consequently, energy coverage could simply be honed through systematic daily practice, which could be combined with physical and reaction training. Observing Zong's recent battles, Lu Ran noted that the wind-type energy coverage significantly increased Zong's speed, earning it the moniker Wind Speed Hound, or perhaps more aptly, Mad Speed Hound, due to its excessive velocity. While this state allowed Zong to charge recklessly, any slight obstacles in the terrain would severely hinder its speed. Thus, one of the training components for coverage involved enhancing Zong's agility in complex terrains while in a state of wind speed. As for the technique of external projection, Lu Ran had witnessed the drawbacks of Zong's recent mastery of sword energy. Firstly, the energy consumption was substantial. Once externalized, energy would naturally dissipate, and if not powerful enough at the outset, it would quickly fade away. This could only be remedied by improving the skill level or growth level. Secondly, the attack mode was rather rigid, following a straight trajectory. The sword energy resembled a crescent-shaped white wind blade, approximately 1 meter in length, surrounded by turbulent air currents, capable of inflicting some damage, albeit minimal. While its speed was not slow, the time required for release and flight made it relatively easy to evade. Against sluggish creatures like elephants, it might hit reliably, but against agile animals like cats, long-range hits would be exceedingly difficult, and when encountering birds of prey, the situation would likely worsen. To address this issue, Lu Ran contemplated 2 potential solutions. One involved enhancing the skill of external projection, similar to the advanced techniques of energy coverage. The second stage of external projection would allow for the manipulation of externalized energy. This meant that if Zong's external projection reached the next level, it could control the flight trajectory of the sword energy, enabling it to maneuver up, down, and sideways, thereby increasing its hit rate, akin to swordsmanship. However, this was admittedly challenging, as the basic Beastmaster manual merely mentioned it without detailed elaboration, evidently not considering it fundamental. Moreover, Lu Ran thought of teaching Zong the skill of energy flow. If Zong could comprehend this technique, the process of charging and condensing sword energy would approach instantaneous release. Furthermore, it could potentially unleash 2 or 3 sword energies in rapid succession, effectively suppressing the enemy's evasion probability, albeit at a greater energy cost. Thus, the short-term training objectives would center on agility training and energy flow techniques. Once Zong mastered energy flow, the focus would shift to refining the precision of its sword energy. Lu Ran planned to gather some stones for throwing to create moving targets. As for shaping and compression, those could be addressed later. Once Zong became familiar with the existing combat methods, lost in thought, Lu Ran eventually succumbed to sleep, while Zong had already fallen asleep much earlier, having expended considerable energy. However, Zong woke before Lu Ran, rousing him with affectionate licks. Woof! Lu Ran opened his eyes to find Zong wagging its tongue beside him, its blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Woof! Special training. Special training. Its playful tuft of fur bobbed energetically. You seem quite eager, Lu Ran groaned. Could you not wake me so abruptly? How vexing. I have a quick training method. Would you like to try it? Lu Ran said kindly, gazing at Zong. This will allow you to directly experience a state of high-speed energy flow. Entering this state may result in significant strain, but with the fully charged Shenlu pendant, you will deeply comprehend this condition. Given your learning ability, you might just master it. Upon hearing this, Zong's eyes lit up. It nodded vigorously, indicating its willingness to accept the challenge. After all, the prospect of minor injuries did not faze it. Its instinctual memory assured it that it was not afraid of harm, especially since it could be healed. Lu Ran is so thoughtful, it mused, eager for rapid advancement. Very well, let us proceed with this trial. Lu Ran smiled, having thoroughly reviewed the introduction and buyer feedback on the luing fruit. Normally, a low-level pet would require conventional herbs for treatment, necessitating a recovery period of at least half a month to a month. This fruit could be considered a potent, yet perilous item. He hoped that combined with the Shenlu pendant, this self-inflicted training method would yield some surprising results. Let us head to the training secret realm. Would you like to activate the training secret realm? Training secret realm activated. 1 crystal coin. Yes. After a silent exchange, a white light enveloped Lu Ran and Zong. When they regained their senses and surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves in a beautifully serene environment. The expenditure of 1 crystal coin was indeed worthwhile. Lu Ran savored the gentle breeze, gazed at the rare blue sky, and basked in the warm sunlight. Taking a deep breath, the lush grass, rocky terrain, and even the nearby lake created a picturesque scene. Compared to the training grounds, this place felt more like an ideal spot for a midday nap. Next time, he thought, they could bring some supplies to enjoy skewers and refreshing drinks. happily passing an afternoon. Woof. Nearby, Hazong shook its body and surveyed the surroundings. Thriving in such an appealing environment seemed to elevate its spirits as well. Hazong turned to Lu Ran, who, in turn, retrieved the Lu Ing fruit. The fruit, entirely pink and resembling cherry blossoms transformed into a fruit, was stunningly beautiful. But beneath its vibrant exterior lay volatile energy. In the wild, any creature consuming this fruit would surely perish, although it could provide a temporary surge in combat capability. The lack of adequate healing means for wild animals would lead to their demise after a surge of power. Only those pets cared for by a beast master could dare to utilize such a fruit as a critical means of explosive growth. Here, Lu Ran tossed the Lu Ing fruit to Hazong. Woof. Hazong caught it in its mouth, eager to swallow it. Stop. Chew slowly, Lu Ran exclaimed in exasperation, resembling a mother reprimanding her child. Hazong seemed to have forgotten the previous incident where it nearly choked on the wind energy fruit. Now impatient to swallow this one whole. Even if the fruit was enticing, could it not take its time? Lu Ran did not wish for others to know that his cherished pet had choked to death. Woo. Hazong looked dejected but complied with Lu Ran's command, savoring the fruit slowly. Afterward, Lu Ran prepared the Shenlu pendant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hazong stood still, awaiting its transformation. Approximately 5 seconds later, Hazong's expression suddenly shifted. Its blue eyes began to shimmer with a hint of red. Perhaps it was an illusion, but even its muscles seemed to swell slightly. Seeing the change in Hazong's eyes startled Lu Ran. He nearly feared it would revert to that previously uncontrollable state. Fortunately, as Hazong roared, an immense surge of energy erupted from within it. Boom. The sky, a splendid gradient of white and blue, erupted with a force akin to a blazing flame, surging upwards over a meter from Hzing's being. Immediately following, a tumultuous energy contracted, enveloping Hzing entirely. LRN gazed at Hzing in astonishment, for the energy enveloping him now was markedly different from the one he had previously mastered. Whereas before it was merely a faint halo surrounding his body, now it resembled a radiant cloak of energy, perpetually in a state of rapid motion. Like a flowing river, the energy coursed around Hzing, causing his fur to ripple as if perpetually stirred by a tempest. How magnificent! However, LRN could discern that Hzing was struggling, his body tense as he suppressed the volatile power within. Is it painful? LRN inquired. No, Hzing replied, conveying that the sensation was exhilarating. The overexertion of energy had led to a perfect enhancement of his attack, defense, and speed. But he questioned where he could release this pent-up energy. He glanced at LRN, wondering if he was expected to serve as his sparring partner. Do you wish to endanger my life? LRN responded, surveying their surroundings. Since they had rented this training sanctuary, it should possess self-repairing capabilities, allowing for reckless destruction. Upon hearing LRN's words, Hzing's eyes brightened, as if liberated from constraints, and he let out a roar toward the heavens. Moments later, the cheap training sanctuary was left in disarray, resembling a battlefield in utter chaos. Yet, in this state, Hzing was far from finished, despite the absence of adversaries. He was consumed by a frenzy of combativeness. No enemies. The training sanctuary itself was the foe. With a single charge, he could shatter the stone ground, and a swipe of his claw could rend rock asunder. A mere breath could upheave the grass, showcasing his relentless output. In this moment, Hzing was utterly consumed by his bloodlust. Witnessing Hzing's formidable might, LRN contemplated that with the addition of the Fengyn, they might indeed challenge the formidable grass demon cat, albeit under the influence of stimulants. Hzing's excitement escalated, but LRN soon perceived the impending danger. His greatest fear, upon witnessing Hzing's bloodshot gaze, had manifested. It seemed that the backlash from the Li Yinggu had triggered Hzing's frenzied state. Hzing, LRN bellowed, his thoughts connecting with Hzing's mind, his call resonating like an echoing amplifier within Hzing's consciousness. With LRN's shout, Hzing's gaze regained clarity, albeit with a hint of confusion, as the tumultuous energy cloak dissipated from his form. Subsequently, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, piercing every inch of his being, including his vital organs and marrow. How agonizing! Hzing roared, overwhelmed by the torment of this infernal training. A wave of weakness washed over him, rendering him unsteady on his feet, and he gazed pitifully at LRN. I warned you, the after effects are substantial, LRN remarked, promptly utilizing the pre-prepared SH in L Xiing Zhu to heal Hzing. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Hzing's contract card underwent another transformation. Species, Su Yun Shu En. Attribute, Wind. Species level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Growth level, Level 5. Skills, Sword Chi. Ziying had leveled up. Could Li Yinggu also serve as experience candy? Chapter 34. Inferior to the spider dog. After the earlier display of might, Ziying now lay on the ground like a lifeless hound, utterly devoid of mobility. However, it must be said that the SHNL Xingzhu was remarkably reliable. Bathed in its golden-green radiance, Ziying, who had previously lacked the strength to even howl in agony, began to exhibit rapid and intense changes in expression. First, he gritted his teeth, then relaxed, and finally succumbed to a blissful euphoria. Moments later, Ziying's paw twitched, followed by a movement of his ears, and ultimately, he sprang up, vibrant and invigorated. Fully revived, Ziying joyfully executed a tail dance, his tail wagging with delight. He resolved to consume a Li Yinggu before every battle henceforth. LRN, securing the reassuring SH and L Xingzhu, remarked, "I knew you would just want to eat. Do you have any feedback on its effectiveness? How do you feel now? Do you remember that sensation?" Ziying furrowed his brow, closing his eyes to reflect. It felt like the refreshing experience of drying off after a bath. In the next instant, a cerulean energy aura enveloped Ziying, and astonishingly, the energy began to tremble, growing increasingly agitated. In an instant, it transformed into a gale, flowing around Ziying's body, just as the earlier energy cloak had. Ziying's azure eyes snapped open, mastering the technique of energy flow. At that moment, the previously altered contract card of Ziying underwent another transformation. Species, Su Yun Shuen. Attribute, Wind. Species level, Intermediate Extraordinary. Growth level, Level 5. Skills, Swift Wind. A foundational skill formed from the high-speed flow of wind energy covering the body. Enhances attack, movement, and release speed. Sword Chi. By the heavens. Ziying, you truly are my stellar companion. Upon witnessing Ziying's display and the changes to the contract card, LRN was momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstatic celebration. He finally comprehended why the instructors favored him so. It was because he was a prodigy, exceptionally intelligent, and capable of learning anything with ease. Now, LRN truly empathized with the sentiments of his teachers. Ziying exhibited the same aptitude for learning anything he desired. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, in LRN's eyes. Possessing such formidable learning abilities far surpassed the inherent strength of any beast. Ziying displayed an expression of sagacity, as if to say, "Is there anything difficult about this?" However, the very next moment, that expression shifted to one of sheer terror as LRN embraced his head and bestowed a kiss upon him. Woof, woof, woof. Ziying wriggled free. "Excellent. Keep up the hard work," LRN exclaimed in excitement. With both Swift Wind and Sword Chi, Ziying now possessed two foundational skills. One rooted in energy flow technique and the other in FNYNGN and energy emission technique. The combination of these two foundational skills should yield an advanced skill, right? Could it be a continuous release of Sword Chi through the Swift Wind? LRN stroked his chin, gazing at Ziying. "Let's take a break. Soon we shall commence mobile target training to sharpen your precision with Sword Chi." Woof. Ziying replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that just frisbee training? Essentially the same, right?" Thus a week passed. For LRN and Ziying, this week was undoubtedly filled with both fulfillment and monotony. Yet, without a doubt, they experienced a metamorphosis. First, Ziying's growth level ascended to level 6. Considering Ziying's previous swift progression to level 5, LRN surmised that it was the combined effect of the wind attribute fruit and Li Yinggu. It seemed that Li Yinggu could rapidly unleash dormant potential, transforming it into growth attributes, and this potential was naturally derived from their daily sustenance. In the span of a week, with a top-tier diet complemented by 4 Luing fruits, Hazong's leveling speed proved commendable, reaching level 6 by the 5th day. Although it has yet to catch up with the foremost ranks of the 4th-generation Beast-Tamers, it is evident that it is approaching that milestone. Upon reaching level 6, Hazong's physique has grown more robust, and an abundance of wind energy has been generated within. Most notably, its appearance has become increasingly striking, resembling a wolf more and more, suggesting that Hazong possesses a remarkably pure lineage. Meanwhile, the consumption of 5 Luing fruits has afforded Hazong a deeper understanding of energy flow techniques. Unlike other wind pets that rely on swift gales, it can unleash a more ferocious version of its gale skill while maintaining control, with only minimal cost to itself. Beyond this, there is little else to report. Although Hazong displays notable comprehension regarding shaping and compression techniques, Luran has opted not to rush its learning, allowing it to first master the flow and release of skills. In 7 days, Hazong's daily regimen involved first wreaking havoc within the training realm, a terrain of intricate complexity, followed by agility training through swift dashes. Subsequently, Lu Ran would hurl stones to create mobile targets, honing Ha Zong's precision with sword energy. By the end of the week, Ha Zong had made significant strides in mastering both the gale and sword energy, leaving Lu Ran exceedingly satisfied. During this week, Lu Ran largely secluded himself, or rather, he hardly ventured outside, tending to his meals within his exclusive quarters, as he too was engrossed in training. While Ha Zong exerted effort, Lu Ran was equally diligent, mimicking Ha Zong to enhance his own physical prowess. Initially, he had not felt the effects due to limited time, but after a week of accumulation, his physical condition had indeed doubled. The stones he threw could effortlessly reach distances of 200 to 300 meters, and his speed during flight was astonishing. A mere leap could easily surpass world records, and the force of his punch could presumably fell a bull. With the Zhanfeng sword in hand, Lu Ran could enter a unique state where his focus and energy were intensely concentrated, transforming his aura dramatically. Even during practice bouts with Ha Zong, who would hold the sword in its mouth, it would wear a grave expression, as if perceiving Lu Ran as a formidable beast, instilling in it a sense of caution. This realization led Lu Ran to feel that he was on the verge of mastering his super beast mimicry, enabling him to better protect himself within the training realm. However, this was not Lu Ran's greatest gain. His most significant achievement lay in the progress he made on the 20th version of super beast mimicry. Through a mental connection, Lu Ran simulated the super beast mimicry, continuously imparting his insights to Ha Zong, who seemed to begin contemplating the sword-like abilities that Lu Ran had grasped, an embodiment of spirit and will. The sword aura is manifested through the wielder's sword techniques, expressing a formidable presence. Such an aura is indeed tangible and particularly prevalent among specialized professions, like ruthless bandits whose mere gaze can evoke fear. Exemplifying a lack of maturity in their aura, Lu Ran's previous mentor had remarked that in the past, many sword masters could cultivate sword auras, but in modern times, such practitioners have become exceedingly rare. When Lu Ran once inquired whether his mentor had mastered this skill, the response was a mere smile, encouraging him to strive, suggesting that with Lu Ran's talent, he might eventually grasp it. Then, in a twist of fate, Lu Ran found himself vacationing in Hawaii with his father, learning shooting techniques, much to his father's chagrin. Reflecting on this past, Lu Ran pondered whether his study of super beast mimicry had brought his aura closer to that of a savage beast, thereby merging with his sword techniques to achieve a state akin to a beast sword aura. Regardless of the reason, it mattered little. What was important was that he had grown stronger. Today, after an intense clash with Ha Zong, Lu Ran set aside the Zhanfeng sword and shook off the tingling sensation in his palms. "Let's go," he declared, and Ha Zong nodded in response. Lu Ran practiced with Ha Zong to refine its control over strength, as a careless move could inadvertently injure him, prompting Ha Zong to exercise utmost caution, focusing intently. In essence, at that moment, Ha Zong served as Lu Ran's training dummy. They departed the training realm, as Lu Ran intended to procure food, having exhausted their supplies. Despite having initially bought a half-month's worth of food for Ha Zong, it had nearly all been consumed within a week. The reason was simple. Lu Ran could not resist sampling Ha Zong's meals and found them quite delectable. Thus, in his quest to perfect his mimicry of Ha Zong and develop super beast mimicry, he began consuming the same food, which conveniently alleviated the need for him to seek sustenance elsewhere, a win-win situation. Perhaps this was also a reason for the notable advancements in his super beast mimicry. What the pet consumes, the beast tamer consumes. They eat, sleep, bathe, and train together. Aside from donning a husky costume to truly emulate Ha Zong, Lu Ran endeavored to do everything possible. He felt that if he were to take this step, even Ha Zong would regard him with a different perspective, which he found unthinkable. Just before leaving, he glanced at his communicator, noting that during this period, it had been Fong Lan, this unfortunate sister, who managed external matters for him, leading to frequent communication between them. "Are you there?" Lu Ran asked. "Is there something you need?" He recalled their last conversation occurred when Ha Zong ranked on the leaderboard. "I have my guild assessment the day after tomorrow. Could you be my sparring partner? I can compensate you with crystal coins," came the response. The proposition was straightforward. Lu Ran, having once graced the divine pet leaderboard and being of a comparable level, was deemed the most suitable sparring partner. "You could always find an opponent in the arena, couldn't you?" Lu Ran replied. "The newcomer area in the arena has been rather empty lately. There's a player named Wudu Jiao Sheng who hangs around there. She's fearsome. I've had the misfortune of matching with her twice, and each time, my pet succumbed to her poison. Not only did I have to purchase healing potions afterward, but I also had to buy antidotes, incurring significant losses. Like me, many newcomers are reluctant to venture there." Lu Ran expressed surprise at this revelation. "Is she really that strong?" he mused. "Indeed, she's the one who pushed you off the divine pet leaderboard. Don't you know? Now she's ranked 6th. Even pets of a higher tier than her spider cannot withstand her poison. In short, Battling her is futile, especially since a guild assessment cannot feature poison-type pets. Lu Ran chuckled. He was aware that Fong Lan had soon displaced him from the leaderboard and had even boasted about it to him. However, at that time, he had been wholly absorbed in his training, and since the leaderboard's calculations were still distant, he had not paid much heed to his ranking. Nonetheless, this poison-wielding woman had indeed ascended to 6th place. It seemed he had underestimated that peculiar spider. So, unable to defeat the spider, you're coming to challenge my husky? If you can't even prevail against it, wouldn't that make your wild boar lesser than a spider dog? Lu Ran teased. Was the bewildered response. He had never realized that Lu Ran possessed such a sharp tongue. It seemed that not only would he be unable to win, but he would also be subjected to a linguistic rebuke. In the end, Lu Ran decided to meet the one known as Y at the arena. They shared a unique bond, and after Ha Zong's extensive training, he indeed required a sharpening stone. An opponent from the rock type, renowned for their defensive prowess, had yet to face Ha Zong in battle. Additionally, the wild boar, with its tough hide and hardy flesh, would serve as a valuable experience in preparation for encounters with rock-type creatures. This time, Lu Ran had not prepared for Ha Zong to wield the Feng Yun sword in battle. He intended to observe whether Ha Zong could breach the opponent's defenses using his own strength. If he failed, and the resulting damage was minimal, it would indicate that the next training objective should involve energy compression techniques. At this moment, Lu Ran left his exclusive room but did not head straight for the arena. Instead, he first arrived at the Beast-Taming Plaza to procure food resources. The food was the usual fare, and as for the Luingua, Lu Ran refrained from purchasing any more. Initially, he had intended to use the Luingua as a trump card for their exploration of the secret realm. However, to his surprise, after consuming just 5 of these fruits during routine training, Ha Zong had already mastered the frenzied flow of energy. What need was there for it now? Perhaps in the future, he could seek out resources with even more potent effects, particularly those that Ha Zong favored. It was certainly not merely for the sake of convenience and training. After completing his grocery shopping, Lu Ran prepared to head to the arena. However, quite unexpectedly, he found himself at the center of the plaza, taking a glance at the Divine Beast rankings. After a week of fermentation, the list had undergone a significant transformation. Just like the extraordinary Divine Beast rankings, the initially leading black bear had now been relegated to the 10th spot. Meanwhile, Fong Lan was indeed holding steady at 6th place. Rank Divine Beast, Species, Wolf Spider. Attributes, Poison. Species Level, High Extraordinary. Growth Level, Level 5. Beast Tamer, Saintess of the 5 Poisons Sect. Reason for ranking. Evolved from the anomalous Xia wolf spider, a formidable species that awakened potent toxicity. Capable of defeating an 8th level high extraordinary species in the arena within 3 seconds. Impressive indeed. Upon witnessing Fong Lan's achievements, Lu Ran couldn't help but express his admiration. Her accomplishments were truly noteworthy. Although Ha Zong had managed to level up by 4 ranks, he had only contended against a medium extraordinary beast, the cat demon, and had relied on a weapon. In contrast, the opponent that Fong Lan faced, the toad, Lu Ran pondered, was likely the Zhu Pelong, known scientifically as the Yangtze alligator. With the increase in the number of beast tamers, an array of peculiar pets had emerged. Lu Ran recalled seeing an image online of an alligator dressed in a maid outfit. What a playful notion. It would be a shame not to allow them to become beast tamers given their talents. Continuing his examination, Lu Ran noted that the current extraordinary divine beast rankings featured only one creature, a 9th-ranked evolved variant of a macaque, whose species level was the lowest and, like Ha Zong, was classified as medium extraordinary. The evaluation of this creature highlighted its remarkable comprehension, having engaged in battles beyond its level through mastery of fire-based skills. Monkeys are indeed intelligent animals. Could it be that the learning aptitude of pets is correlated with their intelligence prior to the contract? Canines possess a commendable level of intelligence in the animal kingdom, and since Ha Zong had spent over a year with Lu Ran, during which he had imparted considerable knowledge, it is plausible that this early learning phase contributed to Ha Zong's capabilities post-evolution. However, what astonished Lu Ran the most was actually the 3rd-ranked beast, which surprised him far more than the first. The top-ranked beast was a level 9 eagle, a lightning-type raptor renowned for its destructive power, complemented by its ability to fly, making it a formidable contender. The 2nd place was held by the previously mentioned Northeast tiger, which had advanced from level 7 to level 9. Yet, the 3rd spot was occupied by a mere turtle, whose ranking was attributed to its ability to withstand an attack from a level 10 low-grade leader species at level 8, sustaining only minor injuries. Fong Lan had mentioned this turtle. In the game, it plays the role of a frontline tank, specifically designed to absorb damage. It seems fair that a creature that endures hits can still make it onto the rankings. Currently, with a combination of various weapons and items, Ha Zong should possess the strength to contend with the grass demon cat. It remains uncertain what rank he would achieve after overcoming the demon cat leader. Lu Ran planned to experiment with this upon his return. Notably, he had purchased a month's worth of food, expending a considerable amount of crystal coins. His remaining crystal coins were dwindling, making it imperative to venture into the secret realm for profit. Initially, due to the properties of inherited properties from his parents, along with an 8-digit savings and dividends from research patents, Lu Ran believed he would never face financial woes. However, with the currency system in Infinite City being overthrown and replaced with crystal coins, he found himself needing to earn money anew. With thoughts of earning fresh currency in mind, Lu Ran made his way toward the arena. The arena in Infinite City bore an appearance reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Viewed from above, it took on an elliptical shape, constructed entirely of stone. Even from a distance, Lu Ran could keenly sense the metallic scent of blood, and the arena's dilapidated style rendered the place particularly menacing. Ha! I won today, earning 200 crystal coins. Let us go out for a meal. It's been ages since I've had meat. Damn it, I lost completely. I will never gamble again. In the beast battles, being inexperienced is a grave sin. Today, in Area 2, a beast tamer accompanied by a fox pet caught Lu Ran's eye. The fox was strikingly beautiful. As he approached, he could hear various sounds. Though the arena was not crowded, around 100 spectators were present. I'm here. As soon as Lu Ran arrived, the pig farmer spotted him and waved from a distance. They quickly met. The pig farmer cheerfully exclaimed, I'll go set up an exclusive battle room. Let us fight to our heart's content. The Infinite City arena is divided into the main battle area and exclusive battle rooms. The former is open to randomly matched beast tamers or used for large-scale competitions, where spectators can witness the entirety of the battles. In contrast, battles in exclusive rooms are akin to private matches, entering the arena's underground chambers featuring a separate combat zone. Fong Lan is currently active in the main area, engaging in daily matches. If there are wagers between competitors, the winner can also earn crystal coins, which serves as a means of income. However, typically, once formidable beast tamers display their prowess, few would be foolish enough to wager against her. Let us go? But I must mention that I don't have much time, Lu Ran replied. The pig farmer said despairingly. I actually learned that the examiner responsible for my guild assessment has a wind-type pet, so I was hoping to get in some last-minute practice today. Could you spare some time for me to train? I'll cover all the healing and venue costs, offering you 10 crystal coins. The pig farmer clenched his teeth. His pet's movements were somewhat slower compared to wind-type pets, and he needed to adapt to battling against them swiftly. Lu Ran felt a headache coming on when the pig farmer suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, I have something for you as well. What is it? Don't tell me it's postpartum care for sows. I don't want it. What? No. The pig farmer's face flushed. Not that. Then why are you turning red? Lu Ran thought it rather odd. Saying this, the pig farmer took out a resource from his spatial bag. It was a single green leaf. Lu Ran looked over. Name, Awakening Leaf. Level, high level. Description, when consumed, there is a certain probability of allowing a normal creature to evolve into an extraordinary one. I found this in the secret realm. It's not worth much and is hard to sell, so I'm giving it to you. Lu Ran replied. Are you incapable of speaking? Shouldn't you be touting its high value and extreme rarity? Saying it this way makes me and Ha Zong seem rather cheap. Well, I suppose us country folks are just honest, Lu Ran said helplessly. All right, I will serve as a training partner for a while longer. As for the Jing coin, let's forget about it. You must be in short supply now. Please give me that leaf. If you manage to pass the assessment, treating me to a grand meal would be delightful. Thank you. The pig farmer's eyes lit up. What a good person. He then handed the awakening leaf to Lu Ran and said, I have inquired about it. The awakening leaf is essentially used by beastmasters to filter the qualifications of their pets. When selecting a second or third pet in reality, one must first have the target consume the awakening leaf. If it awakens to the extraordinary, it indicates decent potential. If it does not awaken, it suggests low aptitude, rendering it unsuitable for a contract. Furthermore, if the awakened species level is significantly high, then the contract is undoubtedly correct. However, if the awakened species level is mediocre, one must consider the beastmaster's expectations before making a decision. This method ensures the selection of the strongest second pet, but it requires a substantial number of awakening leaves, which can only be obtained from the awakening leaf secret realm, a place that witnessed numerous beastmasters challenging it during that period. However, it seems that higher-level secret realms have since provided more stable alternatives, leading to the obsolescence of the awakening leaf in the market, and no one goes to farm it anymore. At the moment, I do not plan to raise a second pet, but if you have a need, you may take this chance. Although the probability is low, the pig farmer earnestly explained, before awkwardly scratching his head at the thought of chances. With limited resources, he could not present anything better. Just as he stated, this had been eliminated from the market. No worries. I find this quite intriguing, Lu Ran replied. Gazing at the awakening leaf, He had previously been unaware of such a resource. From which secret realm did you acquire it? The simple novice secret realm, Awakening Island, was where other intern members of the guild called me to form a team and clear it. As a reward for completing the dungeon, I obtained this. The pig farmer explained. Lu Ran took note of the name of the secret realm. It indeed rang a bell. Initially, he had completely forgotten about the second pet matter, especially since he had to wait for Ha Zong to reach level 10 and conquer the secret realm before he could obtain the second contract card. However, this awakening grass did enlighten him, as it could be used to filter the qualifications of a second pet. He felt he could take advantage of this opportunity. For who wouldn't desire a pet with superior talent? As the king of the wildlife realm in LHI City, he was acquainted with numerous animals: the insect king, the intelligent crow, the cunning stray cat leader adept at thievery, and the ancient river turtle. Eventually, he could gather some awakening leaves to feed them, selecting the one with the highest aptitude to become his second pet, which seemed quite appealing. Yet, the mass production of extraordinary beings resembled a private militia, and he pondered whether this would lead to trouble with the authorities. Chapter 36. The greater the storm, the higher the pig soars. Location: Infinite City Arena. An exclusive underground battle chamber. The pig farmer and the dog trainer were teleported here together. The room was vast and open air, resembling a tennis court, with a large gray rectangular area designated for combat, surrounded by lush green zones where beastmasters could stand and direct their commands. Are we going to fight? Upon arrival, Lu Ran inquired of the pig farmer across from him, feeling somewhat eager. Merely watching Ha Zong battle was not particularly engaging, as he had never been interested in beastmasters. The pig farmer momentarily failed to comprehend. Beastmasters are divided into two schools. The first expends their own strength to empower their pets. The second harnesses the power of their pets to enhance themselves. The former relies solely on pets to fight and protect them, while the latter requires their own participation. Which school do you belong to? However, you probably have not yet acquired any beastmaster skills and have not made a choice. What are the assessment requirements of the QNX in Guild? W8. The QNX in Guild's assessment seems to involve pet duels. I can forego that. The pig farmer retreated a step, waving his hands repeatedly. Lu Ran expressed his disdain, saying, "Given your athletic abilities, you should perform well." The pig farmer hesitated, responding, "The seniors in the guild warned me that in the first school, if an accident occurs with the pet, the beastmaster will only face some backlash and will not die. However, in the second school, if the beastmaster dies, everything is over. I've heard that the casualty rate for the second school's beastmasters is several times higher than that of the first. Although the beastmasters become stronger, their survival rates do not improve in the slightest. The seniors cautioned us to never choose the second school, claiming only reckless individuals would opt for it. I say, you don't intend to pursue the second school in the future, do you? Fighting alongside your pet?" The pig farmer's expression shifted. Not exactly." Lu Ran scratched his cheek. For the beastmaster skill he had obtained happened to be from the second school, leaving him with no other choice for now. The second school's beastmasters are indeed stronger, yet they face greater mortality rates. How peculiar. Perhaps it is due to their overconfidence in their strength leading to their demise. "That's a relief," the pig farmer sighed, saying, "While I admire those ancient generals who rode war horses into battle, it is undeniably perilous. We primarily come from untrained backgrounds. Recklessly entering the fray could lead to disaster. I feel the cavalry from the grasslands might be better suited for such a combat style alongside their pets." "No, there is another profession," Lu Ran interjected. "What is it?" "Hunters," Lu Ran chuckled, producing his contract card and summoning Ha Zong. In the arena, a circular summoning array materialized, bursting forth with brilliant light. All with a wolf-shaped pet descended. My ancestors were hunters, often collaborating with hunting dogs to hunt wild boars, which harm crops. The pig farmer was taken aback. He also took out a contract card to summon his wild boar. My pig is unlike any ordinary pig. The pig farmer wiped the sweat from his brow, earnestly summoning. Lu Ran exerted considerable pressure on him, especially since he had previously ranked on the divine pet list. However, if he could win, that would be ideal. The pig farmer did not wish to view himself as inferior. Humph. The radiant light erupted, revealing a wild boar over 2 meters in length, adorned with long tusks and a rough, earthy coat. A pig and a dog stood before their beastmasters, locking eyes in a fierce standoff. Upon encountering each other, their enmity intensified. This time, Ha Zong had not forgotten the grudge from a week prior, when it had displayed its battle intent towards this wild boar, which had disdainfully glanced away. Ugh! Ha Zong growled lowly, filled with indignation. Humph! The wild boar swished its tail, its gaze heavy as it stared intently at Ha Zong, this time devoid of any disdain. "Don't you use weapons? Did you employ sword-type weapons during your challenges in the secret realm?" the pig farmer asked. Lu Ran replied, "That is merely an external force. Fighting normally suffices." "All right," the pig farmer acknowledged. Our current issue is that the rock-type energy enveloping it grants it formidable defense. Yet compared to wind-type pets, its mobility and attack speed are not advantageous. Thus, I wish to see if there are effective strategies to counter swift opponents in actual combat. Essentially, I want my dog to utilize its speed advantage during our battle, correct? Lu Ren clarified. Exactly. The pig farmer nodded. Hazong, activate gale mode. Lu Ren snapped his fingers. Woof. In the next moment, a sky blue energy enveloped Hazong's body, and this energy began to flow slowly. Upon witnessing this, the pig farmer's expression turned serious. Wind-type basic technique, Gale? In just 7 days, Lu Ren and his companions have learned a new skill? At this stage, below level 10, there are not many pets that possess skills. Even among the 70 divine pets on the extraordinary pet list of the 7 infinite cities in Shigu, a significant portion have yet to master basic techniques. To ascend the ranks, one fundamentally relies on the ordinary energy enveloping the body, combined with formidable racial attributes to overpower opponents. The advanced techniques of shaping, releasing, flowing, and compressing within each branch are not easily mastered. Experienced practitioners have concluded that even with a commendable innate talent in the corresponding direction, one must dedicate training for at least 2 weeks to a month to grasp the foundational skills. Thus, it is indeed astonishing that Hazong learned the sword energy in merely 2 days, allowing him to swiftly rise in the rankings. The beast raised by the pig farmer has yet to master a single skill, only managing the basic earth-type energy coverage. Now, witnessing Lu Ren and his companions having mastered the gale, he is utterly taken aback. However, what astonishes him even more follows shortly after. Let us commence, Lu Ren declares. And suddenly, the energy that had been flowing slowly like a stream across Hazong's body surges forth like a torrential flood, causing his form to blur. What? Humph. Both man and pig are shocked. Woof. Facing the gale, Hazong's gaze flickers, and with a vengeful look, he observes the grim expression of the wild boar across from him, realizing its formidable nature. In the next instant, he charges forward, the dust rising beneath his feet, moving with a speed akin to a fierce gale. How can it be so fast? The pig farmer is bewildered, but even without his prompting, the wild boar has already enveloped itself in a layer of earthy energy, its eyes fixed intently on Hazong. The strategy devised by the pig farmer to counter the wind-type beast is to leverage defensive advantages in close combat, engaging directly. If caught off guard, it would absorb a hit before swiftly retaliating. However, despite the soundness of this strategy, the wild boar finds itself facing the rapidly vanishing figure of Hazong, who has seemingly disappeared. From the side, the pig farmer, possessing a broader perspective, quickly alerts. Even at this speed, Hazong is capable of altering his trajectory, and in an instant, he has darted from the front of the wild boar to its flank, launching a full-force collision. GUH. The wild boar senses impending doom. By the time it reacts, the azure blur has already collided with it, delivering a tremendous pain to its side, even distorting the earthy energy enveloping its body. Despite the protective layer, the impact elicits a shriek from the wild boar, akin to a pig's wail, as it is lifted off the ground and sent flying several meters. Awoo! With a thud, the wild boar crashes to the ground, rolling over repeatedly. The pig farmer stands in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Hazong exits his frenzied gale state, wearing a triumphant expression, reveling in his victory. Yet, he soon finds himself taken aback once more as the wild boar rises again, glaring furiously at him. Its defensive capabilities are indeed impressive. This level of impact merely leaves it lightly injured? Lu Ren remarks. It seems challenging to break through your defenses with standard methods. The pig farmer exclaims, are you joking? A mere air has sent a wild boar flying several meters. What is this standard method? That basic gale doesn't possess such strength. De Huang, you must act as well. It cannot break your defenses. Do not fear. With a wave of his arm, the pig farmer senses Hazong's threat and decides to have the wild boar charge directly at him. Humph. The wild boar dashes forward. Though not as fast as Hazong, it is no slouch, and the charging process appears more intimidating. Observing this, Hazong refrains from tormenting his opponent with his speed advantage this time, and instead opens his mouth. Roar. A torrent of white wind coalesces within Hazong's mouth, and as he roars, it blasts toward the wild boar, creating immense resistance that renders it nearly immobile on the ground. The pig farmer is once again taken aback. Skill, roar of the wind. Description, a foundational technique formed by the release of wind energy condensed within the body. Currently, this technique possesses almost zero lethality, merely serving to disrupt the enemy's actions. Having learned sword energy, Hazong finds this technique relatively easy to grasp. It is merely a matter of exhaling. Simpler than the sword energy, but due to its weak effect, even though Hazong has long mastered it, Lu Ren does not consider it a training achievement. Humph. At this moment, The wild boar is in distress, struggling to charge, but finding itself unable to move. The creature it once looked down upon, this Ha, is indeed a formidable being. Why does it seem more challenging than the previous team battles? Oh, the wild boar attempts to unleash greater strength. However, Hazong, just beginning to exert himself, accelerates the flow of energy once more. In an instant, the gale he exhales becomes even more violent and sustained, and with a howl, the wild boar, intending to charge, is once again lifted off its feet and blown away, crashing heavily to the ground with a pig-like squeal. Beads of sweat pour down the pig farmer's forehead. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Hazong also casts a glance at the pig farmer, seemingly displeased with his claim that the wild boar's defenses cannot be breached. A woo. He opens his mouth, and this time, it is not the roar of the wind, but a tempest gathers within, forming a tangible white sword of wind, which he clutches in his mouth. Energy shaping, skill, wind sword. Even without external objects, Hazong has independently shaped a wind sword with exceptional cutting properties. This scene leaves the pig farmer in a state of astonishment. What is this? Energy shaping? Energy flow? Energy release? Energy shaping? What is this Ha capable of? Even Lu Ran, witnessing the spectacle, appears surprised, expressing unexpected admiration. Good dog. You didn't even wait for your training to begin and have already learned energy shaping? It makes sense. The wind energy is often transmitted through the windfall sword, and he might already be quite familiar with its structure. Coupled with his intelligence and energy control, it is entirely reasonable for him to have learned energy shaping after the pig farmer's suggestion. In less than 10 days, he is on the verge of mastering the 4 advanced techniques. This dog is truly extraordinary. Hazong, disperse. Do not engage in combat with the sword. Lu Ran, concerned for the opponent's safety, acknowledges that given the current state, it is difficult to breach the wild boar's defenses, making it suitable for training. Woof. Hazong complies and turns his attention back to the slightly shaky wild boar. The pig farmer remains silent. He realizes he was mistaken. Initially, he should not have harbored any illusions of victory. Those who can enter the divine beast rankings are indeed monsters. Lu Ran being ousted must mean he has not challenged the secret realm in the past 7 days. That night, Lu Ran and the pig farmer part ways. The pig farmer gains invaluable experience from being thoroughly outmatched by the wind-type beast, while Lu Ran unapologetically claims the awakening leaf as his reward for the training session. The Saintess of the 5 Poison Sect messages. How long has it been since you last returned? My parents are worried about you. When will you come back for a meal together? Upon returning to his exclusive room, Lu Ran replies to Fonglan's message as usual. All right, I'll return today. He reflects that it has indeed been too long since his last homecoming. Speaking of which, the school semester must be approaching. Perhaps he should contact Xiao Bai Long to resolve matters at school as well. As for challenging the Demon Cat Forest again, there is no rush. He can address that upon his return. Having made his decision, Lu Ran reluctantly spends 5 crystal coins to teleport home. Upon his return, he first takes a shower, changes into a fresh outfit, and prepares to call Fong Lan for a meal. However, at that moment, a shadow of a dark hue suddenly appears before Lu Ran, climbing onto the television and staring at him with red eyes. This is a small lizard, its coloration a deep brown, with a yellowish-brown underside, resembling a miniature dragon, exuding an air of majesty. Its most striking feature is undoubtedly its eyes, encased in orange-red irises. What are you doing? Did I not prepare enough food and water for you before I left? Lu Ran gazed at it. This red-eyed eagle lizard was indeed the birthday gift given to him by Fong Lan. Lu Ran affectionately referred to it as Zhenhong Yanhei Long, or true red-eyed black dragon, and also as Bao Bai Wang, which translates to king of sudden death. Through a form of telepathy, Lu Ran sometimes felt he could comprehend its inner thoughts. There are no grasshoppers today that I enjoy. I shall suddenly perish. It's so dark and frightening. I want to perish. That dog is terrifying. I want to perish. The one cleaning up after me is so ugly. I want to perish. I don't know why, but I just want to perish. Indeed, at the slightest disagreement, it would dramatically fall over as if dead, though most of these instances were feigned deaths. This creature was rather timid, and Lu Ran felt it was a challenge to keep it alive. Suddenly, noticing the Zhenhong Yanhei Long making its presence known, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. He took out the newly acquired awakening leaf and said, Bao Bai Wang, come here. I have something good for you to eat. Let me test your qualifications. Chapter 37, Bao Bai Wang. Lu Ran looked kindly at Bao Bai Wang. Although his plan was to test each familiar animal in Levying City to select a second pet, the limited number of awakening leaves made him hesitant. The appearance of Bao Bai Wang reminded Lu Ran that he had another pet besides Hazong. Previously, he had discussed with Fong Lan whether lizards could evolve into dragons. Now, he could see if Bao Bai Wang possessed the potential for extraordinary evolution. However, Lu Ran did not hold high hopes. After all, Animals capable of awakening extraordinary powers without relying on beast master contracts were exceedingly rare. As for this Bao Bai Wang, it hardly seemed to possess such prowess. His instincts proved accurate, as after Lu Ran extended the invitation, Bao Bai Wang's eyes widened, and its body slowly collapsed, seemingly lifeless. That looks unappetizing. I want bugs. Not grass. I want to perish. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, observing the lizard sprawled on the television, devoid of any signs of life. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Get up, otherwise I will bury you." Bao Bai Wang, startled, immediately scrambled to its feet. With a sigh, Lu Ran reflected on Bao Bai Wang's history. He was the third owner of this creature. Initially, it had been a pet of one of Fong Lan's close friends. However, the red-eyed eagle lizard was a fragile being, easily affected by its environment. A slight change in habitat, or if conditions were not suitable, could render it uncomfortable and even lead to its untimely demise. Due to improper care from Fong Lan's friend, Bao Bai Wang had nearly met its end, not in a feigned manner. Fortunately, Fong Lan came from a family deeply rooted in veterinary medicine and had a broad range of knowledge, which allowed her to save Bao Bai Wang when her friend sought help. Eventually, realizing she could not care for it, Fong Lan's friend gifted the lizard to her. While Fong Lan had experience with other lizards, they were all relatively easy to care for, and this was her first time with a red-eyed eagle lizard, which posed a significant challenge as it was prone to sudden deaths. Seeing her distress, Lu Ran claimed the lizard under the pretense of wanting a birthday gift. Though he lacked experience with red-eyed eagle lizards, he could hear its thoughts and understand its environmental needs, greatly enhancing its chances of survival. In fact, he cared for it well and even custom-built a vast artificial ecological area for it. If it were not for Bao Bai Wang's extraordinary fortune in finding more reliable owners, it might not have survived to this day. Waka. Bao Bai Wang, feeling the pressure, feigned resurrection, fearing Lu Ran might actually bury it. "Feed me." Lu Ran extended his left hand, and upon seeing this, the red-eyed eagle lizard hesitated for a moment before climbing onto it. Subsequently, Lu Ran offered the awakening leaf with his right hand, pressing it close to Bao Bai Wang's mouth. The awakening leaf was a precious item, as a high-quality extraordinary resource. Even if Bao Bai Wang lacked the qualifications to awaken, its vitality would strengthen, enabling it to adapt to external environments more effectively. This way, Lu Ran would not have to worry about it truly perishing. Waka. Bao Bai Wang reluctantly began to gnaw on the awakening leaf. Lu Ran shook his head. Unlike Ha Zong, who had an indiscriminate appetite, this little creature was a pure carnivore. Each time Lu Ran returned home with crickets, rhinoceros beetles, or other insects for training, Bao Bai Wang would observe intently. On one occasion, it even attempted to sneak a bite, only to be overpowered by the insect king, which made it even more timid. Before long, Bao Bai Wang had consumed the entire awakening leaf. After finishing, it appeared unchanged. Lu Ran held it in his hands, examining it for several minutes, yet still saw no difference. Realizing this, he exchanged glances with Bao Bai Wang, then sighed. "It seems you are not destined for this. Let us go. Do not stray too far from your habitat, or you will feel unwell." He placed it on the ground, indicating it should return on its own. Meanwhile, Lu Ran retrieved his phone, preparing to call Fong Lan for a meal. Waka. However, after being set down, Bao Bai Wang did not leave, but continued to gaze up at Lu Ran. Suddenly, with a call from Bao Bai Wang, a brown light began to flicker around its body. The change immediately caught Lu Ran's attention. He stared, astonished. It could indeed evolve. A 1% probability had truly come to pass. Excellent. Lu Ran set his phone down again, feeling a surge of joy. It seemed that the time spent nurturing and training was not wasted. However, as the brown light enveloped Bao Bai Wang, he noticed its form. Had it not grown larger? While it was true that the evolution of ordinary animals into extraordinary beings did not always entail size increase, typically, there was some degree of enlargement. The light continued to envelop it, yet no signs of growth were evident. Lu Ran pondered. Was it due to insufficient qualifications? No. Slowly he sensed something was amiss. Damn it. Not only is it not growing larger or more formidable, but it also seems to be shrinking. In a mere moment, Lu Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed that in the blink of an eye, its length had decreased, making it even smaller. What was happening? Despite its shrinking size, Lu Ran's expression grew grave. He sensed a terrifying beastly aura beneath the light. After undergoing super beast metamorphosis, Lu Ran had developed certain primal instincts, allowing him to detect threatening presences from nearby creatures. The shrunken Bao Bai Wang was anything but ordinary. Ha Zong, come out and have a look. Lu Ran stepped back, summoning Ha Zong. Ha Zong appeared, astonished, wearing a befuddled expression. What is this? As the light dissipated, only a finger-length red-eyed eagle lizard remained before them. This creature looks strangely familiar, Ha Zong mused. Could it be the one that perished at a mere glance? How had it shrunk? Waka. BOBW stirred slightly, casting a crimson gaze towards LRN and his companions, an action that made HZ furrow his brow. At that moment, it seemed that HZ sensed a threat from BOBW akin to that of the extraordinary Northeast Jin Jianzhen. HZ eyes locked onto the creature, positioning himself protectively in front of LRN, and inquired about the situation. However, just as HZ bared his teeth, BOBW collapsed once more, passing away peacefully. HZ was taken aback. LRN, experiencing stomach pain, muttered in frustration, lamenting the unchanged temperament despite the creature's extraordinary nature. HZ nodded, stepping forward to prod the lifeless mini Zhenhong, Yanhei Long with his paw. The creature's physical resilience was remarkable. HZ noted that BOBW's armor was as formidable as that of a wild boar, and upon contact, it elicited a tingling sensation. It was no wonder that such a powerful aura was emanating from it. LRN began to discern that he had once again encountered a remarkable specimen. He pondered whether it was his good fortune or that of FLN. If his judgment was correct, BOBW had awakened to a high-level extraordinary status. Without any feedback from a Beastmaster contract, it had achieved this level of awakening on its own. Such potential was likely superior to the formidable beasts ranked on the divine pet list, like the mighty tiger and black bear. It was noteworthy that prior to awakening, it had merely been a palm-sized lizard. In some respects, BOBW and FLN's anomalous colored wolf spider possessed an even more terrifying quality. LRN contemplated whether FL and only raised pets that began as high-level extraordinary species. Standing on the floor, LRN silently observed the seemingly flawless act of BOBW feigning death. Although its racial potential was astonishing, its temperament appeared challenging to train. When provoked, one could not allow the provocateur to perish, but rather, it was imperative that they remained unharmed. Moreover, why was it so diminutive? Its size hardly aligned with his expectations of a majestic dragon. While its racial level might not be low, what could a lizard, barely the size of a palm, accomplish? In Chapter 38, at the Jinling Tian Hong Dao Chong, under HZ attentive gaze, BOBW soon resurrected yet again. It was reluctant to undergo a bath in canine saliva. While HZ was merely curious about the tingling sensation he felt upon contact with BOBW. Was it related to the lightning attribute? LRN mused that if the creature was indeed nearing a commanding species level, it was normal for some signs to appear early. He resolved to find an elemental stone to test its attributes when time permitted. If it was indeed of the lightning element, that would be splendid, given its reputation for unparalleled destructive power. At that moment, BOBW felt an unusual sensation. It sensed a tremendous power hidden within, yet despite its strength, its temperament was not something easily altered. It stared blankly at the pair before it, a person and a dog, daring not to move. The intelligence of lizards was not to be underestimated. Having undergone evolution, BOBW's eyes shimmered with newfound vitality. Let us establish a few rules, LRN declared, recognizing that he could no longer allow the creature to roam freely. BOBW was likely unaware of its current combat prowess, which could rival that of lions and tigers. Despite its size, if it unleashed its full strength and speed, it would be terrifying, especially given its diminutive stature, which added to its threat. If it were to fixate on someone, they might not even realize how they met their demise. The prospect of nighttime assassinations was far too convenient. Of course, this was merely an illustration. Given BOBW's character, it would only be proactive during hunts, remaining quite docile at other times. From now on, your movement shall be confined to this household. You are not permitted to venture outside unaccompanied. I will provide your meals. And you are to refrain from tampering with anything within the house. Previously, BOBW's indiscriminate roaming posed little issue due to its weakness, but now, should it wreak havoc, it could cause significant accidents, such as fires. BOBW, bewildered, questioned why it had not always been this way. Remember this well. Be obedient, or I shall ensure you truly perish. LRN threatened, causing BOBW to widen its eyes and feign death once more. When dealing with animals and pets, one must not anthropomorphize them. Demonstrating that one's fist is stronger can often be more effective than establishing emotional connections. LRN scratched his head, deciding to leave matters as they were for the time being. He then dialed FLN. The call was answered promptly. Have you emerged? FLN exclaimed. It's not easy for our training fanatic to return home. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation in Infinite City by bestowing me with unflattering nicknames. LRN retorted. I am merely dedicated and ambitious. Are your parents home tonight? LRN inquired. They are, she replied. Shall we go out for a meal? Sure, I'll call them. What shall we eat? Perhaps Sichuan or Hunan cuisine? I've been dining with HZing lately, and the flavors have been rather mild, LRN suggested. I'll choose the restaurant. See you soon. Effing LN replied before hanging up. LRN then retrieved BOBWing and placed it in his pocket, saying, Today, we shall venture out together to assess your adaptability to the outside world. Inform me if anything feels amiss. If you adjust well, I shall gradually relax your restrictions. Woof. Woof woof. HZing, lying on the carpet and playing with a toy, looked up, wondering why his activity range could not be expanded. You are too large. You might frighten the elderly and children. Without me nearby, you are not permitted to roam freely. Be obedient, LRN instructed. Post-domestication. HZing displayed considerable understanding, yet LRN still leashed him for walks. Is being large a fault? HZing pondered, glancing at the tiny BOBWing peeking out from LRN's pocket. It's hardly charming, it noted silently. That evening, outside a Hunan restaurant, LRN arrived early. Shortly after, a yellow taxi pulled up to the curb. Inside, a bespectacled middle-aged man and a woman exuding an air of literary elegance were the first to disembark. Following closely behind was FNLN, who appeared transformed. As she had mentioned, she had dyed her hair purple, with a loose side ponytail complemented by 2 strands of bangs and snake-like red diamond earrings, lending her a distinct allure. Additionally, her black-ribbed high-neck fitted knit top and belted black skirt accentuated her figure, emphasizing her dark and mysterious aura, which perfectly suited her role as a disciple of the WDGO, Godfather, Godmother, FNLN. Over here, LRN called out upon spotting them. Hearing his voice, the 3 approached. Shower in, you have finally emerged from Infinite City. We were quite worried, FNMSY remarked. Relieved to see LRN intact, without any missing limbs. Apologies for causing you concern, LRN replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Understandable. Age is the time for playfulness. We too cannot keep effing LN in check, effing be effing YHing side. Glancing at FNLN, who had undergone such a transformation that he nearly suffered a heart attack. However, after some time, he accepted that his daughter was indeed beautiful. Effing B then turned to LRN, inquiring, Shower in, what are your future plans? Do you intend to become a Beastmaster? With the advent of the Beastmaster era, this profession had become exceedingly popular, with countless youths yearning for it. Yes, LRN affirmed. Godfather, Godmother, let us go inside and talk. I am starving. Fong Lan chuckled quietly beside her, amused that today it was Lu Ran who was subjected to a barrage of parental advice. Fong Ba and Fong Ma were no ordinary couple. Both were graduates of Jinling University with doctoral degrees and had once taught there. Fong Ba shared a close camaraderie with Lu Ran's father. Currently, this couple managed the largest pet hospital in Elhai City. Like Lu Ran, Fong Lan, the daughter of a family steeped in veterinary medicine, also possessed an impeccable background in beast mastery. In the reserved private room, Fong Ma laid her cards on the table. Your father and I are aware that we cannot persuade you. If it were a matter concerning our previous professions, our influence could be of assistance. However, this situation is far too sudden, and the future remains uncertain. We have already stated that you need not worry. Fong Lan was at a loss for words. She was thriving on her own and could not fathom how her parents could suggest otherwise. Fong Ba frowned and continued. We have yet to inform you that your mother and I have reached out to our contacts in Jinling and have begun to delve into veterinary pharmacology. Our hospital may eventually transition into a comprehensive pet clinic. Your mother and I, in due course, may also take on teaching roles at Yusho University, where we will share insights on the intersections of external pharmacology and veterinary medicine. We simply hope that when you and Xiao Rant's beasts are injured, we can offer greater support. What? Fong Lan's eyes widened in shock, while Lu Ran, who had been silently observing, was equally startled. You both intend to teach at Yusho University? Fong Lan stood up, initially wanting to voice her thoughts, but ultimately resigned herself to sitting back down, muttering, well, do as you wish. It seems one cannot escape the clutches of parental influence, even at Yusho University. Thank you, Godfather and Godmother, Lu Ran said, touching his nose, sensing the good intentions behind their actions. Yet, he mused, he and Hazong likely did not require a doctor. On second thought, however, the divine deer pendant could not cure toxins or other unusual conditions, only physical injuries. Thus, a robust medical support system was indeed essential. Ahem, Xiaoran and Fong Lan. We are merely ordinary individuals. Even if we engage with veterinary pharmacology, our research will not delve deeply. Perhaps you could inquire about any swift methods to become a beast master, Fong Ba suggested, clearing his throat. Both Fong Lan and Lu Ran, now high-potential rookie beast masters in number 3 Infinite City, would inevitably encounter significant figures in the future, such as Dr. Gu. Thus, Fong Ba entrusted them with this task. Your father dreams of becoming a beast master, Fong Ma interjected disdainfully. At his age, he still behaves like a child. Understand what? Fang Ba retorted with a glare. As their argument escalated, Fang Lan and Lu Ran felt overwhelmed. Fang Lan quickly interjected, "By the way, my birthday is next month. Have you prepared your gifts?" "Birthday?" Fang Lan's sudden remark caught her parents off guard, while Lu Ran was startled. "What?" Fang Lan inquired, noticing Lu Ran's surprise. "You haven't forgotten my birthday, have you? Your birthday is still a ways off." "Wait, it's already mid-August, isn't it?" Lu Ran suddenly froze. "Oh no, I seem to have overlooked something important." "What?" Fang Lan asked. Puzzled, Lu Ran sighed. "The other day was my master's 60th birthday. I had intended to visit him, as it has been ages since I last saw him. But I completely forgot due to the Beastmaster business. His master had supported him during the time of his parents' passing. Is he the one who taught you swordsmanship when you lived in Jinling as a child?" "I recall it was called the Tianhong Dojo," Fang Ba inquired. "Yes." Lu Ran scratched his head. "I really need to visit Jinling in a couple of days to make amends. It is indeed necessary to see the elder and clarify things." "He would surely be delighted to see you," Fang Ma added. "Yes," Lu Ran nodded. At that moment, Fang Lan remarked, "Do you think your master would be upset to learn that you taught the sword techniques he imparted to you to a husky?" Lu Ran. Fang Ba and Fang Ma also looked at him, wondering if he would still go. The Tianhong Dojo, with its deep-rooted history, is renowned throughout the Jiangnan region. The current head, Jiang Do, began visiting various swordsmanship schools in Xiagua for challenges at the age of 14 and claimed to have defeated all opponents by the age of 26. He later traveled abroad and returned at 30. The Tianhong Dojo is not only a leader in Jiangnan, but also holds a prestigious place in the national swordsmanship community. Lu Ran had shown a keen interest in swordsmanship since childhood, prompting his parents to invest heavily in sending him to the Tianhong Dojo. As a child, Lu Ran exhibited remarkable talent and was favored by Master Jiang, who took him under his wing. He was on the verge of being accepted as a closed-door disciple when his playful nature led him to become enamored with shooting. One fateful day, he asked his master a fateful question. "Master, if I wield a gun and you wield a sword, who would be stronger in a duel?" This question left his master in deep contemplation. At 7 paces, the gun is quick. At 7 paces or less, the sword is swift? Young Lu Ran innocently inquired. "A gun is both fast and precise," his master replied. Upon receiving this answer, Lu Ran turned away from his master to pursue shooting instead. Reflecting on this past, Lu Ran felt regret for his childish mischief and how callous he had been. Fortunately, his master was not rigid. While he lamented that Lu Ran had not continued on the path of swordsmanship, he understood that swordsmanship was an outdated pursuit no longer suited to society. Unexpectedly, after Lu Ran's parents passed away, Master Jiang learned of the news and came to visit, hoping to take Lu Ran back to the dojo. However, at that time, Lu Ran's interests lay elsewhere. Ironically, it was now due to his involvement in beast mastery that he had rekindled his passion for swordsmanship. That evening, after returning home, Lu Ran booked a high-speed train ticket to Jinling, planning to depart the following morning. "Now that I have mastered the wild beast sword intent, the old man will surely be pleased. Missing his birthday, he will certainly understand that teaching swordsmanship to a husky is merely an act of inclusivity." Chapter 39, The Divine Eagle Hero. He had returned once more. The bustling Jinling high-speed rail station was alive with activity. Dressed in a black hoodie, white shorts, and a sun hat, Lu Ran pushed through the crowd. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. Lu Ran poked the BOBW-ing in his pocket. He had brought the creature along for this trip. Since its extraordinary evolution, BOBW-ing had significantly improved its adaptability. Even in unsuitable environments, it exhibited no signs of discomfort. Gazing at the familiar ancient city of Jinling, Lu Ran felt a wave of nostalgia. He had lived here for a time during his childhood, filled with countless memories. After many years, he was finally back again. Following the navigation, Lu Ran exited the train station and hailed a taxi, heading directly to the Tianhong Dojo. The dojo was situated in a remote area, far from the city center. And after a lengthy ride, he arrived at the familiar entrance. Observing the dojo's antique charm, with minimal modern traces, Lu Ran smiled. He extended his hand, conjuring a gift box out of thin air. Since he had come, he certainly was not empty-handed. The box contained valuable items. Unable to think of a more suitable gift, Lu Ran had bundled together some resources he had acquired from the secret realm as a token of appreciation. It was not dog food. He has not yet descended to the level of offering dog food to elders. Indulging himself is one matter. Here, they are all high-quality nutritional products that Lu Ran intends for himself, including Ming Shin tea leaves, showcasing his sincerity. After all, even he is in desperate need of Jing coins. In addition to the gift box, Lu Ran also retrieved the Zhan Feng sword, nonchalantly slinging it over his shoulder. Having completed all this, he pushed open the door to the dojo and stepped inside. The main hall of the dojo was quite desolate. occupied only by a young girl in a kendo uniform, engrossed in her phone. Observing this, Lu Ran sighed. Indeed, the allure of a smartphone surpasses that of kendo. Who are you? Upon noticing Lu Ran entering with a sword slung over his back, the girl looked up. Lu Ran had not informed his master of his visit in advance, intending instead to surprise him. I challenge you, Lu Ran declared. The kendo girl abruptly rose to her feet, her expression fierce. What? A challenge? She displayed a menacing demeanor. Just as Lu Ran was about to explain that he was merely jesting and to remain calm, the girl decisively pressed a button nearby, and instantly, the dojo was filled with the familiar sound of an alarm. Lu Ran felt a momentary darkness before realizing how swift the girl's reaction was. He recognized the alarm sound. During his childhood at the dojo, it was triggered whenever someone came to challenge, alerting the apprentices training inside. As expected, once the girl pressed the button, the dojo erupted into chaos, accompanied by excited shouts. Who dares to challenge us? Finally, after 6 months as apprentices, we have a challenger. In an instant, a dozen teenagers of various ages, all clad in kendo uniforms, rushed out from the dojo. Each wielded a wooden sword, directing their fierce gazes towards Lu Ran in the center of the hall. Which school do you belong to? State your name. Someone shouted from the crowd. Dog-shaped sword. No, wait. That's a misunderstanding. I'm here to visit Master Jiangdo. Here is a gift box. Is he around? Lu Ran smiled, gesturing to the gift box in his hands. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but upon seeing the spirited kendo apprentices, Lu Ran felt a surge of excitement. With a shift in his gaze, he added, however, seeking guidance is not a bad thing. Allow me to see how proficient the Tianhong Dojo is. The Tianhong Dojo thrived in martial prowess, distinctly different from modern kendo halls. Apprentices often sustained injuries, leading to numerous reports. Only the most formidable dared to study here. Speaking, Lu Ran approached a corner of the hall and withdrew a wooden sword from a storage barrel, swinging it with familiarity. Then, he turned his intensely focused gaze towards the assembled apprentices. With a sudden surge, a fierce aura emanated from Lu Ran, as if he had transformed into a beast eyeing its prey. This terrifying presence was nearly tangible, impacting each kendo apprentice who met his gaze, causing several to turn pale and weaken. A few, merely locking eyes with Lu Ran, felt their legs buckle, reminiscent of a childhood encounter with a stray dog. Is anyone willing to step forward? Faced with Lu Ran's challenge, none could muster the courage to speak, their faces betraying their fear. What is your sword intent? At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from within. Upon witnessing the scene in the hall, his expression shifted, particularly as he sensed the beastly aura emanating from Lu Ran, leaving him astonished. Senior he? Lu Ran's eyes lit up upon recognizing the middle-aged man who had just stepped out. Finally, a familiar face. He did not recognize any of the apprentices, but this man was a longtime employee of the dojo. Lu Ran. Senior he, upon seeing Lu Ran's matured appearance, hesitated, unable to believe his eyes. Is that really you? It is indeed me. Goodness, it's you. Senior, he exclaimed in astonishment, while the nearby kendo apprentices looked bewildered, sweating and glancing at Lu Ran in confusion. What is happening? Why do we feel like we are staring at a monster? It's so intimidating. I've come to see Master Jiangdo. Is he here? Lu Ran inquired. He is. What brings you here? I'll take you to him. Senior He's mood was anything but calm. He took a deep breath, addressing the surrounding apprentices. This is Lu Ran, who studied at the Tianhong Dojo in his youth. He is essentially your senior. It must have been a misunderstanding. Now, you all should return to training. With that, he led Lu Ran deeper into the dojo. Little Ran, is that really you? What happened just now? Could it be that you have grasped the sword intent? But how is that possible? Senior, he asked, astonished, as they walked deeper into the dojo. As far as he knew, only Master Jiangdo had comprehended the sword intent within the entire Tianhong Dojo. Lu Ran was merely in his teens. How could he have attained such a profound mastery that eluded even seasoned practitioners? Just luck, I suppose. We can discuss it later, Lu Ran chuckled. Meanwhile, in a room deep within the Tianhong Dojo, an elderly man with a bald head and white eyebrows sat cross-legged on the floor, meditating. The earlier alarm did not disturb him. He exuded an air of mastery. It was only when a knock echoed through the door that he jolted awake, muttering, I dozed off again. Who is it? Come in. Upon entering, Senior, he led Lu Ran into the room. Master Jiangdo, look who has come. Haha. It's Lu Ran. Senior, he exclaimed, knowing how fond Master Jiangdo was of Lu Ran. The fact that Lu Ran had returned, especially after demonstrating remarkable growth in his swordsmanship, would surely delight him. Lu Ran. The elder was momentarily stunned, rising to gaze at the familiar face. Master Jiangdo, Lu Ran said, a hint of shyness in his voice. I intended to visit for your 60th birthday a few days ago, but due to certain matters, I regretfully could not make it. However, I have brought you a rare gift that you surely cannot guess. The pocket size turned over, Could it possibly be dog food? It remarked, having seen that the gifts, like those of Mr. Ha, were retrieved from a single card. No matter, Master Jiangdo chuckled. Your thoughtfulness is enough to satisfy me. However, he glanced at the Zhan Feng sword slung over Lu Ran's back, sensing its unusual aura. You've picked up the sword again? Master Jiangdo, do not be surprised. Just moments ago, Lu Ran displayed the sword intent. A pressure so intense that none of the apprentices outside could move. Senior, he interjected. What? Master Jiangdo's expression turned incredulous as he swiftly turned to Lu Ran. Show me. All right. Lu Ran nodded, knowing the elder's anticipation. He drew the Zhan Feng sword, focusing intently as he faced his master. With a boom, the feral aura of sword intent surged forth again, manifesting as an invisible tempest that pressed forward. At that moment, Master Jiangdo's gaze sharpened, and he sensed the astonishing shift in Lu Ran's presence. The once innocent youth, upon grasping the sword, seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, his aura palpably violent. Master Jiangdo felt as though he were staring at the phantom of a king wolf, roaring at him, exuding intimidation. Yet, strangely, he did not exhibit the same reactions as the apprentices. Instead, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. Young man, you haven't possibly become a beastmaster, have you? Holding the sword, Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback and said, You guessed it correctly. But what does it mean? Could it be that, master, you have also been chosen? Wait, you aren't the original elder, a hidden master, are you? Suddenly, Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with hope. If that were the case, it would be splendid, as he would then have someone formidable to rely on. While he did not trust others, his master was indeed worthy of such faith. Unfortunately, I am of an advanced age and was not selected, Master Jiangdo replied. However, your senior brother Jiang Man was among the first chosen to become a beast tamer. My judgment is based on the fact that he, utilizing the extraordinary powers of a beast tamer, comprehended the sword intent at a young age. Lu Ran recalled that Jiang Man was indeed a notable figure, seemingly the adopted son of Jiangdo. Due to severe injuries sustained in battles during his youth, Jiangdo had no biological offspring, only this foster child. What about my senior brother? Lu Ran inquired, feeling that his visit was not in vain. It seemed he might be able to ally himself with someone influential. If Master Jiangdo was not the original elder, his son must be quite remarkable as well. At the mention of this adopted son, Master Jiangdo sighed, and Senior he beside him lowered his head as well. Your senior brother has long since passed away, having died in the secret realm. I never expected you to have become a beast tamer too. Upon reflection, given your background, Jiangdo glanced at Lu Ran. This profession is exceedingly perilous. Though I have not experienced it firsthand, I have learned some things from Jiang Man seeing you now. It feels as if you are treading the same path as he did. Therefore, even though I see you have comprehended the sword intent, I cannot find joy in it. Lu Ran was momentarily lost in thought, completely unprepared for such a revelation. His emotions became rather complex. Jiangdo's only adopted son had perished in the secret realm? Oh, I am growing old. Why bring up such matters? He is he, and you are you. Jiangdo shook his head and said, Just wait here. With that, he turned as if to fetch something. After a while, Master Jiangdo returned with a journal. He handed it to Lu Ran and said, This is the diary your senior brother Jiang Man used to document his growth experiences after becoming a beast tamer. Take a look. I do not know much about the profession of beast tamers, but perhaps this will offer you some assistance and serve as a warning. Lu Ran silently accepted the diary and opened the first page. What good fortune it is to have been chosen as a beast tamer. I have contracted with my beloved sand sculpture and named myself Xindiaoxia. Chapter 40. The Fallen Genius. Sand sculpture? Initially, Lu Ran felt a sense of pity for his senior brother's fate. However, upon seeing the word sand sculpture, he raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his amusement. Did such a creature truly exist? If his memory served him right, he vaguely recalled that Jiang Man had indeed raised a bird. But that must have been a common golden eagle. According to legends in the martial world, Jiang Man had adored the television series Xindiaoxia, always longing to raise an eagle. Yet, it was not easy for ordinary people to domesticate such a fierce bird. Fortunately, Jiang Man was no ordinary person. He possessed a talent for the sword comparable to Lu Ran's and had once brought glory to his country in an international competition. Due to the status, he managed to acquire a raptor breeding license with relative ease. The sand sculpture must have been the name Jiang Man had given to the golden eagle, Lu Ran speculated. He continued to read the hastily written diary, sifting through key information while filtering out the extraneous details. In the novice trial secret realm, my sand sculpture and I achieved a level ranking, which seems quite impressive. The greatest gain from this experience was the fusion of beast tamer skills. This skill allows me to merge with my sand sculpture into a single entity, transforming me into a birdman. Haha. After becoming a birdman, we became exceptionally strong. My swordsmanship has consequently reached new heights. I was invited to join the official ranks. Today has also been exceptionally fortunate. I teamed up with my companions to explore the secret realm and uncovered another beast tamer skill. The skill is called trait borrowing. The effect is that it allows a beast tamer to temporarily borrow the traits possessed by their contracted beasts. What are traits? Oh, it turns out that each beast can fuse one trait upon reaching level 10, and trait crystals only have a chance to drop in abyss-level secret realms that meet certain scoring criteria. I must carefully select the first trait for my sand sculpture. I received information that a foreign beast tamer team entered the abandoned testing ground secret realm and auctioned a weapon mastery trait. It is said that the weapon mastery trait enables a fused beast to master any weapon as if it were a part of their body. How wonderful! If I allow my sand sculpture to fuse with this trait and then borrow it, my swordsmanship will surely ascend to new heights. The unity of man and sword. That is the legendary realm. Lu Ran gazed in astonishment at the beast tamer diary, briefly lifting his eyes to glance at Master Jiangdo. What? Have you discovered something of value? Jiangdo inquired. I have not finished reading yet, but indeed, my path resembles that of Jiang Man. Lu Ran could not help but say. He had also considered finding a trait for Ha Zong that would allow for better weapon usage. Weapon mastery? Does such a trait truly exist? How splendid. He quietly noted the name of the abandoned testing ground secret realm. Then, Lu Ran resumed his careful reading. Unfortunately, the third infinite city of Xia country lacks the abandoned testing ground secret realm, but fortunately, the fifth infinite city has one. So I need not venture to the infinite cities of other countries. The abandoned testing ground secret realm, an abyss-level novice secret realm, is quite daunting. This secret realm contains only one monster, a modified minotaur, fully armed and wielding a massive axe, with dark attributes, a mid-tier leader race, and a growth level of 10. It possesses the weapon mastery trait, making it extraordinarily formidable. It is impossible to conquer alone. Must I give up? Awakening a second attribute for my sand sculpture and not choosing to fuse a trait might be easier, but I desire this trait too much. After much effort, I gathered a reliable team, and we finally defeated the Minotaur leader. Unfortunately, the score was not high, but they assured me they would continue to help me tackle this secret realm. Once we become more accustomed to working together, we will surely reach the standards for dropping the weapon mastery trait. Wonderful. After 2 months of effort, we finally obtained the trait crystal. The sand sculpture's race level is high transcendent, and after fusing with the trait crystal, it remains high transcendent. It seems one trait crystal is insufficient to elevate its race level. Having conquered the secret realm, I have become a level 1 beast tamer and can now learn trait borrowing. How powerful! With mastery of 2 beast tamer skills, my strength has significantly increased, and my sword intent has surpassed that of my master by a considerable margin. However, I still cannot grasp the level of sword will. Does the realm of sword will truly exist? I understand now. Sword will does exist. Today, I encountered an extraordinarily powerful beast tamer named Gu Qingyi, who is quite beautiful. It was my first time meeting such a remarkable female beast tamer. Her beast's energy shaping technique is superb, while other shaping skills merely possess form without essence. Her forms seem to embody spiritual intent. The technique of energy covering is the technique of external energy wrapping, while energy shaping's advanced technique. Could it be the realm of intent forms? Form and intent techniques? I feel this is the key to my understanding of sword will and elevating my sword intent to the level of sword will. LRN beheld a familiar name. He mused. Alas, I fear that bestowing the trait of SHDO fusion was a grave error. The latest official research revealed that trait fusion must be approached with caution. Only traits suitable for the pet beast are truly beneficial. Only through the continuous absorption of compatible traits and the awakening of suitable attributes can a pet beast hope to evolve. A misalignment in trait pairing or attribute selection may lead to evolutionary failure. The success rate of evolution is far from guaranteed. As the SHDO, wielding weapons is inherently unsuitable for it. After all, it is impossible to genuinely teach it the art of the sword. All along, I have regarded the SHDO as an auxiliary, aiding me in my quest for strength, whilst neglecting its own nurturing. Rather than prioritizing the power of the pet beast, I have aspired to bolster my own strength. Yet, if my pet beast remains weak, our combined prowess will inevitably be diminished. This cannot be. There must be a way to alter this outcome. The abyss-level secret realm of the Beastman tribe. This realm surprisingly holds the potential to drop anthropomorphic traits. Once a pet beast fuses with such traits, it can evolve towards a humanoid form. Should my SHDO achieve a humanoid evolution, it would undoubtedly adapt better to the weapon mastery trait, increasing our compatibility in the process. Overseas, individuals have successfully evolved into werewolves, but regrettably, the 7 infinite cities of Shigu currently lack access to the Beastman tribe's secret realm, and the inter-country teleportation arrays remain inactive. If I wish to reach the Beastman tribe's secret realm, I must first journey to other nations. It is decided. For the future of my SHDO, I shall head westward in a few days. The diary abruptly concludes here. LRN cast another glance at Jing Dush Fu. His senior brother had perished in a foreign secret realm? LRN inquired, feeling an acute sense of loss for his senior. Although it had been stated that he had taken a wrong path. Yet, if he could acquire the anthropomorphic trait crystal and facilitate the SHDO's evolution towards a humanoid form, all might not be lost. Your senior brother traveled with 2 companions, yet their fate was sealed within that Beastman tribe's secret realm. Jing Dulyz lamented, unable to restrain his tears. The officials informed me that their identity cards have all been revoked. A clear sign of their demise. LRN looked at the elderly man, momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. Sighing. SH Fu H and Jing Dush Fu remained silently at the side, their expressions somber. LRN was not particularly familiar with Jing MNSH11ing, as he seldom frequented the dojo. However, it was clear that Jing Dush Fu and HSH11ing shared a profound bond. Judging by the diary's style, Jing MNSH11ing was indeed a humorous and intriguing master of the sword, and undoubtedly a genius. Having achieved remarkable accolades and pursued the sword intent above mere sword momentum, it is unfortunate that such a talent fell at the first level of Beastmaster. LRN. You may keep this diary, Jing Du sighed. I understand your temperament. I will not be able to dissuade you. But remember, do not undertake uncertain endeavors like your senior brother Jing MN did before you possess sufficient assurance. We are now in an era of universal Beastmasters, and I am delighted to see you reclaim your sword. Perhaps this is a new opportunity for the revival of swordsmanship. However, I do not wish to hear of your misfortunes as I did with Jing MN's news. Rest assured, SH Fu, LRN replied. You just mentioned that your path bears a striking resemblance to Jing MN's. Could it be that you have also acquired the fusion Beastmaster technique, gaining insight into sword momentum through this method? No, his sword momentum differs from yours, the elderly man pondered. No, I possess an entirely different Beastmaster technique, one based on mimicking ferocious beasts to master sword momentum. I mentioned our similarities because I too have considered seeking weapon mastery traits for my contracted pet beast. The elderly man widened his eyes. Isn't that a path of no return? You should abandon this idea. His diary clearly states that most animals are unsuitable for this trait. Not quite, LRN replied earnestly. The DO is indeed unsuitable for swordsmanship. Jing SH11ing initially never contemplated this. Before and after trait fusion, that DO lacked any experience in swordsmanship, making its incompatibility with that trait entirely reasonable. However, my situation is different. I began training my pet beast in swordsmanship long before it achieved transcendent evolution, and now it has even grasped the rudiments of profound sword momentum. Once it fully comprehends it, would it not possess qualifications surpassing those of humans? I believe we are distinct. My pet beast should be capable of mastering the weapon control trait. I have never overlooked its nurturing. Jing Dulyz and HSH11ing exchanged bewildered glances. Did you contract a monkey? Jing Du inquired. In martial arts dramas, there indeed exists a trope of mountain monkeys mastering martial weapons, given their primate nature. Why a monkey again? LRN grumbled internally. Not at all. It is a Siberian husky. Reverse disciple. You truly are unyielding. The elderly man exclaimed, finding the situation exasperating. Chapter 41. A man unworthy of a dog. Are you serious? Or is this a jest? Jing Dulyz asked again, sensing that LRN was teasing him. Teaching a Siberian husky swordsmanship was as ludicrous as teaching ADO. No, I am quite serious. If you do not believe me, take a look. With that, LRN produced a black card. The card danced at his fingertips, as if ignited by flames, and soon, a summoning array appeared in the dojo's open space. Within the array, HZing appeared, gazing around in confusion at the distinguished elder and the bewildered SH11ing. As LRN presented his Jean F-ing sword to HZing, the latter understood his intent. Show off your skills with the sword. Woof. At this command, HZing's eyes gleamed with a hint of intelligence, and it became invigorated. LRN had taught it a plethora of flamboyant techniques. Yet wielding a sword struck HZing as the most impressive. The reason was simple. Utilizing a sword visibly enhanced its abilities. And the pursuit of strength is an instinct inherent to all life. With a snap, HZing grasped the Jean F-ing sword, executing its most adept technique. The swift wind sword draw woof. It surged forward at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. When onlookers finally reacted, they only perceived a flash of sword light preceding HZing's arrival, as if a sharp sword had swiftly been drawn from its sheath, breaking through the darkness. Hzing paused mid-air, leaping upward to unleash a streak of sword light, which flickered briefly in the air, accompanied by the sound of the sword's song. With a thud, Hzing landed gracefully, exuding an aura of a master. Casting a glance at Jing Duloyz and the wide-eyed HSH-11ing. My goodness! HSH-11ing exclaimed, astonished. This Siberian husky can truly wield a sword? That move appeared quite proficient. The most astonishing aspect was that this was a transcendent creature. Its speed was so swift that he could hardly comprehend it. He began to doubt whether he could best this dog in combat. Such flamboyance. However, Jing Duloyz observed with a discerning eye, quickly identifying the myriad shortcomings and the immaturity of Hzing's sword skills. Indeed, Hzing is not yet perfect, but one must understand that it has yet to fuse its traits. LRN chuckled awkwardly. Hzing's rapid progress stems from its remarkable comprehension and the nascent reverse beast mimicry, which successfully relayed LRN's sword experience to Hzing. Once it fuses with its traits, its potential will undoubtedly rival that of any individual, LRN asserted. Old Master Jiang still finds it difficult to accept that allowing a husky to learn the art of the sword could lead to any meaningful outcome. However, General Ha cannot abide such skepticism. Clenching the sword in its mouth, it gazes at Old Master Jiang with indignation. How dare anyone suggest that it cannot comprehend the essence of swordsmanship? This grievance is firmly etched in its memory. Just wait and see. As it speaks, an overwhelming aura emanates from General Ha, sharp and piercing as the howling north wind, causing both Master Jiang and Brother He to shudder and cast a serious glance in its direction. With a low growl, General Ha unleashes its sword intent. Master Jiang and Brother He, along with Lu Ran, are momentarily bewildered. Old Master Jiang's expression shifts to one of disbelief. The sensation he felt earlier against Lu Ran's beastly sword intent resurfaces. Gazing at General Ha, Old Master Jiang suddenly feels as if he is standing against a mighty wolf, the biting cold wind rendering him momentarily dazed. Impossible, he instinctively mutters. Meanwhile, Lu Ran stares at General Ha in astonishment. Has the elder truly grasped a new skill? No. This must not be merely a skill. It is the application of aura. Through his relentless efforts in reverse super beast mimicry, Lu Ran has enabled General Ha to learn his sword intent, and it has finally borne fruit. Ha ha ha, Master, look. Is this not sword intent? Who would dare claim that a husky cannot learn the sword? Lu Ran is elated, feeling that General Ha has truly exceeded expectations. In ancient times, parents wished for their children to become dragons. Now, one hopes for a husky to become a sword saint. How delightful. In the realm of Xia, there are scarcely more than 10 individuals who can master sword intent. Now, even a dog has achieved this. Who would still dare assert that it is unfit for swordsmanship? With this ability, General Ha should be better equipped to combat the demon cats, as sword intent serves as a form of minor control technique, potentially causing the demon cats to momentarily lose focus. Old Master John's worldview is fracturing at this moment. He has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, praised by his father as one born for the sword. Even so, it took him over 20 years of arduous training to comprehend sword intent. Such a level of mastery would be considered remarkable even in a world steeped in martial prowess. And now, what does he witness? A husky exhibiting sword intent. He cannot accept this. It is even more incomprehensible than Lu Ran and Jiang Man, who effortlessly learned sword intent through extraordinary powers. Woof. General Ha exudes an air of dominance, its gaze disdainful, as if to say, "Old man, times have changed." Brother He dares not meet General Ha's eyes, fearing the notion that he might fall short of a dog would embed itself in his mind. How could this be? Old Master Jiang seems to be reconstructing his worldview, pondering, is this what a beast master is? Is this what extraordinary creatures are? It defies logic. How can a dog comprehend sword intent? Lu Ran, how did you manage this? What were you thinking, teaching a dog to wield a sword? And yet, it has succeeded. It has reached a realm unattainable by countless swordsmen. Well, Lu Ran begins. It is quite a coincidence that I happened to learn about the mythological figure Yazi from the 9 Sons of the Dragon, depicted with a sword in its mouth, the hilt in its jaws. Yazi embodies the image of a wolf. Additionally, I happen to know a bit of swordplay and have a husky, and feeling rather bored, I wanted it to imitate Yazi, so I made it a wooden sword. Who would have guessed its learning ability was quite commendable? Initially, it was just for fun, but the decision to have it learn swordsmanship seriously only came after we encountered the profession of beast masters and gained extraordinary powers. Yazi? Old Master Jiang muses. It seems there is indeed such an image, but that is merely a human fabrication. Now that ancient civilizations have emerged, those legendary beasts from history might just be remnants from ancient times. Hearing Lu Ran's explanation, Old Master Jiang finds himself somewhat relieved. His expression shifts as he grapples with a battle of thoughts. Ultimately, he grits his teeth and looks at General Ha, saying, "You, not bad." Old man acknowledges you. General Ha. Old Master Jiang continues. "Would you care to take me as your master? Do you understand?" Brother He and Lu Ran. General Ha displays a look of wisdom. "What? I don't understand, but I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor. Master, please, you cannot teach it." Lu Ran quickly intervenes, saying, "You are quite advanced in age. I fear it may tire you out. Ahem, if you have any skills to impart, why not teach me? I can then pass them on to it. It amounts to the same thing. I read in Brother He's diary that you had already mastered sword intent long ago, even mentioning something about sword will." Lu Ran inquires, recognizing that General Ha is not a typical pupil and is bound to him uniquely. "Is that so? What a pity." Old Master Jiang observes that General Ha does not seem particularly bright, unable to comprehend his words, and shakes his head in regret. He then addresses Lu Ran as question. "Naturally, I, your master, have long understood sword intent. However, it differs from yours. The sword intent you and this husky possess leans more towards enhancing aura to create a sense of pressure on the enemy, thus disrupting them. In nature, the king of beasts merely needs to exude its scent to instill fear in a multitude of animals. As for my sword intent, I wonder if you have heard of the term sword intent like a rainbow. Look at our dojo's name, Tianhong Dojo. Our swordsmanship emphasizes speed to the extreme, akin to the brilliance of a rainbow. It enhances the speed of the sword techniques, overwhelming the opponent with dazzling movements, creating pressure that leaves them unable to react. You were quite young when you trained at the dojo, merely laying the groundwork, so you did not encounter these concepts, but that is not a significant issue. Sword intent is most effective when it is tailored to oneself. That is the best approach. You too should focus on mastering the sword intent you currently possess, without feeling the need to pursue anything else. Just as you inquired, striving for a higher realm of sword intent, the sword will, is your ultimate goal." Old Master Zhang's expression reflects excitement as he gazes at Lu Ran. "This legendary realm of swordsman, I have yet to step into, and neither has your brother Jiang Man had the chance. However, after becoming a beast master, he has shared quite a bit with me. Sword intent, as it is known, is the product of reaching a high level in swordsmanship, where immense confidence and superb skill empower the swordsman with determination. This requires standing at a certain height and possessing a strong inner self to comprehend such a technique. This technique exists in various fields. Many masters who have reached extraordinary achievements in specific domains exude an aura that surpasses the ordinary. Sword intent is the embodiment of this aura, infused into a sharp blade, allowing it to be distinctly imposed upon the opponent. If sword intent has a traceable essence, sword will is rather elusive and ethereal, akin to legend. Ancient swordsmen believed that those who grasped sword will could inflict not just physical wounds, but also deliver profound psychological blows to their foes. It is the transformation of one's spirit and will into the manifestation of the sword. Even before drawing it, a mere gaze can become a sharp blade, shattering the opponent's convictions. This notion may seem nebulous and fantastical. Indeed, Lu Ran listens in disbelief, feeling that it sounds implausible. If it were so formidable, Old Master Jiang would not have appeared so deflated when questioned about the superiority of guns over swords. While sword intent may sound impressive, it is still comparable. A single shot can take it down. Yet, sword will sounds as if it defies scientific reasoning, and I find it quite eerie. Originally, this realm was considered an enigmatic and legendary domain, but now the situation has transformed. As you have seen in your senior brother Jiang Man's diary, he appears to have grasped the cultivation route of sword intent. Unfortunately, he could not continue on this path. Back then, the profession of Beastmaster was still in its exploratory phase. Now, 3 years later, some theories should have matured significantly. If it were you, perhaps you could achieve it. Elder Zhang Do gazed at Lu Ran and Mr. Ha with great optimism, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, as he observed the eager second dog beside him, he felt a twinge of sorrow at the thought that it might be a dog achieving a realm of sword intent that countless talented swordsmen had failed to attain. Chapter 42. Fear of death leads to maximum defense. Sword intent. Lu Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, before the emergence of supernatural events, this realm may have been mere legend. Yet now, it is perhaps not beyond human reach. Senior Jiang Man recorded that sword intent seems to be related to a more advanced application of energy-shaping techniques. He also mentioned a name familiar to Lu Ran, Guqingyi. It seems that shaping techniques may be the key to comprehending sword intent. Master, I will certainly grasp sword intent, Lu Ran declared. Excellent. Little Ran, why not stay at the dojo from now on? This way, we can frequently spar in swordsmanship. Elder Jiang Do urged, not wishing for Lu Ran to depart so soon. That sounds great, Lu Ran replied, slightly taken aback. Staying was fine since LHISH and JNL-ing-SH are quite close, both within the geographical vicinity of the third infinite city. From JNL-ing, he could also directly enter the infinite city. Hey, Dali. Here, master, He Shixiang responded. Quickly prepare a larger room for your junior brother Lu Ran. He is a pet beast, Elder Jiang Do instructed. All right, I will do that right away, He Shixiang replied. As He Shixiang departed, Lu Ran inquired of Master Jiang Do. By the way, Master, besides Senior Jiang Man, are there others in the dojo selected to become beast masters? No, there are none, Jiang Do shook his head. The number of beast masters has only recently begun to increase. Then in the future, we can recruit more beast masters as disciples. Beast masters are divided into two schools. One focuses on nurturing pet beasts, while the other emphasizes self-enhancement. My senior belongs to the latter. It is likely that we will see many beast masters of this type in the future, and at that time, cold weapons such as swords will surely flourish once more. You are right. Jiang Do's eyes brightened. With examples like Jiang Man and Lu Ran, he felt that beast masters who engage with extraordinary powers to practice the sword path possess a tremendous advantage. The comprehension of sword momentum can be rapid. Perhaps the ancient martial arts techniques, long lost in Shigu, will resurface. Speaking of which, I wonder what would happen if gun techniques were combined with the power of pet beasts. How cool would it be to infuse attribute energy into bullets? Yet, upon reflection, Lu Ran fell into deep contemplation. Elder Jiang Do's brow twitched, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Damn it. This kid Lu Ran won't abandon the sword path to pursue firearms, will he? A second blooming of plum blossoms. Unaware of Elder Jiang Do's thoughts, Lu Ran decided to reside at Tnh for a while. He intended to scout the area first. Thus, under the pretense of taking his dog for a walk and finding a suitable spot for Mr. Ha to relieve himself, he left the dojo with the ever-resent Mr. Ha. He is a beast master? How impressive. When Lu Ran exited the dojo, he did not retract Mr. Ha but allowed him to remain by his side. The sight of Lu Ran accompanied by a majestic Siberian husky left several apprentices at the dojo momentarily stunned. The profession of Beastmaster is currently the focal point of attention everywhere. Since Lu Ran's arrival at the dojo, he has already drawn considerable interest. Now, with the revelation of his identity as a Beastmaster, the apprentices were even more eager to learn about him. No wonder he is so formidable. Among them, several female apprentices recalled Lu Ran's impressive display of aura from the first encounter, their hearts fluttering. If I said you could hunt on your own for the next few days, would you be able to return? Lu Ran asked the pocket-sized BOBWing. Initially, he had not planned to stay long in JNL-ing, thus he did not bring much food for BOBW-ing. As the spatial backpack could not accommodate living creatures, and BOBW-ing preferred fresh food. Therefore, if BOBW-ing wished to be well fed, it would need to hunt for itself. As for the extraordinary resources in the Infinite City, Lu Ran felt he currently lacked the financial means to raise two pet beasts. For now, he would let BOBW-ing subsist on ordinary food. Tnh-ing is located at the foot of the mountain, close to the wilderness, teeming with insects that should suffice for BOBW-ing's feast. To hunt on its own. How terrifying. BOBW-ing rolled its eyes and fainted in the pocket. "B.O., you little rascal," Lu Ran exclaimed in frustration. "You are a high-level extraordinary species. Rest assured, those insects cannot overpower you." Beside him, Mr. Ha cast a disdainful glance at BOBW-ing, calling it a coward. Wow. Soon Lu Ran, accompanied by Mr. Ha and BOBW-ing, ascended the mountain. He took BOBW-ing out of his pocket, placing it on the ground, and locked eyes with the mini Jinhong, Yen Heilong. "Now is your time for free hunting. Mr. Ha, keep an eye on it." Wong. Mr. Ha nodded, transforming into a herding lizard dog. Meanwhile, Lu Ran took out his phone, intending to check for any news related to the realm of Beastmasters. Beastmaster exclusive transportation channels have been in trial operation for over 3 days. In the past week, numerous pet shops in various cities have encountered a situation of supply falling short of demand. Recently, a large number of black card holders have gone to the countryside attempting to capture wild beasts. Experts urge against blindly pursuing high-race animals. Currently, Shigu has preliminarily established Beastmaster buildings in 34 cities, which will serve as the administrative centers for the profession of Beastmaster in various provinces. Shocking. An 8-year-old child has been chosen to become a Beastmaster, and the pet beast he contracted is a dinosaur. How did such a strange marketing account slip in? Lu Ran felt overwhelmed. However, this was indeed one of the most eye-catching pieces of news among the bunch. Unable to resist, he clicked on it. Yet, upon entering, Lu Ran felt even more inclined to curse. As expected, it was a marketing account. It turned out that the child's father had fabricated a black card and purchased a dinosaur model for his child, making him a dragon master, then posted it online. The backlash was immense. FNLN. Have you arrived in JNLing? After reporting the account, Lu Ran received a message from FNLN. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Yes, I've arrived. By the way, I might stay here for a few days longer and will return later. Do as you wish. I just wanted to inform you that today, the official Beastmaster forum uploaded a wealth of basic information about Beastmasters. It is quite comprehensive. You can check it out when you have time." Alright. The Beastmaster forum was established following the announcement of the Beast-Master Era, presumably managed by the authorities. Lu Ran had visited it a few times before, but it was mostly flooded with irrelevant posts from ordinary people, with only a few strategy posts that were not particularly helpful, leading him to lose interest. However, upon hearing FNLN's words, he reopened the forum. This time, upon opening it, he noticed a significant increase in the forum's informational value. The highlights section had been enriched with numerous strategies, including many beginner-level secret realm guides and more that instructed novice Beastmasters on how to level up safely. For instance, several contents from the basic Beastmaster manual he had purchased could be quickly and clearly found on this forum. As Lu Ran flipped through, he stumbled upon an intriguing strategy post. Do you know the direction in which to cultivate your pet beast? The title of the post is quite intriguing. The content is equally significant. The author, a third-generation Beastmaster from the Observer Guild, shares a small tip for pet cultivation today. It is observed that after forming a contract with a pet beast, while they generally become stronger in all aspects, most of them exhibit one particular attribute, be it strength, defense, or speed, that becomes more pronounced and enhanced. Moreover, this prominent attribute may not necessarily align with the inherent advantages of the pet species. Upon consulting numerous friends, I discovered this phenomenon is quite common. Consequently, I delved into the experiences and strategies left by the pioneers of the first and second generations, culminating in this summary. During the initial evolution and awakening process into an extraordinary being, a pet's intrinsic desires can lead to the enhancement of certain attributes. For instance, consider a stray dog that roams the streets and is often bullied by its peers. If it harbors a deep-seated wish to run faster to evade such bullying, this thought may manifest as an actual increase in speed once it enters into a contract, thus becoming its distinctive advantage among other canine pets. Of course, such imaginings do not occur in every pet, as there is a strong element of randomness involved. Nevertheless, this is undoubtedly an engaging topic. Due to an animal's yearning for specific attributes, that attribute can become more pronounced upon evolution. The purpose of this post is to inform novice friends that if you find yourself at a loss regarding how to cultivate your pet, you might focus on enhancing the pet's advantageous attributes, which include not only their innate species advantages, but also the secondary advantages arising from their intrinsic desires at the time of the contract. In essence, Beastmasters should strive to gain a deeper understanding of their pet's inner world. This post indeed carries weight. After reading it, Lu Ran felt a sudden clarity, as the method described seems to elucidate the cases of Ha Zong and the Violent Death King. For instance, prior to encountering extraordinary power, Ha Zong was often subjected to Lu Ran's teachings of various peculiar skills, such as swordsmanship, which was quite a torment. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to yearn for an enhanced learning ability to cope with Lu Ran, resulting in a more pronounced learning aptitude post-evolution. As for the Violent Death King, this creature is timid and fearful, with its talent for feigning death essentially serving as a disguise in the face of danger. It is worth noting that the instances of feigned death in Lu Ran's Violent Death King are slightly more frequent than in other red-eyed eagle lizards, which may be attributed to individual differences. If one were to inquire which attribute becomes most pronounced after its evolution into an extraordinary species, Ha Zong would undoubtedly assert it is defense. Ha Zong has tested this, despite its small size. The defense of this creature is comparable to that of a wild boar covered in rock energy. This is indeed formidable, considering that the Violent Death King has yet to awaken its attributes and is likely still at level 1. Although it possesses a higher species level, such defensive capabilities are quite extraordinary. After reviewing the post, Lu Ran felt that the Violent Death King likely fits this pattern. Firstly, its inherent species advantage is defense. The red-eyed eagle lizard, also known as the armored lizard, possesses scales that resemble armor. While it cannot be compared to turtles, it maintains a relatively decent defense among small lizards. In this context, the Violent Death King remains unsatisfied with its defensive capabilities. Its profound fear of death drives an intense desire for even stronger defense. Thus, after consuming the Awakening Leaf and undergoing extraordinary evolution, it gains an astonishing boost in defense. Its body becomes entirely concentrated on protection. It could be said to exemplify the notion of fearing death, hence all talents are devoted to defense. Lu Ran observed the Violent Death King cautiously searching for insects in the grass and scratched his head. Therefore, if one were to raise this creature, Should the focus be on enhancing its defense to amplify its advantages? Eventually, it could stand alongside Hazong, wielding a sword and a shield, providing both offense and resilience. However, considering the Violent Death King's inherent fear of death, asking it to act as a meat shield might be a bit unreasonable. Chapter 43, 3 Squirrels. Hey, Violent Death King, do you particularly wish for a set of hard-armored scales? At that moment, the Violent Death King was engaged in a battle of wits with a wild grasshopper. It was astonished, for just as Lu Ran had said, hunting grasshoppers had become remarkably easy. The opponent's speed seemed painfully slow in its eyes. Any resistance from the grasshopper barely registered upon contact with its body. Its strength could effortlessly overpower and crush the opponent. Within mere minutes, the Violent Death King had consumed 3 grasshoppers, with the fierce struggle almost lulling Hazong to sleep nearby. Wow! Hearing Lu Ran's voice, the Violent Death King peeked from the grass. It pondered the meaning of Lu Ran's statement before letting out another wow. Hard scales mean no pain. Soft scales mean violent death. Lu Ran rubbed his forehead and continued. Why do you desire stronger defense? If you possess absolute power, wouldn't it also lead to your enemies meeting their demise? Pain leads to violent death. The Violent Death King replied. Lu Ran sighed, realizing he was not getting through. He began to understand the Violent Death King's perspective. Acquiring formidable power may result in adversaries perishing, but it also carries the risk of personal injury and considerable pain. However, with the strongest defense, even if unable to defeat the opponent, the adversary would be powerless against it, ensuring that their attacks would not inflict pain. As long as there is no pain, life is comfortable. Lu Ran found it challenging to comprehend this line of reasoning, yet considering the creature's intelligence is akin to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. With its own species preferences, he did not expect too much. In contrast, Hazong appeared to embody the opposite sentiment. Even at the cost of sustaining injuries, it sought to ensure its enemies met their end, fully embracing aggression. The two of them certainly seemed to be on opposing ends of the spectrum. Is it not possible to develop a balanced approach? Nevertheless, fully maximizing defense indeed leads to a state of comfort. If I were to assume a defensive form of a dragon with maximum defense, wouldn't I also become impervious to my foes? Coupled with the offensive and speed attributes obtained from other pet beasts, the strongest shield could also serve as the mightiest spear. Should I perhaps venture into the second style of beast mastery? You two continue on. Lu Ran spoke, feeling idle as he continued to browse the forum. As he meandered, he deduced that if the Violent Death King solely consumed ordinary insects, it would require a substantial quantity to satiate its hunger, especially since it was now an extraordinary being. Suddenly, Lu Ran began searching for keywords. He had just discovered that the forum recently introduced a search keyword feature. When the search results refreshed, Lu Ran was pleasantly surprised. Help! Why do I see others' pet beasts growing larger after forming a contract, while my contracted hedgehog has shrunk? Zassini, I'm online and quite anxious. I have only an hour before entering the novice trial secret realm. Although they say the secret realm will be tailored to the chosen pet, this is rather small, isn't it? Will it suffice? Accompanied by an image. As expected, this mirrored the situation of the Violent Death King. Lu Ran contemplated whether any experts could explain the matter as he swiftly perused the comments. This post has garnered numerous replies, with the most liked comments being elevated to the forefront. Limarin stated, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let's commence with the good news. Your hedgehog pet possesses commendable talent. Are you pleased to hear this? Alas, your joy is premature. The bad news is that your talent is rather subpar. After forming a contract, both the beast master and the pet become stronger. However, this enhancement of power does not materialize from thin air. A portion originates from the contract card, while the other derives from the mutual exchange of strength between the beast master and the pet. The combination of these forces, along with the contract card's power, catalyzes a wondrous reaction that results in an epic enhancement for both parties, contingent upon the provision of high-quality strength from both sides. For instance, if a beast master contracts a dying mouse, the immediate feedback received will be minimal. Conversely, if a level 5 beast master contracts an ordinary animal, that animal will experience a greater enhancement compared to one contracted by an apprentice beast master. In essence, due to your inability to provide substantial quality strength, your pet failed to absorb adequate nourishment during its awakening, thus hindering its growth. As for the reason behind its reduction in size, it is a self-preservation mechanism, ensuring that the limited strength it possesses can be utilized to fully enhance itself. This situation is commonly observed. If it were to maintain its original size, it would likely suffer from incomplete evolution, leading to potential flaws. My dear friend, do not take offense at my candor, but is there something amiss with your health? I suggest a visit to the hospital. Furthermore, do not fret about your pet. Its talent is commendable. Not every creature can achieve a perfect enhancement through reduction. as this requires a certain level of innate ability. In the past, it was quite popular among beast masters to utilize a resource called Awakening Leaf to assess a pet's potential. Beasts awaken using Awakening Leaf, lacking a contract card, receive limited feedback from their beast masters, resulting in minimal initial enhancement. Most do not grow larger. Instead, they remain the same size or shrink to attain a more thorough extraordinary transformation. This scenario is quite commonplace and can be used, to some extent, to gauge a pet's potential. Once you provide it with sufficient growth nutrients, its size will gradually normalize. Understand this. Instead of worrying about your pet, perhaps you should first consider your own health, as you are still quite young and should not be overly stressed. How can this person be so insufferable? Exclaimed Lu Ran, who began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that the limited extraordinary power available from the Awakening Leaf had compelled the mini baby Wong to shrink in order to undergo a complete evolution. With such a meager absorption of extraordinary energy, any attempt to grow larger could result in missing limbs due to inadequate enhancement. Hence, the current diminutive baby Wong is not a concentrated essence, but rather a manifestation of malnourishment. Could it be such a superficial reason? Lu Ran fell into silence. Realizing his knowledge of beast mastery was still lacking, he first offered a moment of silence for this beast master named Jassi and I, then turned his gaze towards baby Wong, who was eagerly consuming grasshoppers, feeling somewhat guilty. Baby Wong, endure a bit longer. Make do with what you have. Once I and Ha Zong earn some money, I shall provide you with the ample nourishment you deserve. A robust and sizable form is far better suited for a shield. Lu Ran continued to browse the posts. He had not previously realized the wealth of valuable information available on this forum. It seemed prudent to allocate some training time for perusing posts to broaden his horizons. As he scrolled, half an hour passed, and baby Wong appeared to be quite ravenous, having consumed food several times its own size. Yet, its physique appeared unchanged. This was to be expected, given its rigid body. The volume of nourishment required for a complete and uniform growth would be vast, rendering the ordinary grasshoppers insufficient. More individuals are arriving. Humans are truly terrifying. Indeed, they are even turning against one another. They command fearsome creatures. At this moment, Lu Ran was still strolling with Ha Zong and baby Wong. However, as he walked, he seemed to capture a series of thoughts resonating around him. This phenomenon was not uncommon. Once he activated his telepathy, he often heard the thoughts of wild animals. Yet, such clear communication was rare, indicating that the creatures involved possessed a considerable level of intelligence. Observing his surroundings, Lu Ran soon spotted 3 squirrels perched on a tree, gazing in their direction while clutching fruits. 3 squirrels. Although the average intelligence of squirrels is not particularly high, these 3 exhibited a remarkable level of communication, suggesting they were exceptional individuals, with intelligence nearing that of the raven from Elhai City. Typically, Lu Ran would disregard the musings of animals, but this time he could not resist halting his steps, for the content of their conversation was far too outrageous. Humans? Turning against one another? Commanding fearsome beasts? What could this mean? Lu Ran fixed his gaze upon them, and the squirrels, realizing they were being scrutinized, dropped their fruits in alarm, seemingly attempting to act as though nothing had transpired, and scurried away. Baby Wong, test your skills. Catch those 3 squirrels. Baby Wong, glancing at the larger squirrels, fell into contemplation, but recalling its previous prowess and undeniable defense, it gritted its teeth and charged forward. Catching squirrels will not lead to your demise, but defying Lu Ran certainly will. The 3 squirrels fled at an astonishing speed, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Humans are truly frightening. Chapter 44. Necromancy Before Long. The trio of squirrels was neatly arranged in a row, trembling in fear. Fear not, I am a benevolent person. Answer a few questions, and I shall release you. Lu Ran spoke kindly to the 3 squirrels. Woof, Waka. Ha Zong and baby Wong nodded in agreement. Although they were uncertain about Lu Ran's intentions for capturing the trio, it was evident that he was indeed a good person. They hoped these squirrels would be sensible enough to cooperate. The convenience of telepathy was undeniable, as Lu Ran effectively conveyed his intentions. Upon understanding, the squirrels nodded vigorously. What were you discussing just now? Lu Ran inquired. The 3 squirrels exchanged glances, and the one in the center began to chirp. Yesterday, 2 individuals were fighting on the mountain. 2 individuals were fighting on a mountain, and they commanded monstrous creatures? Lu Ran asked. The squirrels nodded in affirmation. Were they both beast masters? Lu Ran paused momentarily, pondering why 2 beast masters would choose to engage in such a trivial brawl in this location. And then what happened? He probed further. One died and was buried. The other one left. Lu Ran exclaimed in disbelief. What? His eyes widened in shock. He had initially thought that the squirrels' mention of turning against each other was merely a metaphor for a fight, not an actual killing. What kind of creatures were they commanding? Lu Ran continued to inquire. The deceased was a cat. The other one, I do not recognize, but it was terrifying. Do you remember where the fight took place? Take me there, Lu Ran commanded. The three little squirrels exchanged glances, filled with reluctance, yet due to their overwhelming fear of Lu Ran, they eventually nodded in agreement. Moments later, Lu Ran was led to the site of the previous day's altercation. As soon as they arrived, both Lu Ran and Ha Zong detected the lingering scent of blood. Observing the hastily covered mound of earth, which bore clear signs of concealment, Lu Ran's heart began to race once more. What on earth was happening? Despite possessing a formidable control over animals, he found himself grappling with the reality of murder and death, still very much the mentality of an ordinary high school student. Faced with such a situation, Lu Ran froze, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. A beast tamer had been killed and disposed of in the wilderness. From the evidence at hand, it was evident that the perpetrator did not belong to the official ranks of beast tamers. Otherwise, the handling of the body would not have been so cavalier. Was this a heinous murder case? What should he do? Call the police? Would that bring trouble upon himself? Yet, if he refrained from reporting it? What if the murderer was a habitual offender, allowing more lives to be jeopardized? Cursed squirrels, forcing me to hear of such matters. I shall remember this grievance. Ha Zong and the squirrels. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ran took a deep breath and resolved to contact the authorities. There was no escaping the upbringing he had received. He could not dismiss such matters from his conscience. His childhood aspiration of mastering the sword stemmed from a desire to be a chivalrous hero who stood up against injustice. Even if he had relinquished that dream to Ha Zong, he still felt the need to set a good example. He decided to reach out to Xiao Bailong. After some thought, he realized that he had no one else to contact. Xiao Bailong should have the connections to reach the official beast tamers in Jinling City. Not long after, Xiao Bailong answered the call. Upon receiving Lu Ran's call, Xiao Bailong was quite pleased. Hey Lu Ran, it's been a while. Let me guess. You need help with school matters, right? School is about to start, I assenti it? No, I've discovered a buried corpse in the wilderness. And my companion Ha Zong has a keen sense of smell that indicates the remains belong to a beast tamer along with an extraordinary creature. Xiao Bailong. What the heck? Xiao Bailong exclaimed, recalling that Lu Ran had previously contacted him about a tiger that had escaped. Now he was reporting the discovery of a beast tamer's corpse? What a troublesome fellow. What on earth are you up to? Where are you now? Still in Levying City? Xiao Bailong asked, his expression turning serious. The mysterious burial of a beast tamer was no trivial matter. No, I'm currently in Jinling City. Jinling? That simplifies things. Xiao Bailong replied. My former superior has been assigned to the beast tamer mansion in Jinling. I will give him your contact information. The public security across various provinces is now managed separately, and since I am in Modu, I'm not familiar with the situation there. All right, Lu Ran nodded. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Bailong ended the call with Lu Ran and reached out to his former superior. The call was quickly connected. Xiao, is that you? Bai Junjie? What brings you to call after just a few days apart? Do you remember that newcomer beast tamer, Lu Ran, whose lineage has been tied to animals for 18 generations and was highly regarded by Dr. Gu? Of course. How could I forget? Now that I'm assigned to Jinling, it's quite likely we will meet soon. Xiao Bailong swiftly recounted Lu Ran's predicament to his former superior. A moment of silence fell on the other end before Zhao urged, Bai, quickly give me his contact information. This is urgent. The exchange proceeded swiftly. Is this Lu Ran? I am Zhao Chun, Xiao Bailong's superior. He has informed me of your situation. Where are you right now? Lu Ran promptly relayed his location. Thank you for reporting this, Lu Ran. This incident is likely connected to a case we are currently investigating. We will head over immediately. Please exercise caution. After hanging up, Lu Ran sighed softly and cast another glance at the burial site, realizing that the matter was indeed more complex than it seemed. The official beast tamers were already pursuing a case. Did this imply that the murderer had long since come under their scrutiny? You may leave now. Lu Ran turned his gaze to the three little squirrels, who had become superfluous to the situation, and decided to shoo them away. The little squirrels, filled with joy and relief, scampered off. Lu Ran, along with Ha Zong and the others, remained in place, awaiting further developments. He refrained from digging up the corpse, fearing it might compromise the crime scene. It was certainly not due to cowardice. How terrifying. There's a dead body. I'm going to faint. The overly dramatic Bai Ji Wang was thoroughly agitated throughout. As for Ha Zong, this fearless creature was gazing skyward, seemingly lost in thought. The response time of the official beast tamers in Jinling City was remarkably swift. Contrary to Lu Ran's expectations, only 2 individuals arrived within 10 minutes. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young man. Upon their arrival, they immediately focused on Lu Ran. The middle-aged man spoke. Lu, you are the one I contacted earlier. Is this the place? Yes, Lu Ran nodded. Zhao Chun surveyed the burial site, his expression grave. Xiao Wang, this is your responsibility. I will escort the student away. Understood. The young man gestured affirmatively. Lu, please accompany me back to the city. Leave this to the professionals, Zhao Chen instructed. All right. Lu Ran sensed that Xiao Bailong's superior deemed him too inexperienced to witness the exhumation of a body and thus sought to remove him from the scene. Lu Ran had little interest in remaining anyway, so he called out to Ha Zong, and the lizard perched upon him. Let us be off then. Bai Jiwang, you should stop eating. The feng shui here is poor. Soon, they descended the mountain. During this time, Zhao Chun inquired in greater detail about the events that had transpired. Naturally, Lu Ran could not disclose that he had learned of the incident from squirrels, so he embellished and adapted the narrative. He clarified everything from his arrival in Jinling City to the reasons for his ascent into the mountains. You are quite fortunate. You managed to awaken a decent quality reptilian companion. Zhao Chen remarked, eyeing the Bai Ji Wang on Ha Zong. No wonder Dr. Gu holds you in such high regard. It is not surprising given your lineage tied to animals. At that moment, Zhao Chen received another call. Is that him? Zhao Chen inquired. Indeed, Tao Hua, a freshman at Jinling Normal University, has recently become a beast tamer. His roommate reported him missing after he went to train in the wilderness last night, and his status as a beast tamer has been revoked. He is unreachable in Infinity City, came the response on the other end. It seems he has indeed met a tragic end. Both he and his companion are deceased. Then let us arrange for someone to handle the body and contact his family. I will head to the headquarters to seek powerful assistance in resolving this matter swiftly. Zhao Chun sighed before hanging up the call. Uncle Zhao? What sort of case is this? To bridge the gap with Lu Ran, Zhao Chun encouraged him to call him uncle. At that moment, although Lu Ran was not particularly interested in the corpse, he was still quite intrigued by the case. In response to Lu Ran's inquiry, Zhao Chun smiled wryly. You have arrived in Jinling at a rather inopportune time. Things have been quite unsettled around here lately. You have recently embarked on your journey as a beast master, and thus may be unaware of a clandestine organization known as BN, which possesses a unique ability that enables its members to enhance their skills through the hunting of other beast masters and their companion beasts. The members of BN are scattered across various nations, forming an international criminal syndicate. With the onset of the fourth wave of beast masters, their activity has surged. And upon my recent assignment to JNL Ing, I detected traces linked to BN. If my assessment is correct, that individual was indeed slain by a member of BN. The notion of advancing by eliminating beast masters and their companions is astonishing. How could such a skill exist? LRN felt a jolt of surprise. Having never heard of this before, is there such a peril in becoming a beast master? Even if one avoids treacherous secret realms, could they still become a target? It is inconceivable that one cannot slay monsters to advance in secret realms, yet they can do so among beast masters? HZ Ing's eyes widened in alarm. Sensing the world was perilous. Woof. HZ Ing was speechless, urging calmness. Do not worry, BN's stronghold lies abroad, and domestically, they are merely small fry, swiftly dealt with to prevent the establishment of their influence in Shigu, stated ZHOCHN. However, they are adept at concealment and certainly formidable opponents. Should you encounter them, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to flee, utilizing your identity card to escape swiftly to W11N City. The newcomer likely perished due to a lack of experience in dealing with the undead, resulting in the consumption of their soul. Undead soul? LRN was perplexed. ZHOCHN elaborated. Members of BN, while referred to as beast masters, wield a peculiar skill that allows them to slaughter their contracted beasts, transforming them into undead servants, preying upon other beast masters and their companions to self-enhance by devouring the souls of other extraordinary beings. Therefore, on an international scale, they are more commonly referred to as necromancers. Chapter 45. The Attributes of BOBWing. Necromancer. LRN grasped the concept. The so-called necromancers among beast masters command the souls of animals, akin to what is colloquially known as ghosts in Shigu. Damn. LRN felt a shiver down his spine, as the profession of beast master suddenly seemed exceedingly peculiar. Ha ha ha. I was equally shocked when I first learned of it. ZHOCH and chuckled. It has become akin to legend. Much is spoken of it, yet I have yet to witness a necromantic beast with my own eyes. Should we capture one in JNL Ing, I must see it for myself. Upon arrival at the foot of the mountain, ZHOCH and had already received 3 or 4 phone calls. He turned to LRN and inquired, will you return to your master's dojo first? Or accompany me to the Beastmaster building? Let us head to the building together, LRN suggested. Although Shio Ing possesses commendable strength, his reconnaissance abilities are lacking, and it would be challenging to locate a necromancer possessing necromantic beasts relying solely on ordinary investigative skills and technology. We may require external assistance. Unsurprisingly, such assistance is already en route to JNL Ing. As the first discoverer of the crime scene, you may need to provide a detailed account later. All right. LRN responded, feeling a sense of urgency. He was uneasy about allowing a necromancer to roam freely. What if he became a target in the future? Given J and Ling's proximity to LHI, and considering he would be staying there for some time, it was imperative to eliminate the threat. Capture him. Interrogate him. Extract information regarding the creation of necromantic beasts. LRN scratched his cheek, pondering if he could master such skills. Should HZing ever fall, he could transition into a necromancer, allowing HZing to be reborn in another form. The undead sword dog. Though this profession sounded rather sinister, LRN was inherently good-hearted and had no intention of engaging in malevolent deeds. As the saying goes, weaponry is neither good nor evil. It all depends on the wielder. At that moment, ZHOCHN, still on the phone, remained oblivious to LRN's facade of fear. As internally, he began to contemplate necromancy. His personality bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of BOBWing and HZing, both fearful yet playful. HZing, return to me. BOBWing, come to my pocket. LRN addressed his two companion beasts, clearing his throat, anxious about their potential demise in the future. Suddenly, he pondered whether one retains their consciousness after becoming undead. JNL Ing Beast Master Building, a complex of structures encircling a towering edifice. Soon, LRN, accompanied by ZHOCHN, arrived at the site. Upon their arrival, ZHOCHN directed LRN to a reception room. Xu, I must follow up on some leads. Please wait here. If you find yourself bored, feel free to wander. By the way, not far from the entrance of the building, there is an attribute stone. Your lizard has yet to test its attributes after awakening through Y. You might seize this opportunity. Very well, LRN nodded. Afterward, ZHOCHN hurriedly departed. Appearing quite occupied, LRN reflected on his superior, Shiobiling, uncertain whether it was a promotion or demotion. Initially responsible for recruitment in MD, he now seemed to have more responsibilities yet was reassigned to JNLing. The attribute stone mentioned piqued LRN's interest, for he could not bring BOBWing into W11N City, thus unable to test its attributes. He had long wondered if there were attribute stones outside W11N City, and it appeared there indeed were. Could the attribute stone be stored in a backpack? Surely no one would stealthily steal the attribute stones at night to sell them, right? Come, I shall lead you to test your attributes. LRN declared as he rose. Waka. BOBWing peered out, emboldened after accompanying LRN these past 2 days. It seemed that practice had indeed fortified its courage. Alas, the essence of BOB was hard to change. Attributes, LRN began to explain. These represent the hidden potential within your being, which may manifest as fire or lightning, necessitating testing to specifically stimulate it. Fire? Lightning? Emanating from my body. BOB. BOBWing rolled its eyes, gripped by fear. To it, the emergence of flames or electricity was an exceedingly daunting concept, and it anticipated calamity. You shall not perish, LRN retorted with a smirk, dismissing the need for further explanation. Upon exiting the Beastmaster building, LRN soon located the area housing the attribute stone, bustling with numerous individuals. Beside the stone, a well-dressed professional woman in black silk was instructing nearby newcomers on how to utilize the attribute stone. LRN rubbed his eyes and scrutinized her closely. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Uji? LRN was momentarily taken aback, recalling her as the one who guided the pig farmers. He remembered her name was something along the lines of Shing Hu. What was she doing here? As the attribute stone changed color to red and grew hot, it began to show signs of scorching. Congratulations. Your golden retriever is of the fire attribute. Hu Ji smiled at a young man with a golden retriever, commending, this is an excellent attribute. Fire-type attack power ranks among the highest across all attributes. Skilled nutritionists and blacksmiths require fire-type beasts, making it a versatile attribute. Fire-type beasts are also optimal for firefighting, able to navigate through flames to rescue individuals. Even without selecting a specialized profession, one can secure stable employment in reality. Fire attribute. The newcomer Beastmaster, accompanied by the golden retriever, was filled with excitement and hurriedly expressed gratitude to Huji. Once again, someone ventured forth to conduct a test. The opponent was accompanied by a red fox, the origin of which remained a mystery, and astonishingly, its awakening was of the earth type, not rock, but earth. This attribute is considered relatively rare, not due to its strength, but because of its intriguing nature. It bears a resemblance to the rock type. However, earth-type beasts possess a unique trait that rock-type creatures lack, the ability to burrow underground. Just as water-type beasts, regardless of being fish, can effortlessly navigate through deep waters, earth-type beasts can similarly burrow into the ground with remarkable ease, making them even more elusive than flying-type creatures. This attribute is often found in creatures that dwell beneath the surface, such as earthworms and moles. Could this attribute lend itself to tomb raiding? Onlookers murmured in speculation. Is anyone still seeking to awaken an attribute? After another individual completed their test, Huajia expressed her admiration before continuing her discourse. It seemed that no matter the attribute a newcomer awakened, she could always find something to praise, leaving those who had previously awakened in high spirits. Let me have a go, Huajia. It's been a while. At that moment, Lu Ran stepped forward. Huajia glanced at Lu Ran, momentarily taken aback before smiling and saying, "Ah, it's you, Xiaolu. Do you wish to test your attribute?" Huajia, with her high professional standards, refrained from mentioning Lu Ran's presence in Wuxian City, as it was an unspoken agreement among beast masters not to disclose such details without permission. Lu Ran nodded, but Huajia was puzzled. Hadn't Lu Ran already tested before? Shortly thereafter, she witnessed Lu Ran produce a miniature crimson-eyed black dragon from his pocket. Huajia exclaimed in surprise, realizing the significance of the beast, as Lu Ran seemed to be pre-training a second creature. As for how to select a second beast in advance, there were numerous methods. Recalling that Bai Long had mentioned Lu Ran's connection to a high-ranking figure in the Alliance, she felt a sense of understanding. Is that a lizard? So small. Does it possess any combat capability? What breed is this? It looks quite cool. I feel as though it's lifeless, held in hand without movement, commented the newcomers who had just finished their attribute tests, observing Lu Ran's beast. At that moment, Lu Ran had already tossed the black dragon onto the ground. In the past, one merely needed to grasp that stone firmly, he said. Death. The black dragon, exuding an air of despair, seemed to lose all hope. Flames and electricity erupted from its body, a sight to behold. However, under Lu Ran's persistent urging, it nervously approached the attribute stone, raised its claw, and made a mark upon it. Then, it fixated its gaze intently. At that moment, all discussions ceased as everyone watched in silence, anticipating the changes in the attribute stone. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zzz. Whatever the black dragon feared was indeed manifesting. Accompanied by the sound, several currents of electricity flickered upon the attribute stone, revealing charred marks. It turned out to be of the lightning type. Huajia remarked in surprise. Lightning and fire types are not easily awakened, as most creatures harbor a fear of flames and thunder. Establishing a bond with such elemental attributes is quite challenging. However, once awakened, this attribute undoubtedly exerts tremendous dominance over other beings. Hey, your beast. Huajia was about to extol the virtues of the lightning type when, before the attribute stone, the black dragon rolled its eyes and fainted on the ground. It's dead, gasped a nearby girl, covering her mouth. The crowd erupted in commotion, staring at the lifeless lizard, their expressions vacant, unsure of what had transpired. Clearing his throat, Lu Ran, upon confirming that the black dragon was indeed of the lightning type, felt relieved. The tingling sensation he had experienced had a significant implication. Was it akin to static electricity? A 100 static body, truly befitting of the lightning type. It's not dead. This lizard is known as the red-eyed hawk lizard, a rather unique breed that enjoys feigning death, quite rare in the country. Lu Ran approached, placing the black dragon into his pocket while explaining. Upon hearing Lu Ran's words, the onlookers were convinced. After all, if the lizard had truly perished, Lu Ran would not remain unfazed, as he would surely face backlash. Thank you, Huajia. I shall take my leave now. You have your duties. Having completed his attribute test, Lu Ran had no intention of lingering, fearing that Zhao Chun might not find him in the room later. Knowing the attribute of the black dragon sufficed. The lightning type, known for its destructive power, raised questions in Lu Ran's mind as to how such a defensively formidable creature could awaken this attribute. Even awakening rock or metal types would not have surprised him. Very well, until we meet again. Huajia smiled. After bidding farewell, Lu Ran made his way toward his room, during which he suddenly pondered the merits of the lightning type. Each attribute possesses its own characteristics, such as ice's freezing, fire's burning, while lightning boasts conductivity. Lightning attacks can easily penetrate an enemy's defenses, more so than the majority of attributes, owing to the strong conductivity of lightning energy. A mere touch could electrify an opponent entirely. Thus, could it be possible for the black dragon to fashion lightning into armor, enveloping its form, so that anyone who dared to touch it would be electrocuted? Defense can also serve as a form of attack, marking it as one of the few attributes that inflict damage purely through contact without active aggression. Chapter 46. The Cat That Dislikes Dogs. Against lightning-type foes, it is best to utilize release-type skills, for otherwise, one risks being harmed by their own attacks. Lu Ran recalled the basic knowledge of attributes from the Beastmaster Manual, which illuminated the complexities of the lightning type. It is worth noting that release-type skills are highly energy-consuming and difficult to land, resulting in most extraordinary creatures being close combat oriented. At this moment, the distinct retaliatory characteristic of the lightning type provided a significant advantage. If Hazong's role is that of a strong output, then should Lu Ran choose to contract the Black Dragon in the future, he could cultivate it towards a retaliatory style, focusing on enhancing its defensive capabilities. Lu Ran contemplated. Since this creature seeks ultimate defense, he would invest entirely in defense. While it absorbs damage for Hazong, it would not lack in offensive capabilities. And should it incapacitate an opponent, it would effectively serve as a form of control. After his own beast mimicry, its resistance to attacks would soar, alleviating any future concerns of injury. Hey, you there, human. At this moment, Lu Ran had reached the main hall corridor, preparing to return to the reception room, when suddenly, a haughty female voice rang out, causing him to pause. He quickly glanced around, realizing there was no one else nearby. Look down. The voice echoed again, prompting Lu Ran to look down. There, he beheld a soft, plush creature resembling a doll, with a smooth, luxurious coat and an extraordinary demeanor. A large white cat with sapphire-like eyes gazing at him. Lu Ran, what? The cat spoke. In the next moment, after a brief silence, Lu Ran stared in shock at the feline. This cat just spoke to me. I can ascertain it wasn't some telepathic phenomenon. What on earth was happening? Though he was aware that extraordinary beings would undoubtedly present a myriad of wonders, it was still Lu Ran's first encounter with a talking cat, leaving him utterly fascinated. Is it so strange for a cat to speak? The ragdoll cat scoffed. Kid, you must be the one who discovered the necromancer, right? Lu Ran. Who are you? Having conversed telepathically with various stray cats for over 2 years, this was the first time he encountered such an unusual feline. Me? The official helper summoned by Jean Ling to capture the necromancer has become quite a nuisance, interrupting what should have been a leisurely vacation. The ragdoll cat expressed its dissatisfaction, displaying an unwilling demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran found himself even more perplexed. Although Uncle Zhao Chun mentioned that powerful external assistance would soon arrive to apprehend the necromancer, he never specified that the aid would come in the form of a cat. Was this creature a pet of some formidable beast master? Why was it not accompanied by its master but acting independently? Never mind that, Lu Ran thought. It was I who discovered this matter, he replied. Strangely, the peculiar cat did not delve further into the case. Instead, its delicate nose wrinkled slightly. You carry a rather strong scent of dog, it remarked. Have you contracted a canine pet? Furthermore, your beast mastery skills should allow you to harness its strength, which produces a rather unpleasant odor. Wouldn't it be better to contract a charming cat instead? The ragdoll cat seemed to possess significant knowledge, and Lu Ran dared not refute it. He could indeed detect a dog-like scent emanating from himself, and the cat's sense of smell was no less acute than that of a dog. Clearing his throat, he explained. Over at my place, the cats are rather formidable. Not everyone can contract them. For instance, I once witnessed a black cat pull a gun from a pocket and shoot a mouse. That incident caused quite a stir and even made it to television. The consequences of contracting such a creature could be perilous. The ragdoll cat responded. Do you think I haven't seen the series featuring the black cat detective? It shot an indignant glare at Lu Ran. Ah, you've seen it? Lu Ran responded sheepishly, realizing that this cat possessed a rather amusing personality. After all, that show was quite old, and those who remembered it must be of a certain age. Nevertheless, the ragdoll cat continued, casting a mocking glance at Lu Ran. Your talent seems commendable. You are an ability user, aren't you? You should possess the capacity for telepathy with other species, am I correct? A profound silence fell. Lu Ran's expression shifted as his gaze fixed on the ragdoll cat. He had never exhibited any special abilities in its presence. How could it possibly know? The telepathy he had acquired 2 years ago remained a closely guarded secret, second in importance only to the Shenlu pendant. Although he suspected it would be revealed one day, he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. Do not be so tense. It is merely a minor superpower. I know several individuals whose abilities far surpass yours. The ragdoll cat smirked upon witnessing Lu Ran's startled reaction. Now you understand the repercussions of mocking me, don't you? You imply that there are others with similar abilities besides myself? Lu Ran inquired earnestly, not denying the assertion. Indeed, among the 13 active beast masters in Xia country, there is a girl who possesses a superpower. From birth, she has had the ability to manipulate telekinesis freely, and even before becoming a beast master. Her strength rivaled that of a level 10 extraordinary creature. Is that not far superior to your capabilities? The ragdoll cat wore an expression of disdain. Lu Ran was left speechless. Clearly, he was not the only one with superpowers. Moreover, this individual seemed to have acquired her ability many years ago, potentially decades in the past, and it was an offensive type, comparable to a level 10 extraordinary creature. Wouldn't he that create chaos in the novice secret realm? Wouldn't she be able to eliminate opponents effortlessly? Is her name Gu Qingyi? Lu Ran suddenly asked. recalling the name of a prominent female figure among the first generation of Beastmasters. The ragdoll cat gazed at him in surprise. You know of Guqingyi? However, it seems you are not well informed. I am referring to another individual, not Guqingyi. While Xiao Qingyi possesses superior research capabilities in terms of combat strength, the only one who could possibly surpass her is that old man. Is that not the case? This cat certainly had an extensive knowledge base. Lu Ran pondered the identity of its master. Could it also belong to a figure from the first generation? He scrutinized the ragdoll cat, and suddenly, it struck him as familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Who exactly are you, and how do you know so much? Lu Ran inquired. I don't mind telling you. Are you familiar with the cat-eared maid CAF? That is my establishment, specializing in the sale of various intelligence. The ragdoll cat yawned. It is evident that you are a newcomer without much background. Should you require any information in the future, you can purchase it from my establishment. It will save you considerable time and effort. Lu Ran was astonished. He had indeed seen this cat before. He recalled the cat-eared maid CAF that Xiao Bailong had taken him to, where there was a cat statue that bore a striking resemblance to this very feline. You are the owner of the cat-eared maid CAF? I heard that the proprietor is a second-generation Beastmaster. Lu Ran exclaimed. Are you her pet? The ragdoll cat replied. Sort of, but you must understand the hierarchy. What do you mean? Are you the boss, and the Beastmaster is your subordinate? Lu Ran did not press further, as just then, a ringing sound echoed. It was only then that he noticed the ragdoll cat's tail. Originally sporting just one tail, it suddenly manifested a second, which was now curling around a miniature phone. In the next moment, the phone floated to the ragdoll cat's ear, seemingly controlled by an unseen force, and the second tail vanished. I have arrived at the Beastmaster building and have seen the discovery you mentioned. You can come over directly, it stated before hanging up. While not an everyday occurrence, superpowers were still quite rare. Would you like to join me to broaden your horizons and witness the necromancer firsthand? The ragdoll cat suggested. Looking up at Lu Ran. The essence of a superpower user like you is quite delectable. Consuming it would allow them to level up significantly, making you a prime target for necromancers. To ensure a smooth escape when the time comes, I advise you to familiarize yourself with their combat style. Oh, how benevolent of you, the ragdoll cat mused, lost in self-adoration. Lu Ran felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that in the eyes of the necromancer, he was merely a delicacy. Wait a moment, you devious cat. You don't intend to use me as bait, do you? He did not doubt the validity of the claim. After all, Xiao Bailong had mentioned that the cat-eared maid CAF was the second largest intelligence hub in Xia country. Then I shall rely on you, Lu Ran agreed. Recognizing that this cat was undoubtedly extraordinary, with its assistance, the necromancer should not pose much of a threat, and he could observe from the sidelines. As they conversed, Zhao Chun hurried over, spotting Lu Ran and the ragdoll cat in conversation. Lu, this is Manager Ing, one of the founders of the cat-eared maid CAF. A remarkably powerful, extraordinary being, and our external assistants, he announced. I have already made her acquaintance, Lu Ran replied. Excellent. Manager Ing, how shall we locate the necromancer? Zhao Chen inquired. Simple, the ragdoll cat replied. Take me to the crime scene. I will use my time-related skills to deduce the events that transpired. I will soon pinpoint his location, and then I can employ my spatial skills to seal off the area around him, ensuring he cannot escape. The cat licked its lips. Nearby, Zhao Chun and Lu Ran were drenched in sweat, realizing the magnitude of the situation. Indeed, with both time and spatial skills, it was no wonder that this cat was recognized as the leading intelligence broker in Xia country. It was truly formidable. Chapter 47, Playing a Big Game. Let us not waste any more time. Leave this matter to me, and you may disperse your personnel, Manager Ing announced to Zhao Chun. Having too many people around may alert the target and allow him to escape, she added. Do we not need any assistance? Zhao Chun pressed. Not necessary. It is merely a necromancer, Manager Ing replied with an air of ease. It would be safer to bring along at least 2 more helpers, Zhao Chun suggested. You are quite bothersome. Wai Ing, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Are you afraid I would handle this alone, rendering your contributions irrelevant? Zhao Chen's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied. How could that be? Since you insist, I shall defer to your judgment. Humph. If we are to select an assistant, then let it be this fellow. I shall have him lead the way and, in the process, allow him to experience the necromancer firsthand. The cat turned her gaze towards LRN. Zhao Chen was taken aback. He had not suggested an aid, but rather an anchor. His expression shifted slightly as he remarked, Wai Ing, it's acceptable for L to lead. But engaging with a necromancer is perilous. He is still a novice. At the very least, once we capture that necromancer, we can let L observe then. Rest assured. With me here, there is no cause for concern, Wai Ing replied. Once a necromancer is captured, their observational value diminishes. Zhao Chen's countenance revealed his unease as he countered. L is a promising newcomer favored by Dr. Gu. Perhaps I should consult her first. He remained apprehensive about El accompanying a cat into such a dangerous situation. Despite the legends surrounding Yang's formidable abilities, El's identity was sensitive, linked to another significant figure. Even if El possessed commendable strength, they were still up against a transnational criminal organization. Oh, he is indeed Dr. Gu's favorite newcomer? Yang paused, glancing at the suddenly coughing LRN. Ahem. Zhao Shu, it's all right. I want to go myself, LRN said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah, it seems that the white dragon has indeed extrapolated to this extent. Yet, this cat seems acquainted with Gu Qingyi. If contact is made, it would be awkward, as Gu Qingyi does not know LRN at all. No wonder you mentioned Gu Qingyi. It turns out you have had previous interactions, Yang mused, nodding at Zhao Chun. You need not concern yourself. I am more familiar with Gu Qingyi than you are. This lad will be under my care. In light of my connection with Xiao Qingyi, I will ensure his safe return. Very well, Zhao Chun conceded. With Yang's words and LRN's agreement, he found it difficult to voice further objections. In an instant, he could not help but feel envious. Having connections was indeed a comfort, not only having Dr. Gu as a backing, but now easily forging a link with Yang as well. Let us depart, Yang directed LRN. How shall we proceed? LRN inquired. Have you heard of spatial abilities, instant teleportation? In JNLing City, behind the mountains of TNHing Town, a flash of light heralded the appearance of two figures. Upon landing, LRN silently surveyed his surroundings. That was swift. Just moments ago, Yang had effortlessly utilized her spatial skills to teleport, accomplishing several spatial jumps in under a minute, bringing LRN back to the mountain where the King of Sudden Death had captured grasshoppers. The journey had been through familiar terrain, offering LRN a distinctly different experience from the teleportation in Infinite City. How convenient. LRN vowed that, regardless of the creature, he would ensure to awaken a spatial ability in the future, not for any other reason, but simply for the convenience of travel. With instant teleportation, who needs high-speed trains or airplanes? Is no one here? Upon landing, LRN noticed the absence of any person, and the mound of dirt concealing the corpse had been restored to its original state. Given that the identity of the body had been confirmed, it was evident that it had been excavated previously and restored for Yang's reinvestigation. They had truly left not a single soul behind. LRN, is it? The cat suddenly spoke. I was not particularly fond of you, but since you are a beastmaster favored by Xiao Qingyi, would you like to engage in something more substantial for practice? LRN responded. What do you mean by something substantial? Generally, domestic necromancers are not particularly powerful. Most are comparable to apprentice beastmasters, albeit with uniquely troublesome abilities. While I could easily deal with one, that would be rather dull. Since you possess extraordinary abilities and are acquainted with Xiao Qingyi, I shall leave this training opportunity to you. Once I locate him, you can handle it while I provide cover. LRN. You want me to confront that necromancer? LRN exclaimed, acutely aware of a stirring in his pocket, likely the King of Sudden Death, who had been frightened. Since the appearance of this cat, the creature had feigned death for quite some time, evidently sensing the formidable presence of Yang. Was it afraid of being devoured by a cat? Indeed, a rare opportunity for experience. In truth, I am not particularly familiar with Dr. Gu. She does not know me. I believe I shall merely observe while you deal with the necromancer. LRN conceded, not eager to confront a member of an international crime organization personally, fearing the potential repercussions. Do you doubt my capabilities? Yang teased. Are you afraid? Afraid? Nonsense. I am merely adjusting to the extraordinary transformation of the King of Sudden Death. LRN retorted. I simply wish to avoid entanglements with the beyond. Besides, I truly am not well acquainted with Dr. Gu. That organization does not allow you to sidestep involvement. In the future, when you traverse the secret realms, you may encounter hidden members of the beyond. The many beastmasters entering the secret realms are selected at random, and it serves as an ideal hunting ground for them. They will not hesitate to pursue prey, and you will be ill-prepared for that. Were it not for your connection to Xiao Qingyi, I would not concern myself with you. LRN smiled wryly, sensing a significant misunderstanding. He wondered why this cat did not trust his words. However, LRN could ascertain that Yang genuinely intended for him to gain experience through this opportunity, thereby mitigating future dangers. Very well, if the opponent is truly weak, I shall give it a try, LRN declared. That is the spirit. What is there to fear? Yang regarded him with an expression of mentorship. Moreover, should you successfully deal with him, the official reward will be considerable. Although I am indifferent to it, for a newcomer like you, it could translate to a substantial sum of crystal coins, enough to last a while. When the reward arrives, you will receive it, and internally, we shall claim it was my doing to prevent you from attracting excessive attention. Of course, if you are unable to subdue him, consider this conversation moot. As an extraordinary being, you should not be lacking in strength. A substantial sum of crystal coins? LRN was taken aback. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Had I known, I would have eagerly volunteered to capture such a heinous criminal. Upholding justice and punishing evil was a duty. In an instant, LRN felt invigorated. This transformation left Ying momentarily stunned, pondering what had transpired. Could it be that this lad was truly in need of crystal coins? Ying sensed LRN's pocket lizard had yet to awaken its attributes. Did he need funds to procure materials? Never mind, it was not her concern. She turned her attention to the grave. First, she offered a moment of silence for the unfortunate newcomer Beastmaster. Then, a faint golden-blue ripple enveloped her. The golden-blue ripples expanded, swiftly enveloping the entire mountain. Countless traces flickered before her eyes like a fleeting panorama. Moments later, the light faded. All done, Ying remarked nonchalantly. That necromancer is also a novice, leaving behind plenty of traces. Let us seek him out. As long as he remains in JNL-ing, it will not take long to locate him. If he departs JNL-ing, even heading to Infinite City, it may pose some complications, but let us search nonetheless. All right, LRN nodded. When the time comes, if the opponent is in the city, you will need to act as bait, luring them to a less populated area. Is that acceptable? We prefer not to engage in combat where there are many people, and surely, they would feel the same. I would rather not show myself. To avoid intimidating the opponent and hindering their performance. Lu Ran's expression darkened. Must he truly be the bait? He felt that directly enticing them seemed rather unreliable. Lu Ran remarked that if the opponent were not foolish, they would certainly investigate the strength of an unfamiliar beastmaster beforehand. The cat's lips curled slightly as it said, "Devouring souls can be addictive for low-level necromancers, akin to that which few can resist. Generally, those domestically are minor figures lacking the fortitude, while only the core members and higher-ups of Bayan can fully master this profession." Which one are you referring to? Lu Ran was taken aback. These minor figures are extensively recruited by Bayan, produced in bulk, and seduced, much like raising venomous insects. Even if many perish, it is inconsequential. Only those who genuinely possess the ability to master the necromancer profession will be absorbed by Bayan. You merely need to wander around with your lizard near the opponent. Given their sensitivity to souls, they will perceive you as both fragrant and weak. After all, your lizard is indeed feeble. However, considering it has yet to form a contract and is merely at level 1, that is to be expected. The opponent cannot discern whether you have formed a contract or not, and will instinctively assume that creature is your pet. BOBWing, I want to perish. Lu Ran felt that this plan seemed feasible, patting the BOBWing in his pocket. You should refrain from perishing. Did you hear that? Just be honest and accompany me to grow stronger. Otherwise, there are still those outside capable of slaying monsters and leveling up, making you even more vulnerable. The BOBWing trembled, yet sensed the validity in Lu Ran's words. The world is perilous, and to avoid being killed, it must follow Lu Ran and become more powerful, ideally even strengthening its resistance to soul attacks to make it impervious to enemies. Chapter 48. The cat's astonishment in the old city of JNL-ing. On a bustling street, Lu Ran meandered about with great boredom. The manager Ying mentioned that the necromancer was operating nearby, so he merely needed to wait patiently. However, he had already wandered for 10 minutes, spending 50 yuan on street snacks, yet the necromancer had yet to appear. At this rate, he would be full. Initially, he had planned to enjoy a grand dinner with his master that evening. Wow, there are so many people. I want to perish. At this moment, the BOBWing perched on Lu Ran's shoulder, nervously surveying the surroundings, perceiving everyone as a potential threat. 5 more minutes passed. Lu Ran had ordered a roasted durian and began to enjoy it while it was still steaming and fragrant. However, before he could take more than a couple of bites, he suddenly wrinkled his nose, detecting a familiar scent. Ever since his transformation into CHOSHU, his sense of smell had become increasingly acute. This familiar aroma, though initially subtle, would pose a significant concern if it were also present at the site of the buried corpses. Lu Ran remained calm, his heart racing with excitement, while the BOBWing tensed up, preparing to feign death. Not far away, a thin young man clad in a black hoodie appeared to be searching for something. Upon catching sight of Lu Ran, who was savoring roasted durian by the cart, his eyes lit up, and he instinctively swallowed hard. What an alluring soul scent. Devour him. Devour him. It will surely grant me an upgrade. A voice of temptation echoed within the thin young man's mind, causing him to struggle with self-control. However, being in a crowded area, he hesitated, slowly approaching Lu Ran. As he reached Lu Ran, the young man inspected the lizard on his shoulder and spoke. Hey, brother. What is it? Lu Ran replied, puzzled. You are a beastmaster, right? That lizard of yours seems extraordinary. Lu Ran smiled. You have a keen eye. I just tested its attributes today, and it is of the lightning element. Lightning element? Impressive. The thin young man's expression brightened upon hearing Lu Ran's revelation about his pet's attributes. A weakling without any awakened attributes. What sort of luck do I have these days? Are you also a beastmaster? Lu Ran inquired, but the young man instinctively took a step back. What have you been eating? It smells terrible. Roasted durian. It's quite fragrant, Lu Ran replied. Can humans really eat that? The thin young man seemed perplexed, unable to understand why his chosen prey would consume such a thing, fearing that it would impart an odd taste when he devoured its soul. Haha, I think it's delightful. Lu Ran scratched his head, appearing like a bashful student. Stop eating that. If you have time, let me take you somewhere better, my treat. Really? Lu Ran thought the young man's attempts at persuasion were rather foolish, but at that moment, he chose not to display excessive caution and casually replied. I just arrived in JNLing for tourism and haven't found anything good to eat. What a coincidence. I'm a local and have recently become a beastmaster myself. I lack friends among fellow beastmasters and could use someone to chat with. Come, let me host you. The thin young man grew increasingly hospitable, smiling broadly. All right. You seem quite nice. Lu Ran decided to follow him. This necromancer would likely lead him to a secluded spot, then take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Lu Ran heightened his vigilance to 200%, trailing the young man in a specific direction. I know of a hidden restaurant tucked away in an old neighborhood, known only to locals. Let us go there to eat. The thin young man appeared exceedingly hospitable, and thus far, nothing seemed amiss. Before long, they arrived at an old and dilapidated neighborhood, yet it appeared uninhabited, resembling a long-abandoned building. Is this the place you mentioned? Is there really a restaurant here? Lu Ran expressed his doubts at this point. There is. The necromancer attempted to entice Lu Ran further inside. However, at this moment, Lu Ran no longer wished to proceed. He halted and gazed at the young man. I say, how could anyone possibly live here? Are you trying to trick me? As Lu Ran finished speaking, the necromancer, walking ahead, swiftly turned, flinging an arm and launching a flying dagger aimed directly at Lu Ran. The execution was remarkably proficient, combined with the Beastmaster's extraordinary physique. The force and speed were sufficient to deliver a lethal blow in an instant. The thin young man had a clear objective, to eliminate Lu Ran first to prevent him from fleeing to WXN City. This tactic had proven successful multiple times before, with no one ever managing to react in time. You talk too much. Let us get on with it. As the flying dagger was thrown, the young man's true nature was revealed. In his eyes, Lu Ran was already doomed. However, in the next moment, as the young man turned back, he was momentarily stunned. The flying dagger he had thrown was now lying on the ground, while Lu Ran stood firm, wielding a long sword. It appeared he had deflected the dagger with his sword. Lu Ran pointed the sword at the necromancer. What do you think you're doing? The thin young man. At this moment, the thin young man felt utterly bewildered, sensing that he had kicked an iron plate. This individual was not ordinary. Meanwhile, the manager Wai Ying, observing the initial clash between the two from the abandoned building, nodded in satisfaction. The individual known as Lu Ran possesses certain remarkable qualities. Yet this may also be attributed to his prior preparations. The forthcoming challenge lies in his ability to confront the necromantic beast. At this moment, the gaunt young man has discerned Lu Ran's extraordinary nature. This individual has undoubtedly come equipped. Otherwise, the earlier incident, which could ensnare not only novice beast tamers, but even seasoned ones unprepared, would have been improbable. Who among ordinary newcomers would carry a sword with them? Moreover, his reflexes were impressively swift. Uncertain of Lu Ran's true capabilities, he refrained from ordering his concealed necromantic beast to attack recklessly, instead activating the teleportation feature of his black card, planning to escape in 10 seconds while ensuring his beast protected him. Caution reached its zenith. Who are you truly? The gaunt young man felt a twinge of panic, questioning whether he had inadvertently revealed himself. Merely a passerby, dedicated to justice. Lu Ran gazed calmly at him, as a summoning array swiftly manifested before him, further unsettling the gaunt young man. The lizard was not his beast. In that instant, the gaunt young man felt as if facing a formidable foe. However, when Lu Ran's beast emerged, a seemingly ordinary, unimpressive second-rate hound, devoid of any notable evolution, the gaunt young man was momentarily taken aback. How absurd, a mere hound of under level 10. I could have avoided this if I had known. Such is the nature of dramatic highs and lows. Witnessing Lu Ran summon a hound after all that pretense, he could not help but curse in disbelief. He had genuinely been frightened. Yet, realizing he had mere seconds left for teleportation, his anxiety grew. Boy, remember this as you are about to be teleported. The necromancer threatened. But 2 seconds later, his mood shifted drastically again. The teleportation time had elapsed, yet nothing seemed to occur. Had the teleportation failed? The necromancer's heart raced. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, his emotions oscillated wildly, his expression becoming increasingly chaotic. Woof. Especially as the seemingly foolish hound gazed at him with an intelligent look, almost mocking. It sent the necromancer into a deeper spiral of despair. Remember what? Do you hold a grudge as well? Lu Ran taunted back. I will slaughter you all. The series of unpredictable changes had begun to unnerve the gaunt young man, leaving him no time to comprehend the situation, ultimately prompting the hidden necromantic beast to launch its attack. One of the characteristics of necromantic beasts is their exceptional stealth. Being a spectral entity, it can easily pass through walls and become invisible, making it exceedingly troublesome. A necromantic tabby cat now floated into view beside Lu Ran like a ghost, launching an assault with its spectral claws. Not only could it conceal itself, but it could also levitate. What is it with cats? Concurrently, on the rooftop, Manager Ing was also displeased, both at the necromancer for enslaving the cat and at the prospect of witnessing a cat-dog battle, especially since she stood on the side of the dog. However, this necromantic cat was no ordinary creature, a high-level extraordinary species. It likely reached level 8, surpassing that hound. Lu Ran might not be able to handle this. Perhaps I must intervene. The necromantic realm is still too daunting for newcomers. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the necromantic cat launched its surprise attack. Lu Ran gripped his Zhanfeng sword. Startled, the cat's stealth and speed appeared to exceed that of the previous grass demon cat. Fortunately, at this moment, the hound was no longer what it used to be. Guarding Lu Ran, it cast a cold glance upwards. With a low growl, a torrent of raging energies surged around it, and its form vanished from the ground as it leapt upward. Boom! The necromantic cat's attack failed, and it was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing to the ground with a cry akin to an infant's wail. What the heck? How can this hound be so fast? Seeing yet another failed ambush, the necromancer felt a surge of annoyance. Yet upon sensing the state of the necromantic cat, he relaxed slightly. Its attack power was not great. Only its speed was remarkable. This man and dog were as good as dead. Come here. He glared fiercely at Lu Ran while addressing the now recovering necromantic cat. In the next moment, the necromantic cat swiftly floated into the body of the necromancer. One of the traits of necromantic beasts is their ability to possess beast tamers, similar to a spirit possessing a body, thus granting both parties enhanced power. You are doomed. Instantly, black mist enveloped the gaunt young man, his expression darkening further as he issued a chilling threat. Observing this, Manager Ing narrowed her eyes, recognizing they had reached a critical juncture. That hound Lu Ran raised was trained exceptionally well, its energy manipulation skills proficient, however, constrained by its species, growth level, and attribute disadvantages. Could it still contend with a possessed human necromancer? Just as Manager Ing was poised to act, her expression froze. For below, Lu Ran appeared unfazed by the unfolding scene, once again producing an assortment of peculiar items, and he seized the moment. This must be your ultimate trump card, isn't it? Lu Ran exhaled. The Zhanfeng sword in his left hand and the Fengyun sword in his right slowly materialized. As the necromancer across from him and Manager Ing above wore expressions of bewilderment, he tossed the Fengyun sword into the air. In the next moment, the hound sprang up once more, catching the Fengyun sword in its mouth, its gaze sharp with intensity. The sword hummed and trembled, the surrounding air swirling violently. At that moment, the hound transformed into something extraordinary. A terrifying aura instantly descended upon the necromancer and his companions, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. What is this? They were momentarily stunned, feeling the ferocity of the hound clutching the sword, its presence akin to that of a wolf king, exuding overwhelming intimidation, leaving them uncomfortable and somewhat fearful. Swift wind sword energy. Woof. I possess a sword capable of vanquishing evil spirits. With that, the hound swung the Fengyun sword in the air, enhanced by the wind speed skill, unleashing 3 or 4 sword energies in an instant. Coordinating with the sword force, it seemed as though the Milky Way had descended, illuminating the desolate neighborhood. The chaotic, rapid sword energies surged forth, akin to the teeth of a wolf. Meanwhile, the necromancer remained bewildered, and the sword energies swiftly engulfed them, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent debris flying. Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, the hound landed, revealing its piercing gaze, almost wishing for a pair of sunglasses to don, modestly concealing its brilliance. Manager Ing, while the necromancer posed a challenge, it was still manageable. Ensure they do not perish, for I am feeling a touch anxious and dared not hold back. At this moment, Lu Ran's voice echoed, stating, he must be interrogated. Such individuals are utterly detestable. Manager Ing. What the hell, a sword-wielding dog, what is this? The feline companion was astonished. You and this dog do not appear to be novices at all. Chapter 49. Who exactly is Lu Ran? Manager Ing had initially believed that Lu Ran and the hound would be embroiled in a fierce struggle. After all, the advantages of the necromantic realm in the early stages were substantial. Invisibility, wall passing, possession. Moreover, the hound's level seemed inferior to that of the necromantic cat. Yet, in the end, This necromancer was swiftly defeated? Pathetic. Menagering scoffed. Although it must be acknowledged that Lu Ran's sudden reveal of a high-grade weapon contributed significantly to the shift in the tide. However, possessing merely a weapon is insufficient. The dog showcased an extraordinary application of power, along with its remarkable energy flow techniques and mastery over its weaponry, which is far beyond the capabilities of a mere level 6 pet beast. Even a seasoned beast master, nurturing a new companion, would struggle to exhibit such prowess. Shop manager Ing swiftly descended to the ground, casting her gaze upon Lu Ran and the two-harrier dog. Woof! This was the first time the harrier had encountered shop manager Ing, and upon noticing the cat's constant scrutiny, it displayed an air of authority. What are you staring at? Are you captivated by my unparalleled brilliance? Such trifling undead foes are easily vanquished. Despite its appearance of limited intelligence, shop manager Ing was perplexed. Woof 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 woof. The harrier was astonished. Was this cat insulting it? This was a phrase Lu Ran often used. After exhibiting such impressive skills, how could the cat dare to speak thus? It vowed to remember this grievance. Waka, the expression of Baby Wong, who was perched on Lu Ran's shoulder, was one of astonishment. He held the harrier in high regard, not only for its ability to effortlessly dispatch the undead, but also for its remarkable composure when confronting any formidable opponent. Baby Wong contemplated that this was perhaps not merely the harrier's bravery, but rather a reflection of its unusual thought processes. He surmised that even if a colossal dragon were to appear before it, the harrier would boldly charge forth, advocating for equality among all beings. Nonsense. My harrier possesses astonishing insight and an intellect that surpasses expectations. Lu Ran naturally defended his pet. If all novice beast masters were akin to you, there would be no concern about them being easily dispatched by necromancers. Shop manager Ing twitched her lips, feeling that she had inadvertently trained Lu Ran's pet for naught. Was she merely gifting him credit for her efforts? After all, she had toiled for half the day. Indeed, none among the superpowered individuals were without their peculiarities. She glanced at the necromancer amidst the dust and had to admit that it was fortunate the necromancer had allowed the undead beast to possess him prior to attacking. Otherwise, he would surely be a lifeless corpse by now. Even with a protective layer of soul energy enveloping him, the injuries remained grievous. Deep gashes from swords marred his torso, causing flesh to rupture and blood to spew forth. One arm hung precariously, nearly severed from his body. Neither Lu Ran nor Baby Wong wished to linger on that site. Let it be, he won't die. Call that someone to clean this up, shop manager Ing instructed Lu Ran. All right, Lu Ran sighed in relief. Although becoming entangled in such matters was somewhat disheartening, the prospect of a reward soon filled him with satisfaction. Ideally, he could resolve the next month's food expenses for both the harrier and Baby Wong in one go, and perhaps procure a thunder element awakening fruit, ensuring that the harrier's expenditure of energy on its rapid sword winds would not be in vain, nor his own half-day's investment of time. Lu Ran took out his phone and dialed Zhao Chun. At that moment, Zhao Chun was awaiting news at the Jinling Beastmaster building. Upon receiving Lu Ran's notification and confirming the address, he exclaimed with delight, "Great. We will be there shortly." After hanging up, Lu Ran couldn't resist glancing at the bloodied necromancer, saying to shop manager Ing, I feel he is rather rational. Had it not been for the spatial skills obstructing his teleportation, he might have already escaped to Infinite City. From the moment he encountered me to luring me here, his behavior seemed quite normal. This fellow shows a commendable restraint. Does it not suggest he possesses a certain talent for becoming a necromancer? Shop manager Ing looked at Lu Ran and replied, "You are overthinking it. This individual is simply inept. Necromancer beasts feed on souls, yet souls are intricate, imbued with myriad emotions. As they consume more souls, the pollution they incur grows, leading to eventual loss of control. Necromancers, bound by a contract with their undead beasts, also experience this influence and gradually descend into madness. His current semblance of normalcy is not indicative of strong will. It is merely a result of his limited soul consumption. Of course, limited is relative. For them, it is a significant boon. This fellow has only been a beastmaster for a few days. Yet his pet has already reached level 8, while yours remains at level 6. This is the advantage of a necromancer. Ah, I see. The souls consumed by necromancer beasts must surely be extraordinary, as it appears he has no intention of targeting ordinary people or animals. Not necessarily. But ordinary souls are of inferior quality, requiring a vast quantity to satiate hunger. Such indiscriminate consumption can easily drive necromancer beasts and their masters into madness, which is why even necromancers seldom allow their undead to devour ordinary souls. It is akin to digging their own graves and detrimental to growth. Just like you would never resort to eating dog food, right? Cough, 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 cough. Lu Ran felt awkward, while the harrier displayed a disgruntled expression. And Baobi Wang pondered deeply. Why are you asking so many questions? Shop manager Ing regarded Lu Ran with suspicion. It feels like you were trying to concoct something. This fellow had initially appeared terrified of the necromancer, yet turned around and dispatched him in an instant. Haha, Lu Ran responded. Isn't it natural to want to understand potential adversaries more thoroughly? Is it? Shop manager Ing questioned, yet continued. Well, let me share some insights. The necromantic lineage is exceptionally unique. The only known method of its inception is through the beast master skill, necromantic resurrection. Necromantic resurrection. When one's contracted beast perishes, it can be transformed into an undead being, thereby creating a new necromantic entity. However, the likelihood of losing its former attributes and memories is high, rendering it akin to a puppet. Furthermore, upon complete transformation into an undead, there is a chance that its racial level may change, either increasing or decreasing. Lu Ran frowned. Currently, no intelligence suggests that any secret realm can yield the necromantic resurrection skill. This skill is unique to the organization known as Bien, and it remains uncertain how they acquire it in bulk. Do you know why Bien, despite facing assaults from various nations, still persists? Why? Because they monopolize this beast master skill, allowing them to continuously absorb new members. Consider this. If your pet were to perish, would you prefer it to depart entirely or to be reborn in another form? If you desire its resurrection, you must join Bien. How would you choose then? Ugg the Harrier, meanwhile, bore a grudge against the cat, cursing it. Even if 1 out of 10 capable beast masters chose Bien, they would consistently have a fresh influx of members. I can't shake the feeling that you might one day be swayed. Shop manager Ing increasingly doubted. Lu Ran replied, Not at all. My resolve remains steadfast. He was certain. Although the allure of necromantic resurrection was undeniable, he also recognized the complications it entailed. Finding food would be excessively troublesome, as he had no desire to hunt fellow beast masters, and there was the risk of his pet's memories vanishing. Would that still be the same companion he had known? Let us hope so. Shop manager Ing cautioned. Engaging with such matters will only lead to deeper entanglements, ultimately rendering one neither human nor ghost. You all possess a promising future. There is no need for such paths. All right, what do you wish for? You have dealt with a necromancer, albeit a novice. Yet, a reward should be forthcoming. I assure you, all rewards are yours, shop manager Ing stated calmly. Crystal coins, just crystal coins will suffice. Thank you, shop manager. Lu Ran beamed, as the prospect of acquiring crystal coins meant he could procure any resources he desired. As he finished speaking, commotion erupted around them. It appeared that the official beast masters from Jinling had arrived. Nightfall enveloped the scene. Due to Lu Ran's personal encounter with a necromancer, Zhao Qian harbored concerns that Lu Ran might develop psychological scars. Initially, he considered seeking someone to provide psychological counseling for Lu Ran. However, having been away from the temple for too long, Lu Ran was solely focused on returning and thus declined the kind offer. He chose to act as if nothing had transpired during the day, and in the evening, he accompanied his master and others to dine out. Unbeknownst to Lu Ran, manager Ing had already established contact with Gu Qingyi. Qingyi, you finally answered the call. Is that you, Ing? Apologies, I was engrossed in evolutionary research. What's the matter? You're quite fortunate. Where did you find such an exceptionally talented newcomer? Today, I encountered that Lu Ran you recommended. His aptitude is remarkable. He just might ascend to the front lines in the future, becoming a reliable right-hand man for you. What? What do you mean? Do you think I underestimated his potential? Which Lu Ran are you referring to? Manager Ing replied with confusion. After a brief pause, she ended the call, lost in thought. This guy Lu Ran isn't deceiving me. He truly is not well acquainted with Gu Qingyi. Damn, why did I go to such lengths to train him and provide resources? Such a loss. Wait, perhaps it's not entirely a loss. His potential is indeed commendable. Since Gu Qingyi claims he is not her associate, I might as well take the initiative and recruit him into the maid CAF. But he has a contract with a dog, so that won't he do. Manager Ing pondered continuously and ultimately resolved to investigate Lu Ran's background first. I need all his information, including that of the Siberian Husky, within 6 hours. I sense there is something extraordinary about that dog. I must delve into its past before meeting Lu Ran. She retrieved her phone and remarked, Why is it that you can indulge in leisure while I am burdened with gathering intelligence? My true self is so biased. Under the moonlight, a black cat with emerald green eyes voiced its dissatisfaction. Ignoring the complaints from the other end, Ing continued her contemplation. Upon reflection, she realized there might be some issues with the Siberian Husky's physique. Could it be as she suspected? The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Ran lay sprawled on the bed like an octopus. Woof. The dog, Haza, had risen early, pressing its face against the glass window, gazing at the rising sun. Before turning to awaken Lu Ran with eager eyes. Rise and shine. It's time for revenge. The sleepy king, having been stirred awake before Lu Ran, did not find the experience particularly pleasant. After a moment of languid stretching, Luron finally got out of bed. I have important matters to attend to today. After a groggy wash-up, Luron informed the sleepy king, you can roam freely today. I'm heading to Infinite City with Haza. Manager Ing mentioned that I should go to the cat-eared maid CAF in Zone 3 to collect my reward. I'll stay here in the corner and make sure to return safely, the sleepy king replied, expressing its concern. Don't worry. We're not going to do anything dangerous, Luron said with a smile. The sleepy king thought that to ensure its own safety, it must keep a close eye on Luron and Haza. Infinite City, the designated room for ordinary passers-by. Although their appointment was for noon, Luron and Haza arrived early. This time, upon returning, Luron felt a newfound liberation, as if a shackle had been removed. His most significant gain from this trip to Jinling was not merely defeating a necromancer and receiving the official reward, nor was it merely acquiring his brother's notes to guide his efforts toward the next secret realm. Instead, it was the recognition of his superpower by that cat. Luron had always understood that the exposure of his telepathic abilities was inevitable. While no one knew of his powers, many animals did. In Luhai City alone, there were at least 10,000 animals aware of him, including wild creatures, household pets, and zoo inhabitants. Had the animals remained unenhanced, their intelligence might have made no difference. However, if one day someone were to elevate these animals, their intelligence would rise as well. If they remembered Luron, the fact that he could communicate with them would naturally come to light. Of course, this was not a significant concern, as Infinite City had emerged 3 years prior. Even if people discovered it, most would likely assume Luron possessed some unique beast-taming skills or had befriended a beastmaster, obtaining certain communication tools. Thus, he was not overly worried. Though it did bring some complications. What brought Luron joy now was the realization that he was not alone among superpowered individuals. Moreover, as Manager Ing had indicated, beastmasters endowed with superpowers were all extraordinarily talented. This revelation allowed him to use his identity as a superpower user to obscure the existence of the divine deer antler. One aspect of his innate talent was already exposed and difficult for outsiders to take from him, as long as he remained cautious around the necromancer. Conversely, the divine deer antler was a tool accessible to anyone, still unexposed and easily taken by a powerful beastmaster. Thus, revealing it would pose a greater risk. Having witnessed numerous malevolent forces being eliminated over the years, Luron understood the persistent nature of evil and the necessity of caution. From here on, he could present himself as a superpower user, garnering attention, and, if he performed exceptionally in the secret realms utilizing the divine deer antler, it would serve as a plausible explanation. The rapid growth of an ordinary beastmaster would pique curiosity, while the swift advancement of a superpower user would be deemed natural, given the precedents set by other superpowered individuals. In essence, the identity of a superpower user served as an excellent protective shield for Luron, enabling him to cultivate a persona of genius without concern, allowing him to exploit the divine deer antler to navigate the secret realms. In due course, he could attribute his accomplishments solely to his superpower, as no one would know precisely what transpired in the secret realms. The shackles had been lifted. Luron smiled, noting the time was still early. His early arrival with Haza was to thoroughly conquer the Mystic Cat Forest secret realm. Haza, woof. Haza had already anticipated today's endeavors and had been eagerly circling the secret realm's pillar. Now is the time to settle the score. Let us go for revenge, Luron exclaimed. The strength of that grass demon cat was inferior to the necromancer cat. Now, after 7 days of training, Haza could easily handle the grass demon cat. The only focus now was to minimize damage taken to secure a higher score. Typically, in such secret realm challenges, achieving a high score is contingent on the cumulative damage endured and the efficiency of victories. Teleportation complete. Current location, Mystic Cat Forest, Beginner Secret Realm. Difficulty, easy. Challenge task, defeat the Mystic Cat Forest leader. Upon completion of the teleportation, the familiar voice echoed once more. On the damp ground, Luron stood, gazing into the depths of the forest. Haza trailed closely by Luron's side, its nose twitching. This marked their third venture into the Mystic Cat Forest secret realm. And as the saying goes, the third time is the charm. This time, they were determined to take down the Mystic Cat leader. Then, at noon, I shall venture to the Maid CAF, where I will appropriately acquire intelligence concerning normal difficulty, hard difficulty, and even the abyssal secret realms abandoned research institute, with the objective of uncovering the weapon mastery traits to embark on a new round of challenges. This time, I shall not provide you with any weaponry. The Fengyun sword will diminish the weight of entering the divine familiar rankings. The Shenlu pendant may also be omitted, as any damage incurred will reduce the secret realm's score. Instead, you will directly utilize wind energy to shape the Sword of Wind, to vanquish monsters and enemies. Hazong, let me witness your limits. Owl. Hazong's expression remained calm, indicating no problem. Race, Shuayuan dog. Attribute, wind. Race level, intermediate extraordinary. Growth level, level 6. Skills, gale, sword chi, roar of wind, sword of wind. Let us proceed directly. Moving deeper, you remember the aura of the cat demon leader, do you not? Hazong nodded, having caught the scent once more. With that, it stepped forward, followed closely by Lu Ran. This time, Lu Ran felt considerably more composed. Despite Hazong being merely level 6, the secret realm is teeming with level 10 wild beasts. Level is merely one standard of assessing power. It is crucial to recognize that the mightiest cat demon leader here possesses only a single skill. Currently, however, Hazong wields 3 types of skills. Additionally, there is a unique application of momentum beyond the energy system, known as sword intent. This sword intent can serve as a control technique, akin to mental pressure. In summary, with such a significant advantage, Lu Ran found it incomprehensible to lose. Infinite City, Beastmaster Plaza. This is the most bustling location in Infinite City, as it stands at the heart of every Infinite City's commercial district, with the Divine Familiar rankings prominently displayed. Since the inception of the Divine Familiar rankings, this list has garnered immense attention, with frequent fluctuations, especially in the extraordinary Divine Familiar rankings. The number of 4th-generation Beastmasters is surging daily, and thus far, no extraordinary ranked individual has managed to maintain a dominant position for long. A newcomer with greater strength invariably emerges to seize the top spot within days, creating a cacophony of beastly competition. The extraordinary rankings of the 3rd Infinite City reflect a similar narrative, having seen the top position transition from Xiong to Yin Hu, and finally to Lei Diao. Among them, the identity of the Beastmaster, Pluto, associated with Lei Diao, has been revealed. This super newcomer hails from the elite guild, Chuanxing, in the 3rd Infinite City, being the younger brother of the guild leader. He has been preparing to become a Beastmaster for 2 years. This year, he finally achieved his dream of becoming a Beastmaster, leveraging his accumulated advantages to become the longest reigning top contender on the extraordinary Divine Familiar rankings in the 3rd Infinite City. It is likely that Pluto will maintain his dominance on the rankings for the foreseeable future. With a high race level, violent attributes, and a formidable older brother, he is undoubtedly a 2nd-generation Beastmaster with overwhelming advantages, leaving one to wonder how he could be surpassed. A small Beastmaster team, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, passed by the Divine Familiar rankings, engaging in discussion about the leaderboard. Others still have a chance. Perhaps someone as familiar will reach level 10 and fuse traits, allowing for a brief overtaking as the ranking evaluates potential. After awakening new attributes post-fusion, potential undoubtedly skyrockets. However, he himself is also in the 1st tier, presently level 9. And once he reaches level 10, he will surely fuse formidable traits instantaneously. I cannot believe that Chuanxing Guild has not prepared for him adequately. There is no comparison. I have heard that Chuanxing Guild is also a real estate conglomerate in reality. Why are these capitalists everywhere? When will our Lu family village rise to prominence? This newcomer Beastmaster team, dressed as hunters and relatively young, features strong men and a woman possessing a wild beauty. The Saintess of the 5 Poisons sect has been pushed down to 7th place. She seems never to exit the secret realm, always immersed in the arena. Remarked the only female in the team. Maintaining a position in the top 10 is no easy feat. We frequently delve into the secret realm, yet have never graced the leaderboard. The race level of hunting dogs remains too low. Canines cannot compete with other ferocious beasts. I recall a Shuyan dog briefly reaching 10th place through sword chi, only to be ousted in a matter of days. I also remember that it was said this individual ascended due to the opening day's benefits and extraordinary weaponry, a fleeting moment of glory. Yet I believe that anyone who can enter the rankings must possess genuine strength. Unfortunately, in this increasingly competitive Divine Familiar rankings, it is difficult to rebound with a medium extraordinary race like the Shuyan dog, especially since that monkey has also fallen out of the top 10. In the past 7 days, only a handful of individuals have graced the rankings. Even the passerby who briefly rose to prominence on the opening day continues to be discussed today. However, most have paid little heed to that passerby who garnered attention through sword chi, believing he merely benefited from weaponry until now. Area announcement. Divine Familiar rankings. Extraordinary race rankings updated. Rank Divine Familiar. Race, Shuyan dog. Attribute, wind. Race level, intermediate extraordinary. Growth level, level 6. Beastmaster, Lu Rinjia. Reason for ranking. Evolved and mutated from the Shuyan dog race, possessing exceptional comprehension, awakening the power of storms. Capable of unleashing sword chi across the air in the beginner's secret realm, defeating numerous cat demons in an instant, including the level 10 cat demon leader of the intermediate extraordinary race. Ranking, ascending to 1st place in the extraordinary Divine Familiar rankings. The Divine Familiar rankings have been updated once more. As the announcement concluded, the Beastmaster Plaza fell silent. Countless gazes suddenly turned toward the dramatically altered extraordinary leaderboard. Expressions of astonishment evident. What has transpired? No way. It's that passerby from the first day? First place, are you joking? A level 6 has instantaneously defeated the cat demon leader. What on earth? Once again, sword chi, but this time it's a barrage of sword chi? A throng of onlookers found themselves bewildered. Simultaneously, Lu Ran and Ha Zong, who had battled in the cat demon forest secret realm for half a day, gazed at the cat demon leader's entire guard, now vanquished by sword chi, along with the cat demon leader itself, and sighed in relief. Woof! Ha Zong, panting, discarded the sword of wind from its mouth, its eyes alight with excitement as it disdainfully regarded the grass cat demon. It had promised to return, and now, that promise is fulfilled. Haha. Not only was Ha Zong elated, but Lu Ran was also filled with exhilaration. This marked his first successful clearance of a secret realm challenge. At this moment, the frequent rewards emerging before him filled him with thrill. Congratulations on completing the secret realm challenge. Score level. Congratulations. You have earned 200 crystal coins. Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level resource, Cat Demon Heart, Grass. Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level resource, Cat Demon Claw, Grass. Congratulations, you have obtained a high-level resource, Cat Mint. Would you like to return to Infinite City? 1. Return. 2. Do not return yet. Soloing, scoring. Ha Zong was not attacked even once, utilizing speed advantages to their fullest extent. This was a stark contrast to the earlier trials in the secret realm. Every enemy encountered was swiftly dispatched, and battle efficiency was remarkably high. Ultimately, this was reflected in the score, which was nothing short of perfect. This score was entirely built upon the experiences of the previous 2 attempts. Lu Ran's heart trembled. However, upon seeing the score's rewards, he fell into contemplation. The cat demon leader's heart, a grass-type resource, once consumed, can enhance grass-type energy intensity. The cat demon leader's claws are no longer worthless, now serving as core materials for forging grass-type equipment. Cat mint, a plant cultivated by the cat demon leader for managing its kin, is extremely enticing for the feline race. Why does it seem that the 3 advanced resources are inferior to what he obtained from the novice trial secret realm? Why are they all worthless? Lu Ran's expression darkened. Indeed, while the easy difficulty dungeons are simple, the resources they yield are rather mediocre. After this venture, he cannot say it was a loss. But the gains were not substantial, especially considering the time consumed. Wong. Ha. The dog raised its head to look at Lu Ran. Lu Ran replied, "It is all trash." Ha exclaimed, looking angrily at the corpse of the Yao Mao leader. "Your minions dropped nothing but garbage. How can you be so stingy?" It seems that to acquire rare rewards such as the Beastmaster skills and special crystals, one must challenge the high-difficulty secret realms. Lu Ran decided he would give it a try in the afternoon, feeling quite confident. For he had not used either the Fengyun sword or the Divine Deer Pendant during his challenge in the Yao Mao forest. News of a passerby reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary pet leaderboard in number 3 Infinite City swept through the entire town like a tempest. Various guilds and official organizations were abuzz with discussions about this name, and even the external Beastmaster forums saw a sudden influx of posts regarding the passerby. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this passerby, who had previously been a fleeting presence but had now made a remarkable return. Meanwhile, Fong Lan, scrolling through her phone, was taken aback. Wasn't Lu Ran supposed to be in Jinling? How did he suddenly claim the top spot on the pet leaderboard? This won't do. I must enter the special training in Infinite City. Fong Lan discarded her milk tea, unwilling to indulge in leisure, fearing that Lu Ran would leave her far behind. Not only her, but the manager Ing, who had arrived at number 3 Infinite City to gather information on Ha and was preparing for a serious discussion with Lu Ran, was also taken aback upon receiving the news. The top spot on the pet leaderboard was not unexpected. Indeed, he had not previously aimed for it. But after defeating a necromancer cat yesterday, and now the Yao Mao leader today, what was Lu Ran's intention? Did he have a grudge against cats? Chapter 51, Ha's Origins. Within the Yao Mao forest secret realm, Lu Ran and Ha remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Nevertheless, both Lu Ran and Ha had anticipated that they would certainly reappear on the pet leaderboard. If they could not ascend to the upper echelons of the leaderboard, Lu Ran would support Ha in dismantling it in the future. Not only were the resources worthless, but the crystal coins awarded were also disappointingly few. Lu Ran sighed as he stored away the rewards. Achieving a perfect clearance merely allowed for recouping the entry fee, which was no easy feat without returning. Lu Ran made his choice. After clearing the secret realm, challengers could choose to remain until reaching the maximum stay limit. Let's gather more resources. Lu Ran called to Ha. Since there was still time, Lu Ran felt he could extract a bit more from this secret realm. Wang Ha's tail perked up. It was eager for the Mu Lin fruit. Eat. I'll go pick some for you. Besides wanting to extract more resources, Lu Ran harbored another concern. He had initially thought there would be some hidden tasks related to the tint encountered in the novice secret realm. Yet, even now, there had been no follow-up whatsoever. Now, within the Yao Mao forest, they were practically invincible, warranting a thorough search to ascertain whether there were indeed no clues left. Hours later, in a private room, Lu Ran and Ha's figures materialized. Lu Ran bore a weary expression, while Ha, initially fatigued, quickly rejuvenated and turned to him with renewed vigor. Lu Ran's stamina was quite robust, largely due to Ha's exercise routine. Before its evolution to extraordinary, Ha had possessed exceptional vitality, making walking it a skillful endeavor. Regrettably, after a thorough investigation, Lu Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he had overthought the matter, as the score truly indicated a perfect clearance. He and Ha had come close to thoroughly excavating the secret realm, yet even the hidden tasks had not been triggered. I don't believe it, Lu Ran declared with determination, convinced that the low-level map of the Yao Mao forest was the reason. Perhaps when he ventured into another secret realm with a larger map, the next phase of exploration would commence. Secret realms exist in a hierarchical relationship. For instance, the novice secret realm he could currently challenge might be encompassed within the larger map of secret realms accessible only to advanced beastmasters. All secret realms are but projections of another world, naturally possessing overlapping elements. Woof, woof, woof. In contrast to Lu Ran, Ha was unconcerned about hidden tasks. Upon exiting, it eagerly inquired of Lu Ran about its current rank on the pet leaderboard. Last time it was 10th. It couldn't possibly still be 10th this time. Could it? Let me check, Lu Ran said, directly opening his contacts instead of going to the Beastmaster Square. Indeed, a few of his friends had bombarded him with private messages. Langley Xiao Bailong, wow, you're my brother. Xiao Bailong was astonished. Hadn't Lu Ran just escaped from the situation in Jinling? How had he suddenly become number 1 on the pet leaderboard? What had transpired? The speed of Lu Ran's growth was astonishing. Yang Zhua, Feng Yu Piaoling, big shot. I previously failed to recognize your greatness. Please let me cling to your coattails. Need a girlfriend? We recently hired many single newcomers at our shop. I can introduce you. This time, even the cat-eared maid from the CAF, Xiao Ling, couldn't resist messaging Lu Ran. Lu Ran chuckled and said to Ha, first place, secured. Ha scoffed, the pet leaderboard. Is that all? It finds no challenge in this. However, it felt that Lu Ran wouldn't remain atop for long. Once a pet reached level 10 and fused with a trait or awakened a new attribute, it could potentially surpass him. Moreover, the pet leaderboard is merely a potential ranking based on combat performance, which, while indicative of strength to some extent, does not imply that the top position signifies the strongest combat power. Do not become complacent, Lu Ran admonished the dog. Woof. Ha displayed a wise expression, disregarding everything. For it was currently number 1, and no one could undermine its position. Indeed, maintain this, with more than half a month remaining until the leaderboard concludes. If it wished to retain first place, they must promptly reach level 10 and fuse with traits for stability. Uncertain if time would permit, Lu Ran pondered. Let us head to the cat-eared maid CAF and purchase secret realm intelligence. Perhaps there exists a realm that could expedite your growth. In number 3 Infinite City. At the cat-eared maid CAF, Lu Ran returned to this locale once more. Manager Ying had mentioned she would collect the prize on Lu Ran's behalf and then transfer it to him here. However, upon entering, Lu Ran found only a few young cat-eared maids chatting and laughing, with no sign of Manager Ying. After inquiring with Xiao Ling, Lu Ran, upon entering, was naturally noticed by the cat-eared maids within. Welcome. Most of the patrons did not recognize Lu Ran, treating him as an ordinary guest with warmth. Fortunately, Xiao Ling was present in the CAF. Upon noticing Lu Ran, her eyes widened. Wait, you really came. She had merely intended to have a private chat. Yet Lu Ran had genuinely come to collect his girlfriend? Was Xiao Ling familiar with him? Then you should take care of him, the other maids remarked. Sensing that Xiao Ling seemed to know Lu Ran, Xiao Ling discarded her broom and rushed to Lu Ran. Her expression flushed as she quietly exclaimed, incredible. First, I never expected this. Well, I said I would, so I'll secretly share information about the maids in the CAF who don't have boyfriends. It's on the house, Lu Ran. Seeing Xiao Ling's excited demeanor made Lu Ran realize she had misunderstood something. I'm here to find someone. What? You already have a target? Who is it? You, Manager Ying, but this private chat has nothing to do with you. I am looking for it. Is it here? Lu Ran's expression darkened as he realized that this person genuinely intended to introduce him to a partner. What a joke. There is a queue. In Elhai City, who knows how many pet cats and dogs are eager to introduce Lu Ran to their owners. After all, Lu Ran is remarkably generous, often dropping high-quality pet treats during walks with Ha Zong. Elhai's myriad of beasts. Xiao Ling was slightly startled. Looking for Manager Ying? She had yet to meet the real Manager Ying. She had merely heard of the name. No need to look anymore. I am here. At that moment, a ragdoll cat appeared on the bookshelf, seamlessly blending into the collection of cats in the maid's CF, unnoticed by the other maids. Gazing at Lu Ran with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing that haughty voice, Lu Ran immediately broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling, who was attending to Lu Ran, stood there flustered, staring in shock at the talking ragdoll. How dare it whisper to a customer during working hours, risking exposure to other employees' secrets before the boss. The most alarming part is that it hadn't even asked for money. How perilous. Ing glanced at Xiao Ling and said, "You go attend to your own matters. Lu Xiaogui, come with me." As she spoke, her figure vanished, and simultaneously, Lu Ran disappeared from his spot, transported to another location. Watching Lu Ran disappear, Xiao Ling was momentarily frozen. At that moment, in the cat-eared maid CAF, in a VIP room, Lu Ran was directly transported onto the sofa, plopping down. Managering. A little warning next time would be appreciated. That was quite startling. Lu Ran chuckled ruefully. Next time for sure. Managering huffed and said, "All right. The reward for capturing the necromancer is here, a total of 10,000 crystal coins." So much? Lu Ran was astonished. Not too bad, capturing a necromancer domestically. Even if they are just an apprentice, yields rewards many times greater than challenging the secret realm, as necromancers are rare, and rarity increases value. That is how the phrase rarity increases value is used? Lu Ran silently mocked. As she spoke, Managering smiled slyly and said, "However, if you wish to take this sum of crystal coins, it may not be so easy." Lu Ran. "What do you mean?" Lu Ran's lips twitched. "Are you planning to withhold it? Wasn't it agreed that it would all be mine? Although, if the other party were to withhold it, Lu Ran wouldn't he really be angry? Don't worry, I have no interest in these 10,000 crystal coins. What is yours, Managering said. It's just that I have a piece of information you would definitely find intriguing. However, the price is not cheap. What information? Lu Ran was taken aback. I initially planned to buy several pieces of information here. Managering said, "No rush, let us discuss mine first. That Siberian husky of yours, you picked it up, didn't you?" Lu Ran frowned. Had this cat investigated him? In just one night, even the fact that Ha Zong was a stray was uncovered? Your Siberian husky should possess some distinguishing traits compared to other pet dogs. For instance, when entering a combat state, it easily becomes frenzied, losing rationality, resulting in a surge of strength, making it fiercer than many large or fighting dogs, comparable to an adult wolf king. Am I right? Lu Ran was speechless. How had this cat investigated so thoroughly? So, what exactly do you intend to sell me? Lu Ran inquired. Managering smiled and said, "Surely you have sought the origins of that Siberian husky, but to no avail, right? Aren't you curious why a Siberian husky can attain battle prowess akin to that of an adult wolf king when frenzied? Are you saying you know its origins?" Lu Ran stood up, his expression becoming serious. This was indeed a matter he had long been investigating without results. His Ha Zong was exceptionally gifted. Even Lu Ran could only attribute it to a special lineage or atavism, yet he could not determine the specific reasons. However, without a doubt, knowing where Ha Zong came from would clarify much. Will you sell it? Yes. Lu Ran gritted his teeth. Naturally, he wanted to buy it. The nefarious information broker. All right. I will charge you 1,000 crystal coins. After all, this information was not easily obtained. Then I will deduct it from that 10,000 crystal coins. That is fine. Lu Ran nodded, feeling relieved. He had expected the other party would demand an exorbitant price, but it seemed they were merely adhering to the basic ethics of an information broker. Now you can tell me, Ha Zong's origins? Managering said, "First of all, its genes are indeed exceptional. It is not a domesticated pet dog, having been born in the northern ice fields, thus possessing a stronger wildness." Lu Ran replied, "I can ascertain that. The lineage of that creature is indeed very close to the Arctic wolf. What you mentioned as information, could it be this?" "Of course not. That background is merely the reason it came to Xia country. Both your parents are PhDs in biology. So you should have heard of the name Yunhan, right?" Lu Ran was taken aback and said, "Dr. Yunhan?" He had an impression of this person, knowing him to be a genius scientist, greatly admired even by Lu Ran's parents. Lu Ran frequently heard his parents mention him during his childhood. Most importantly, he seemed to be a native of El-Hai City. Precisely 2 years ago, he became aware of the existence of the beast tamer profession and thus dedicated himself to animal research, hoping to create the most powerful pet through biotechnology and genetic modification. He leveraged connections to gather a batch of well-qualified animals from around the world, and your Siberian husky is one of them. Are you saying Ha Zong is a test subject? Lu Ran's expression stiffened. He never expected Ha Zong to be a genetically modified experimental subject. But why was Ha Zong roaming the streets? Lu Ran was puzzled. Such an important experimental subject, shouldn't it be well guarded? Managering replied, "Who told you it was important? Is it possible that it was overlooked precisely because it was a failed specimen? If it were not for your extraordinary abilities, who could tame a dog that frequently goes berserk? Clearly, it was unsuitable for a contract. There was a significant incident at Yunhan's High Biological Research Institute, during which many experimental subjects escaped. Most were recovered, but some inevitably slipped through the cracks. After a moment of silence, Lu Ran asked, Dr. Yunhan, is he still in El High City? That is an old matter. He has since become a foreign national, taking his research achievements to join the technologically advanced Eagle Federation. He is currently even involved in a project to resurrect dinosaurs. He probably wouldn't have the time or interest in such a failed experimental subject. So rest assured and raise it well. Chapter 52, Severing the Past. Migrating to the Eagle Federation? Lu Ran was greatly shocked upon hearing this. It should be noted that his parents had frequently spoken of Dr. Yunhan's talents. Thus, Lu Ran believed that this Dr. Yunhan must possess formidable abilities. To think such talent has gone to another country? It can only be described as a common phenomenon. Manager Ng mocked. The Eagle Federation is far ahead in technology. When the Infinite City first appeared, they had already begun attempting to transcend animals genetically modified. In pursuit of higher research results and better experimental environments, Dr. Yunhan has made a choice most would make. In contrast, those who can remain in their homeland to contribute under such enticing conditions are truly rare. Lu Ran was left speechless. Upon careful reflection, this phenomenon is indeed prevalent and understandable. So, that means Ha Zong is a failed experimental subject that he once researched in El High City, right? Lu Ran said. What? Are you disappointed? How could that be? Lu Ran curled his lips and remarked, in my eyes, Ha Zong is the strongest. No matter how formidable any pet beast modified by Dr. Yunhan in the Shun-Ing Federation may be, Ha Zong will undoubtedly prevail. His ascension to the top of the divine pet rankings is not merely reliant on modifications. He has not resorted to that frenzied state for quite some time. Furthermore, what did you just say? The other party has resurrected dinosaurs in the Shun-Ing Federation. Lu Ran paused, suddenly realizing, is it akin to Jurassic Park? Is it truly feasible? Given the rapid advancement of research in the Shun-Ing Federation, it is hard to say. Manager Ng responded with a smile. However, you seem quite confident. I look forward to seeing you triumph over him. She added, I enjoy witnessing such encounters. Over the years, the Xia Nation's Beastmaster Alliance has indeed been overshadowed by the Shun-Ing Alliance in the competition for resources in the public secret realms. Here in the Xia Nation, among the second and third generations of Beastmasters, no one has emerged to alter the situation. But let's not dwell on that. I wish to discuss another matter. The reason I conducted an investigation is that when it roared at me that day, I sensed instability in its spiritual sea, which struck me as odd. Although you have tamed it quite well through telepathy, latent dangers still exist, and it is highly likely to backfire on the Beastmaster in the future. Would you like to know how to completely resolve the hidden dangers within it? Perhaps it could even normalize its frenzied state and unleash greater potential. What must be done? Lu Ran asked, now even more concerned about Ha Zong's condition. 1,000 crystal coins. Thank you for your patronage. Lu Ran exclaimed, what? This is outrageous. You're really trying to exploit me. How can you bundle the sale of information? I'll buy it. He gritted his teeth. Manager Ng chuckled. Allow me to introduce you to someone you already know. This individual has also made significant achievements in pet research. Having her assist you could potentially lead to a transformation for your heir Ha. Who? Lu Ran inquired. Gu Qingyi, Manager Ng replied. Lu Ran broke into a sweat. Let us go. She is already waiting for you at the long-abandoned Biological Research Institute in El High City. I will take you there. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran was taken aback again, realizing that everything had been arranged, and they were merely waiting for him to join in. In El High City, two figures emerged. Lu Ran felt it was quite a hassle, first teleporting from Wuxian City to Jinling, and then instantaneously moving to El High. However, for Ha Zong's sake, he was willing to endure the inconvenience. Manager Ng led Lu Ran to a sealed research facility in El High City. This place was new to Lu Ran. After all, it was a site of research, and outsiders were prohibited. As a lawful citizen, he could send small animals to infiltrate, but that would be too risky. In retrospect, his initial investigation into Ha Zong's background had caused him to overlook this crucial location. Inside the dusty research facility, a young woman clad in a lab coat was poring over the remaining research materials, her expression cold. Only when she heard sounds from outside did she set aside the report she was holding and glance over. Upon seeing the duo of a person and a cat, a smile broke across her face. Ng, you've come. And this must be the younger brother you mentioned? She scrutinized Lu Ran with keen interest. When Manager Ng had mentioned Lu Ran, Gu Qingyi had been puzzled, but upon hearing about his sister, everything became clear. Lu Ran was indeed the younger brother that Fong Lan described, possessing considerable talent. Hello, Dr. Gu, Lu Ran greeted, now truly recognizing her. Ing has already informed me about your situation. This is the former research facility of Yunhan, Gu Qingyi remarked, surveying the area. It is a pity that such a brilliant researcher has joined another nation and become our rival. Had he remained, perhaps the Xia nation's research in beast mastery could have advanced further. Lu Ran remained silent, aware that the competition between nations never truly ceased, regardless of the era. All right, Lu, why don't you summon your air Ha so we can take a look? If I am not mistaken, it shouldn't possess many memories from its early years, correct? Gu Qingyi looked at Lu Ran. Indeed, Lu Ran nodded. If Ha Zong had any recollections, he would have learned of this place long ago from him. With that, Lu Ran took out the black card and summoned Ha Zong. The formation materialized, and Ha Zong emerged, curiously surveying its surroundings. Where's this? It glanced at Manager Ing and then at Gu Qingyi, momentarily taken aback. Ha Zong, does this place seem familiar to you? Lu Ran queried, eager to see if it could recall anything. Wong. At that moment, Ha Zong observed its environment, furrowing its brow. Shortly after, its nose wrinkled as it gazed into a deeper room. Noticing this, Lu Ran nodded, and Ha Zong immediately dashed towards it. Naturally, Lu Ran, Gu Qingyi, and Manager Ing followed suit. Ha Zong arrived in a deeper chamber that resembled a laboratory, its walls lined with metallic cages. In the center was a dilapidated testing platform, its oppressive atmosphere compounded by years of neglect. This room had served as Yunhan's site for conducting animal experiments. Gu Qingyi spoke. It appears that this place was used for animal experimentation. However, before she could finish her sentence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ha Zong suddenly let out a low growl, fixating intensely on the cages and the testing platform. It let out a low growl as its eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Seemingly recalling something, Ha Zong, Lu Ran called out, perplexed by the situation as it seemed to have triggered Ha Zong's frenzied state. He attempted to call it back. But surprisingly, this time he could not awaken Ha Zong instantly. Ha Zong, Lu Ran shouted again. Ha Zong's emotions appeared to spiral further out of control, baring its teeth at the air. Yet, shortly after, a flicker of fear crossed its gaze. Its senses seemed entirely isolated from the outside world, trapped within its own psyche. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingyi exchanged glances with Manager Ing. Gu Qingyi remarked, indeed, this air Ha is also a victim. No wonder its emotions are so unstable. Manager Ing added, Lu, I failed to mention that in their pursuit of efficiency, Yunhan's methods for conducting animal experiments were rather harsh. Most animals that exited this place exhibited unstable temperaments, exhibiting profound hatred and fear towards it. Clearly, it suffered greatly in its early years. Can you help it calm down? Would you like me to assist in awakening it? At this moment, although Lu Ran heard Manager Ying's voice, he did not respond, remaining focused on his efforts to rouse Ha Zong. He was almost pushing his telepathy to its limits. In that instant, Lu Ran felt as though he had shared Ha Zong's memories. Within the dimly lit room, he saw himself ensconced in a pitch-black cage. Occasionally, the room would be illuminated, revealing a man in a lab coat extracting them one by one to inject them with unknown substances. Some pets from the cages were taken away, never to return. Ha Zong's childhood memories emerged vividly, all spent in the darkness of a research facility. As it gazed upon the familiar environment, Ha Zong began to lose its composure. The experience of being restrained on the testing platform, utterly powerless, and the stinging pain still lingered. It was filled with anger and fear, with the shadows of its childhood proving to be the hardest to erase. At this moment, through the power of telepathy, Lu Ran furrowed his brows, genuinely sensing the inner turmoil of Ha Zong. Ha Zong. This was the first time Lu Ran experienced such emotions from Ha Zong, and it was no wonder that Ha Zong was in such a state of agitation. It reminded him of when he first brought Ha Zong home. Its temperament was so volatile. A pet dog, confined for years in a cage, could exhibit extreme behavior. How much more so for Ha Zong, who had spent its childhood in a cage, constantly subjected to injections and biological experiments. It was indeed remarkable that it possessed any semblance of stability in its character. Lu Ran stepped forward, choosing not to summon help from Manager Ing to awaken Ha Zong. Upon seeing Lu Ran's expression, Gu Qingyi paused for a moment, as if grasping his intention, and a slight smile graced her lips, making no effort to intervene. An adept beastmaster, indeed. In the next moment, Lu Ran extended his hand, retrieving the Zhanfeng sword from his backpack, infusing it with his own vitality, and swung it toward the experimental platform. With a resounding crash, the massive platform shattered into pieces, collapsing amidst a cacophony of sound. This noise seemed to serve as a more effective catalyst than Lu Ran's telepathy. As the platform crumbled, Ha Zong's gaze flickered momentarily. Lu Ran then struck Ha Zong gently on the head with the hilt of the sword, saying, "You handle the cage yourself." With that, he passed the sword to Ha Zong. At this moment, Ha Zong's gaze appeared to regain some rationality, the fear slowly dissipating as it stared blankly at Lu Ran. Indeed, the actions of Dr. Yunhan were reprehensible, regardless of how he treated other creatures. he could not do the same to Ha Zong. First, let us dismantle this place. Remember our grievances, and when the opportunity arises, we shall seek revenge on him. Whether he revives dinosaurs or researches divine beasts, we shall strike him down mercilessly. Lu Ran smiled faintly. You are now my partner. Woof. Upon hearing this, Ha Zong nodded vigorously, taking the sword that Lu Ran had offered, and surveyed the surrounding cages. Its gaze was resolute as it swung the sword, unleashing a torrent of wind blade energy that completely severed the walls, cages and all, seemingly aimed at severing ties with the past. However, in the next moment, both Ha Zong and Lu Ran's expressions shifted, displaying signs of wisdom. With a thunderous rumble, it felt as if the building was about to collapse. Not good. Gu Qingyi, why aren't you stopping him? At that moment, Manager Ying seemed to realize something. Looking up at the suddenly collapsing ceiling, darkness engulfing her vision. Manager Ying, hurry and use teleportation. Beside her, Gu Qingyi chuckled. Why stop a beast master and his pet from having such a compelling moment together? Outside the research institute, the crowd gazed at the half-collapsed structure with varied expressions. Lu Ran and Ha Zong felt a sense of relief, yet their gazes drifted away, seemingly wishing to evade responsibility. Gu Qingyi wore a smile, while Manager Ying appeared speechless. This day has nearly drained my energy just from teleporting. What a loss. Repair costs. 8,000 crystal coins. Manager Ying remarked gloomily. What? Lu Ran exclaimed in a panic. You must be joking. It is no jest. Manager Ying glanced at Lu Ran and Ha Zong, adding, but consider this a reminder. Please refrain from demolishing load-bearing walls next time. Ha Zong listened humbly to the advice. To be honest, it had engaged in similar antics before, only to receive a severe reprimand from Lu Ran. Although this time Lu Ran had taken the lead and permitted it, he was still protecting Ha Zong. Ha Zong was capable of discerning the situation. Impressive. I never expected it to be in such a disarray, yet you managed to awaken it, Gu Qingyi remarked. They say that a husky can destroy a home. This time, the master joined in the destruction, which is quite an eye-opener. However, the outcome is positive. With Lu Ran's assistance, Ha Zong has directly shed the shadows of its past and faced the present. As long as we don't have to pay, Lu Ran suddenly interjected. What about the materials from the research institute? No need to worry. All of it is backed up, and I have memorized everything. Gu Qingyi approached the ruins, explaining. Dr. Yunhan's initial research in El-Hai City focused on the mental domain of pet beasts. The mental attribute is exceedingly rare. While it may not compare to time or space, it is much scarcer than fundamental elemental attributes. This attribute connects to the brain domain, governing the potential of the body. You may have heard that under extreme circumstances, humans or certain life forms can unleash extraordinary potential. This results from a sudden shift in mental strength, which subsequently unlocks bodily capabilities. Moreover, the mind is crucial to numerous important techniques. For instance, the advanced application of shaping techniques requires the fusion of mental intent. I heard from Manager Ying that you seem to have mastered a technique related to aura, which is also a rudimentary application of mental strength. What Dr. Yunhan aimed to achieve was to develop the mental brain domain of pets, thereby unlocking their potential. Your husky's berserk state is a temporary release of mental constraints, an augmented condition. However, it is evident that Dr. Yunhan's research on this subject failed, as the mental brain domain is not easily developed. The experimental subjects were all like this, wild beasts that were uncontrollable and prone to violent outbursts, which was one of the catalysts for the accidents at this research institute. Ha Zong tilted its head. Currently, the situation is that Dr. Yunhan has effectively used drugs and technology to forcibly stimulate its brain domain, creating a berserk skill for it. The essence of this skill lies in stimulating the brain domain to excavate bodily potential. While it is a commendable skill, it unfortunately does not allow for rationality during the process, hence it is deemed a failed skill. Furthermore, any event capable of affecting its mental state can serve as a switch for the berserk condition, rendering this situation extremely perilous. It is fortunate that it encountered you early on. Lu Ran gazed at Ha Zong, sighing. So how do we resolve this? 1. Through medication and mental hypnosis, allowing it to completely forget the berserk state. 2. Awakening a secondary attribute in the mental domain, or utilizing special resources to enhance its brain domain, normalizing the berserk state, thus fully controlling and unlocking its current potential. This was also part of Dr. Yunhan's planned research outcomes, completely developing the foundational potential of pets. However, due to the extreme scarcity of resources to enhance mental strength, only a slight improvement in potential was achieved, rendering the cost-benefit ratio unfavorable, leading to the research's failure. After all, there are myriad ways to enhance a pet's potential. There is no need to hang oneself on this particular branch. Lu Ran slightly opened his mouth, looking at the tilted head of Ha Zong, then at Manager Ying. He feared that Manager Ying would next mention the cost of drug information, 1,000 crystal coins. Thank you for your patronage. Mental Domain Resource Information, 1000 crystal coins. Thank you for your patronage. Don't look at me. Managering walked away. While it could also find a solution, since Gu Qingyi admired Lu Ran, it directly left the opportunity to offer a favor to her. Lu Ran's potential is indeed impressive and worth cultivating. It is a pity that the contract is with a dog, which it does not prefer. Quite a dilemma. Isn't it? If I were to choose, I would opt for the latter, Gu Qingyi remarked. To completely forget. Would that not mean it has suffered in vain for so long? Ha Zong nodded solemnly. It would be more appropriate to enhance its mental strength, helping it integrate this state. In doing so, its racial foundation will also grow stronger. Although the cost-benefit ratio is not high, since you have chosen it as your partner, every investment is worthwhile. However, I do not highly recommend choosing the mental domain as the secondary attribute. Psychic-type pet beasts are quite rare, and the fact that it cannot control its berserk state indicates a low compatibility with the psychic attribute. You must understand that if the awakened sub-attribute or the newly fused traits do not align well with the pet beast, it will adversely affect its future evolution. Therefore, I am inclined to utilize a one-time resource to enhance its mental power. What resources are needed? Which secret realm can yield them? Where can they be purchased? Lu Ran acknowledged the suggestion, feeling that awakening the psychic attribute for the dog was unreliable. Moreover, using a one-time resource to bolster its mental strength does not conflict with awakening the psychic attribute, which will still require waiting until Ha Zong reaches level 10, a matter that is quite distant. It is imperative to address Ha Zong's situation promptly. Resources related to the psychic attribute are exceedingly scarce, and the novice secret realms you can access will not yield them. Gu Qingyi remarked that what you can buy will not resolve its issues. Lu Ran's eyes dimmed, sensing that he was caught in a trap. This cat and Dr. Gu are undeniably part of a scheme. Next, will he have to sell his own resources again? After defeating the necromancer and earning 1,000 crystal coins, why does it feel like he will end up in debt? Thus, Dr. Gu, do you possess such resources? Lu Ran ultimately inquired. Clever. Gu Qingyi smiled slightly. As she spoke, she extended her hand and retrieved a white, 5-petaled flower from her spatial pouch. Name, Duocolona flower. Level, rare. Description, possesses magical powers of healing, enhancing the mind, and unlocking physical potential, blooming on the back of the Duocolona tortoise. This resource can only be obtained by conquering the king-level creature, the Duocolona tortoise, and it is currently the most perfectly compatible resource for it, Gu Qingyi stated. At this moment, Lu Ran clutched his chest, while Ha Zong stepped forward. Wong. Ha Zong looked at the pained Lu Ran, puzzled. How much? Lu Ran's lips twitched. It's a gift for you. Gu Qingyi chuckled. What? Lu Ran stepped back, voicing his apprehension. Since childhood, his parents had always told him that free things are the most expensive. Do not be greedy or easily incur debts of gratitude. Indeed, the fair-skinned and beautiful Dr. Gu appeared to be a wealthy woman, but if she claimed it was free, he would not feel at ease. It would be better to owe a significant debt. He, who had no financial worries, also wanted to experience the hardships of life and the feeling of repaying loans. Seeing through Lu Ran's concerns, Gu Qingyi calmly stated, if you are not at ease, consider it an investment. In the future, I may need your assistance with certain tasks. Me? Lu Ran inquired, confused. Yes, although my level currently far exceeds yours, there are matters I cannot accomplish myself. Secret realms? Lu Ran asked. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Secret realm levels are categorized into novice realms, level 1 realms, and level 2 realms. Each time a Beastmaster levels up, a new higher-level secret realm is unlocked. However, upon accessing a higher-level secret realm, lower-level realms become inaccessible. Additionally, certain special resources can only be obtained in specific secret realms. Thus, even high-level Beastmasters find it challenging to acquire certain materials from lower-level realms and must purchase them from others. Due to the limited number of Beastmasters and the high cost of conquering secret realms, there are still some realms that remain unchallenged or are considered difficult, deterring individuals from taking on the challenge. Furthermore, Infinite City regularly updates with new secret realms of varying levels, ensuring that Beastmasters of all tiers have their value. You are among the most exceptional of the 4th-generation Beastmasters, and in the future, when I require certain rare materials, I may turn to you for assistance. The state's emphasis on nurturing 4th-generation Beastmasters follows this reasoning. Even lower-level Beastmasters can provide substantial support to higher-level ones. If you can accept this, consider the Duocolona flower as my deposit. Until you help me acquire equivalent materials, we will be settled. Lu Ran gazed at the resource and found this proposal acceptable. Thus he replied, Fine, but let it be known that if it is a secret realm I cannot conquer, I will not pursue it. Earning money by selling materials obtained from secret realms is something he plans to do in the future. Materials obtained from these realms can be sold to anyone. However, The situation has shifted from freely choosing a secret realm to entering one based on the needs of his benefactor. This resource appears to be quite valuable. It seems he will soon have to work off a debt. Well then, shall we collaborate happily? Gu Qingyi asked. A woo at this moment. Hazong could no longer contain its excitement, staring intently at the flower in Gu Qingyi's hand, wondering if it was edible. Eat it, eat it. Gu Qingyi slightly bent down and offered the fragrant 5-petaled duocolona flower to Hazong. Lu Ran remained silent, feeling reassured that Hazong still recognized him and had not been bewitched by the prospect of food. Although Hazong longed for the delicious treat, it glanced at Lu Ran for confirmation before proceeding. Go ahead and eat. Lu Ran finally spoke. Oh well. In the next moment, Hazong happily swallowed the duocolona flower in one bite. Simultaneously, as the resource was consumed, the effects of the duocolona flower activated rapidly. Hazong immediately felt a refreshing sensation in its mind, yet peculiarly, its entire body was engulfed in a contrasting heat. Wong. It began to spin in place, its eyes flashing red veins that appeared and vanished repeatedly. The effects were taking hold, and soon, it would fully integrate the powers from its berserk state, slightly enhancing its racial foundation. While it might not leap through levels, its physical attributes would be significantly improved. It was akin to the transformation from a purebred husky's physique to that of an Arctic wolf king. Among the same tier, its fundamental attributes would be greatly enhanced. Gu Qingyi remarked. Furthermore, during this process, its growth level should also experience an increase. You can check its contract card. Initially, Lu Ran was still observing Hazong, but at Gu Qingyi's reminder, he swiftly retrieved Hazong's contract card. Upon inspection, Lu Ran was left in stunned silence. Race, Snowfield Dog. Attribute, Wind. Race level, Medium Extraordinary. Growth level, Level 9. Hazong's growth level had surged by 3 levels in a remarkably short time, rising from level 6 to level 9. Is this the growth derived from unlocking physical potential? Hazong, how do you feel now? Lu Ran asked Hazong. At this moment, Hazong had transformed from its initial confusion to excitement. Its eyes were completely free of red veins, returning to a deep blue. A woo, a woo, a woo. It suppressed its newfound strength, nodded, and looked adoringly at Gu Qingyi, extending its paw as if asking if there was more. Hazong now understood why those pets in the park were so eager to match Lu Ran with their owners. Wealthy individuals truly possess an alluring charm. What this sister provided was far more enticing than the food Lu Ran had prepared. There is none left. Gu Qingyi turned away, leaving Hazong in shock. Silly dog. How greedy. Do you want me to work for a lifetime? Lu Ran's expression darkened. At the 6th level, you were already ranked first on the Divine Pet leaderboard. Now that you have reached level 9, it seems you have caught up with the elite tier. I eagerly anticipate your emergence as the most formidable 4th-generation beast master, not only within the confines of Sanhao Wuxian City, but also throughout Xia country and the world at large. Gu Qingyi reverted to her usual expression and remarked. Let me think. By the way, do you have a preferred primary trait? Indeed, the weapon control trait acquired from the Abyss Difficulty Novice Secret Realm, the abandoned experimentation grounds. Lu Ran replied. I initially intended to purchase a strategy guide at the Cadyard made CAF. Weapon control? Upon hearing this, both Gu Qingyi and the manager, Ing, chimed in unison. Gu Qingyi, momentarily taken aback, began to rub her temples in mild distress. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious, Ing laughed. You should persuade him yourself. When I saw his husky wielding a sword, I had a premonition he would pursue an unconventional cultivation path. It seems I was right. If my memory serves me right. The legendary beast master Xin Diaoxia, who shares the same Tianhong Daochong background, also possesses this trait, doesn't he? Ing reminisced. Indeed, that sand sculpture hero is essentially my senior brother, Lu Ran replied, at a loss for words. What a ridiculous comparison. Gu Qingyi interjected. Then you must be aware that if the fused trait does not resonate with one's essence, it may result in failed evolution in the future, as I mentioned earlier. Are you truly intent on having your husky attempt to merge with the weapon control trait? Do you wish to replicate your senior brother's path, eventually merging with a humanoid trait, aiming for a humanoid evolution? Ing, to date, has any pet belonging to a beast master achieved perfect evolution through the weapon control trait? No, Ing responded. See, perhaps you should reconsider, Gu Qingyi suggested to Lu Ran. Lu Ran fell into contemplation. Gu Qingyi continued, currently, there are 2 mainstream evolutionary paths for the Snowfield Dog. One is to awaken the ice and wind attributes, merging with the traits of the king and the ancient soul, reverting to the embodiment of the North Wind, the North Wind Wolf King. Alternatively, one could replace the wind attribute with the light attribute, evolving into the Aurora Wolf King. The second path is to awaken the ice and rock attributes, merging with the traits of giantization and eternal freeze, evolving into a mobile iceberg, the Ice Rock Giant Beast. These have been validated as perfect evolutionary types. Of course, the werewolf path is also an option, but it is not particularly suited for the snowfield dog. Integrating the weapon control trait complicates matters even further. Observing Lu Ran's indifference, Gu Qingyi shook her head. It seems you have made your decision. I am well aware of the challenges of carving a new evolutionary route, especially one based on a trait like weapon control that no beast master has ever successfully harnessed. If successful, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, earning you renown in the realm of beast masters. But if it fails... Lu Ran's gaze burned with intensity as he replied, actually, I have conceived a method that would enable Ha Zong to master this trait and achieve perfect evolution. How about I share it with you, and perhaps the doctor can offer some advice. Chapter 54, The Weapon of Destiny. Oh, you have contemplated this thoroughly? Gu Qingyi expressed her surprise, considering Lu Ran had only just become a beast master a week prior. At this moment, she was still troubled over her pet's food supply. Yes, let me explain. First, regarding the weapon control trait, pets that absorb this trait exhibit extraordinary talent when wielding weapons. The weapon becomes as instinctive as their own limbs. Correct? Gu Qingyi nodded. Earlier, Manager Ing mentioned that no pet belonging to a beast master has achieved perfect evolution centered around the weapon control trait on a global scale. They all faltered due to the compatibility between the pet and this trait. Exactly. If the trait harmonizes with the pet, it awakens a racial talent that significantly enhances combat prowess. However, in cases where the weapon control trait was integrated, no pet has yet awakened a racial talent, Ing added. Including your senior brother who perished abroad, his pet did not awaken any talent after absorbing this trait. Lu Ran nodded, recalling this lamentation in his senior brother's diary. I believe one of the key points to merging this trait is the pet's proficiency with the weapon it aspires to wield before the fusion. For instance, if a monkey has mastered the staff technique prior to merging with the trait, its probability of awakening a racial talent post-fusion would be significantly higher than that of one with no prior experience. Dr. Gu responded, so, your point is that your husky currently possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship, which gives you confidence in its ability to merge perfectly. That is one of the crucial points. My Beastmaster skills, through my development, can synchronize my sword training experience to it, granting it double the swordsmanship experience. Thus it will not fall short in this regard. Its ability to comprehend sword intent stems from this. While Lu Ran explained, Ha Zong, the husky, leaned forward, exclaiming in protest, that's nonsense. It's clearly my own innate gift. You should be aware of my master, Master Jiangdou, one of the few swordsmanship masters in Xia country who has comprehended sword intent. Even among humans, few can reach the level he has attained. Yet a mere husky has done so. That speaks volumes. Gu Qingyi and Manager Ing exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. If your master knew you were comparing him to a husky, he would surely thrash you. This premise already grants Ha Zong a distinct advantage over other pets integrating the weapon control trait. However, that is not the most critical aspect. I have also devised a method to enhance the success rate. Have you ever read any Xinxia novels? Lu Ran cautiously inquired. What are you implying? Gu Qingyi asked. In Xinxia novels, the protagonist's weapon typically requires a blood oath for ownership, which fosters a deeper connection between the weapon and its wielder. Furthermore, there is the concept of a destiny treasure that grows alongside the protagonist, enhancing its power. The advantage of the weapon control trait is that it allows the pet to utilize external power, while the weapon significantly boosts the pet's combat strength. It remains an external force. Without an absolute connection, the compatibility cannot be deemed perfect. Therefore, is there a possibility of forging a weapon for Ha Zong that resembles a destiny weapon, which evolves alongside it and forms a profound bond? How do you propose to accomplish this? Gu Qingyi was taken aback. Lu Ran smiled. Previously, during my exploration of the Yao Cat Forest secret realm, I acquired a Yao Cat claw, which seems suitable for weapon forging. So I pondered, why not use Ha Zong's teeth as one of the materials for forging the weapon? In this way, its connection to the weapon would be established. Ha Zong. Woo-woo. The husky covered its mouth, eyes wide with fear. Lu Ran, please be reasonable. Gu Qingyi and Manager Ing were astonished. Others are busy slaying monsters for materials to forge equipment. And you want to disassemble your pet for parts to forge a weapon? Are you a devil? Lu Ran threw a reassuring glance at Ha Zong. Don't be afraid. We have the divine deer amulet, remember? Previously, Ha Zong had an experience in the secret realm where its teeth were shattered by a Yao Cat bone, and it was restored by the divine deer amulet. So, since recovery is possible, taking a small portion of its teeth as wind attribute material to incorporate into the weapon seems reasonable, does it not? In the present moment. As Lu Ran concluded his words, Gu Qingyi, Manager Ing, and General Ha all fell into deep contemplation. The notion of utilizing materials from one's own body as one of the forging components to craft a weapon intricately linked to one's essence was indeed novel. Furthermore, this dog seemed to possess commendable swordsmanship skills, leaving Gu Qingyi momentarily perplexed. She found herself unable to ascertain whether evolving along Lu Ran's proposed path would lead to success. Never mind, since a decision has been made, it is wise to embark on this bold endeavor. Gu Qingyi stated, if evolution can indeed be perfected, you would essentially be pioneering an entirely new evolutionary system. Upon reflection, it seemed quite intriguing. None of the previous generations of beast masters had considered such an approach. Is there anything I can assist you with? She inquired. Not at the moment. Currently, General Ha and I simply wish to reach level 10 as swiftly as possible to attain the strength required to conquer the abandoned experimentation grounds. After all, there are likely no weapons with such traits available on the market, and even if they were, I doubt I could afford them. Indeed, this particular trait is quite rare and has not been favored in the market for some time. Furthermore, it has been ages since anyone dared to challenge that secret realm. To obtain that trait, you must rely on your own capabilities, Gu Qingyi remarked. In that case, allow me to recommend 2 secret realms suitable for you and your companion to enhance your strength. As for the information regarding the abandoned experimentation grounds, I will also procure that for you. Thank you. Lu Ran responded with delight. After all, he already owed a spirit blossom, so requesting additional information was of little consequence, saving him the trouble of purchasing it from the maid CAF. Meanwhile, Manager Ying, witnessing Gu Qingyi's intention to provide information for free, especially since Lu Ran initially intended to buy it from her, was suddenly overwhelmed. Hello, how wonderful. Here I am, bustling about to assist, and yet I end up losing out. I recommend the ordinary difficulty novice realm, Blizzard Mountain, and the difficult difficulty novice realm, Mantis Jungle. The Blizzard Mountain realm is particularly unique. It contains no monsters, and the objective is to traverse through the Blizzard Zone, testing the endurance, defense, and reflexes of your pet. As for cold resistance, it should pose no issue. However, the blizzard, with its biting winds, will continuously inflict damage on both pets and beast masters, which is the challenging aspect. Additionally, hail often falls amidst the storm. How to successfully navigate through this perilous environment is the crux of the challenge. Upon completion of this secret realm, you will receive the high-level resource, Linfeng Zhizhong. Consuming this will allow wind-type pets to release colder winds. Although it may not match the awakening of ice-type combined with wind-type, nor is it as potent as the north wind trait, it is quite suitable for you at your current stage. After all, as a snowfield hound, mastering the power of cold will better unlock its combat potential. Lu Ran's eyes brightened at the mention of this secret realm, as he seemed to recall its existence. So, this is what that realm entails. Splendid. Just as Gu Qingyi mentioned, it certainly appears fitting. As for the Mantis Jungle secret realm, it primarily houses a high-level extraordinary species known as the Blade Mantis, which belongs to the wind category, is capable of flight, and excels in both attack and speed, making it highly dangerous. Since you are determined to cultivate your pet in swordsmanship, this realm will undoubtedly suit you. Within the Mantis Jungle, there exists a high-level resource known as blade grass, fiercely guarded by the blade mantises, which is their favorite food. This resource effectively enhances the cutting properties of wind-type powers, augmenting their attack strength. Defeating the blade mantis may yield high-level materials such as mantis wings, which, when crushed and applied to a pet, can heighten their sensitivity to wind and airflow. There was once a beast master who raised a butterfly pet using this resource. His butterfly could even evade enemy attacks with its eyes closed, relying solely on the fluctuations of the air. Naturally, they may also drop mantis blades, which serve as forging materials for wind-type weapons. What I have described pertains to the ordinary blade mantis and the materials they may drop. The leader of this secret realm is a level 10 blade mantis possessing both gold and wind attributes, making it even more formidable. If you manage to defeat it, you would have fully conquered the realm, reaping even greater rewards, such as the high-level resource, Insect Heart, which, when consumed, can enhance the sharpness and hardness of your pet's teeth, claws, and scales. Moreover, if your completion rating exceeds level 5, there is a minuscule chance of obtaining the Beastmaster skill, Wind Enhancement. The drops here are quite commendable, making it worthwhile to settle in this realm for an extended period. If you can single-handedly achieve ratings in both of these secret realms, I believe you will be ready to challenge the Abyss Difficulty Novice realm. However, I would recommend entering the Abyss Difficulty realm as a team. The first 3 levels of secret realms can be tackled solo by skilled beast masters, but the Abyss Difficulty poses considerable challenges. You might consider inviting your sister and assembling a team of like-minded beast masters to undertake the challenge. Understood, Gu Qingyi concluded. Lu Ran took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. The Blizzard Mountain and Mantis Jungle secret realms sounded significantly more rewarding than the Cat's Claw Forest. If they successfully navigated these realms, would General Ha not soar to new heights? Lu Ran glanced at General Ha, who also exhibited a keen glint in his eyes. Chapter 55, The lower the temperature, the higher the intelligence. That day, Lu Ran returned to Jinling. After uncovering General Ha's origins, he felt a sense of relief. His ongoing investigation into General Ha's background was primarily to understand the reasons behind its frenzy. Now, with Dr. Gu's assistance, General Ha had finally learned to maintain its composure. The combat power enhancement brought about by its frenzied state had now become a part of its norm, signifying a remarkable transformation. It could be said that he had truly latched onto Dr. Gu's coattails. Would Fanglan clarify that it was indeed I who initiated this? Upon returning to the Tianhong dojo, the King of Sudden Death was still fast asleep. When they were teleported, this creature had been sleeping, and Lu Ran had chosen not to awaken it. Now, it remained in slumber. He regretted not bringing it along. Lu Ran did not know much about Dr. Gu, but due to her prominence in the Beastmaster community of Xia country, he often came across some basic information on various forums. She is a highly regarded Ph.D. in evolutionary studies within the realm of Beastmasters, specializing in the evolution of pets. Her most notable achievement is the evolution of a royal dragon-type pet, a feat unparalleled in contemporary times. Presently, Gu Qingyi's dragon companion is the only known true dragon type across the globe. Aside from this, there are no other dragon-type pets in the realm of Beastmasters. This refers specifically to purebreed dragons, capable of embodying the dragon as an attribute. Other Beastmasters may possess pets that merely resemble dragons, classifying them as quasi-dragons. When Gu Qingyi evolved an Eastern dragon, the Western Beastmaster community was profoundly impacted, aspiring to cultivate a giant dragon to counterbalance the alliance of Beastmasters in Xia country. However, to this day, they have not succeeded. Thus, Dr. Gu is also known internationally as the Dragon Tamer. There are numerous traits associated with dragons. However, merging related traits into a pet does not guarantee a perfect match, nor does it ensure the pet can evolve into a dragon. Gu Qingyi's ability to evolve into a dragon-type monarch likely stems from her possession of a pet that is 100% compatible with dragon traits. Could this creature in the future align with dragon traits? Lu Ran cast a glance at the slumbering King of Sudden Death. Deep down, he truly wished to nurture the King of Sudden Death towards the direction of a giant dragon. However, the more he learned, the more he realized the challenges involved. It is noteworthy that the entirety of the Western world has expended 3 years without evolving a true dragon. In fact, in their quest to discover animals that exhibit dragon-like traits, they have even begun researching the resurrection of dinosaurs. This illustrates the profound yearning of the Western world for dragonkind. The next opportunity, I shall have Dr. Gu assess the qualifications of the King of Sudden Death. Proximity to the source often yields the first fruits. Once I become well acquainted with Dr. Gu, I shall seek her insights on matters pertaining to dragons. Should we manage to evolve a true dragon before the Western world, it would be quite exhilarating. Upon contemplating this, Lu Ran smiled, for both Eastern and Western dragon clans reside within Xiagua, and one can only imagine the dismay of outsiders. However, Lu Ran felt the prospects were not particularly bright. It is likely that Dr. Gu has encountered unique fortuity, a situation that cannot be replicated. After all, were it replicable, Xiagua would not merely boast of dragons roaming freely, but surely more than one. Perhaps the other party possesses treasures akin to the Shenlu pendant. Upon his return, Lu Ran did not linger outside for long and once again teleported back to Wuxian City. Upon entering Wuxian City, he eagerly opened the Secret Realm panel to search for the Blizzard Mountain Secret Realm. Name: Blizzard Mountain. Secret Realm level: Novice. Difficulty: Ordinary. Challenge Crystal Coin: 500. Should I enter? Lu Ran pondered briefly. Since he had nothing pressing, he ultimately decided to venture in. From what he learned from Gu Qingyi, the Blizzard Mountain is quite challenging to navigate, yet the mortality rate is not high, allowing for a safe challenge. If he were to falter, he could always retreat. Given the absence of foes, he would be contending solely against nature. Thus, even if buried by snow, as long as he activated the teleportation function immediately, he would have a considerable chance of survival. Would you like to spend 500 crystal coins to challenge the Blizzard Mountain Secret Realm? Yes, Lu Ran resolved. Simultaneously, he summoned General Ha from the black card. Teleportation countdown: 109. 10 seconds later, Lu Ran and General Ha were enveloped by a fierce, icy wind before they could fully comprehend the situation. In truth, this cold was bearable for both Lu Ran and General Ha. As a snowfield dog, General Ha was naturally suited to thrive in icy environments, while Lu Ran's physique, due to his super beast metamorphosis, was several times that of an ordinary person, making him well equipped to handle the snowstorm. Suddenly, Lu Ran considered that General Ha, as a sled dog, returning to an icy environment alongside him might enhance the compatibility of his super beast metamorphosis and provide substantial cold resistance. However, he did not dwell on this thought, and instead focused on the secret realm information. Teleportation completed. Current location: Blizzard Mountain, Novice Secret Realm. Difficulty: Ordinary. Challenge task: traverse the Blizzard region. Secret realm description: located at the northernmost point of the Empire, it was once home to the Ice Wolf clan. To expand its territory, the Empire mobilized the Beastmaster Corps to vanquish the beasts of the mountain, intending to establish a secure route to other continents. It is said that after the Ice Wolf clan's extinction, their resentment and hatred transformed into an endless blizzard, obstructing the path of all who would advance. Tip: the maximum duration of stay in the Novice Secret Realm is 8 hours. During this time, challengers may choose to return at will, with a teleportation time of 10 seconds. Tip: this is rather intriguing. Upon reading the Secret Realm description, Lu Ran glanced at General Ha, who was in a state of extreme excitement. It turned out that Blizzard Mountain was indeed the domain of General Ha's family. Furthermore, Lu Ran recognized familiar terms pertaining to the Empire's Beastmaster Corps in relation to other continents. The beast tied in the Cat Demon Forest 20 years ago seemed also to have been resolved by the Empire's Beastmaster Corps, and the background of Blizzard Mountain once again mentioned the Empire. This Beastmaster Empire certainly has a strong presence. I eagerly anticipate breaking through the secret realm after reaching level 10. Lu Ran exhaled a breath of warm air. Currently, the secret realms were primarily outdoor challenges. But once he advanced to the breakthrough secret realm, he would have the opportunity to encounter projections of humanity from another world. He was particularly curious about the civilizations of alternate worlds or ancient human societies. Woof woof woof. At this moment, General Ha looked at Lu Ran with lively eyes, inquiring when they would set off. Now, Lu Ran turned to General Ha, momentarily taken aback, as he sensed a significant change in General Ha's gaze. It had transformed into something truly spirited, not in a wise or sagacious manner, but rather with genuine vivacity. It appears that the icy environment can indeed enhance the intelligence of snowfield dogs. After all, it is said that the brains of snowfield dogs are composed of ice. In warm places, the ice melts, leading to waterlogged brains, and now their intellect is truly manifest. Let us proceed, Lu Ran stated. We shall first traverse the area. He gazed ahead. The wind and snow currently remained relatively stable, yet further on, a hazy expanse loomed, with howling winds suggesting even harsher challenges awaited them. Soon, Lu Ran and General Ha set forth, intending to traverse the blizzard on foot. While acquiring some winter clothing would have been prudent, Lu Ran deemed it unnecessary. Saving a few crystal coins was wise, especially since he owed Dr. Gu a substantial amount and needed to be frugal in the future. Meanwhile, as they ventured deeper into the blizzard area, Lu Ran had barely taken a few steps when a strange gust of cold wind inflicted a wound on the back of his hand. Before the blood could flow, it was immediately frozen by the snow, appearing purplish blue. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ran gained new insight into the destructive power of the cold wind. No wonder there were no monsters here. If a horde of ice wolves were to appear, the difficulty would surely escalate to hard or even abyss level. The Shenlu Pendant. Lu Ran swiftly donned the Shenlu Pendant, allowing the power of the broken horn to heal his wound. A scratch was inconsequential, as long as it did not mar his face. Woof woof. In contrast to Lu Ran, General Ha thrived in the snow, gazing at Lu Ran with encouraging eyes, seemingly urging him to persist. Lu Ran wondered aloud, is this dog feeling rather sprightly? Have you found your current condition to be quite favorable? General Ha nodded vigorously. Given the restoration of its intellect, perhaps it would be reasonable for General Ha to grasp some formidable skills in this environment, Lu Ran encouraged. Upon hearing this, General Ha straightened with respect, acknowledging the validity of the assertion. In the next moment, it remained still, slightly closing its eyes, seemingly preparing to comprehend amidst the wind and snow. Lu Ran exclaimed, "What on earth?" Just as he was about to rouse General Ha, a hailstone, as if wrapped in the oncoming wind and snow, hurtled towards his face, prompting Lu Ran to swiftly draw the wind-cleaving sword and slash forward. Bang! The sword light flashed, cleaving the hailstone in two, causing it to fall on either side of Lu Ran. I implore you, do not engage in deep contemplation. We must traverse this area for at least 4 hours. Let us complete the challenge before you delve into insight. As he spoke, General Ha suddenly opened its eyes. A sword of wind materialized in its mouth. Clenching its self-formed sword of wind, General Ha bore an intense expression. Woof. Lu Ran stood momentarily stunned, questioning General Ha's intentions. What transpired next left Lu Ran utterly astonished. The swirling winds enveloping General Ha began to rapidly converge towards the wind sword it held in its mouth. An incredible energy was being relentlessly compressed at the mouth of General Ha. Buzz buzz buzz. The wind sword trembled like a tempest. In that moment, Lu Ran realized that General Ha was attempting to master the technique of energy compression. Previously, Ha Zong had made several attempts. Yet due to the lack of experience and the fact that it was not the primary training task, he had not succeeded. However, now, Lu Ran perceived that Ha Zong's energy compression process was evidently more stable than before. Could it be? Lu Ran observed quietly, and finally, the immense power of wind was compressed into the wind sword, seemingly reaching a certain limit. The originally white sword transformed entirely into a celestial blue, resembling a sword forged from the sky. With a howl, Hazong struggled to grasp the sky sword and flung it forward. Compression, shaping, and release, 3 techniques combined. Storm Slash. A terrifying wave of sword energy was unleashed by Hazong. The color was a brilliant sky blue, with a massive arc of sword energy measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, its length surpassing any attack Hazong had previously released. More importantly, it was not merely the increased range of attack. The energy contained within each unit length of the sword energy was also significantly amplified. The roar of the sword energy at that moment seemed to overshadow the howling wind and snow. In Lu Ran's eyes, only this sword energy remained. With a thunderous sound, wherever the sword energy passed, the wind and snow dissipated, as if the blizzard had been cleaved in two. One sword, and the blizzard scattered. Lu Ran took a deep breath. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The moment the blizzard was cut, the surrounding wind and snow quickly filled in again. To contend against the forces of nature remained a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Ran remained in a daze, astonished that Hazong had truly grasped it. Such formidable power could already be classified as a high-level skill, could it not? Yet, Lu Ran gazed at Hazong, who had turned around, his tears frozen, his mouth full of blood that had turned to icy shards. He fell into contemplation. Healing, healing, Hazong urged. The backlash from the energy compression technique had been too severe. The explosive force had shattered Hazong's teeth, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. This technique should not be recklessly employed without a means of healing. It seemed that the recovery of intelligence was limited. Or perhaps, were you already impatient to forge the Fanya sword? Lu Ran observed. Chapter 56, refreshing 3 times a day. Although Hazong was in a dire state, Lu Ran did not rush to heal him. Instead, he first instructed Hazong to remove the broken and precarious dog teeth so as not to waste them. Hazong wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had merely wished to impress Lu Ran, showcasing his talents. Yet he had not anticipated the immense backlash of this technique. He truly was not eager to forge the Fanya sword. The pain from the loss of teeth felt far more intense than a wound inflicted by a monstrous cat. Moments later, Lu Ran acquired 12 wind dog teeth. After these teeth were removed from Hazong's mouth, Lu Ran's data I activated immediately. Name: Wind dog teeth. Level: Ordinary. Description: a set of low-quality beast teeth, with potential uses yet to be developed. Why does it feel like you could compete with an ordinary monstrous cat? Lu Ran observed Hazong, who had already replaced his teeth. At that moment, Hazong bared his teeth, gnashing them up and down, thoroughly satisfied. Woof woof. However, he was greatly displeased with Lu Ran's words. What did he mean by competing with an ordinary monstrous cat? That Storm Slash should be used more frequently. At this time, Lu Ran also discovered a new skill on Hazong's contract card. Wind Blade Technique, Storm Slash. A technique that continuously compresses wind energy within the sword. It can directly slash or release enhanced sword energy through external techniques. At this moment, both the slashing and sword energy attacks would be extraordinarily terrifying. After all, this technique effectively combines the power of several sword energies, even dozens, into one. However, correspondingly, it not only consumes a great deal of energy, but also induces significant backlash. Just one Storm Slash drained 2/3 of Hazong's stamina, rendering him unable to execute a second. It was destined to be a decisive technique, akin to the initial sword energy. As for the backlash, it can only be said that while Hazong had learned this technique, he remained in a very unskilled stage. Had he merely utilized energy compression to condense the energy at his fangs and employed the Storm Fang, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. Among pets of level 10, most novice beast tamers would not dare to let their pets attempt energy compression. Yet here was Hazong, combining energy shaping, energy compression, and energy release, amalgamating various energy techniques. It was remarkable that it did not go awry. To have accomplished this was already a miracle. Perhaps the frigid environment truly had awakened Hazong's potential. With this level of multitasking intelligence, Lu Ran would believe he could lead a race. Unfortunately, his eagerness to showcase himself led to his severe injuries. Had it been another's pet, it would have been rendered useless long ago. After all, even a pet proficient in healing could not so swiftly provide a new set of teeth. From this perspective, the Divine Deer Pendant was indeed formidable. Currently, the upper limit of the Divine Deer Pendant they had tested was the regeneration of severed limbs. Having tested it on a grasshopper that had been devoured by the King of Sudden Death. This meant that even if Hazong's entire leg were severed by a creature like the Blade Mantis, as long as the Divine Deer Pendant still possessed sufficient energy, it should be able to restore it. An epic resource, truly deserving of its name. Viewed in this light, the Divine Deer Pendant was not without detoxifying effects. Should Ha Zong inadvertently sustain a snakebite on his leg one day, he could swiftly sever the leg to prevent the toxin from spreading and simply replace it. Woof woof woof. At this moment, seeing Lu Ran deep in thought after suggesting that he use storm / more often, Ha Zong sensed that Lu Ran was likely concocting something nefarious again. He felt slightly overwhelmed, having expended too much stamina on a single storm slash. Coupled with the earlier challenge in the forest of monstrous cats, Ha Zong gazed at the endless expanse of snow, feeling somewhat drained. Perhaps it would be best to retreat? Exhaustion must yield to victory. After all, this was a challenge fee of 500 crystal coins. Do you know how much dog food that could buy? Lu Ran surveyed the barren, snowy landscape, realizing that the only hope for recouping his investment lay in the rewards for completing the challenge. This place seemed devoid of resources to gather. Speaking of which, he retrieved 2 wooden scales and tossed them to Ha Zong, indicating that he should consume them to replenish his stamina. For the first half, we will journey together. For the latter half, if I cannot persist, you must carry me. Today, the 2 of us shall ensure that we conquer this secret realm. Ha Zong. In Infinite City number 3, beneath the Divine Pet ranking. The atmosphere remained lively, especially after the morning when a passerby claimed the top spot on the Divine Pet ranking, which had been the topic of discussion for quite some time. Among the crowd, Fong Lan, the pig farmer, and the little white dragon, all familiar faces to Lu Ran, had come to witness the event in person. Upon seeing Lu Ran's name, they felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. However, a sudden change occurred. The ranking had been updated again. It was now Pluto. Suddenly, someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. Everyone turned to the Divine Pet ranking and was astonished to discover that Lu Ran, who had held the top position for less than half a day, had been pushed down to second place. Regional announcement. Divine Pet ranking, extraordinary race ranking updated. Rank Divine Pet, race, Golden Thunder Eagle. Attributes, lightning. Race level, high extraordinary. Growth level, level 10. Beast-Tamer, Pluto. The reason for inclusion, evolved from the Golden Eagle, awakened the power of lightning. Infused with the Golden Lightning trait. In the challenging novice secret realm, the Beastly Forest, it dealt a heavy blow to the high-level extraordinary 10th grade Minotaur with a single electric strike. The ranking ascended to the first position on the extraordinary Divine Pets list. Upon seeing this update, the newcomers in the Beast Master Plaza gasped in astonishment. They had been speculating that once someone reached level 10 and fused with a new trait, they might push the pedestrian off the leaderboard. However, they did not anticipate such rapid progression. In almost no time, the pedestrian, who had been relegated to second place, was none other than the illustrious Ming Wangxing. Not only had his pet reached level 10, but it also fused with the Golden Lightning trait, which mutated its lightning energy, wreaking havoc in the challenging secret realm. The envious crowd murmured. Surely, this Golden Lightning trait could not have been acquired by Ming Wangxing himself, but instead prepared for him by his affluent family. Achieving level 10 without having to conquer the abyss-level secret realm to fuse with traits left many green with envy. The pedestrian's misfortune was palpable. He had scarcely held on to the top spot for a day before being overtaken, prompting a wave of sympathy. Yet before they could lament for too long, the Divine Pets list updated again, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The regional announcement declared an update on the Divine Pets and Extraordinary Races lists. The newly listed Divine Pet was the Snowfield Dog, with the attribute of wind, classified as a mid-level extraordinary species, and currently at growth level 9. The pedestrian, who had achieved this, was none other than the pedestrian himself. The reason for inclusion, evolved from the Snowfield Dog, awakened the power of the storm, and in the ordinary difficulty novice secret realm, the Blizzard Mountain. He cut through the blizzard with a single strike. The ranking soared to the first position on the extraordinary Divine Pets list. The crowd was left bewildered. The discussions that had once been fervent came to a sudden halt, as they absorbed the dramatic scene unfolding before them, yet no one dared to speak. The surrounding beast masters stared wide-eyed at the Divine Pets list, which remained silent for a long time until finally, someone exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the pedestrian's pet only level 6 this morning? How could it have advanced 3 levels in just half a day? Surely, this must be some sort of cheat. It must have utilized rare resources for enhancement. How could a novice possibly obtain such rare resources? This surely must be another case of a rich second generation. Frustrated, the crowd felt disoriented, utterly bewildered. It seemed that the Divine Pets list in Infinite City number 3 was even more incomprehensible and illogical than those in other Infinite Cities. Meanwhile, in the Beastly Forest secret realm, 2 youths exchanged smiles as they gazed at the charred giant beast lying on the ground. Thank you, my brother. Without you, I would have found it quite challenging to face this giant beast alone. Not at all. I didn't do much, just cleared out the minions. Your Golden Lightning was truly formidable, taking down that Minotaur in a flash. Let us hurry back. You must have reclaimed the top spot on the divine pets list by now. Dressed in black and possessing striking good looks, Ming Wangxing nodded with a smile. After realizing that he had been bested by a pedestrian and lost the top spot, he swiftly enhanced his pet, eager to reclaim his position. This was not only for his own glory, but also for the reputation of the Xingxing Guild. Moments later, Ming Wangxing was teleported back to his exclusive room. As soon as he emerged, he eagerly pulled out his identity card, hoping to see messages from others reporting good news. Incredibly, he discovered that he had indeed reclaimed the first position. A smile spread across his face, but it quickly faded when another message arrived. What? How could he have been overtaken again? Ming Wangxing was incredulous and rushed out, heading straight to the Beastmaster Plaza. Upon arriving, he stared at the top position occupied by the Snowfield dog and was left in a state of shock. A dog cut through a blizzard with a single sword strike? He suspected he must still be dreaming. It was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Lu Ran and Ha Zong could hardly have anticipated that merely comprehending a skill and cutting through a blizzard would generate such a significant reaction outside. They were still grappling with the challenges of the secret realm. Indeed, the Blizzard Mountain secret realm was arduous, every moment fraught with torment. As they progressed, Lu Ran found his exposed skin either scraped by the biting wind or frostbitten. His clothing was thickly coated with snow. Were it not for the divine deer pendant he wore, he would have likely been dissuaded long ago. Others attempting to conquer this secret realm would be ill-equipped without cold-resistant clothing and resources. Otherwise, it would be nearly unmanageable. On the other hand, Ha Zong, who had started off full of energy, gradually became fatigued, primarily due to the relentless hailstones attacking from all directions. To protect both himself and Lu Ran, he had to remain constantly vigilant. Even so, Ha Zong had suffered multiple bruises from the hail, losing the initial joy he felt and growing increasingly resentful of the icy environment. After several hours, Lu Ran and Ha Zong finally emerged from the most intense area of the blizzard. At that moment, the system voice rang out. Congratulations on completing the Secret Realm Challenge. Rating A. Congratulations, you have earned 350 crystal coins. Congratulations, you have acquired a high-level resource, Gale Seed. Congratulations, you have acquired a high-level resource, Ice Crystal Mine. Not bad. Although this secret realm was time-consuming, the danger was relatively low. I will aim to complete it 3 times daily. With the divine deer pendant firmly in hand, Lu Ran remarked while giving Ha Zong a weight training session on his back. Woof woof. Chapter 57. Sibling Rivalry for Favor. Ha Zong had his own pride. He was quite displeased with Lu Ran's suggestion of tackling the secret realm 3 times a day. It was not that he resented carrying Lu Ran after he grew weary. Ha Zong was eager to traverse the blizzard with Lu Ran, as it showcased his own strength. However, Ha Zong could not accept that while carrying Lu Ran, he also had to bear the weight of 2 swords, increasing his load. According to Lu Ran, this was a form of mutual weight training, a synchronized effort, a great victory of the extraordinary beast mimicry. The icy environment made Ha Zong feel as though his intelligence was being insulted. Yet the crux of the matter was that Lu Ran claimed his extraordinary beast mimicry had indeed improved. This left Ha Zong momentarily perplexed. Do not overthink it. I believe you must be hungry now. In the exclusive room, having escaped the icy conditions, Ha Zong's expression quickly returned to one of clarity and wisdom. Ignoring the previous events, he faced Lu Ran, and his stomach grumbled. Woof. Ha Zong weakly responded, realizing the importance of food. Now both hungry and exhausted, he had struggled during their passage through the blizzard. It could be said that if not for Ha Zong's initial strike against the blizzard, they would have conserved much more energy, thus improving their rating. Ultimately, the score for this secret realm was based on the efficiency of traversing through the blizzard. Let us eat. Facing the famished dog, Lu Ran smiled as he unpacked the food. Woof. Ha Zong eagerly extended his tongue, drooling in anticipation. In addition to Ha Zong's original food, Lu Ran also produced the recently acquired Gale Seed. This seed resembled a blue peanut, cool to the touch, which Lu Ran tossed to Ha Zong, gesturing for him to eat. Name, Linfeng Zhizhong. Level, Advanced. Introduction. A unique seed born in frigid environments. It only grows when the cold reaches its zenith. After scanning with the data eye, Lu Ran discovered that there was no specific explanation for the purpose of Linfeng Zhizhong, and it appeared to be a semi-finished product. However, since Dr. Gu mentioned that this item could enhance Ha Zong's wind-based powers to a more frigid state, Lu Ran considered it to possess hidden effects. This suggests that the data eye is not infallible. It is also possible that his basic data eye level is too low. Woof woof. Ha Zong eagerly devoured the food, while Lu Ran took out a mu lingua to eat, simultaneously opening the communication interface, as it seemed he had received numerous messages. Wu Du Jiaoxing Nu. Wow. How did you reach level 9? How did you challenge the stormy Snow Mountain secret realm? What is going on? Were you not looking for your master in Jinling? How could he teach your Ha Zong to level up? Where are you? Goodness, how does everyone know? Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Ha Zong's performance in the Stormy Snow Secret Realm was likely monitored by the Divine Pet Leaderboard. It appears that not only battles with living beings are recorded, even mastering skills through confronting nature in the Secret Realm counts as a noteworthy achievement. Crunch. Lu Ran took a bite of the fruit and remarked, "Now, the entire Infinite City knows that Ha Zong leveled up from 6 to 9 in just one morning. However, this is not a major concern. These resources are provided by Dr. Gu, further solidifying my association with her. With such a formidable ally, I should be able to level up in peace, free from the disturbances of various peculiar forces." Lu Ran replied to Fong Lan. "Just exited the Secret Realm. Hi. It's not every day I encounter Dr. Gu in real life. We had a conversation, and upon witnessing my exceptional talent, she gifted me a rare resource to invest in. After consuming it, Ha Zong leveled up by 3 levels. Fong Lan responded instantly, with a barrage of question marks. Wu Du Jiaoxing knew. Lu Ran chuckled, envisioning Fong Lan's bewildered expression, as she had previously taken pride in knowing Dr. Gu. Now Dr. Gu had bestowed a gift upon Lu Ran, which would leave anyone in a state of astonishment. This is indeed a unique situation. Next time I meet Dr. Gu, I shall request her to also look after Fong Lan and myself. After we finish the abandoned research facility, we might refrain from entering the breakthrough secret realm and help Fong Lan level up." Wu Du Jiaoxing knew. "Are you serious? Did you really meet Dr. Gu in real life?" Lu Ren. "Oh, I almost forgot. She also gave me her number and asked me to add her as a friend. You should have her as a friend, right? If not, you can verify for yourself." With that, Lu Ran sent a friend request to Gu Qingyi. Her nickname in Infinite City is Gu Qingyi, using her real name as a warrior in this realm. At this moment, Dr. Gu seemed to be in Infinite City and accepted the request promptly. As soon as they added each other as friends, Dr. Gu sent a message. "It seems you had quite a fruitful experience in the Stormy Snow Mountain." Lu Ren. "Yes, it's a great place, thank you." Gu Qingyi. "I'm glad to hear that. Additionally, I've delved deeper into the sword intent you mentioned, as well as the advanced techniques related to it. It feels quite similar to advanced energy shaping. Would you like to learn more?" Lu Ran was taken aback and immediately replied affirmatively. Gu Qingyi. "Are you aware of the levels of energy shaping? Let me introduce them to you. Energy shaping techniques are divided into 3 levels. The first level is form. This level involves simply reshaping energy into another form, be it a blade, armor, or even sculpting energy into a mountain or a meteorite to strike an enemy. It is not difficult to comprehend, right? At this level, the specific shape is not of great significance. The key lies in the second level, which is intent. At this level, the objects shaped from pet energy approach reality and can embody a certain spirit. For instance, if a monkey shapes a dragon's head on its fist to create a dragon fist, does it not appear extravagant? However, if this monkey possesses a profound understanding of dragons and perhaps embodies certain dragon-like traits, it may grasp the power and spiritual realm of such a creature. In that case, the dragon fist it unleashes will truly embody the strength of a dragon. This form of energy shaping is often referred to as intent shaping. In essence, it allows the shaped object to possess more spirit and imbue it with a certain will, thus enhancing its power. I feel that since you have a talent for comprehending skills, you can start working towards this direction. Were you not challenging the storm? You could attempt to integrate the power of the storm into the sword intent, achieving either a storm sword intent or a storm sword style. Compared to your current intimidating sword style, the power of nature would surely be more imposing, wouldn't it? This realization brought Lu Ran to tears. He gazed at the tutorial sent by Dr. Gu, utterly speechless. It was no wonder Fong Lan adored Dr. Gu so much. Who wouldn't he? Knowing that she was genuinely interested in his swordsmanship research and even strategizing for him was truly remarkable. Indeed, the Beastmaster sword style felt rather simplistic. In essence, the Beastmaster sword style relies on the intimidation of the species. Presently, Ha Zong, at best, is akin to a wolf king. It can intimidate lesser creatures like cats and dogs, but when faced with more ferocious beasts, birds of prey, or even dinosaurs, it stands little chance of instilling fear. In contrast, forces such as lightning, flames, and storms, which emanate from nature, would undoubtedly be more menacing if they could be transformed into sword styles. However, mastering such concepts would certainly not be easy. Nevertheless, Dr. Gu's suggestion provided Lu Ran with new inspiration. He could have Ha Zong attempt to harness the power of the storm during their time in the Stormy Snow Mountain secret realm. Daily confrontations with the storm, striking it 3 times, could help in comprehending its strength. Additionally, they could collect Boya's teeth. Lu Ren. That makes sense. We will certainly give it a try. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Gu. By the way, you mentioned the 3rd level of energy shaping. What is it? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ran continued to inquire. Dr. Gu. Oh, the third level? In truth, I have yet to master it myself. I have only seen another beast master from a different world utilizing it within the breakthrough secret realm. The third level is life-shaping. If the second level endows the shaped entity with spiritual will, the third level can even imbue the shaped form with lifelike behavior. I suspect that those biological projections in the secret realm were created through life shaping by the creators of Infinite City. This level is still far from you, so there is no need to delve into it too deeply. For now, focus on advancing towards the second level. Even among second-generation beast masters, many have not been able to master the second level of shaping. If you succeed, you will undoubtedly possess an overwhelming advantage among the fourth-generation beast masters. No more for now. It seems someone is looking for me. All right. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Lu Ran silently noted down the words spoken by Gu Qingyi, the shaping of form, the shaping of meaning, the shaping of life. Currently, Hazong was still at the first stage. Initially, it was assumed that Hazong had already grasped the 4 fundamental energy utilization methods at such an early stage, which seemed quite perfect. However, it appeared that it was merely the beginning. After energy shaping, there were still 2 levels remaining. What about the other techniques? Might there be others as well? Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi received a communication from Fong Lan. Fong Lan exclaimed, Gu Shuejia. I heard from Lu Ran that you have met him in reality? Gu Qingyi replied, Indeed, your brother possesses remarkable talent. I was just chatting with him. You must strive to keep up, otherwise, it will be difficult for both of you to team up in the future. Fong Lan was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a mix of emotions, she had indeed met him. However, her parents strictly prohibited her from entering the secret realm. Being immersed in the competition arena was already her limit. I knew it. I told you he had great talent. But this guy has a penchant for recklessness. Gu Shuejia. If possible, please take good care of him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his talent if he perished in the secret realm. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly be formidable. Though Gu Basher was taken, Fong Lan still tearfully spoke on behalf of Lu Ran. All right, Gu Basher smiled. By the way, Shuejia, is there any way for me to rapidly catch up to him without entering the secret realm? I don't want to fall too far behind. Gu Qingyi chuckled, noting the competitive spirit of the youth. She responded, It's quite simple. You must realize that your pet is of the poison type, which possesses the strongest combat capabilities among all attributes. The Beastmaster University I mentioned earlier should have a toxicology course. If you thoroughly research this course, it is possible to cultivate a venom that enables a level 10 pet to kill creatures several levels higher. Shall I send you some textbooks in advance for you to study? I recall your Gaokao score was 9th in the province, so you should manage. Gu Qingyi gazed thoughtfully at Fong Lan, considering the potential growth of these siblings. On that very day, Lu Ran chose not to continue challenging the secret realm. Although he had reaped considerable rewards from each entry, both he and Hazong had limited stamina. However, tomorrow, Lu Ran planned to seize the opportunity and enter the Mantis Jungle secret realm. For the foreseeable future, he decided to alternate challenges between the Blizzard Mountain and Mantis Jungle secret realms, committing to challenge each at least once daily until the resources therein could no longer enhance Hazong. First, he aimed to enable Hazong to transform the normal wind energy into the fierce wind energy through the Blizzard Mountain secret realm. Following that, he intended to convert the Beast Sword S momentum into the Blizzard Sword S momentum as much as possible, as advised by Gu Basher. Subsequently, he would utilize the blade-shaped grass from the Mantis Jungle secret realm to continually enhance Hazong's wind energy cutting properties. Using mantis wings, he would amplify Hazong's sensitivity to wind energy. With the heart of a gold-type insect, he aimed to enhance Hazong's sharp teeth, aspiring for them to reach a high-quality level, thus making the crafted sword even more formidable. Once Hazong had exhausted these resources and could no longer be enhanced by such low-level materials, he believed that challenging a secret realm of abyss difficulty alongside the windfall sword would not pose a problem. Eat well, indulge yourself. You may not have the appetite tomorrow. Lu Ran instructed Hazong. Hazong responded with a puzzled expression, Wong. It was clear that Hazong was not intimidated easily. After treating himself to a hearty meal, Hazong retired to the black card for a well-deserved rest, as Lu Ran opted not to consume its food today. Although it seemed he owed a significant sum, the fact remained that with 8,000 crystal coins in his possession, he was now a bona fide wealthy individual. Moreover, once the results of the divine pet rankings were finalized, a significant influx of crystal coins would follow. Lu Ran felt that while he could economize in certain aspects, he could not afford to skimp on enhancing his own strength. He resolved to locate a restaurant in Wuxian City to sample gourmet dishes crafted from unique ingredients sourced from the secret realms. These delicacies typically offered substantial bonuses to Beastmaster's attributes, making them worth the expense. Additionally, Lu Ran planned to visit the forge house to inquire whether the sharp teeth could be utilized as materials for weapon forging. At the forge house, Lu Ran arrived shortly. relieved to find the door open and the establishment still operational. As he entered, he noticed Master Lin without any customers, casually smoking a cigarette while engrossed in a book titled Beast-Taming Girl's Love. Upon sensing Lu Ran's presence, he smoothly tucked the book away and turned to face his visitor. "Ah, it's you," Master Lin exclaimed, standing up and slapping the table in astonishment. If he had to pinpoint his greatest regret in recent times, it would undoubtedly be not adding that peculiar beast master who had come to forge a sword for his dog as a friend. Had Lu Ran faded into obscurity afterward, it wouldn't have mattered. However, with Lu Ran's recent ascent to the top of the divine pet rankings, Master Lin immediately realized that the young man who had visited him for weapon forging was undoubtedly a remarkable newcomer. With only 7 extraordinary divine pets in the entirety of Xia country, Lu Ran's position as number 1 in Wuxian City implied that his potential was likely among the top 10 of the 4th-generation beastmasters across the nation. Such an exceptional newcomer was certainly worth befriending in advance. "Master Lin, it's been a while," Lu Ran grinned. "You've actually reached the top of the divine pet rankings, and you've truly mastered that combat style," Master Lin commented. "When you came to forge your weapon, I never anticipated this outcome." "Haha, just luck," Lu Ran chuckled. "Master Lin, I've come primarily to consult you regarding weapon forging. Are you dissatisfied with the Windfall Sword S level and wish to upgrade it?" Master Lin inquired. In the novice stage, high-level weapons are generally sufficient. Excessively high levels can be demanding on the wielder's strength, making them difficult to handle. "I'm not looking to change weapons, but it's somewhat similar. Consider it an early inquiry," Lu Ran explained. "I wish to know if this material could be incorporated into the sword's forging." As he spoke, Lu Ran produced the Wind Dog's sharp tooth and placed it on the table. "I don't need it to elevate the sword's level or power. It merely needs to integrate seamlessly without affecting the sword's other functions and quality," Lu Ran clarified. Master Lin picked up the Wind Dog's sharp tooth, examining it closely. "Is this your pet's tooth? You wish to incorporate it into the weapon to enhance its compatibility and connection?" Lu Ran was taken aback. "Master, you really know your stuff." Master Lin laughed heartily. "In all of Xia country, I rank among the top 10 for forging skills. How could I not understand the little thoughts of you newcomers? There's no problem at all. Whenever you wish to forge a new weapon, just come find me. I guarantee you won't find any faults. It's just a pity that your pet's teeth lack a high degree of cultivation. Otherwise, integrating them could potentially enhance the sword. But then again, since it already wields a sword, what is the point of cultivating teeth? No matter how powerful the teeth and claws may be, they cannot compare to the strength of various rare materials amalgamated to forge a weapon." Lu Ran listened attentively and remarked, "In other words, if I could provide a higher grade of sharp teeth, these could indeed serve as primary materials for weapon forging, correct?" Master Lin nodded in agreement. "Certainly. An exceptional blacksmith will tailor their creations to suit the unique properties of the materials at hand. I am not like those novices who merely churn out standardized weapons on an assembly line." "Very well. When the time comes, I shall prepare the materials and pay you a visit," Lu Ran responded. The heart of the insect from the mantis secret realm might enhance the grade of Ha Zong's teeth. This was indeed part of the plan. "Oh, don't rush off just yet. Did you not inquire about where to learn forging last time?" Lu Ran directed his gaze towards the other. "Did I not recommend you to the Beastmaster University? If you were genuinely interested, you could come. Initially, I was invited to teach there, but I was reluctant. However, they have offered me too much for me to refuse, so I might indeed become a professor. When you come, I can personally instruct you in the art of forging. Given that your pet is accustomed to utilizing weapons, having a Beastmaster forge them personally would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to those crafted by others," Master Lin chuckled. "At that point, I shall provide you with additional insights beyond the curriculum." "Really?" Lu Ran's eyes brightened. "Absolutely. A prodigy enjoys privileges wherever they go." As Lu Ran reveals his potential, Master Lin, a distinguished figure in the forging profession, finds admiration for him. The weapons he forges wreak havoc in the hands of customers, instilling a sense of pride in his craft. "At that time, I shall consider applying to the forging department," Lu Ran stated. "That would be feasible. However, if you are determined to learn forging, remember to contract a fire-type pet as your second," Master Lin advised. Lu Ran felt a bit awkward, pondering how to manage with Baobi Wang already being of the lightning type. It would be implausible to awaken a secondary fire attribute for either Ha Zong or Baobi Wang. Just as Lu Ran contemplated delving deeper into the subject of fire-type pets, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. A sullen-looking youth clad in black entered the forging house. "Uncle Lin, did that passerby who topped the divine pet rankings come here to forge a weapon? I heard it from someone in the guild. Do you have any information on him?" The arrival of the black-clad youth interrupted the conversation between Master Lin and Lu Ran. Lu Ran acknowledged with a sound, turning to this youth who appeared to be of similar age. "Is this fellow seeking me?" The entrance of the black-clad youth momentarily stunned Master Lin. "What brings this kid here? Is there a guest? Upon seeing Lu Ran, the youth exclaimed, then Uncle Lin. You carry on. You are looking for me? Lu Ran inquired. This question rendered the black-clad youth momentarily rigid, gazing at Lu Ran incredulously. You are the passerby? I am. And you are? Lu Ran asked, though he already suspected the answer upon noticing the guild emblem on the youth's chest. So, you are from the Chuanqing Guild? Finally. I found you. The youth, named Ming Wangxing, released a breath he had been holding. I am Ming Wangxing, the one ranked second in the divine pet rankings. Lu Ran was momentarily speechless, instantly grasping the youth's intention for seeking him out. Ha! At this juncture, Master Lin chuckled. I maintain cooperative relationships with all major guilds and often provide them with equipment for dungeon strategies. When I saw you make the rankings, I boasted that your weapon was forged by me, and unexpectedly, someone came looking for you. What is this? Are you feeling disgruntled that the top spot was snatched away? Ming Wangxing replied, a bit, but I shall reclaim my position soon. However, the rankings do not denote much. I am more eager to see how I measure up against you in the arena. He then turned to Lu Ran. Are you interested? I won't make it unfair. We can battle once your pet reaches level 10 and has fused its traits. Consider this a preemptive challenge. Ming Wangxing was utterly serious, particularly since he had faced mockery from his guild seniors after being pushed to second place. Although he understood it was all in jest, it still left a sour taste in his mouth. He could not fathom how a mere dog could possess greater potential than his Thunder Eagle. What if I am not inclined to fight? I lack interest, Lu Ran replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ming Wangxing was taken aback. How can you not want to battle? I plan to challenge the secret realms 2 or 3 times a day, which is quite tiring. I simply do not have the energy. Lu Ran dismissed the idea. 2 or 3 times a day in the secret realms. Both Master Lin and Ming Wangxing were slightly taken aback. Do you possess boundless stamina? Ming Wangxing's gaze flickered as he began to understand why Lu Ran seemed formidable. It appeared that he too would need to venture into the secret realms 3 times a day upon returning. I want to let you fight for free. There will be stakes involved. If you manage to defeat me, you may set any condition you desire. If you lose, I shall require nothing from you, Ming Wangxing proposed. The materials you obtain from the secret realms may not even match the rare items I can provide. Lu Ran expressed his astonishment, staring blankly at the youth who was roughly the same age as himself. Is this child foolish? Is he the Navi son of a landlord, so eager to offer resources to others? Is this for real? Lu Ran queried. If I were to win against you, would you provide me with a thunder-type awakening fruit? Ming Wangxing chuckled. No problem. Lu Ran felt a surge of incredulity. Indeed, he was like the landlord's foolish son. Was he not the one who would be benefiting? Why did he not exhibit even a hint of hesitation? Battles in the arena are not out of the question. Lu Ran's expression transformed in an instant, and he smiled. Once I find the time, I will reach out to you. May I add you as a friend? Of course. It seems I may acquire the awakening fruit for Baobi Wang for free. No wonder Fong Lan is always so delighted in the arena. It is far more lucrative than delving into secret realms. He silently expressed gratitude for the generosity of the Chuanqing Guild. May the stars bless you. If only the other 6 top contenders from the Infinite City were also like the landlord's foolish son, he could ascend all 6 rankings and reap a bounty of resources. Though it might render him a public enemy. Lu Ran shook his head. Chapter 59, The Peculiar Secret Realm. Lu Ran accepted the challenge posed by Ming Wangxing, but he had no intention of battling immediately. After all, it revolved around a valuable awakening fruit, and prudence was paramount. Although Hazong was ranked higher than Ming Wangxing, the latter had already attained level 10 and fused his traits. Most importantly, he possessed the advantage of flight. Furthermore, Lu Ran was uncertain of the beast mastery skills and equipment Ming Wangxing possessed. Engaging in a battle at this juncture would still carry risks of failure. At the very least, he needed to wait until Hazong reached level 10 and thoroughly conquered the 2 secret realms to further enhance his strength before proceeding. I will await you. Ming Wangxing left his contact information and did not linger long. Lu Ran calmly watched him depart, already planning to seize the opportunity. Then, Master Lin. I shall take my leave, Lu Ran said to Master Lin. Indeed, Master Lin nodded. The disparity in strength between a pet that has fused traits and one that has not is substantial. Likewise, the gap between those who have awakened their racial talents and those who have not is equally vast. Before Lu Ran exited, Master Lin offered a reminder, indicating that while their duel posed no issues, Lu Ran should refrain from entertaining thoughts of battling beyond his means. Understood, Lu Ran nodded, feeling no undue concern. The placement of Hazong at the top of the divine pet ranking suggested that Hazong far surpassed others in skill comprehension. This advantage in skills should not be underestimated, as it likely rivaled the enhancements brought about by traits. It was worth noting that, among other prodigies, Fong Lan had seemingly only mastered a single instance of energy flow over the course of the past week. However, Zong has not only mastered several key techniques, but has also learned to combine them seamlessly. For now, it suffices to expand their advantages. Leaving the forge, Lu Ran casually found a hot pot restaurant nearby, indulging in a variety of fresh meats sourced from the secret realms, and departed with satisfaction. After a night of rest, both Lu Ran and Zong were invigorated, ready to embark on a new challenge in the secret realm. This lifestyle reminded Lu Ran of his early days in online gaming. Indeed, one must exert themselves. The prospect of periodic rewards loomed just ahead, and the inability to grasp them left him feeling restless. Now, even in his dreams, he envisioned mastering weapon traits. Haunted by dreams of Zong's flawless evolution of monsters, all replaced by Zong. In their exclusive chamber, Zong raised his head, inquiring about the day's plans. According to yesterday's discussion, they would first tackle the Mantis Jungle secret realm, while also recharging the energy of Duanjiao. If time permitted after the challenge, they would revisit the Blizzard Mountain secret realm. Zong's eyes sparkled with wisdom, exclaiming that it was indeed a day filled with hope. If this were a more lethargic creature, such as a giant panda raised in a zoo, it might have already begun to complain. Yet, having just awakened and brimming with energy, Zong was unconcerned by such laborious tasks. A mighty howl erupted from him, urging Lu Ran to set off promptly. The blade mantis awaited. It intended to confront its adversaries with its scythe-like arms to gauge their abilities. Then I shall pay. Lu Ran smiled slightly. Zong was indeed reliable. It was worth noting that due to the perilous nature of secret realms, many pets developed a psychological aversion after their initial experiences. Unless a beast master forcibly commanded them through their bond, they would be reluctant to face the challenges of secret realms again. Lu Ran had encountered numerous such accounts on the Beastmaster forum. However, with Zong, it was relatively worry-free. As long as it was fed, it would comply with any task. Having nurtured their bond for over a year and achieved perfect taming through telepathy, they had bypassed the phase of mutual acclimatization, which was a distinct advantage. Name: Mantis Jungle, Secret Realm Level, Novice, Difficulty, Hard, Challenge Crystal Coins, 700, due to the exponential increase in resource value within the secret realm. There was even a small chance of obtaining invaluable wind-type enhancement techniques for beasts, resulting in a rise in the challenge crystal coins. However, the increase was modest, as the dangers within the secret realm had also escalated significantly, making resources harder to obtain. For instance, even if one met the criteria for the wind-type enhancement technique, the drop rate was merely 1, an impossibility for the unluckiest of adventurers. Yet, should fortune favor them, this Beastmaster could be considered extraordinarily wealthy during their novice phase. Would you like to spend 700 crystal coins to challenge the Mantis Jungle secret realm? Yes, Lu Ran confirmed in his heart, and was subsequently transported alongside Zong, who held a sword in its mouth. This time, both were armed, taking no chances, as they were entering a hard difficulty realm. Every blade mantis here had awakened attributes and attacked with their large blades, posing a lethal threat. Transport completed. Current location: Mantis Jungle, Novice Secret Realm. Difficulty: Hard. Challenge task: defeat the Mantis Jungle leader. Secret Realm description: the primary habitat of the Blade Mantis tribe, filled with abundant high-level resources, attracts countless adventurous beastmasters. However, due to the formidable combat prowess of the Blade Mantis tribe, this place has also become a graveyard for novice beastmasters. Tip: the maximum stay duration for novice secret realms is 8 hours. During this time, challengers may choose to return at their discretion, with a transport time of 10 seconds. At this moment, Lu Ran noticed the description of the Mantis Jungle secret realm and was slightly taken aback. This time, there was no mention of any Beastmaster empire or convoluted background. It appeared to be a rather ordinary secret realm. Just as Lu Ran expressed his thoughts on the normalcy of this realm, he and Zong found themselves staring blankly ahead. Two towering green blade mantises, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, were entwined together. It seemed they had just completed mating. What left Lu Ran and Zong in a state of shock was that the male blade mantis's head was already severed and being enjoyed by the female mantis. Upon entering, witnessing such gruesome behavior among mantises sent a chill down Lu Ran's spine. He was aware of the cannibalistic tendencies of mantises, but the sheer size of these creatures, comparable to humans, made it particularly unsettling. Suddenly, the female mantis noticed Lu Ran and Zong's presence. It cautiously retreated, its eyes scrutinizing the newcomers, while the male mantis's body fell lifelessly to the ground, its severed head tossed aside like a basketball. For the female mantis, all other matters were secondary to confronting this unknown threat. It brandished its scythe, adopting a battle stance, wings unfurled. Name: Blade Mantis, Attribute, Wind Race Level, High Extraordinary Level, 9. Indeed, this was a hard difficulty secret realm. The wild creature they encountered upon entry was formidable enough to easily overpower the grass demon cat. Before Lu Ran could further contemplate, the blade mantis enveloped itself in wind energy, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it swept low towards them. Its twin sides glimmered menacingly, seemingly intent on cleaving Lu Ran and Ha Zong in two. Woof! Seeing this, Ha Zong was actually quite exhilarated. Although the blade mantis wielded its own body as a weapon, the sight of a creature using a similar weapon brought Ha Zong a sense of satisfaction. With the sword firmly in its mouth, Ha Zong's gaze sharpened, channeling its formidable spirit through the Feng Yun sword. Boom! The fierce sword aura erupted, emanating a powerful presence from Ha Zong. Just as Ha Zong prepared to leap forward, ready to clash with the enemy using its swift sword strikes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Sensing Ha Zong's sword aura, the female mantis abruptly halted in midair, its green eyes filled with astonishment, refraining from launching an attack, seemingly intimidated by Ha Zong's overwhelming presence. However, the situation was markedly different from previous encounters where Ha Zong had instilled fear in other creatures. Chirrup! It began to vocalize in a peculiar manner, causing Ha Zong, who was poised to strike, to pause in confusion. Neither Lu Ran nor Ha Zong could comprehend the nature of this interaction. Lu Ran attempted to employ telepathy, but it proved futile. The mental connection was ineffective in this secret realm, and he could not decipher what the mantis was saying. Nevertheless, drawing from his extensive experience, Lu Ran discerned that the creature seemed disinclined to fight. If it merely wished to avoid confrontation due to Ha Zong's intimidating sword aura, Lu Ran could understand that. However, the next moment, as the female mantis gazed at Ha Zong's shining weapon with admiration, it began to perform a courtship dance, leaving Lu Ran utterly dumbfounded. Ha Zong was equally taken aback. What the heck? I knew this secret realm was peculiar. Cannibalism is one thing, but why is it courting like a dog? Just because Ha Zong bears a sword, does it consider him one of its kind? Lu Ran struggled to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of these extraordinary blade mantises. Woof woof woof. As Lu Ran spoke, Ha Zong's eyes widened further, clearly startled. Without uttering a word, the creature swiftly swung its head, unleashing a tempest of sword energy. In the incredulous gaze of the female mantis, her body was cleaved in two by the razor wind. As she lay dying, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. With the demise of the female mantis, Ha Zong exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He had witnessed the vile act of this female mantis devouring the male mantis with which she had just mated, and now she harbored intentions towards him. This vendetta, however, was momentarily set aside as he gazed at the carcass of the fallen mantis. Lu Ran shook his head in response, stating that one must maintain composure in the face of beauty's allure. Women only serve to impede one's swiftness in drawing a sword. Although Ha Zong had acted decisively this time, it was largely due to the disparity in their species, as she did not align with his aesthetic standards. He was cautioned to draw his sword promptly should he encounter a more alluring adversary in the future. Woof! Ha Zong nodded. Yet he felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction for not holding a grudge. Thus, his gaze shifted toward the fallen mantis, as the body dissipated without leaving behind any materials. Ha Zong narrowed his eyes. Mantis leader? You remember nothing of it, Lu Ran remarked. Before coming here, I conducted research. The blade mantis is a solitary creature, only pairing during mating season, and for the most part, it operates alone, each individual possessing distinct skills. In essence, it bears no relation to the mantis leader and is not subject to its control. If you cannot harbor a grudge, then I will remember this grievance. Chapter 60, A Wave of Prosperity. It seemed that this was not a realm where materials dropped with 100% guarantee. Lu Ran observed that this blade mantis had not yielded the mantis blade or mantis wing, prompting a sigh of disappointment. The absence of these two items meant that the rare resource, the blade-shaped grass, would likely be even more elusive. Indeed, if it were a wealthy creature possessing the blade-shaped grass, it would not resort to devouring male mantises. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder to seek a partner of wealth and strength. Lu Ran advised Ha Zong, lest one find themselves consumed utterly. Ha Zong wore a puzzled expression, questioning whether to seek such a partner. Recalling Lu Ran's earlier words about the potential impact on his sword-drawing speed, one must consider both sides of the coin. A wealthy partner would enhance your swordsmanship. Clearing his throat, Lu Ran declared, let us proceed to find those blade mantises that possess their own territories and guard the blade-shaped grass. Do not underestimate them. Though they are merely level 9, they are likely among the weakest, lacking any skills. Woof! With that, Lu Ran donned his Shenlu pendant and continued deeper into the forest with Ha Zong. Lu Ran walked on the left, while Ha Zong took the right, both advancing in unison. The solitary nature of the creatures in the mantis jungle realm meant that they only needed to engage in a singular encounter. In many respects, this proved simpler than contending with social creatures. However, This realm harbored a hidden mechanism. The strongest individual roamed unpredictably, lacking a fixed position. Only after defeating a certain number of ordinary blade mantises would it have a chance to manifest. Thus, challengers faced a war of attrition, gradually depleting their stamina. For those who sought to amass wealth through rare materials in an instant, this was undoubtedly a troublesome segment. Yet Lu Ran remained unfazed. His goal was to gather as many resources as possible, for his wallet had yet to reach the point of disregarding ordinary materials. Nonetheless, he needed to ensure that Hazong maintained a good state throughout the journey. Otherwise, when they encountered foes without stamina to unleash their skills, it would prove troublesome. If only I were as carefree as those foolish children on Pluto who never lack for currency, Lu Ran mused, contemplating whether he could convert cash into crystal coins. Feeling that hoarding so much cash was futile, he thought of the inheritance left by his parents. He imagined that with 5 million in savings, he could live quite comfortably, needing little more than the occasional luxury. Suddenly, Hazong's nose twitched, and his eyes sparkled. A woof. He called out to Lu Ran. Their essay sent something peculiar, a resource. Let us go. With Lu Ran's command, Hazong dashed ahead, leading the way until they soon discovered a blade-shaped grass a short distance away. It was a green, blade-like small plant. Lu Ran employed a grand identification spell. Name, blade-shaped grass. Level, advanced. Description, immature blade-shaped grass. Consuming it enhances the cutting properties of energy, and the effects double when mature. The discovery of the blade-shaped grass brought joy to Lu Ran and Hazong. Yet, as anticipated, matters were not so straightforward. Soon, amidst the rustling leaves, a male blade mantis emerged from the tree trunk. Its demeanor was hostile. This male blade mantis was level 10, boasting a pair of razor-sharp sides that were significantly larger than those of its predecessors, its body adorned with battle scars that testified to its extensive combat experience, making it appear formidable. Upon its arrival, it did not instantly attack. Instead, it brandished its scythes, warning Lu Ran and his companion to depart. It was awaiting the maturation of the blade-shaped grass and had no desire to complicate matters at such a crucial moment. Hazong, prepare for battle. Lu Ran had no intention of retreating. Wild resources belonged to the capable. Woof. Hazong stepped forward, closing in on the adversary, determined to claim the blade-shaped grass. Observing this, the blade mantis swiftly swung its scythe, launching a gust of wind towards the approaching Hazong. In response, Hazong, with sword in mouth, unleashed a counterattack of sword energy. The arc of white sword energy collided with the white wind blade, creating a disturbance in the surrounding air that resonated with the howl of the wind. In an instant, the sword energy obliterated the wind blade, unleashing a fierce gale that scattered the leaves in disarray. Although Hazong was a level lower, his sword energy, having undergone weapon enhancement, easily overpowered the opponent. The blade mantis staggered, intending to ascend to the heights to realign itself for a counterattack. Yet at that moment, Hazong unleashed the beast sword intent, its formidable aura imposing enough to momentarily halt the blade mantis, leaving it aghast. By the time it regained its composure, another wave of sword energy approached, and despite its utmost effort to react, it was struck, severing one of its arms and sending green blood splattering. With a pained expression, it emitted a cry of anguish. Fortunately, the sword intent acted as a control technique. Otherwise, the difficulty of soloing this foe would have escalated dramatically. Observing the injury inflicted upon the blade mantis, Lu Ran pondered that victory was now firmly tilted in their favor. A wolf Hazong's eyes glimmered as he seized the opportunity amidst the creature's agonizing cries. With a leap, he surged forward, propelled by the wind, and with a swift motion, cleaved the creature in two. As the blade mantis's body fell, Lu Ran and his companion had successfully dealt with this adversary. Well done. Lu Ran praised Hazong for his fluid execution in battle. Hazong, maintaining a calm demeanor, cast furtive glances at the fallen blade mantis. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped the creature, transforming it into a blade. Hazong grinned widely. Woof. It dropped. At last, the blade mantis had yielded materials, specifically, a mantis blade, suitable for crafting wind-type weaponry. Hazong was thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. Lu Ran exclaimed, his spirits lifted by the bountiful reward. I'll gather the materials, you consume that. He gestured towards the blade-shaped grass. Regrettably, it was still immature. But even if it were ripe, they would not be able to claim it. In truth, Lu Ran currently faced two choices. One was to harvest the unripe plants directly, and after exiting, seek a specialist plant shop that could hasten the ripening of such immature resources. This was typically a side occupation for beast tamers who had cultivated grass-type companions. However, Lu Ran opted to allow Hazong to sample one plant first, as he wished to observe the effects of the blade grass, knowing that it would be indispensable in the future. Consuming one now was of little consequence. The primary reason, of course, was that Lu Ran could not bear to see Hazong's eager expression, wishing to spare it a long wait. Upon hearing this, Zong eagerly rushed to consume the blade grass, salivating in anticipation. Subsequently, it shook its head, savoring the taste but feeling no significant changes. If one were to insist on a difference, it was that the plant was quite sharp, seemingly leaving a cut in its mouth. Zong grimaced in response. This indicated that one plant was insufficient, akin to the Lin Feng Zhizhong. While treating Zong's wound with a pendant, Lu Ran remarked that quantitative change could lead to qualitative change, suggesting they gather more plants. Currently, Zong's sword energy could not even smoothly slice through stone. Its cutting quality was far from perfect, with considerable room for improvement. Zong's sword energy was indeed powerful, yet it lacked finesse. For instance, when attacking a stone, although the stone could be split in two, the resulting surfaces bore numerous cracks and were not particularly smooth, appearing uneven. This was indicative of unstable energy and energy leakage. If Zong could achieve a cut through stone and steel that was entirely devoid of imperfections, polished to a mirror finish, it would signify mastery over its sword energy. Ultimately, an enhancement in cutting power would naturally elevate the effectiveness of its attacks. At that point, it would not only be capable of cleaving through physical objects like stone and steel, but could also sever an enemy's energy attacks with precision. Earlier, in the clash between Zong and the Blade Mantis's wind blades, despite Zong's superior sword energy that overwhelmed its opponent, the result of the confrontation was that the enemy's wind blades were dispersed, while Zong's own sword energy became distorted, dissipating into chaotic gusts. Had Zong's wind energy cutting properties been slightly stronger, the outcome would have been different. With its sword energy instantaneously cleaving the wind blades in two and continuing on to bisect the enemy. Zong nodded, its gaze sharp, signaling its understanding. Lu Ran merely smirked, hoping for the best. Thereafter, Lu Ran and Zong continued their fervent battle against monsters, engaging multiple blade mantises that guarded the blade grass. Each of these mantises proved formidable, boasting unique skills. Some unleashed wind blades, while others summoned gales. Some even possessed the ability to reshape their scythes into great swords, increasing their attack range. This spectacle left Zong awestruck, contemplating the possibility of reshaping its wind-fallen sword into a colossal blade, perhaps even a 50-meter-long sword. Regardless of their impressive displays, each mantis was ultimately defeated by Zong, yielding at least one unripe blade grass upon each defeat. Naturally, the materials dropped by the mantises were collected by Lu Ran for future use by Zong or to be sold for profit. Throughout this process, Lu Ran did not neglect to continuously feed Zong, ensuring it maintained sufficient stamina. As for injuries, the mantises had yet to inflict any harm upon Zong. Rather, it was the blade grass that caused incessant damage to it. One could only wonder if this was a source of shame for the blade mantises. After Lu Ran and Zong had vanquished 10 blade mantises, they finally sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching. Observing this, Lu Ran's lips curled into a slight smile, while Zong's gaze sharpened. Finally, it had arrived. Zong, prepare to channel your energy. We shall not engage this leader with a cautious approach. We will go all out. If we are capable of winning, we will. If not, we shall withdraw and seek another opportunity. A slow battle would likely result in Zong being injured and affect our score, so it is better to strike with full force from the outset. As the formidable aura drew near, the surrounding air began to stir restlessly. Zong, clutching the sword, commenced channeling energy, with almost all of its power surging into the wind-fallen sword, compressing it steadily. Finally, a figure appeared that was distinctly different from the previous blade mantises. It was resplendent in golden green, exuding a sharper essence, with winds swirling around it that seemed capable of slicing through steel. Name: Blade Mantis. Attribute: Wind, Gold. Racial level: High Extraordinary. Level: Level 10. Clearly, this was a powerful wild creature that had awakened a secondary attribute. Lu Ran knew instinctively that under normal circumstances, Zong would not fare well in battle against it. Currently, Zong's only hope of overcoming this opponent lay in weapon enhancement and the ability to attack without concern for its own well-being through self-harm tactics. Energy compression. The moment the Blade Mantis leader emerged, Zong unleashed a surge of immense energy, compressing it into a tempestuous slash, directing it at the Blade Mantis leader with the force of its sword. In that instant, Zong's eyes reddened, and the sword shattered its own teeth in the process. For other beasts, this would entail exorbitant healing costs. If Zong were wild, it would be even more dire, struggling to eat. But Zong was unafraid. Lu Zong was its steadfast support. Tempestuous slash. The Blade Mantis leader, caught off guard, sensed a powerful being intruding into its territory and hastily arrived to investigate. It was unprepared for the fierce onslaught of its opponent, which was so brazen as to attack immediately. Recognizing the formidable strength of the tempestuous slash, the mantis's expression changed. It attempted to flee, but the chaotic winds surrounding it, combined with the enemy's intimidation, hindered its control, leaving it wide-eyed as it unleashed its energy and extended its scythes to counter the tempestuous slash. In the next moment, golden and azure light intertwined and flickered. Boom. Smoke billowed. Congratulations on completing the Secret Realm Challenge. Score level. Congratulations, you have earned 630 crystal coins. Congratulations. You have obtained high-level resources. Heart of the Insect, gold, wind. Congratulations, you have obtained high-level resources. Blade of the Mantis, gold, wind. Congratulations. You have obtained high-level resources. Wing of the Mantis, gold, wind. Lu Ran was ecstatic. Despite Ha Zhong's bloodied state, this endeavor had yielded tremendous rewards, equivalent to spending a mere 70 tickets while acquiring a plethora of high-level resources. These resources were sufficient to elevate Ha Zhong's strength to new heights. It seemed that the tempestuous slash was indeed formidable. Although the Mantis leader possessed dual attributes, it was ultimately powerless against it. Upon our return, we shall feast, Lu Ran declared. Ha Zhong, despite its pain, envisioned images of fragrant braised insect hearts, spicy stir-fried insect hearts, and roasted insect hearts, which only served to heighten its appetite.